I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 2389 9-Spin Fox Perfume. Han Sen started to pull back to say something, but he saw Fox Queen's tail begin to wave back and forth. After images of the tail became substance chains, and it suddenly looked as if there were 9 tails swinging in the air. The tails swept up and around Fox Queen and Han Sen, trapping them inside it like a cage. Fox Queen's eyes flashed silver, and strange silver symbols flared to life across her snow-white skin. They looked like tattoos, not on her skin but inside it. At the same time, power that gushed like spring water rushed between Fox Queen's lips and straight into Han Sen's mouth. A cool air surged through Han Sen's body. His cells felt as if they had been thoroughly cleansed by a mountain spring. Once that cool power blended into Han Sen's cells, his body underwent some peculiar changes. A perfume that he could barely smell wafted from his body, its fragrance tickling the tip of his nose. I have given you the secret fox technique. Your body now possesses the 9-spin fox power. If you follow my will and use the 9-spin fox perfume skill, you can temporarily wield the powers of a fox. Fox Queen's lips remained locked with Han Sen's, but her voice sounded in Han Sen's head. Han Sen nodded slightly. Following Fox Queen's will, he let the power course through him. Fox Queen sent more and more of that power into Han Sen's body. Han Sen got the power running, and it began to build. The perfume grew stronger and stronger. It felt as if Han Sen was swimming in a sea of flowers. Shortly after, the perfume in Han Sen's body became lighter until it disappeared, and he could no longer smell it at all. A minute later, the perfume was coming back. The scent kept cycling between strong and light, and it did this 9 times. Fox Queen's power inside Han Sen had become very strong, and it combined with Han Sen's body. A very light silver symbol appeared on Han Sen's skin. It looked similar to the symbols on Fox Queen, but it wasn't as lustrous as those. Han Sen's symbol was quite dull, by comparison. Upon seeing the silver flower symbol appear on Han Sen, Fox Queen felt incredibly happy. She had thought that Han Sen didn't have any fox blood, so she only expected him to absorb around 20% of the power she poured into the 9-spin fox perfume. But for some reason, Han Sen had been able to absorb every ounce of the 9-spin fox perfume energy she had sent to him. Because of this, the fox marking had appeared on his skin. Fox Queen was surprised, to say the least. Weird. Does his body contain some sort of fox blood or something? How is he capable of supporting a fox symbol? Fox Queen was confused, but after a second or so, Fox Queen made a decision. She had originally planned to stop the skill here, but instead, she kept it running. The silver markings on Fox Queen's skin continued to expand. The symbols slowly connected with each other, forming a 9-tailed silver fox upon her back. That symbol was so strange. It was like a living fox lying across Fox Queen's pale skin. It had small silver eyes, and they peered right at Han Sen. The more power Fox Queen gave Han Sen, the brighter his silver pattern became. The silver symbols flashed continually, and just like Fox Queen's, they started to connect. They soon started to resemble a 9-tailed fox that shone like burnished silver. Han Sen felt as if all the energy inside him was rushing crazily around his body. He felt like a wild horse without its reins. Things were slipping out of his control. Fox Queen, stop, I cannot take it anymore. Han Sen spoke to Fox Queen through his will. Fox Queen ignored him. Her arms were wrapped around Han Sen's neck, and her legs tightened around his waist. They were still kissing as silver substance chains thrust deep into Han Sen's body. Fox Queen, what are you doing? Han Sen demanded with his will. His face hardened as he began to struggle against her, but Fox Queen's power was able to keep his suppressed. Fox Queen finally responded. She smiled. She didn't move her lips, but her voice played inside Han Sen's ears all the same. I never thought this body of yours possessed such extraordinary talent. You can generate the fox markings. I have used all my 9-spin fox perfume to help you, so that your body can naturally become a 9-spin fox body. It will be great for you, and it will allow you to control the 9-spin destiny mirror far more easily. Fox Queen, do you really think I am 3 years old? Han Sen growled through his will. Fox Queen's smile widened. My good brother, why don't you just do as you are told? I will not treat you poorly. As Fox Queen's words echoed through Han Sen's head, a silver substance chain drifted into Han Sen's mouth. Han Sen's 9-spin fox power was becoming stronger and stronger. The power was almost out of Han Sen's control. It followed Fox Queen's will, running amok inside his body. The 9-tailed silver fox symbol on Han Sen's skin brightened, and it looked as if it was going to come alive. Now Han Sen was certain that Fox Queen wasn't trying to give him a technique, she was attempting to gain control of his body. Fox Queen wouldn't admit to that, of course. She ignored Han Sen's attempts to reason with her as she continued pouring her power inside him. Just as Han Sen believed, Fox Queen was trying to refine Han Sen's body into a 9-spin fox clone. If she did that, she would be able to control Han Sen completely. There would be no need for the precariousness of cooperation. She could save herself the trouble by controlling him directly. This idea had come to her suddenly. She hadn't expected Han Sen's body to be capable of generating a fox symbol. What she said, in the beginning, wasn't all a lie. Han Sen understood Fox Queen, and he had never really trusted her anyway. It didn't matter if she was telling the truth or not, though, he had a plan of his own. If Fox Queen had just been honest and given Han Sen a new ability as she promised, he would have been disappointed. If she had done that, she wouldn't have given Han Sen enough power to fulfill his plan. Han Sen wanted to use Fox Queen's power to push his self-universe cogwheel. That way, he could reach King class. This was a big risk. But compared to attempting to subjugate someone else's power in the midst of a fight, this was far easier. Power that had been summoned for combat would be far more destructive. Guiding it into his body without destroying himself wouldn't be easy. Controlling it with enough precision to move the self-universe cogwheel would be even harder. But now, Fox Queen was sending her power directly into Han Sen's body, and the power wasn't intended to harm him. That saved him so much trouble. Han Sen knew this was the best chance he would get to borrow deified power. When Han Sen felt that the necessary amount of energy had built up within him, he didn't hesitate. He engaged his Dongshuan Sutra. He wanted to use that power to push his self-universe cogwheel. Fox Queen felt something suddenly shift within Han Sen's body. She realized what Han Sen was trying to do, and she chuckled deep in her throat. How ridiculous. Your weak powers cannot divert powers like mine. 2390 Sacred Blood Statue. Han Sen didn't speak. He focused on his Dongshuan Sutra, using its strength to guide the torrent of power that was surging through him. He tried to direct it toward his self-universe cogwheel. Although Han Sen was proficient with the techniques of Yin-Yang Blast and Yin-Yang Change, Fox Queen was putting so much power into him that it was difficult for him to guide the vast quantity. The 9-tailed silver fox marking covered Han Sen's body like the shadow of a demon. That weird perfume-like smell was growing stronger, and it almost felt as if it was becoming solid and tangible. It is futile. Your power as a duke has a ceiling. No other duke can match your strength, and not even first or second tier kings could hope to equal you. But compared to me, you are far too weak. Do you honestly believe you can use my power for your own gain? You must be joking. Fox Queen's voice whispered through Han Sen's head. Fox Queen's body was hugged Han Sen's tightly, and her lips were pressed against his as she poured the 9-spin fox powers into him. She controlled the power that came gushing into him, directing it little by little to transform Han Sen into a 9-spin fox clone. Han Sen tried his hardest to guide the 9-spin fox power, but it was staggeringly different from anything he was used to. He attempted to wrestle it from Fox Queen's control and twist its purpose, but she maintained an iron grip on her energy. He was about to make use of a new trick, but his back suddenly felt hot. A scary power started to spread across his back. Han Sen jerked in surprise. He wasn't ready to use the trick he had planned, but a foreign power was being unleashed from his back. That power didn't belong to Han Sen, but he could tell that it didn't belong to Fox Queen, either. Something red appeared out of Han Sen's back. Han Sen activated his Dongshuan aura to get a better look. The skin of his back, which was originally covered by the fox markings, had turned scarlet. The blood-like color deepened until it revealed a crimson image. That is, ancient blood dragon lady. Han Sen was shocked. The red symbol on Han Sen's back looked like a woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a slithering snake. A horn sprouted from her head. It was an ugly image, and the figure looked quite like a phantom. He was certain that it was the ancient blood dragon lady, though. Is this the picture that the prisoner dude drew upon my back when I was in Holy Town? Han Sen knew where that painting had come from. Back then, He had been unable to view what had been drawn on his back. Right before it disappeared, Bauer told him it was an ugly woman. This was the first time Han Sen had gotten the chance to see it. He hadn't realized that the painting was still hidden on his back, or that it would be activated by Fox Queen in this manner. Han Sen didn't know what the painting did, but the power that came out of the drawing was just as strong as what Fox Queen was forcing inside him. It pushed away the 9-spin fox markings and asserted dominance over his whole back. Han Sen's back was in agony, though. It felt like he had been branded with hot steel. The 9-spin fox power had most certainly been pushed back. As the ancient blood dragon lady's painting grew more detailed, a shadow of the ancient blood dragon lady manifested. It stood across from the shadow of the 9-tail fox. It covered Han Sen's back, while the fox covered Han Sen's chest. The two powers fought for supremacy inside him. The sacred blood statue. Why do you have the sacred blood statue? Fox Queen screamed. She looked terrified. She struggled to free herself from Han Sen's body, but now, something was pulling her in. She couldn't move, and her power was surging into Han Sen's body uncontrollably. What's the sacred blood statue? Han Sen frowned. The situation was spiraling wildly out of control. The blood-colored painting was still there, and his heart was beginning to ache. Fox Queen was chattering in fear. Impossible. Sacred is destroyed. The sacred leader is dead. There's no one living who could draw the sacred blood statue. How is this possible? What is the sacred blood statue? Han Sen repeated when Fox Queen continued to make no sense. Fox Queen tried to calm down a little, but she was still in shock, and she said, it was a way for the sacred leader to control subordinates. If the image of the sacred blood statue was drawn on someone's body, that body could be consumed at any time. As long as the sacred blood statue wasn't activated, nothing would be amiss. The drawing might even be beneficial. It could silently make your body stronger. But the sacred blood statue has now been activated, and so it will start to consume the power and flesh of its host until they have been eaten entirely. Why do you have the sacred blood statue? And is it a blood drawing of the ancient blood dragon lady? Why didn't you tell me any sooner? You almost got me killed. Fox Queen gnashed her teeth and summoned her own power. She wanted to use her power to pull herself out of Han Sen's body, but under the influence of the sacred blood statue, her powers appeared to have been magnetized. Fox Queen couldn't away, and so her energy continued pumping into Han Sen's body. Han Sen could clearly feel the sacred blood statue on his back. It was tearing viciously into his power and flesh like some voracious ghoul. If this kept going, his body might soon be eaten by the sacred blood statue. But the sacred blood statue's power had already blended into Han Sen's body, and its power was already inside him. If Han Sen tried to destroy the sacred blood statue, then that meant he'd be destroying his own body. If that happened, he'd die. FCK. That mother F***CKER sacred leader was messed up. What kind of sicko creates a Geno art like this? Han Sen swore. When Fox Queen realized that she was completely unable to pull away, she severed her connection to the power outright. She instantly started coughing up blood, and her face turned as white as a sheet. But she had at least managed to disconnect herself from Han Sen. She stumbled away from his body. She had expended a lot of power, and she felt like she had hacked off a large portion of her own body. Severing her power had left her gravely wounded. Without the support of Fox Queen's power, Han Sen's 9-tail fox marking started to dim. He now had far less energy to combat the ancient blood dragon lady of the sacred blood statue. He was getting consumed. Game over. Game over. Fox Queen looked haunted. Her attempt to gain access to Destiny's Tower had backfired spectacularly. Han Sen was getting consumed by the sacred blood statue, and God only knew when she might find another chance to enter Destiny's Tower. Fox Queen looked at Han Sen with a complicated set of emotions. Then she stomped her feet and left. The sacred blood statue had been activated, and Han Sen was on his way to his death. If she stayed around and was discovered, it would become known that she had murdered Prince 16. That would not turn out well. As she left, Fox Queen felt depressed. She thought she could reclaim the 9-spin destiny mirror, but her opportunity had disappeared because of her own greediness. In addition, she was now severely wounded. Without the help of the deified items she had planned to steal, it would take at least a year for her to recover. Dear Han Sen, I didn't want to kill you. Your luck really is just that bad. Fox Queen quickly departed Planet Water Zone. She did not dare to stay in case someone saw her there when Han Sen died. 2391 King First Tier Han Sen could feel two powers battling inside him, but even so, his facial expression remained unchanged. He had thought of a way to deal with the power invading his body some time ago. Instead of the unimaginably horrible force that Fox Queen considered it, Han Sen had realized that it was just power like any other. It wasn't too bad. Han Sen used his mind to summon Spell. She appeared in the form of a young lady. Han Sen was casting the Dongshuan Sutra as hard as he could. At that moment, he couldn't spare a thought for anything else. Spell was sort of like a living being, and so she could cast the story of Gene alone. And she didn't require Han Sen's body for the control. Han Sen and Spell's minds were connected. She knew what Han Sen wanted, and so she cast the story of Gene's. One of her hands pressed against Han Sen's forehead. A symbol of light appeared on Han Sen's forehead, then melted into his flesh. At that instant, Han Sen's body stopped changing. It was like the sacred blood statue and the nine-tailed fox were frozen in place. Everything just stopped, but after a single second, the sacred blood statue and the nine-tailed fox started to move again. They raged through Han Sen's body just as they had before. Spell pulled out her pistols and fired at Han Sen. Each bullet was imbued with the powers of eternity, and they peppered across Han Sen's skin. They froze each part of Han Sen's body in turn. Han Sen ran his Dongshuan Sutra at max power. And he started pushing it toward King Class. The whole world was like a gigantic machine comprised of cogwheels, their teeth interlocked. And Han Sen's cogwheel was oversized. It had the rigidity of steel, and many surrounding cogwheels were too small to fit into it. Even so, it connected with many cogwheels. If he wanted to move his self-universe cogwheel, he would have to spin all the cogwheels around him, as well. Han Sen pushed his Dongshuan Sutra to run at an insane level. He tried to push the self-universe cogwheel using every scrap of strength he could gather, including the sacred blood statue and nine-tailed fox powers. Spell fired continuously, and most of Han Sen's body had been solidified. But that solidifying power wasn't enough to stop the sacred blood statue or nine-tailed fox markings. But Spell wasn't planning on keeping them trapped, anyway. Spell used Eternity's solidifying powers to forge a path inside Han Sen's body. It was the path that the Dongshuan Sutra would take. Aside from that path, everything else would be frozen. Two scary powers were coming, surging into that tunnel like a raging river. With the guidance of Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra, the flow of power was headed directly for the self-universe cogwheel. Boom! The horrendous collection of powers hit the self-universe cogwheel. The cogwheel vibrated gently. It didn't spin, but Han Sen spotted the small seeds of hope. Han Sen had tried his hardest before this, but it had always proven fruitless. He had never been able to move the self-universe cogwheel the slightest amount. Now, after a single hit, it had reacted, if only barely. It gave him hope. He closed his eyes and continued casting the Dongshuan Sutra. He guided the two powers into the cogwheel again and again. Every hit made the cogwheel jump. With the Dongshuan Sutra guiding more and more power, the cogwheel's shivering developed into a loud rattle. The cogwheels around it were also starting to move. It was like a machine that had been abandoned many years ago was now being reactivated. Dust fell away from the gears as the hum of a dormant power started to come to life. Spell's face was impassive as she kept shooting. She had to keep the tunnel in Han Sen's body intact. The flesh Eternity had solidified was somewhat like a dam. The sacred blood statue and nine-tailed fox markings were like flash floods. They followed the course of the river, washing up against the dam and banks that guided it. Those restraints could not be allowed to break. If they broke, the power would spill and spread, turning into a destructive force that could ruin Han Sen. Eternity's solidifying power was Duke class, so the dam wasn't enough to trap all the water. Spell had to keep solidifying the dams repeatedly so that they wouldn't crumble under the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Han Sen kept hitting the self-universe cogwheel. The cogwheel spun little by little, but it only moved a small distance with each strike. When the hits stopped, the cogwheel stopped. My self-universe cogwheel is too big. I'm afraid that making it spin might be too difficult, Han Sen thought in surprise. The two powers kept colliding with the cogwheel, but they had proved insufficient to get the cogwheel moving continuously. This was a much harder task than Han Sen had believed it would be. Fortunately, Han Sen had chosen to break through with the Dongshuan Sutra. He could see the self-universe cogwheel clearly, and that enabled him to strike with precision and at an angle that would deliver the most force. If he had chosen to use a different Geno art, he would barely be able to see his connection with the universe at large. Without being able to see the cogwheel, it would have been even harder for him to level up. These two powers are too spread out. If they keep hitting like this, it will be impossible to truly start up the self-universe cogwheel. After another moment, Han Sen came up with a solution. He thought about it in his mind, and Spell understood what he meant. Her pistol shifted slightly, changing the course of the tunnel she had crafted inside Han Sen's body. The two powers had been guided on different paths through Han Sen's body, but now they were brought together into a circle. That cycle of powers was then pushed into a new pair of trenches that interlocked in a figure 8, allowing the power to cycle continuously. As the powers cycled, they passed over Han Sen's self-universe cogwheel. Cha-cha-cha. When those two powers moved together in perfect unison, the chains that pulled the cogwheel started to move. The self-universe cogwheel started to move along with it. The other cogwheels that were connected to it started to spin, as well. Pure joy shot through Han Sen. He kept guiding the two powers to turn the cogwheel. It was slow going in the beginning, but as the cogwheel started to move, it also began to accelerate. Cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha. When the cogwheel started to turn, Han Sen felt as if his entire body was waking up from the embrace of a deep slumber. It was like a generator had been started, and an endless power began to rise. As the cogwheel spun in a blur, Han Sen could see behind the cogwheel that light was growing brighter. The faster the cogwheel spun, the brighter that light became. Boom! With the sacred blood statue and nine-tailed fox power combining to form a chain, the self-universe cogwheel was given what was needed for it to spin on its own. Inside the cogwheel, the light was burning brighter than any sun. The light looked like it could melt anything. Han Sen's body felt as weightless as a feather, and the self-universe cogwheel no longer required his power. It could now run on its own. An invisible area opened, expanding its radius outside of Han Sen. It created a weird, invisible bubble. Dongshuan battle body has leveled up to King Class First Tier area. It worked. Han Sen grinned like a fiend. He had finally become King Class. Although he was only on the first tier, what was most important was the fact that he had succeeded. As the cogwheel continued to spin, Han Sen heard a metal door get pushed open. The dimension around him began to shake. A door had been opened by the cogwheels, and Han Sen's body was sucked inside. 2392 Universal Core Area. Han Sen wasn't surprised by the appearance of the door behind the cogwheels. Instead, he let himself be pulled through. This was a necessary part of the process of becoming a king. Whenever a king-class creature successfully kickstarted their self-universe cogwheel, they were given permission to enter the Geno Universe Core Area. No one had ever been able to determine the exact nature of the core area. Some said that it was actually a special xenogenic gene. Others claimed that it was a location within the Geno Hall. There were many other guesses, but no matter which theory was more popular at the moment, there was never any evidence to support one claim over another. For now, there was only one thing that everyone agreed on. The core area could be accessed through the self-universe cogwheel once someone ascended to King Class. When your cogwheel began spinning for the first time, you would be pulled into the universal core area. Just like Han Sen was being pulled in now. His body flew into the blinding light shining through the door, and when his vision returned, he found himself to be standing inside a palace built of some ancient metal. This palace was a strange patchwork structure. The entire place was composed of differently sized cogwheels. The walls, floors, and roof were all like this. And the wheels were fitted so tightly together that there were no visible seams. Every cogwheel was spinning at a different speed. Some moved so quickly that they blurred, whereas others were so slow that their movement was almost imperceptible. Rhythmic tick-tock sounds filled the palace, similar to the sounds that a mechanical watch might produce. Han Sen didn't have time for sightseeing, though, because his body was still hosting the powers of the sacred blood statue and the nine-tailed fox. Leveling up to King Class hadn't proved enough to destroy those energies. Han Sen suddenly decided to use the story of genes. He wanted to see if he could use the sacred blood statue and nine-tailed fox power to push the story of Gene's self-universe cogwheel. That was hoping for too much, though. The sacred blood statue and the nine-tailed fox's power wasn't enough to push the self-universe cogwheel of the story of Gene's. As Han Sen tried to use them, their powers subsided and eventually vanished. In the end, they disappeared. Han Sen checked out his own body, just to be sure, but he didn't find any trace of them within him. Then, he looked back at the palace. The cogwheels were in constant motion like the gears of a watch. But unlike a watch, the palace had no needles to tell time. Instead, there were just more teeth. The more teeth a cogwheel had, the slower it spun. The fewer teeth a cogwheel had, the faster it went. Watching the clocks was strangely mesmerizing, almost lulling. It was like being in a palace full of clocks. Han Sen's body was hanging in midair. When his feet touched a cogwheel on the floor, the cogwheel accelerated. The change in speed swept out through the connected cogwheels, and soon the entire palace was humming with greater energy. The dimension of the place was twisted disconcertingly. A few moments later, the door of the palace opened, revealing a starscape beyond. Han Sen's body was currently safely ensconced in his Dongshuan armor. He walked out of the Universal Core Palace and looked up at the myriad of stars. Upon closer observation, however, he realized that what he had first taken for stars were actually scary king creatures. When Han Sen stepped out of the Universal Core Palace, the whirring sound of the palace's cogwheels disappeared. Han Sen knew he could summon the Universal Core Palace whenever he wanted by pushing his self-universe cogwheel. But this was the first time Han Sen had entered the Universal Core area, and he didn't want to leave yet. He wanted to look around for himself and see if this place was just as the legends described it. Suddenly, a light shot past Han Sen, vanishing behind him. Then it reappeared a while later, swinging around so it could head straight for him. Han Sen was suddenly worried. Entering the Universal Core area required at least king-class power, but deified elites could access this place as well. Han Sen was just a first-tier king, so he knew that he needed to be careful. The star came to a stop in front of Han Sen. Now that Han Sen could get a better look at it, he realized that it was Dragon 8 of the Dragon. He was king class, as well. Dragon 8 looked at Han Sen with fiery eyes. When Han Sen joined the battles of the Geno Scroll, he fought as $. There, he wore his Dongshuan armor. Therefore, Han Sen rarely wore it when he wasn't using his $. Identity. He didn't want to expose the fact that he and $. were the same person. After the Dongshuan Sutra evolved twice, the Dongshuan armor's appearance had changed radically. Now, the Dongshuan armor was solid black, so dark that it lacked any semblance of light. Any light that landed on it would disappear instantly. If someone looked at Han Sen from afar, he would seem like a black shadow hanging in the air. Han Sen hadn't expected someone to recognize him as $. Just because of the Dongshuan armor. Since he was recognized, though, Han Sen made no effort to deny the claim. He looked at Dragon 8 and said, "Dragon 8, you remember me, good." The fire of insanity in Dragon 8's eyes blazed even higher. He had lost to $. in one of the Geno Scroll battles. He hadn't gotten over his loss, and he had been researching better ways to fight $. ever since. But he had been unable to find $. He didn't expect to find him there, of all places. He opened his gold area and doused Han Sen in the light. With an arrogant smirk, he said, "This time, I am going to beat you. Release your area, Dragon 8, what are you doing?" As Han Sen answered, a few more lights arrived. They were kings of the dragon. Han Sen even identified one of them as Dragon 1. Han Sen was shocked. Dragon 1 must have been half deified by now, and he wasn't the only powerful dragon who had come. If they all attacked Han Sen together, things would definitely go badly for him. "Big dragon, he is $. Dragon 8 snarled, still staring at Han Sen. "$?" asked Dragon 1 and the others in surprise. $'s performance in the Geno Scroll had been truly remarkable, even to them. But $' hadn't become an obsession for them the way he had for Dragon 8. And they hadn't been able to recognize him, initially. After a while, though, they started to believe the claim. "You really are $? Dragon 1 asked Han Sen uncertainly. "So, what, does it matter if I am or not?" Han Sen responded smoothly, "I know that I'm right. He is $. The rest of you need to stay back, because he is mine." Dragon 8 bared his teeth in a rictus grin. "$, open your area. Let me see if you are as strong as you were before." "That is unnecessary," Han Sen said, gathering power in his finger as he spoke. He sent a coin flying toward Dragon 8. "Don't ever underestimate me," Dragon 8 shouted, and his gold area became solid. It transformed into an old golden chest, trapping the coin inside it. Dong! The golden chest fell under the power of the coin, but it didn't draw closer to Dragon 8. "What a powerful metal area!" Han Sen complimented his opponent. Dragon 8's area allowed him to generate metal and make things solid. If Dragon 8 wanted to, he could seal Han Sen within the golden area. It was similar to Nine-Headed Bird's coffin suppression, but Dragon 8's area wasn't just for sealing foes. Chapter 2393 Dongshuan Area, $. I will defeat you today. After that declaration, a punch came right for Han Sen. Cloaked in Dragon 8's Gold King area, the enormous power of that punch became a roaring gold dragon, ready to consume Han Sen. Let me try my Dongshuan area power, Han Sen thought, his heart leaping. He opened his invisible Dongshuan area, and all of a sudden, the whole world around Han Sen was now composed of an infinite number of spinning cogwheels. Han Sen could see his opponent's draconic punch and area power. They came from Dragon 8's self-universe cogwheel, which exerted force on some universal cogwheels around it to generate more power. Within the radius of the Dongshuan area, Han Sen could feel Dragon 8's ability to affect the universal cogwheels. The Dongshuan area could affect them, too. Han Sen lifted his hand and focused his mind. When Han Sen pushed forward, it wasn't to affect Dragon 8, instead, he used his Dongshuan area to control the nearby cogwheels that were in motion. The universal cogwheels that had been under Dragon 8's control suddenly came to a complete stop. In that instant, something unbelievable happened. Dragon 8's Gold King area and Dragon Punch lost their power. It was an oddly embarrassing moment for Dragon 8. It was like an actor filming a special effects-based fight scene. The fight looked amazing with the special effects, but halfway through the video, the special effects had vanished. Dragon 8 was left hanging awkwardly in the air. A cruel punch had been sent toward Han Sen, but when the power in the attack vanished, Dragon 8's actual fist was still 100 meters away from Han Sen, and so nothing happened. Dragon 8 couldn't believe his eyes, and so he threw another punch. No power was produced. No, this is impossible, why can't I use my area and my power? Dragon 8 stared at Han Sen, stupefied. Dragon 1 and the other Dragon Kings were similarly dumbfounded. They couldn't see the invisible Dongshuan area. They had simply seen Han Sen wave his hand, and then Dragon 8's area and power vanished. It was very scary. Han Sen was pleased beyond words. The Dongshuan area could control every universal cogwheel in its radius. That meant that unless the enemy was stronger than Han Sen could easily control his every cogwheel. Any power that came into contact with the Dongshuan area would be dismissed. Of course, if the enemy was stronger than Han Sen and kept using their power to push against the cogwheels Han Sen was trying to gain control of, the Dongshuan area wouldn't work as well. But even if the enemy's power was stronger than Han Sen's, the Dongshuan area could still be quite effective. It could make the cogwheel spin slower, at least. It could even make a cogwheel accelerate, if there was cause for that. Ordinary area powers could only affect the universal cogwheels that immediately connected to the self-universe cogwheel, but the Dongshuan area could affect all of the cogwheels within its radius. That was why the Dongshuan area was so scary. And it didn't simply destroy the power that the enemy had attempted to wield. It had an additional function. Han Sen lifted his fist and threw a punch toward Dragon 8, who was still thoroughly dazed from the disappearance of his attack. A giant metal dragon launched from Han Sen's fist and thundered toward Dragon 8, mouth open. It was just like the punch Dragon 8 himself had tried to deliver. Han Sen had seen how the punch affected the universal cogwheels, so in order to simulate the punch, he just had to replicate the movement of the cogwheels. The simulation wasn't exactly the same, because the energy of the punch originated from Han Sen's self-universe cogwheel instead of Dragon 8's. That meant that the core power of the attack was different. Pang! A gold dragon punch, how is that possible? Dragon 8 was frozen, and so he forgot to dodge. The blow sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth in a long stream. For Dragon 1 and the others, their surprise was turning into horror. That punch was Dragon 8's own skill merged with a dragon secret called the Dragon Punch technique. It was a unique skill, but Han Sen had copied it and turned it back on his opponent in seconds. That was terrifying. No wonder you were called the universe's #1 marquise. Even at King class, you are still this strong, Dragon 1 said to Han Sen as he picked up the injured Dragon 8. I am flattered. If there's nothing else to be done here, I will take my leave, Han Sen said and then turned to leave. Dragon 1 raised his hand and stopped Han Sen. He said, we found some core xenogenics. 2 of them are half deified. Are you interested? How would the resources be split? Han Sen asked Dragon 1. The universal core area had many core xenogenics. They were king class at the very least, but the xenogenic genes they yielded were very special. Core genes could provide a powerful boost to one's king area. Many kings sought those core genes in order to level up their area. Han Sen was interested. There were 9 tiers he needed to climb, and then he would need to reset after that. Currently, Han Sen was only on the first tier. Climbing the levels one by one would be a difficult thing to do. If he could level up using core xenogenic genes, it would be much easier. It is a very large group of core xenogenics, Dragon 1 said. Those 2 half-deified xenogenics are very scary. I can deal with 1, but I cannot take down 2. If you can keep 1 busy, I will give you 50% of the reward. Boss, isn't 50% a bit too much? A king dragon quickly said. Dragon 1 waved his hand. It isn't too much. No one else among us can kite the other half-deified core xenogenic. We have no chance of killing the group without that being done, though. Either we make this deal, or none of us get anything. He would deserve 50%. Dragon 1 turned back to Han Sen. What do you think? It sounds good, as long as I'm only kiting that 1 half-deified xenogenic. Let's go get it done, then, Han Sen answered, accepting their terms. This was his first time inside the Universal Core area, so he wasn't really familiar with the place. Hanging out with the dragons wasn't a bad start. It's a deal. Dragon 1 quickly agreed and signed a contract with Han Sen. Together, they all flew into the sky. As they traveled, Dragon 8 asked, "Dollar, what tier have you reached?" Dragon 1 and the others all perked up their ears to listen. They had been curious about this since they saw him fight. With Han Sen's performance, they were guessing that he had to be at least 5th tier. Some suspected he was 9th tier, otherwise, how could he have destroyed Dragon 8 as he had? Tier 1, Han Sen didn't feel the need to hide his rank. After all, they would have to fight together. If he used his king area for a long time, it might become apparent that he only had a single tier. Lying about it now would serve no purpose. Upon hearing Han Sen's answer, Dragon 8 jerked in the air as if he had hit a patch of turbulence. His face had gone slack. You're a first-tier king. Dragon 1 and the others looked at Han Sen, trying to keep their expressions neutral. After that, they didn't want to talk anymore. Chapter 2394 Core Xenogenic. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a core xenogenic. They looked like a group of insects, all of them with wings. The bodies were humanoid. They had 4 limbs, but their heads were unusually small. They were 1.5 meters tall, and their whole bodies were shelled in an aqua blue material. Their shells were so smooth and glossy that Han Sen could see his reflection in them. A pair of blue transparent wings sprouted from each bug's back. When the bugs flew, their wings moved so fast that they turned into a blur. They didn't appear to be too different from average xenogenics. Their most outstanding feature was the fact that they were all king class. As far as Han Sen could tell, their high rank and the fact that everyone called them core xenogenics was the only thing that made them unique. Han Sen made a quick calculation. There were 100 core xenogenics ahead, and they were all king class. That amount was a rare sight. Dragon 1 pointed out 2 xenogenics within the horde of bugs and said, "Those 2 are the half-deifieds of this bug enclave. You and I can take 1 each. Dragon 8 and the others can deal with the rest. I will kill 1 half-deified xenogenic, then help you take care of the other." Dragon 1 didn't expect Han Sen to have the chops to kill a half-deified creature. After all, he was only a first-tier king. Okay, Han Sen nodded, then turned the 2 bugs Dragon 1 had pointed out. The bodies of those 2 half-deifieds looked quite similar to those of the other bugs, but their armor was purple-red. Their bodies were also laden with spikes. They were certainly a more intimidating sight. Following their plan, Han Sen and the others moved straight in to attack the group of insects. The space bugs soon noticed their approach, and the entire group released a collective scream. Then, the bugs hurried forward to meet with the invaders. Near the hearts of the space bugs, something that looked like small lanterns flared to life, giving off a green light. They were like small, cold, nuclear reactors. When Han Sen looked deeply into those lanterns, he could see a spot of light spinning around a core crystal. It was an oddly beautiful sight. Those must be their xenogenic cores, Han Sen thought. He was about to start drooling. They were king-class xenogenics. BZZT. As the cores of the space bugs lit up, they started to cast blue and green areas. Because there were many space bugs and they were all of the same species, the areas layered on top of each other without conflicting with each other. And because the king areas were stacked and concentrated, their collective power became quite terrifying. As more and more king areas were added to the stack, the colors turned from blue and green to black. There was no way to know what tier all these space bugs were. Han Sen had to watch the colors of the collective king area instead. The darker a section of the king area was, the stronger it would be. There was no need to analyze the two space bugs with purple and red king areas, though. They were the half-deified foes, and their areas had reached the 9th tier and then been reset to 1st tier. Stick to the plan, Dragon 1 shouted. He rushed into the space bugs, activating his own area. Dragon 1's area was black, and it covered the entire sky. The space bugs were still some distance away, but they were covered by his area anyway. Han Sen could see a dragon, forged of black air, rising from Dragon 1's area. It was headed for the space bugs. What a powerful king area. With an AoE that's strong, he could totally solo all the king-class space bugs. Why does he even need us? The dragon made from black air was still rising from the king area. It had king-class strength, and it was at no disadvantage against the space bugs. Plus, even if the black air dragon's body was torn to shreds, it would just immediately recompose itself. The thing was practically immortal. But Han Sen soon realized that he had underestimated the capabilities of the space bugs. Their blue areas continued to stack up, and when the black air dragon came into range, the bugs' king areas began to absorb the black air. The longer the dragon was there, the weaker it became. Against that massive, collective king area, the black air dragon's body would be no stronger than a balloon. It would be sucked dry, and the bugs' king area would only get stronger. An elemental consumption area? Han Sen asked with a frown. Yes, it is a consuming area. Any creature that enters will have their powers and life force sucked right out of them. Don't go into the areas that are stacked up, and you should especially avoid the ones that have turned black. Their consuming power can turn a king into a dried-up husk, Dragon 8 said to Han Sen. Han Sen nodded, then headed for one of the half-deified xenogenics. Dragon 8 and the others were working to lure the bug crowd elsewhere. They hadn't actually engaged the horde just yet. Compounded king areas like that were dangerous. If too many areas were stacked up, then their power could rival a half-deified. Fortunately, a horde like that lacked the mobility and agility of a solo creature. Dodging the stacked-up areas of the bugs wasn't all that difficult. Han Sen flew toward one of the half-deified bugs alone. He threw a coin at it from some distance away. The coin flew forward and entered the bug's purple and red king area. The coin shrank noticeably as it traveled through the king area. Clearly, the area was draining the coin's power. A very strong consuming power, indeed, Han Sen thought in awe. To close-quarter combat fighters, a creature such as this would be a living nightmare. Even getting close to the beast would cause their life force and power to drain away. The fighter would become weaker, and the bug would become stronger. Pat, the small coin finally attached itself to the bug's shell. Coin's suppressing and restrictive powers started to work. The bug's body shivered and started to sink. But it only shook a little. The half-deified space bug froze. Its eyes were like the eyes of a fly as it looked at Han Sen. They looked angry, and the creature screamed at Han Sen. Then, it flapped its wings and flew toward Han Sen like lightning. So fast. That thing is definitely half-deified. Han Sen noticed that his own speed, in comparison, was so slow. And the suppression powers of the coins didn't seem to work on the bug. In fact, the coin was still getting smaller. Clearly, the bug's area was still consuming the coin's power. Not long after, the coin's power had run dry. Han Sen looked thoughtfully at the bug, but he didn't flee. He used an area, but not the Dongshuan area. Instead, he made use of the beast soul he had received from the Conch Move Mountain area. The blue area spread around Han Sen's body, combining with the purple and red areas. It didn't show any reaction to the contact, and the two different colored areas overlapped. Han Sen prepared to strike the half-deified bug. Chapter 2395 Move Mountain Area Pang. Han Sen's fist and the half-deified bug's claw collided. The blade-like claws of the beast scratched Han Sen's armor, drawing a few light marks across its surface. The armor, however, wasn't broken. Han Sen's fist didn't have enough power to knock away the bug's claws. The bug squealed weirdly. Its body flashed with a purple and red light, leaving afterimages as it moved. A flurry of purple and red claw lights came toward Han Sen. Dong, dong, dong. All of those claws, which could tear through space with ease, came down on Han Sen. The strikes produced a number of light marks across his Dongshuan armor, but the light scratches vanished quickly. Dragon 1 and the others kept an eye on Han Sen. If he couldn't kite the half-deified bug, they would have to abandon the fight and escape. But when they turned to watch, they found Han Sen fighting the half-deified creature head-to-head. Although he was suppressed, it was remarkable that the half-deified bug was unable to penetrate his armor. Is that guy really a first-tier king? Dragon 8 looked troubled. Even with his indestructible gold dragon body, he couldn't block the power of a half-deified strike. Han Sen, on the other hand, seemed to be handling the battle rather easily. Han Sen was unworried, but it wasn't because of the strength of his Dongshuan armor. It was true that the Dongshuan armor was very resilient. For a first-tier king, it would have ranked as a top-class defensive armor. But strength like that still wasn't enough to withstand the pummeling of a half-deified creature. Move Mountain Area's power was the real reason the bug couldn't hurt Han Sen. Move Mountain Area was actually quite special. It didn't increase Han Sen's power or weaken his enemies. Instead, it simply transferred power. First, Move Mountain Area required a carrier, and that carrier could not be a body. While the conch had used its own shell as a carrier, Han Sen had chosen to use his Dongshuan armor. Under the effects of Move Mountain Area, any power that attacked the carrier would instead be absorbed by the carrier. It was like a hydroelectric plant on a river. The power of a river could crush many things, but the Move Mountain Area could separate some of that power and use it for other things. Unless the enemy's power was strong enough to break the Move Mountain Area and the designated carrier outright, then additional attacks wouldn't do any good. In fact, they would actually increase the carrier's defensive capabilities. But Move Mountain Area had two primary downsides. The first con was that the power absorbed by the carrier couldn't be transformed into offensive power and turned back on foes. The second con was something really bad. The more power the carrier absorbed, the more pressure it would endure. Although it wouldn't crush Han Sen's body, it would make him move very slowly. After using Move Mountain Area, Han Sen could shrug off powerful blows. But if he wanted to run or attack, he would be too slow to do so. Fortunately, in this situation, Han Sen had no plans to attack the half-deified bug. All he had to do was hold it in place until Dragon 1 killed his own bug and came over to help. So, for this purpose, Han Sen was happy to select Move Mountain Area. Move Mountain Area had its benefits. Although the bug's consuming area continued trying to drain power from Han Sen, it merely drained the stored power of the carrier. The enemy was recollecting its own power, and thus it didn't have any effect on Han Sen. The half-deified bug attacked Han Sen furiously. Han Sen tried to dodge at first, but he soon gave up the attempt. The bug's attacks were focused on the Dongshuan armor, and the destructive powers the beast wielded had weakened. In the end, it didn't really affect Han Sen. But Han Sen was very encumbered by that power. He moved so slowly that it was impossible for him to strike back at the half-deified bug. Dragon 8 and the others were all frozen. They saw Han Sen floating in the air as if he wasn't the least bit worried. He ignored the half-deified bug's attacks like they were no more than a tickle. He was completely unmoving. The bug's creepy consuming area didn't seem to work on him, either. His power wasn't growing any weaker. They could tell that Han Sen's blue light area was doing something, but they were just as bewildered by it as Han Sen had been when he first saw it. It seemed like magic, an ability that defied rational explanation. Upon seeing this, Dragon 1 was greatly relieved. He had been worried that Han Sen wouldn't be able to keep a half-deified bug busy. Now, clearly, there was no need for concern. Dragon 1 focused all his power on attacking the other half-deified bug. As he drifted, Han Sen noticed that Dragon 8 was doing badly. Han Sen sent a few lazy attacks toward the ordinary core bugs surrounding Dragon 8, drawing their attention. In seconds, Han Sen was taking attacks from one half-deified bug and a few dozen of the king-class bugs. Even so, he was still in a totally fine condition. Dragon 8 and the others stared at him with wide eyes. Holy sh*t. What kind of defense is that? It's sick, a Dragon King couldn't help but exclaim. Han Sen was bored out of his mind. He had grown stronger, but his movement speed was so low. He moved like a snail. Running was out of the question. I'm going to give this beast soul to Wang Yuhang. He's the perfect person to become a punching bag. Move Mountain Area will suit him very well. He can take the brunt of the enemy's aggression while I attack. It really is perfect, Han Sen thought, quite pleased with the sudden idea. Because Han Sen had drawn the attention of so many of the bugs, Dragon 8 and the others were all free. Dragon 1 and a half-deified bug were still engaged in combat. Han Sen was bored, so he turned himself to watch the half-deified dragon fight. Han Sen had always admired the combat skills of the dragon. Dragon 1's enemy was half-deified as well, but the bug was getting destroyed. It would die soon. Also, while Dragon 1 was fighting the bugs in close-quarter combat, the consuming area didn't seem to affect him. Gotcha. As Han Sen was deep in thought, he saw Dragon 1 punch through the side of the half-deified bug's head and straight into its brain. Despite losing its brain, however, it didn't stop fighting. With a few more strikes, Dragon 1 ripped the bug's body into pieces. It stopped moving. After Dragon 1 killed a half-deified bug, he flew over to Han Sen. He was going to kill the other half-deified bug that Han Sen had kept occupied. Dragon 1 engaged the bug, relieving some of the pressure on Han Sen. He put away his move mountain area so that he could move freely again. The ordinary bugs were no threat to Han Sen. He used his Dongshuan movement to travel through the swarm of bugs. The king-class bugs couldn't do a thing to him, and Han Sen soon found a chance to take out two. He didn't earn a beast soul, though. Han Sen made sure that he stayed within range of the half-deified bug as he traveled. After a while, Dragon 1 delivered a strike that heavily damaged the half-deified bug. Han Sen gathered up a coin on his finger. As he used saving money, the number on the coin started to increase. Just as the bug was about to die, Han Sen fired a coin with the number 12 on its surface. Pang! The badly injured bug exploded under the force of Han Sen's saving money. Mutant Xenogenic King hunted. Core Demon Bug. Xenogenic Gene found. Obtained King-class Mutant Beast Soul Core Demon Bug. Chapter 2396 Planet Dark Zone. Once the half-deified core demon bugs were slain, the rest of the bugs descended into chaos. Dragon 1 and Han Sen got busy killing them. Some of them managed to escape, but most were killed. The group counted their spoils and found that they had 2 mutant core genes and 86 ordinary core genes. Dragon 1 kept his promise. He gave 1 mutant core gene and 43 normal core genes to Han Sen. Dragon 1 smiled at Han Sen. Would you be interested in continuing our cooperative efforts to hunt down core xenogenics? You can have half of everything. Yeah, dollar. This went well. Let's do more of this together, Dragon 8 quickly said. His eyes were shining. From what they could see, Han Sen was a giant meat shield. With Han Sen at the front, they could kill scary core xenogenics or destroy whole groups that they previously wouldn't have dared to provoke. Why not? Han Sen said with a nod. Han Sen knew what Dragon 1 had planned, but these dragons seemed very reliable. Cooperating with them wouldn't be a bad thing for Han Sen. Using Move Mountain area wouldn't do him much good if he was by himself. Having awesome defense was pointless if someone wasn't there to kill the xenogenics. Cooperating was a bonus for both parties. There was no need to reject their offer. Dragon 1 and Han Sen signed another contract. They were very happy with the results, so they were keen to bring Han Sen with them as they traveled. Now that they were cooperating with Han Sen, they had no interest in killing ordinary xenogenics. They could deal with normal core xenogenics by themselves, so there was no need to hunt them now and split them with Han Sen. Instead, they went straight for the xenogenics they hadn't been able to take down before. Dragon 1 explained that to Han Sen, but Han Sen was fine with it. Many kings wished to kill core xenogenics. Han Sen was lucky to have already found an opportunity to do so. Han Sen kept flying, playing with a core gene as he went. The core genes were smaller than a fist. They were transparent, like a shiny blue gem. Dragon 8 noticed Han Sen playing with the core gene, so he flew over to Han Sen. They're nothing special to look at, and there's no way to directly absorb them. You can use them to make a geno fluid, though. If you bathe in it and practice your geno arts, you might end up improving your area. I was wondering if I could eat it, Han Sen said with a grin. Ha, you want to eat a core gene? This thing isn't meat, how would you eat it? Dragon 8 laughed. Han Sen put the core gene into his mouth and swallowed it. Dragon 8's smile froze in place. His mouth gaped, and he shouted, "Oh no. You really ate it." Han Sen licked his lips and said, "It didn't taste good." That was awful. Right. You are human, yes. Are you humans a part of the consuming ant family? Dragon 8 glanced at Han Sen with distaste, as if he was looking at a gross monster. No, we definitely aren't. Han Sen laughed, but he didn't explain further. After waiting half a day, he managed to digest the core gene, and a familiar announcement played in his head. King Class Gene. Dragon 1 and the others looked at Han Sen strangely. Han Sen kept randomly eating core genes, and they were growing concerned. Since Dollar could apparently eat core genes, they were worried that if he got hungry enough, they might end up as his food. Luckily, none of their fears came to pass. It made them feel very relieved. Mutant King Class Core Demon Bug Beast Soul, Gun Type. The type of the Beast Soul surprised Han Sen. It was a weapon Beast Soul, and it was a gun type 1. It didn't seem to match with the creature he had fought. When Han Sen summoned the Beast Soul, however, he realized that this gun was different from the guns he had been envisioning. It was a laser handgun made of red and purple metal. It was 1 foot long, and it looked very futuristic. It was heavy, and there were many symbols drawn across its body. It was both uncanny and beautiful. When Han Sen put his power into the gun, it turned his power into a purple and red laser. Han Sen didn't have the chance to see what that laser did, though. Dragon 1 was guiding them to a core area on a planet called Dark Zone. The planet had many core xenogenics, but the xenogenics there were very frightening. It was easy to get yourself killed if you weren't careful, and even many half-deified elites had fallen on the surface of that planet. Ordinary kings usually didn't visit such dangerous places. But with Han Sen, their big meat shield, Dragon 1 opted to risk it. The group of them were approaching planet Dark Zone, but before they entered the atmosphere, a group of creatures came flying out from the planet to meet them. Han Sen at first thought they were xenogenics, but when he looked closer, he saw that it was a group of the destroyed. Han Sen remembered 2 of them. One was Bar, and the other was Dia Robber. They were already king-class elites. Upon seeing Bar, Han Sen felt his temples begin to throb. Bar was a madman with an invincible body. He was so strong that fighting him would be a massive nightmare. Luckily, Bar and Dia Robber didn't recognize Han Sen in his Dongshuan armor. They simply approached and stopped Han Sen's crew from going further. "Excuse me, Planet Dark Zone has been claimed by us, the destroyed. Please turn back now," Dia Robber said, flying up to Dragon 1. "Since when is Planet Dark Zone the property of the destroyed?" Dragon 1 asked, his voice hard. He wasn't afraid of Dia Robber. Dia Robber smiled and said, "Everything will be back to normal soon. You guys can go in, but you will have to wait until we are done here." "What if we want to go in right now?" Dragon 1 stared at Dia Robber. "Cut the crap." In his annoyance, Bar quickly drew the bone knife slung across his back. His eyes burned with a murderous look, and he was obviously ready to fight Dragon 1. Dia Robber raised his hands to stop Bar, and then he calmly said, "Dragon 1, we destroyed have never offended the dragon. The core area has many places to destroy core xenogenics. You guys don't have to cause us trouble over this planet Dark Zone, do you?" Dragon 1 frowned and started to respond, but all of a sudden, there was a booming sound. A giant mushroom cloud rose on the surface of planet Dark Zone, and a shockwave swept through the atmosphere. Dia Robber's face changed. The destroyed seemed to completely forget the dragons as they turned and flew to planet Dark Zone at high speed. Dragon 1 and the others looked at each other with confusion. Chapter 2397 Disaster. "Big brother, should we go down and take a look?" Dragon 8 asked, moving over to Dragon 1. His eyes lingered on the planet beneath them. As its name suggested, there seemed to be very little light on planet Dark Zone. Magnetic storms whirled over the planet, and the clouds rattled like mad as if there were many explosions underneath. Even so, it was impossible to see what actually lay on the surface. Dragon 1 didn't answer, but his eyes were also locked on planet Dark Zone. Just like Dragon 8, he had no idea what was down there. After the explosion, they couldn't see anything taking place on the planet anymore. Once the aftermath of the explosion settled out, planet Dark Zone returned to being quiet again. Bar and the others had re-entered the planet's atmosphere, and there was no more movement to be seen. Other than the roiling clouds, the planet had gone still. "Big brother, could this be a trap? Dia Robber and the others aren't trying to trick us, are they?" Dragon 8 said, "I don't think so. Dia Robber has no grudge with us. He wouldn't attempt to set up a blockade just to annoy us." Dragon 1 paused, and then he coldly said, "Even if it was a trap, there is no need for us to be afraid of them. Let's go and take a look, first and foremost." The others thought that made sense. Only kings and half-deifieds could come to the universal core area. Even if the destroyed were setting a trap, there was no need to be afraid. Han Sen was also curious about what was happening on the planet, so he had no problem with the plan. He followed them down onto Planet Dark Zone in a careful approach. While Dragon 1 and the others were confident that they could defend themselves from the destroyed, they were also being careful. They opened their king areas before they reached the clouds. Once they traveled past the magnetic storms, they saw a giant, circular hole in the surface of the black planet. It looked like it had been made by a giant meteor strike. But Han Sen and the others had been outside of the planet only moments before, and they would have seen any meteor that came close enough to hit the planet. That explosion must have been caused by something already on the planet. They were too far away to make out much about the hole, though. Dragon 1 hesitated for a bit, but eventually decided to fly down towards the enormous crater. They flew closer to the surface of Planet Dark Zone, and Han Sen and the others were soon able to see just how scary that hole was. When they approached it, the hole seemed to have no bottom. Aside from the giant pit, they couldn't see anything else on the surface of Planet Dark Zone. There were no core xenogenics about, either. Bar and the others had disappeared. "What is this?" Dragon 8 asked, pointing toward the center of the big hole. No one answered him, though. Han Sen and Dragon 1 had already seen it, but they didn't know what it was, either. In the center of the hole, there was something like a goose egg. It was glowing a dark green color, but it was as big as a basketball court. Han Sen and the others soon got close enough to see Dia Robber and his people standing next to the stone goose egg. They were all frozen, staring unblinkingly at the egg. Han Sen had no idea what they were doing. "You guys need a hand?" Dragon 1 asked as he drifted toward them. He didn't want to cause a misunderstanding. Han Sen followed Dragon 1 over to the stone goose egg. He looked at the thing carefully, but he didn't see anything special about it. It was just a normal goose egg, albeit larger and made of stone. Dia Robber didn't reply to Dragon 1. The destroyed still stared at the goose egg stone, and they didn't try to stop Dragon 1 from coming closer. Han Sen and Dragon 1 glanced at each other. They were both suspicious. Dia Robber and Bar were not top-tier king-class fighters, and that was because they were very slow. But with their talents, they would eventually rank highly among the kings or even become deified. Something very dangerous must have happened to render all of those destroyed motionless. Assuming they weren't pretending, of course. Han Sen couldn't imagine what might have happened, but whatever it was, it had even managed to trap Bar. With his grumpy personality and murderous mind, he was the sort of person who would try to fight fate itself. Yet Bar, a man who wasn't afraid of anything, had been compelled to remain in one spot like that. He seemed almost comatose. It was difficult to imagine what he might have seen. But Han Sen and Dragon 1, as they looked at the stone goose egg, saw nothing. "Dia Robber, what is going on?" Dragon 1 asked as he walked closer. Dia Robber gritted his teeth, but he remained silent. Another destroyed king, now looking as if he had woken up from a dream, started to scream, "It's over. It's all over." "What is over?" Dragon 8 asked. The king didn't answer. He just kept on screaming at the top of his lungs, his eyes wide and afraid. Then, he ran to the goose egg stone like a madman. "Stop!" Dia Robber shouted, but the man didn't stop. Dia Robber flew forward and grabbed the destroyed king who was running toward the goose stone egg. He slammed the man into the ground. "I said stop. Didn't you hear me?" Dia Robber's face looked grim. That destroyed king screamed, "Goth and the others are still down there. We have to save them. We have to save them." Dia Robber's expression darkened, and he quietly said, "Observe the situation first. Without my order, no one is permitted to get close." "Dia Robber, what is going on?" Dragon 1 knew that something was wrong, but he wasn't sure what. Dia Robber turned around and looked at Dragon 1. "Considering what's happened, I'm not going to lie. 60 destroyed kings came to Planet Dark Zone to hunt xenogenics. We planned on cleaning this place up, but while we were talking with you, for some reason, this thing crushed our camp. All the destroyed kings are gone." Han Sen and Dragon 1 felt a chill at his words. 6 destroyed kings remained, including Dia Robber and Bar, which meant that more than 50 king-class destroyed had just disappeared. That was a very frightening thought. Even if a giant meteor struck the planet, it couldn't wipe out 50 kings that easily. Plus, there are no meteors around to suggest that is what happened. Where did this thing come from? Han Sen stared at the giant goose egg stone. He was frozen like Dia Robber. Maybe they went somewhere else. Dragon 1 looked around. Planet Dark Zone was big. A few dozen kings could certainly hide on its surface. They could just dip into a cave, and nobody would be able to find them. No, they were waiting for us at camp. If they escaped this, they would definitely have revealed themselves by now. Dia Robber shook his head. Dragon 1 wanted to say something, but before he could, there was a loud cracking noise. A crevice had suddenly appeared on the giant goose egg. Chapter 2398 Xenogenic Chase. Han Sen and the others fell back. They immediately expanded their king areas as they stared at the goose egg stone. Kacha, kacha, more cracks opened across the surface of the goose egg stone. The cracks were very well aligned, so they obviously weren't like ordinary cracks one might find in a well-weathered stone. Instead, the perfectly spaced cracks opened straight up and down. Boom! Countless dark green claws emerged from the top and bottom of the stone. Holy sh*t. That is a big bug. Dragon 8 screamed with wide eyes. The stone might have looked rather like an egg, but the thing inside it was definitely not a baby goose. It was actually a xenogenic bug, one that looked like a centipede. Its body was curled around itself, so all its claws were hidden. It had simply made itself look like a goose egg. Now, the disturbing creature was stretching out its body, making itself look very scary in the process. It revealed its teeth as it stared down on the destroyed and dragon around it. Blood and gore were smeared across the bug's belly. It was probably the remains of the missing destroyed kings. Everyone still alive knew that somehow, this xenogenic had eaten more than 50 of the destroyed kings in a single second. The realization was chilling. No one issued a command. Everyone, including Han Sen and Dragon 1, immediately turned and flew away. They were going to leave planet Dark Zone. But just as they were about to fly up into the clouds, the whole sky of the planet turned dark green. It was like a giant green crystal had formed to cloak the entire planet. Even the small amounts of light that made it through the clouds were dyed that same greenish shade. Pang! Both the destroyed group and the dragon group fell from the sky like meteors. They hit the planet so hard that their bodies punched deep holes into the surface. Air restriction area. With this kind of radius, it must be a deified xenogenic. Dragon 8, pronounced as he climbed out of his hole. His face looked grave. That isn't an air restriction area. Han Sen looked glum, too. He looked at the ground around them. The area looked as if it had managed to cover the entire planet. None of them could fly away now. Even more frightening was the fact that this wasn't just an air restriction. It had another power, too. Before Han Sen could analyze it further, though, the giant insect leapt forward. Its mountainous body moved with uncanny speed, and dark green substance chains seethed in the air around it. The chains wrapped around its entire body, their outer edges as sharp as razors. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura as he turned to run. He didn't dare use his move mountain area. It would be totally useless against a monster like this. A xenogenic like this had enough raw power to crush his move mountain area without breaking a sweat. His Dongshuan armor wouldn't be able to withstand strength of that magnitude. He would die in moments. Boom! The weird bug attacked. Two of the kings were too close to the creature to run, so they had no choice but to attack. They tried to use their own powers to fight back against the insect, but the weird bug was able to swallow them whole. The weird bug then dove into the ground, vanishing under the surface and leaving a large hole behind. The ground shook beneath Han Sen like a violent earthquake. He wanted to run, but after a few frantic steps, he came to a black hole in the ground. A king running next to Han Sen was swallowed by the insect as it launched itself up from that hole in the ground. The weird bug hung in the air for a moment, then turned and dove back under the earth. FCKU. Dragon 8 screamed when he saw the insect eat one of the dragons. It made him so angry that he used his giant gold dragon. He sent a punch toward the pit in the ground. Boom! The hole collapsed on itself, and the weird bug didn't come out again. It didn't scream, either. Careful! Dragon 1 sprinted toward Dragon 8 and knocked the man backward, then dodged away himself. There was another boom as dirt and dust fountained up where Dragon 8 had been standing only a moment before. There was now another large hole, and the strange bug had re-emerged. Half of its body was above ground, and it looked like some strange tower as it swung its claws. No one moved to attack the creature. Running was the only thought on their minds. They all knew that fighting the beast would be a useless move. There was nothing they could do against such a scary deified xenogenic. Han Sen was running, and he was running very fast. He was very good at fleeing impossible fights, and he was confident that he could break the weird bug's king area and leave planet Dark Zone. Of course, he needed the bug to stop chasing him first. Even if he could break the air restriction area, he wouldn't make it very far if the bug was still pursuing him. So, Han Sen put conscious effort into keeping a low profile. As soon as he had the chance to, he would use his super god spirit to leave planet Dark Zone. And in regards to the others, Han Sen could only pity them. At a time like this, it was every man for himself. Han Sen was not their daddy. There was no need to make a sacrifice on their behalf. Han Sen's face suddenly grew pale. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, and his heart leapt into his throat. Without hesitation, Han Sen used all his strength to leap forward. The bug erupted up through the ground he had just been standing on. Han Sen's body had almost touched its mouth, and the dark green substance chains around the creature were like blades. One of them brushed Han Sen's leg, which was clad in the Dongshuan armor. The chain sliced cleanly through his Dongshuan armor, leaving a deep gash in Han Sen's leg. Han Sen ignored the pain burning in his leg and continued to run. If he stopped now, he would die. The weird bug was back underground, though. It seemed to swim under the ground like some sort of strange fish. Every time it came out again, it left a 10-meter hole in its wake. Perhaps it was because Han Sen's leg was leaving a trail of blood behind, but Han Sen noticed that the weird bug seemed to be focusing all its attention on chasing him specifically. I cannot be this unlucky, Han Sen thought, feeling sick. He hoped he was wrong, but when that bug burst out of the ground right next to him again, he knew that his hunch had been correct. The insect was after him, and him alone. FCKU. Han Sen was slower than the weird bug, so he wouldn't be able to dodge the bug again. He flew into the sky, his body releasing a white light. He was in super god spirit mode now, and he avoided the weird bug's gnashing teeth as he flew higher and higher. The bug didn't seem to have any ranged attacks aside from its king area, so Han Sen focused on flying as far away as he could. But just as he thought he was about to leave the area, he heard a buzzing sound. Transparent wings had sprouted from the weird bug's back. It flew toward Han Sen at incredible speed, and within a single second, it was right below Han Sen. All of its dark green substance chains were knotted together, spinning over each other like some enormous blender. The weird bug's open mouth was coming right for Han Sen. It was like a big whale, ready to munch on a little fish. 2399 The raging insect, dollar will die. Dragon 1 could see that Han Sen was about to be swallowed by the weird insect. Instead of being sad for Han Sen, he was sad about what Han Sen's death would mean for all of them. Even Han Sen, who could somehow nullify the air restriction, couldn't escape this monster. If Han Sen couldn't escape, then it likely meant death for them all. Dragon 8, who was following Dragon 1, also saw what was about to happen. He looked just as glum. Boom. In the sky, the insect's enormous mouth was closing around Han Sen. Its sharp teeth were about to clamp down on Han Sen's body. Dragon 1 and the others couldn't bring themselves to look at the horrible sight. They turned their heads and continued running as hard as they could. They hoped they could find a place on planet Dark Zone that wasn't smothered by the air restriction area. That was the only way they might be able to escape this hellhole. Han Sen's body didn't break because of the weird insect's attack, though. He was still in super god spirit mode, so the creature's incredible power was unable to touch him. While the weird insect's teeth pierced through his body, they didn't actually bring him any harm. Han Sen's body was incorporeal now, rather like a ghost's. He moved effortlessly through the weird insect's teeth and flesh, and he was on the verge of escaping the creature's body when he realized that he didn't want to leave just yet. He turned around, heading deeper into the maw of the weird insect. The hard bug shell and flesh couldn't restrict Han Sen's movement. He moved quickly through the insect's entire body. But Han Sen found that the inside of the creature was like jade. Even its organs and vessels had taken the texture of xenogenic genes. There was no weakness to be found anywhere, so it would be hard for Han Sen to hurt the creature from the inside. But Han Sen had found the beast's xenogenic core located in its brain. It was a green core that shone like the stars. Time passed. Han Sen's super god spirit mode could last much longer now that he had reached king class. He couldn't use it forever, but he could certainly last around half an hour. Staying close to the green, deified core of the beast, Han Sen gathered up power in his hand to perform super spank. Once he built up sufficient power, he moved toward the green core. BZZT. The substance chains went crazy under the impact of Han Sen's hand. They were like rubber bands that couldn't be broken. Roar. The weird insect felt a sharp pain in its head, and so it roared. Its body hit the ground, then drilled deep inside. It decided to go for Dragon 1. The insect snapped up a destroyed king, plunging through the man's king area like it wasn't even there. Blood splattered everywhere. It was like it had eaten a sheep, not a scary king. Dragon 1 headed for the other side of the planet. He tried using every power at his disposal to fight back, but against that deified insect, all of his powers seemed to be useless. The scariest thing about the creature was its king area. If they met an ordinary deified xenogeniac, Dragon 1 and the others could still make an easy escape. But this weird insect's area power not only restricted air travel, it stopped any powers being used in the atmosphere. Even using skills or items to teleport was impossible. They were trapped. Run. Run for your life. Dragon 1 and the others used all their various powers to try to escape, but the creature picked them off one by one. In the end, only Dragon 1, Dragon 8, Bar, and Dia Robber were left alive. They were injured, but they were still running. Somehow, they all started to work together. They knew that if they didn't, they had no chance of surviving. The bodies of Dragon 8 and Bar were special. They were almost immortal. That incredible power allowed them to escape some attacks and continue breathing. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were top-tier kings. They were invincible when it came to fighting others of the king class, but attempting to deal with this scary deified was enough to leave them injured and bleeding. Boom! The weird insect clamped its jaw around Bar's leg, and Dia Robber took that moment to gather up 3 different types of power. He created a triangle composed of 3 different energies. Light blossomed inside that triangle, breaking space and shaking the air around it. The light shot forward, smacking right into the weird insect's mouth. But the weird insect just swallowed the light, which disappeared harmlessly down its throat. Dia Robber looked pale and hopeless. That was the strongest move he could conjure, but it hadn't affected the weird insect in the least. That insect wasn't an ordinary deified monster. Its area power and the strength of its body both indicated that whatever it was, this creature was far better than an average deified xenogeniac. Although they hadn't exhausted all of their strength yet, Dragon 1 and the others knew that if they could not escape the weird insect's area, then they were sure to die. This is bad. Why did we randomly encounter a xenogeniac with such a scary area? Dragon 8 groused loudly as he ran. Dragon 1 remained silent, though. He knew that complaining would help no one. He needed to last as long as he could, grasping every additional second that he could, in the hope that a miracle might save them. Maybe a new idea would occur to one of them, something that could help. Dia Robber was of a similar mindset. In that place, no one could save them. Even if the deified elites of his race knew they were in danger, deifieds were not permitted access to the universal core area. Only king-class beings were allowed to enter this place. You could not be one level higher nor one level lower. If I am to die, I do not want to die fleeing, Bar snarled with a furious look on his face. He turned around and sprinted towards the weird insect. His body blazed with a sword light. Dia Robber started to stop him. But then he realized that with the situation they were currently in, no matter how hard they ran, they could not run far enough. Stopping Bar was pointless. Bar slashed the weird insect's head, but the bone knife never made contact with the weird insect's shell. The substance chains on its body caught the knife and crushed it. Bar's hand touched the substance chains. His arm vanished in a cloud of fleshy scraps. The weird insect opened its mouth to chase down the injured Bar. Bar couldn't run any further, though, and he didn't want to. He summoned his area power and used his left hand to punch the weird insect's face. Bar's powerful area was as weak as an eggshell before the brute force of the weird insect's teeth. Bar's king area shattered, and his body was bitten in half. The bitten section of his body disappeared down the creature's gullet. Although Bar could respawn and gain strength each time, the process required his cells to be close by. Now that half of his body was swallowed and digested, he could no longer respawn. The weird insect swung around, going for what was left of Bar's body. Bar was still conscious, but the situation was hopeless. Roar! As the weird bug came down to eat the other half of his body, Bar realized he was going to die. But then the bug suddenly squealed. Its body became straight and rigid, like it had been electrified. Bar and the others froze in place. They weren't sure what was happening. Blurg! The weird insect opened its mouth, then spewed out dark green blood like a fountain. The blood sprayed all over Bar. Chapter 2400 Stone Destiny's Tower. Blood continued to fountain out of the insect's mouth, spilling all over the place. It looked as if something was fighting its way out. Dragon 1 and Dragon 8 asked together, squinting at the figure that emerged. They could barely believe their eyes. They wanted to scream, but their question came out as a whisper. He had been eaten by a deified creature, and yet he hadn't been killed. It was a miracle. Han Sen finished pulling himself free and climbed to his feet. He didn't have any blood on him. He didn't even look injured. Dragon 1 stared at him in disbelief. The weird insect shrieked and thrashed a little. It looked to be in a great deal of pain. Instead of pursuing Han Sen, it just drilled back into the earth and disappeared. The green area power that had covered the sky suddenly disappeared. Dragon 8 stared at the hole it left behind in bewilderment. What did you do? Dragon 8 asked slowly, his voice a little shaken. Nothing. I just thought I'd heard it a little. Han Sen paused for a moment, then said, let's go. Once it heals, I doubt we'll be able to escape again. Putting action to words, Han Sen left the ground and headed out of Planet Dark Zone's atmosphere. He had wanted to kill the weird insect, but the creature was way too strong. It had taken all of Han Sen's strength to keep using super spank on the weird insect's core. Despite exhausting all of his energy and approaching the time limit of his super god spirit body, he was only able to leave a single crack across the core. He hadn't been able to actually break it. Luckily, although the weird insect was strong, it wasn't smart. The crack in the creature's core was small and not terribly threatening, but the bug had chosen to run away even so. If it had continued going after Han Sen, his super god spirit would have given out eventually. He could have died. Dragon 1, Dragon 8, Dia Robber, and the newly reassembled Bar didn't hesitate. They followed Han Sen away from Planet Dark Zone. The 5 of them didn't speak, and they flew as fast as they could until they were well beyond Planet Dark Zone. The weird insect didn't follow, which all of them were incredibly grateful for. It looks like we're all injured, and I need to go take a rest. Let's split up here, Han Sen said, preparing to use his self-universe cogwheel to leave the universal core area. He had an idea about how to deal with the weird insect, but he was too weak to do anything about it now. He would have to wait until he was stronger. Dragon 1 said, if you still want to work together, we should set up a time and place to meet. It will be hard to fit you into my schedule, but we can discuss this when I find the time. Han Sen didn't want to set up a meeting time because he was currently in the Extreme King. He wouldn't always be able to come here on a schedule. Should we have a way of contacting each other? Dragon 8 said, in the Geno universe, the stronger ones always earned respect. Everyone wanted friends who were stronger than them. Especially friends like Han Sen. He was a first-tier king capable of fighting against a deified xenogeniac. Plus, he had proven his ability to hurt many scary people. It almost seemed like he was deified already. If someone could make friends with him, they would. After all, it would be better to have him as an ally than an enemy. Dragon 1 and Dragon 8 wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Even if they couldn't be friends, they wanted Han Sen to think positively about them. Finding yourself at odds with someone like him was never a good plan. So you are You are even stronger than the stories say. When would you like to fight me? Bar asked, looking at Han Sen. Dia Robber laughed and said, Bar, stop messing around. Today, was the sole reason that we survived. If you don't mind, please leave us a contact number. We would like to pay the debt we now owe you. It's okay, I was just trying to save myself. You don't need to contact me again. We'll meet again whenever luck decides, Han Sen said, then used his self-universe cogwheel. After a while, a giant metal cogwheel door appeared, and Han Sen walked through it and left. Now that his self-universe cogwheel had been activated, it would continue running on its own. Using it didn't require any additional energy. Opening the door to the Universal Core Hall did have some requirements, though. Once Han Sen began the process of summoning the door using his self-universe cogwheel, he couldn't move it. If he moved away from the door, he would destroy the connection. At that point, he'd have to start the process all over. In addition, summoning the door took a while. It would be impossible to summon during combat, so the door couldn't be used as an escape route if Han Sen got into trouble. Plus, when he returned to the core area, he would end up exactly where he had left the previous time. He wouldn't just randomly teleport to some other location in the core area. Brother Dragon 1, who is this? Can you tell me? Dia Robber looked at Dragon 1. Dragon 1 shook his head. We met him by chance, and we worked together twice. We don't know much about him. No more than you guys do. I have never heard of a race called human before. How could they have produced an elite like that? It is confusing. Dia Robber asked, his expression mystified. I am afraid that because of Dollar, humans might become famous across the universe. We don't know if there are any other strong humans. If he's the only one with such strength, like Kong Fei was, he would still be alone. He cannot change the world. In that case, Dragon One answered. The four of them lost themselves in deep thought. None of them said anything. And eventually, they all used their self-universe cogwheels to leave the Universal Core Hall. After Dia Robber returned to the destroyed, he went looking for other destroyed kings. He asked the ones he could find to stay in the vicinity of Planet Dark Zone. They were to wait inside the core area, and if Dollar reappeared, they would contact Dia Robber at once. Coincidentally, when Dragon One returned to the dragon, he did exactly the same thing. Clearly, they were waiting for Han Sen to return to the core area, too. Han Sen came out of the Universal Core Hall back in Underwater Town. Bauer was lying on his bed, and she rubbed her eyes when she heard movement. Seeing that it was Han Sen, she leapt into his arms. Dad, where were you? Why didn't you take me? Bauer lifted her lips. I reached King Class a few days ago. I got pulled into the core area. Han Sen looked at Bauer and asked, can you and the little bird enter the core area? Core area, what is that? Bauer asked in confusion. If Bauer did not know, then she probably couldn't join him. And the little red bird was deified, so it couldn't go in with him, either. Otherwise, Han Sen could use the little red bird to kill the weird insect. Han Sen had used his super god spirit mode for too long, and his body was exhausted. He felt very powerless and sore. Han Sen didn't plan on returning to the core area anytime soon. He rested for a few days and ate some of the core xenogenic genes each day. His number of king genes kept increasing. His body had almost recovered when the day came for him to enter Destiny's Tower. He didn't want to be late, and so he arrived at the site an hour early. The Extreme King were quite effective. They had 4 elites on standby to open the door of Destiny's Tower for Han Sen and let him in. Chapter 2401. Do you believe that this world has a god? Han Sen had long been curious about Destiny's Tower, and that was because this stone Destiny's Tower was just like the metal Destiny's Tower inside his Sea of Soul. Aside from the towers being made of different materials, one having been made of stone and other having been made of metal, there was no difference. 4 deified elites used their powers to force open the gate to Destiny's Tower. Only one person could go in while the gate was being held up. Once he received the signal, Han Sen immediately ran into the tower. Dang! Han Sen had just entered the tower when the door slammed shut behind him. Because Han Sen knew the process, though, he wasn't afraid. The 4 deified elites had to use formation powers just to get the door open, and it could only be kept open for a single second. It simply wasn't feasible to keep it open any longer than that. Han Sen was given 1 month to spend in Destiny's Tower. When that month was up, the door would open again, and Han Sen would be allowed to leave. Han Sen looked around the tower. He had heard there was supposed to be an amazing Geno art located inside the tower, and any creature that learned it would be able to increase the speed of their evolution. But everyone who left the tower seemed to practice different Geno arts. That made Han Sen curious about whether the rumor was true. Han Sen was on the 1st floor of Destiny's Tower. The layout was exactly like his own Destiny's Tower, but there were some paintings hanging on the walls of this tower. The pictures were supposedly the Geno arts of legend, but when Han Sen looked closer, he realized that the pictures were not Geno arts at all. They were drawings of people. The pictures were of a man. Han Sen couldn't tell if he was human, crystallizer, extreme king, or one of the sky. They all looked so similar that it was hard to tell the precise race of the man in the painting. But this man wasn't drawn like an average person. He was drawn like a god atop an altar. Every wall held a picture depicting the same man in a different position, but no matter how he was posed, he seemed to be looking out of the picture with disdain. It was somehow uncomfortable to meet the painted man's gaze. Although Han Sen knew it was just a drawing, not a living man, the painted man gave him a chilled feeling. It was like the eyes of the man could see right through his soul or something. Han Sen frowned. The longer he looked at the painting, the more he wanted to avoid it. That wasn't normal. Is there something wrong with this drawing? Or is it like a jade spirit in the white jade Jing? Is it actually alive? Han Sen looked at the man in the painting, but try as he might, he couldn't discern its true nature. He looked across the whole 1st floor, but he found nothing except for pictures of that one man. Han Sen silently moved on to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Han Sen frowned. This floor had paintings of the man on every wall as well. He was just posed in different positions than he had been on the first floor. This entire tower isn't just full of this one man's paintings, is it? Han Sen's heart jumped, and so he proceeded to the third floor. Of course, Han Sen was unlucky. His guess had been correct. The third floor held the same paintings. Each floor in the tower had 8 walls. Each wall had a painting of its own. Han Sen walked all the way from the first floor to the 6th floor, and he saw 48 of the man's paintings in total. It was the same person in every painting. He was just in a different position in each one. He would be sitting in one, while in another, he could be standing or lying down. All the pictures had the man in a different position. But no matter what his position was, the man's eyes were always the same. Han Sen hated those eyes. The man wasn't ugly. In fact, Han Sen thought he was quite handsome. The man had a smile that should have been lovable, but instead, Han Sen loathed it. He couldn't put his finger on why. Han Sen was a little surprised by that realization, because he didn't like judging people by their appearance. It didn't matter if a person looked nice or horrible, he would not form a real opinion on them until he learned more about who they really were. But now, looking at these paintings, Han Sen already hated this man. That was not normal at all. Trying to suppress his hatred, Han Sen climbed to the highest floor. This was the 7th floor. If the Stone Destiny's Tower was related to his Metal Destiny's Tower, the 7th floor should have a space by Sima. That was where Han Sen imprisoned people in his own tower. As soon as Han Sen stepped onto the 7th floor of Destiny's Tower, he stopped dead in his tracks. There were no more of those paintings on the 7th floor. There was just a stone platform in the middle of the room. Someone was sitting atop the stone platform, and Han Sen realized instantly that it was the same man showcased in the 48 paintings across the lower floors. He sat atop the stone platform, his legs crossed like a Buddha. His hands were down, and his eyes were shut. It was like he was sleeping. Han Sen couldn't detect a life force coming from the man, though. The man was like a statue. With Han Sen's eyesight, though, he could tell the man actually was alive. He could see the man's pores and the pink of his skin. Han Sen could see most of his vessels, too. Aside from the fact that he wasn't breathing, he really did look like someone who was alive. Han Sen used the Dongshuan aura to inspect the man. It was odd that the man looked so alive while giving off utterly no indication of life force. Even after scanning the man, Han Sen couldn't tell if he was living or dead. That was extremely weird. While Han Sen was examining the man, some sort of odd wave began to pass through the air around the man's body. The air moved in a circle, like a nearly invisible whirlpool. Han Sen took a step back. He soon realized that the swirl was just a life force, not anything harmful. What astonished Han Sen the most, though, was that the black crystal armor in his Sea of Soul reacted to the whirlpool. The armor began to tremble. A mysterious power flowed out of the armor and sank into Han Sen's body. Han Sen felt himself become really heavy. It was like the cells inside his body had been frozen in place by that mysterious power. The Dongshuan Sutra and Han Sen's other primary Geno arts had been locked down by the strange power as well. Only the original Water King body and a few other powers Han Sen had absorbed were still active inside his body. "What is this?" Han Sen asked in sudden trepidation. Then the man slowly opened his eyes. It looked like he was smiling at Han Sen, but he wasn't. Han Sen's heart flared with that feeling of hatred again, but this time, it was 1,000 times stronger than it had been when he saw those pictures. Han Sen managed to suppress the feelings and keep them from showing on his face. Han Sen finally figured out where the feelings were coming from, though. The passionate hatred inside him was flowing out of the black crystal armor. It wasn't his own emotion. The man stared at Han Sen the same way he'd gazed out of the paintings. He smiled and coldly asked, "Do you believe that this world has a god?" Chapter 2402 God's Wish. Han Sen's heart jumped. He didn't mind hearing about deifieds, but he really did mind hearing the word, God. This sensitivity came from his time in the sanctuaries. Since he first entered the sanctuaries, he had come to despise the word, God. Even hearing it would put him in a bad mood for a long time. Especially when it came to the events with the 7th team. They had really affected Han Sen. This guy cannot be the god that claims to grant wishes, can he? Han Sen stared at the man who sat atop the stone platform, and he really thought that this man had to be the one he had heard so much about. Plus, the black crystal armor's reaction made Han Sen much more alarmed. I've never heard of any of the extreme king dying in this Destiny's Tower. People claim to learn a lot from their time in the tower. No matter what is said about this place, there is never a hint of something fatal residing inside. Otherwise, with so many people having already entered this place, at least one of them should have died, Han Sen thought to himself. No wonder each of the extreme king learns something different inside the tower, though. There is no Geno art here. There is just this living god. Han Sen froze, and he didn't answer. The man asked again, "Young man, do you believe that God exists in this world?" "Yes," Han Sen answered with certainty. But inside, he thought, "Of course, I believe. Han's big brother is Dollar God." The man nodded, and he went on to say, "If I told you I was God, would you believe me?" "I would," Han Sen said, feigning cooperation. He wanted that man to keep talking. After all the time Han Sen had spent tracking down bits and pieces of this man's exploits, he badly wanted to know what the man's true goal was, or where he might have come from. The man didn't seem impressed or concerned by Han Sen's answer, though. His expression hadn't changed, and he still smiled. "It is a fated meeting that you have come here to speak with me. I can fulfill one wish for you. You can say whatever you want, as it should be something deep in your heart. You only have one chance. No matter what you say, it will be fulfilled. But you cannot change what you wish for. This guy is just like King Qin." Han Sen chuckled darkly in his heart. He looked at the man. "I can make any wish?" Han Sen asked, looking at the man. "Any wish that you desire. God can do anything," the man said calmly. Han Sen frowned, and he didn't speak. Making a wish seemed like a simple process, but there were many traps. Each member of the 7th team from the Alliance had made a wish, but before the end, each one of them had regretted their wish. Something disastrous that they never expected had befallen them. For instance, Han Sen could wish for a lot of money. God would set up an accident and drop a lot of money right into his lap. Things would seem great, until it eventually came out that the money had belonged to a psychotic killer. While Han Sen would indeed be the recipient of great fortune for a time, he would eventually be killed by that psychotic killer. God was supposed to be an abstract concept. Once people made their wishes to God, they were supposed to move on with their lives, not linger in the moment. If people really thought that God was a person who granted wishes like this man, it would be very dangerous. If someone believed in God, then they believed that God was a real force in the world. Every action he took would have ramifications in the world. He wouldn't just be able to make something out of nothing. So, whatever wish a person made should be something that already existed inside the universe someplace. These items would, of course, have a pre-established connection to the universe. Any rare item that someone wished for would be deeply associated with the workings of the world. Han Sen used to think that, if God really existed and he could really fulfill wishes, then he might be a special sort of life form that had causal powers. A person had to wish for something they wanted, but the consequences of the item might befall the wisher. So, the rarer the item was, the greater the consequences could be. The price that had to be paid could be huge. If a person wished for $10,000, and the $10,000 were with a mother who wanted to heal her ailing son, and the $10,000 were then given to the wisher, the son would die from lack of treatment. That death and that mother's hatred would end up on the wisher. If the wisher was greedy and wished for $1 million, the wish might hurt 100 lives. The wisher would be hated by 100 families. Having 100 different families seeking revenge against you would be a high price to pay. Those were just Han Sen's predictions and guesses, though. They might not have actually been true, but according to what happened to the 7th team, the guesses were in the realm of possibilities. It didn't matter if someone wished for immortality or a return to their youth, every wish had its price. That price also took away the governance of a person's own life and death. Perhaps it was because there were too many consequences, but sometimes, not even death brought freedom from the consequences of a wish. They would have to continue their miserable existence to pay back the debt. If this theory is correct, then everyone who entered this Destiny's Tower should have paid a price. But I haven't heard of any misfortunes among the people who have come here. Why? Han Sen frowned. The guy that was claiming to be God noticed Han Sen's continued silence. He smiled and said, "You can think about what you wish to want to make. There are 48 God pictures. They all have my will in them. You can go and take a look. Perhaps they will help you decide. That will be the first gift I give you." When you have thought of the wish you seek to make, come to me and I will make it come true. Han Sen didn't leave. He looked at the man and asked, if I make a wish, do I have to pay something back in maid? The man continued smiling and said, you will. Han Sen was surprised that the man answered. He had thought the self-proclaimed god wouldn't admit this, even if asked. Han Sen immediately followed up his question. What do I need to give you? The man looked at Han Sen and didn't answer the question. You are not the first person to ask me this question. And you surely won't be the last. I can answer you, but if I answer, you must make a wish. Do you agree? Han Sen thought for a brief moment, and then said seriously, I agree. The man smiled and said, the wish you make will be fulfilled, and that is because it is what you deserve. It is what I deserve. If I want 100 wives, that means the wives will already have been my wives. What sense does that make? Han Sen was frozen. What the man said was something Han Sen couldn't accept, but when he thought about it some more, his breath caught. He now knew why the man would say this. What the man had said was reversed. If you tried to understand it in reverse, then the sentence made sense. But the causal relationship reversed it. Chapter 2403 Vampire. Just as Han Sen predicted, if God was a creature that had causal powers, then he could reverse causal relationships. For example, take a person who wished for $1 million. Normally, the person would have to work for 10 years to earn that much money. But God's powers reversed the causal relationship. God could give that 1 million to the person immediately, and then the person would have to work to pay it back. If someone wished for far more than they could ever pay back, then the wisher would destroy the causal relationship, which would create a serious imbalance within that causal power. It was difficult to imagine what might happen. If this line of thought is true, making a wish is like prepaying wages. If my wish is something I can pay back, then I might not get hurt. Or at least, I might not get hurt very much. Just like Han Jinji, he made a wish, but the wish he made didn't backfire on him, Han Sen thought. The man smiled. You are smart. You understand the meaning behind wishes. I believe you will be able to make the correct wish. Han Sen thought to himself, many of the extreme king have entered Destiny's tower, and their lives don't seem to be falling apart afterwards. They must have deciphered the meaning behind the man's words. But is it really true that no one was greedy enough to make a wish they were unable to make good on? Han Sen didn't know if this guy was the same self-proclaimed god that the 7th team had encountered. Whether he was or not, though, Han Sen believed there to be something amiss with this offer. He just hadn't figured out what was wrong yet. When Han Sen didn't speak, the man went on to say, young man, make a wish you are able to handle. It will be good for you, and it will not harm you. The way he said this made Han Sen frown. There was something familiar about this whole interaction, actually. Hang on, I forgot to consider God's perspective in this wishing process. God wouldn't just randomly help people. Why is this guy willing to help others by fulfilling their wishes? Maybe the wishing process isn't like a prepaid wage, but more like an interest-charging loan. This guy might be some sort of celestial loan shark. The thought gave Han Sen a sudden chill. Without a doubt, this god must be benefiting somehow from the wishes that were made. No way he would just sit here and grant wishes out of kindness. There had to be something this god needed that the wishes were providing. Most likely, that benefit would come from the interest rate he charged for each wish. The bigger the wish that was made, the more interest the wisher would owe. And that meant God would benefit even more. As he considered the idea, Han Sen became increasingly convinced that he was right. Han Sen might not have figured out the process perfectly, but he was confident he had gotten the core of the relationship correct. God wasn't some benevolent fulfiller of dreams. He was more like a vampire. But God wouldn't be interested in money, obviously. Han Sen hadn't quite figured out what form this god would want his interest in when he collected it. Han Sen's face turned sour as he thought about all this. If his guesses were even remotely accurate, then regardless of what he wished for, he was still going to lose something. After all, loan sharks kept the interest going even after payment. I still don't know what wish to make. Let me go and have a look at those godly pictures before I make one, Han Sen said, as he looked at the man. You really should think about it, yes. You only get one chance. The man smiled encouragingly. Han Sen left the 7th floor of Destiny's tower. As he walked, he kept on thinking, from what I have been able to see thus far, God's power must have many restrictions. He cannot directly harm the wish maker. And he cannot harm creatures of this universe. And it seems as if he cannot use lies and tricks. Otherwise, why would he have told me all that he did? The rules do not permit the use of force or falsehoods. This whole thing sounds very legal and lawyer-like. Although they can't change the rules, they're perfectly happy to use word games and manipulation to get what they want. That is how they trick people, Han Sen thought to himself. Ultimately, he thought it was a good thing that he had come here. He had agreed to make a wish in order to figure out what the wishing process and this god's powers were actually like. Now, he had a much better idea of what was happening. His theories couldn't be 100% accurate, but he was better off now than his previous state of complete cluelessness. To defeat an enemy, you had to understand them. Ignorance was the most frightening thing on a battlefield. Now that Han Sen had agreed to make a wish, he might end up paying a price. But he still thought that this was all worth it. At least he would be able to understand God more. What Han Sen needed to do now was avoid getting tangled in the interest he would owe God upon making a wish. According to the theory he was crafting, the smaller the wish Han Sen made, the smaller the price he would have to pay. That would mean there would be less interest. But Han Sen had no idea what scale he should use to measure wishes. How would he know if the wish he made was big or small? For instance, Han Sen might want $1. That was a small amount. And according to the theory, the wish should accrue very little interest because $1 would be easy to pay back. But God wasn't playing with money here. He was playing with causal powers. If Han Sen wanted that $1, and that $1 came from a scary elite son, that scary elite son might die. And the responsibility for that would land firmly upon Han Sen. At that point, Han Sen would have to face the scary elite's payback. When wishes were fulfilled by causal power, even seemingly small wishes could turn out to be very dangerous. And whatever the price turned out to be, Han Sen would have to pay it. And the final decision would be in hands of that untrustworthy god. Han Sen would have a difficult time trying to navigate around those rules. It is hard fighting God. The seventh team had so many good people, and yet they all ended up the way they did. It looks as if Ji Yu Qingcheng, who didn't make a wish, made the best decision by far, Han Sen thought to himself. I wonder what wish Han Jinji made. How did he avoid the trap set up by God? Han Sen didn't understand, or at least, he didn't for the moment. But he needed a way to mitigate his risk and make a wish that would cost him the least. There was another thing that Han Sen found extra suspicious. It was the fact that so many of the Extreme King entered the tower, and yet they all ended up okay. Perhaps this god really was a nice loan shark who only ripped people off a little. Han Sen didn't think that was possible, though. All vampires drank blood, after all. What is keeping these Extreme King from having their lives destroyed by these wishes? Han Sen kept walking as he thought, staring at the paintings on the walls along the way. Chapter 2404 Han Sen makes his wish. Han Sen thought of many different things he could wish for. He thought of wishing for God to be dead or for Han Sen himself to become God. Both of those seemed like wishes that God would be unable to fulfill, and thus would be forced to renege on his bargain. But when Han Sen thought about it some more, he realized that those wishes wouldn't work. If Han Sen wished for God to die, he needed a way to make sure that God really was dead. Ordinarily, death meant losing all signs of life, but different types of life also had different types of life signs. When Han Sen first entered the 7th floor and saw the man, he thought the man was dead. If that was the death Han Sen was referring to, then God would fulfill his wish without difficulty. He could make himself lose all signs of life without being negatively impacted. If Han Sen was going to make that sort of wish, he should wish that God had never existed. If God never existed, then he wouldn't be around to fulfill Han Sen's wishes. If he fulfilled Han Sen's wishes, then he wouldn't be around to call in the debt. If he was still around to exact payment, then he could not have fulfilled the wish. It was a simple theory, and the wish should have been impossible to fulfill. The wish made certain assumptions, though. If Han Sen really wished for God to never exist, then the assumption would be that the man really was God. If the man told Han Sen he was not God, it would be as if he was erasing God's existence. And then he could make Han Sen pay the price. There were many other similar methods that God could use to avoid getting the bad end of a bargain. God was very good when it came to toying with rules. Because of that, Han Sen didn't think that any of these ideas would work. Han Sen's gaze came down on the paintings of God hanging on the walls, and suddenly, Han Sen saw them very differently than he had before. The position of the paintings hadn't changed, but looking at them now gave Han Sen a very different sensation. Han Sen felt a water mind coming from one picture. The water mind was like a sea. It washed back and forth over Han Sen, making him feel as if he was drowning in the image. His sensitivity to water powers increased. Han Sen was shocked. He looked at all of the pictures one by one, and he found that each of them had a different meaning. Some of them were very soft and gentle, whereas others were very hard and destructive. Some of them were small, and others were endless. Others were like galaxies hanging in the sky. The 48 pictures somehow captured all the different aspects of water powers. Han Sen looked at the 48 paintings, and his knowledge of water powers increased by several levels. It looks like God's power really is quite impressive. It can read my body composition and place a water mind in the paintings for me. When the Extreme King elites came here, they must have each seen a mind that matched their own powers. That is why they became so much stronger. Frowning, Han Sen muttered to himself, this god is like King Qin. They both have very strong powers, but for some reason, there are restrictions that keep them from utilizing all of their strength. This is the only chance I have against them, as the ordinary creature that I am. Otherwise, this god could surely destroy the universe itself. But fighting a god by God's rules, the chances of winning are still pretty low. Han Sen then suddenly thought of Asura. Asura left behind the Asura Sutra, or the falsified Sky Sutra, which had causal powers. And Asura had actually consumed a god. Was that god the same type as King Qin? But Han Sen had eventually learned that the god Asura consumed was something like a Buddha. Although the Buddha were strong, they didn't reach god status. Maybe that was just a coincidence, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen kept looking at the 48 paintings, all the while thinking about what he might wish for. Gaining more water power was great for Han Sen. Ancient water god's ancient god origin had caused the original water king body to develop, so the king area's utility had definitely increased. Learning more through these paintings would also be helpful. But because of his black crystal armor, Han Sen's body was locked down. That god could probably only feel the original water king body, which was why the paintings only held a water mind. If Han Sen had access to all his Geno arts, he could have learned a great deal more from the paintings. But the black crystal armor wasn't giving Han Sen the opportunity to do that, and Han Sen couldn't understand why. It was similar to how the black crystal armor had hidden from the Geno Hall. A month was a long time, though. Han Sen was able to think about all this slowly, as he had plenty of time to learn the water minds that were available. With his own water mind knowledge deepening, Han Sen's water element shocking sky punch became stronger. As he understood more and more, Han Sen continued to modify the technique. Han Sen hadn't yet made a wish. This was the last day he would be allowed to remain inside the tower, and he was still learning the water minds in the paintings. The painting in front of Han Sen started to talk. You made a deal with me. You must make a wish. If you don't, you cannot be allowed to leave Destiny's tower. And you know this. Han Sen laughed and said, I am going to make the wish now. God was threatening Han Sen. If Han Sen didn't keep his promise, he wouldn't be allowed out even if the Extreme King opened Destiny's tower. But Han Sen thought this threat was very interesting. It seemed that, for some reason, God didn't want to offend the Extreme King. Otherwise, he would have just let Han Sen reach the time limit without reminding him. That proved that God was planning to let Han Sen go instead of forcing him to stay. Then come to me and tell me your wish, the man said in a cool voice. His face remained impassive. Han Sen returned to the 7th floor of Destiny's tower and walked in front of the man. You do not have much time. Tell me your wish, the man said. Can you fulfill any wish I want? Han Sen asked, looking at the man. Yes, anything you want, the man surely said. Can I look for someone? Han Sen asked. Of course. The man was answering without hesitation. He must have heard many strange wishes in his time. Looking for someone might have been a very common wish. Good. Then, can you please tell me where my great-granddad is? Han Sen didn't make a tricky wish or try to trap God. His wish was simple. When the man heard it, he thought the wish was very simple, as well. He wouldn't have to bend the rules to fulfill this request. What is your great-grandfather's name? The man asked. Aren't you God? You must know. Han Sen said with a chuckle. Fine, the man said casually. He looked at Han Sen, but the reflection in his eyes kept changing. Han Sen made this wish because he wanted to know which great-granddad Han Jinji actually was. If Han Jinji had been an ordinary man, then he would have already died and left the world. In that case, God wouldn't be able to find out where he was. At most, God would track him back to a gravesite. If Han Sen's great-granddad was actually the legendary figure he'd been told about, then Han Jinji had already escaped the powers of a god once. He must have been really powerful himself. This man who called himself God should have had a hard time finding someone like that. Somewhere in the universe, on a planet, in a certain street, a fortune teller was sitting on the road. He was eating noodles, making loud slurping noises as he sucked them down. Suddenly, the fortune teller's face changed. He accidentally dropped the noodles onto the ground as he shouted, "Who is tricking me?" The fortune teller's fingers twitched for a second. When he spoke again, his voice sounded furious. "That traitorous B** tricked me." While he was talking, the fortune teller quickly pulled something out of his bag. He bit his middle finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the item. He mumbled, "What a shame. Getting this treasure took so much work. When I go back, I'm going to teach that little B** a lesson." A fox was walking down the road, and she saw the fortune teller holding an article of underwear decorated with flowers. He looked as if he was in pain. She stared at him, but the fortune teller didn't even seem to notice. His face remained twisted in discomfort. In Destiny's Tower, the man looked at Han Sen. The images reflected in his eyes kept changing, but all of them gleamed brightly. Han Sen had made a wish. When the wish was complete, the man could use his power on Han Sen. Tracing Han Sen's bloodline would be very easy, as it was just a basic power. It didn't even require any special tricks. As the spell ran, the man considered different ways he could maximize his earnings from someone making such a wish. While he was in thought, the image in the man's eyes kept changing. The gleam of power in those eyes was constant, but the images within them began to whirl faster and faster. "Arg!" The man suddenly screamed. He covered his godly-looking eyes. Han Sen frowned and looked at the man. He didn't know what had happened. While he was wondering, he suddenly heard a pang. That man's eyes exploded, leaving behind two black holes. From the empty air of the room around them, a godlike voice laughed darkly. "How dare you spy on me? This time, I'm only taking away your eyes. Next time, I will destroy your body." "No, impossible. How could you be his heir? That is impossible," screamed the man whose eyes had been incinerated. "Whose heir?" Han Sen asked the man. Now he could see the wounds clearly. The holes in the man's eyes weren't flesh, they were rimmed with a jade-like substance. His eyes were completely destroyed, and there wasn't a single drop of blood. The eyeless man looked creepy. The empty pit stared at Han Sen as the man gnashed his teeth. "It doesn't matter if you are his heir or not. You made a wish, and so, you must pay the price. Plus, there is no way you are his heir. You haven't told me where he is," Han Sen said. "He is where he should be," the man said sternly. "This is wrong. You have broken the rules." Han Sen frowned. "The rules are simple. I have done what you asked, and so, you must pay up." The man looked quite angry. "What if I don't pay up?" Han Sen asked, glaring at the man. "That isn't up to you," the man laughed in a grating voice. A light began to shine around his body, like the aura of some ancient sky god. Han Sen's face suddenly changed. He noticed his lifespan had been drastically reduced. Normal creatures in the Geno universe couldn't detect their own lifespan, but Han Sen had come from the sanctuaries. He could see his own lifespan. Han Sen's maximum lifespan was reducing, year by year. It was transforming into a barely visible light and drifting toward the man. "If this place wasn't Destiny's Tower, you would be giving me more than just years from your lifespan for destroying my eyes," the man seethed. "That was unlucky. I made a wish and received nothing. And on top of that, my lifespan is being stolen. These so-called gods are quite fickle." Han Sen was furious, and he had to act. He couldn't allow himself to lose any more years. He had already lost a dozen years, and the man was still sapping away even more. Han Sen didn't know how much lifespan the man planned on taking in payment for this wish. But now Han Sen understood why the Extreme King didn't complain about the consequences of their wishes. A part of their lifespan was probably taken away, but unlike Han Sen, they had no way of knowing what was happening. Even if they did notice that something was different, they wouldn't know how much of their lifespan had been stolen. As his lifespan drained away, Han Sen felt something powerful activate inside his Sea of Soul. That black crystal armor hanging in his Sea of Soul suddenly moved. Without Han Sen's summoning, the black crystal armor appeared and floated in front of Han Sen. That black set of armor looked as if it could absorb all light. It made those who looked at it feel as if they were in the deepest recesses of hell. Han Sen froze as he looked upon the black crystal armor. The moment the armor floated in front of him, his lifespan had stopped decreasing. His connection with the man had been severed as decisively as if it had been snipped with a pair of scissors. Han Sen stopped losing years. What is going on? I've only taken a dozen years, but it should have been 153 years, why is this happening? The man didn't seem to notice the presence of the black crystal armor. He looked very confused. He turned his eyeless sockets back to Han Sen. The empty pits that were once eyes stared at Han Sen. He obviously wasn't adjusting well to his new handicap. The black crystal armor, floating in front of Han Sen, lifted its gauntleted arm. In that moment, it looked more like a real person than an empty set of armor. It raised its hand and made a fist. The black crystal armor walked up to the man, but he didn't seem to notice it. When the black crystal armor stepped in front of the man, the clenched fist suddenly launched in a savage punch. Boom! The man's body exploded. He was like a rock being reduced to powder in an instant. Beneath the power of that fist, he was nothing more than dust on the wind. The man who had called himself God was blown up in a single punch. An iridescent power that Han Sen could barely see rose from the exploded body. Then it drifted into Han Sen. Lifespan +1, lifespan +1, Han Sen's lifespan began to shoot upward. In seconds, he had earned an additional 100 years. He was gaining lifespan much faster than he had lost it, and the process was still accelerating. 200 years, 300 years, 500 years, Han Sen watched his own lifespan increase, and as he did, his heart began to pound. He felt as if it was going to jump out of his chest. Chapter 2406. 9-spin destiny mirror. Once every drop of that strange power had drifted into Han Sen's body, his lifespan reached 1787. In less than a minute, his lifespan had increased by half a millennium. I wonder how many years he has taken from the Extreme King. This cannot be all, surely. Han Sen asked the black crystal armor, directing a greedy stare at where the man's body had been. The black crystal armor ignored him. It turned around and returned to his Sea of Soul. Just like before, it hung in a corner of the Sea of Soul without moving an inch. The moment the guy that called himself God was destroyed, far away, in a mysterious palace, a man frowned and said, "Empty God, even if my God doll offended you, you could have just taken his eyes. Instead, you actually killed him. Do you think I am afraid of you?" In the streets, the fortune teller looked at the broken article of underwear in his hand, then let it go. It was reduced to dust. He sighed and said, "What a shame. It was hard to get my hands on that item." He picked up his bowl of noodles that had fallen to the ground and wiped the bowl clean with a cloth. Then, he put the bowl away. Picking up his sign, which read, "Destiny," he walked down the street and disappeared amidst the crowds. Han Sen watched the man turn to dust, and as he did, he realized that his time was up. He quickly ran down through the tower. As he ran, he thought to himself, if the Extreme King finds out the statue is destroyed, they won't come after me, will they? I won't admit I was the one to destroy it, but even if I said I did, they wouldn't believe I was able to, would they? When Han Sen reached the 6th floor, he saw that the paintings were still hanging on the walls. But the meaning and influence behind them had disappeared. They were just ordinary paintings now. It was like this all the way down. All of the paintings had lost their god minds. They were nothing special anymore. Weird. Fox Queen said the 9-spin destiny mirror was inside this tower. How come I haven't seen it? With that thought, Han Sen checked the time and realized that he still had 1 hour left. So, he decided to look around the tower. He had walked up and down the tower many times over the past month. Aside from the paintings, the man had been the only other thing there. There were no mirrors. Was Fox Queen lying to me? That doesn't make any sense. Lying to me about the mirror wouldn't benefit her in any way. Han Sen frowned and thought to himself, did someone manage to trick Fox Queen herself? Maybe give her bogus intel. If that is the case, then that might mean Fox Queen's identity has been exposed. But Fox Queen is smart. Tricking someone like her would be difficult. Han Sen was both intrigued and a little worried, so he looked into every corner of Destiny's tower with complete thoroughness. There was no 9-spin destiny mirror. There was nothing inside the tower at all. Han Sen could see each floor clearly with just a look. If there was a mirror, he would have seen it. Searching should have been unnecessary. There isn't anywhere to hide things in this tower. Aside from the statue man that looked like a human but wasn't actually a human, that is. Han Sen suddenly thought of the man who had been sitting atop that pedestal. He returned to the 7th floor. If something was hidden anywhere in this tower, it had to be inside that pedestal. Han Sen hadn't returned to the 7th floor in order to help Fox Queen, though. If there really was a treasure like the 9-spin Destiny Mirror, he would take it for himself. After all, the 9-spin Destiny Mirror would be a powerful item. The foxes thought that regaining the item would let them take back a prominent place in the universe. Back on the 7th floor, Han Sen looked at the platform the man had been sitting upon. It was just an ordinary stone pedestal. There was nothing special about it. It was made of the same stone that composed the rest of Destiny's tower. Han Sen reached out his hands and pressed against the pedestal. The platform had taken no damage at all. It clearly wasn't something that would break easily. It's a shame that I used all my 9-spin fox power. Otherwise, I could try to use that power to summon the mirror. Han Sen went silent for a moment, then extended one of his fingers over the stone. He allowed a droplet of blood to fall down onto the pedestal. That blood was infused with the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra. Han Sen wanted to see if the platform was spiritual in some capacity. When the blood splashed onto the stone, the platform began to shake. The blood then blended into the pedestal, and it shook even harder. Suddenly, the platform floated up into the air. It hovered, its stone enamel cracking and flaking off from the violent tremoring. Soon, the real face of the pedestal began to be revealed. A while later, the stone surface shattered completely, revealing the stone mirror inside. When Han Sen let another droplet of blood bleed onto the stone mirror, silver light glowed from the mirror. Within the reflective surface, Han Sen saw the shadow of a silver 9-tailed fox. Those 9 tails swayed softly, as the small fox eyes regarded Han Sen. Buzz! The stone mirror started to fly, spinning around Han Sen. The stone mirror was the size of a mortar and pestle, but it shrank until it was around the size of Han Sen's hand. It landed in his palm, and then the light completely disappeared. The shadow of the 9-tailed fox in the mirror was gone. Han Sen lifted the mirror, and he realized that it no longer reflected anything. It was just a piece of grayish-white stone. Even if he tried to polish it with a soft fabric, the mirror refused to show a reflection. But on the back of the stone mirror, Han Sen found an engraving of the 9-tailed fox. It was just like the shadow Han Sen had seen when the mirror was glowing. The droplet of blood had vanished. It seemed to have disappeared when the stone mirror activated. Han Sen played with the stone mirror for a while, but he was unable to find out how to use it. He couldn't activate the stone mirror's power. I can try to use my blood to gain control of it. Maybe it will come to recognize me like the jade drum did. Han Sen put away the stone mirror and waited until the departure time was upon him. When that time rolled around, Destiny's tower opened. Quickly, he rushed out of there. The Extreme King didn't seem to know anything about what had transpired inside Destiny's tower, which made him feel very relieved. He said his goodbyes and returned to Planet Water Zone's underwater town. If you were that powerful, you should have just done it sooner. If something like that happens again, you don't need to wait around before cutting the bad guy down. Kill a few more gods, and we'll live a lot longer, Han Sen said to the black crystal armor in his Sea of Soul once he had returned to his room. But the black crystal armor didn't move. It behaved as it always did, like a dead object. When the black crystal armor didn't react, Han Sen left it alone. He rested at home for a few more days, waiting to see if the Extreme King noticed any changes in Destiny's tower. Luckily, the Extreme King was none the wise. They didn't seem to have a clue that the man statue inside Destiny's tower had been destroyed. It made Han Sen feel much safer. Han Sen, Super God Spirit Body Geno Battle Body, Mutant Blood Duke Spell Duke Dongshuan King Jadescant Duke Level, King Genes, 22 Deified Progress, 12% Lifespan, 1787, he isn't dead. Upon learning that Han Sen was alive and had visited Destiny's tower, Fox Queen was amazed. Chapter 2407. Entering the core area again. Fox Queen wanted to go to Planet Water Zone immediately to see if Han Sen had managed to get the 9-spin Destiny Mirror from Destiny's tower. But Bai Kanglang had something he needed her to do, so she didn't have time to go to Planet Water Zone yet. In order to protect her cover identity, she had to suppress her impatience for the time being. But Fox Queen couldn't stop thinking. About how Han Sen had activated the sacred blood statue, yet somehow managed to survive. She couldn't figure out how he had pulled that off. Long ago, Sacred Leader used the sacred blood statue to control subordinates. Even his deified soldiers were subject to it, and the sacred blood statue on Han Sen's back had been drawn in ancient blood dragon lady's blood. That sort of sacred blood statue was reserved for use against deifieds. Han Sen was just a duke. He wasn't even a king yet, so how could he survive? Fox Queen was very confused, but it would be a while before she could travel to Planet Water Zone and find answers to her questions. After Han Sen returned to Underwater Town, he began researching the 9-spin Destiny Mirror. He couldn't discover anything unique about it. He put power into it, but he couldn't seem to activate the item. His only option was to drip his blood onto the stone mirror in the hope that it would come to acknowledge him as its master further down the line. Every time Han Sen placed his blood upon the stone mirror, it would light up with the shadow of the 9-tailed fox. When the shadow disappeared, the blood would go with it. Han Sen was trying to use the same method he had with the jade drum, but it didn't seem to be working. Did King Bao put the fox's 9-spin Destiny Mirror in Destiny's Tower and place it beneath that statue? If so, why would he do that? Han Sen couldn't come up with any answers to that question. The stone mirror wasn't making any progress, and for the moment, there didn't seem to be anything Han Sen could do about that. The water fairy in the jade gourd was helping Han Sen grow stronger, though. She embodied the feelings of the proud Bone Swordman for him, and as a result, Han Sen felt as if his own Swordman was about to have a breakthrough. Han Sen didn't copy Mad Sword Swordman, though. He used his own Swordman to fight with Mad Swords. At first the fights were entirely one-sided, but after a while, Han Sen started to develop some resistance. Mad Sword Swordman wasn't suitable for Han Sen, so he didn't plan on using it directly. Instead, he used it as a grinding stone, sharpening his own Swordman against it. It doesn't matter how strong Mad Sword Swordman is, it isn't my own. It would only belong to me if I could fully understand it. Although improvements like this were much slower than if he were to simply copy Mad Sword Swordman, Han Sen wasn't in any particular rush. He focused on each aspect of his Swordman, improving it a piece at a time. Although Han Sen had many King-class core genes, and he had 100 King-class xenogenic genes, he would need many more in the coming days. So, Han Sen still planned on going back to the core area to hunt for more core genes. It was always good to have more in the shed, after all. If Han Sen's guess was correct, 100 King-class xenogenic genes might raise his King area by 1 tier. Han Sen pushed his self-cogwheel to enter the core area again. He returned to the location where he had left, which wasn't too far from Planet Dark Zone. Han Sen wouldn't dare visit Planet Dark Zone again, until he had enough strength. Provoking that weird insect would basically mean committing suicide. His super god body didn't make him invincible, and the time limit was always a headache. Once I become deified, will I be able to use an infinite amount of super god spirit body? Han Sen wondered as he flew. What a coincidence. Are you interested in cooperating again? Han Sen hadn't been flying for long when a group of people approached him. It was Dragon 1, Dragon 8, and some other dragons. But Dragon 1 and Dragon 8 were the only dragons who had survived their last venture. The dragons accompanying them now were new. Han Sen didn't answer. From another direction, a second group of people was swiftly approaching. The leader of that bunch was Dia Robber. As he flew closer, he said, "If you guys are cooperating, might it be okay if we join?" Han Sen was shocked. He had only just entered the core area, and these two had already found him. This couldn't be a coincidence. "People, I am flattered. But I was hoping to venture out alone this time. Maybe another time," Han Sen said, rejecting their offers politely. He didn't know what they were after, and he didn't want to fight with them. Han Sen turned to leave, but Dia Robber immediately said, "If you don't wish to work with us, that's fine. But I have a few mutant king-class xenogenics to go after. Are you interested in taking a look?" Han Sen stopped. It took time to find mutant xenogenics, so being able to travel straight to them would be a great help for Han Sen's leveling. If they were killing mutants, Han Sen could gain the xenogenics talents without needing to practice them. Not bad, not bad. I have a lead on a few mutant xenogenics, as well. If you are interested, you know the rules and shares, Dragon 1 then said. Han Sen was very tempted by both offers. If things really were as they said, killing a few mutant xenogenics would be very beneficial for Han Sen. Plus, he would be getting 50% of the spoils from the entire fight, not just what he personally killed. And there would be no need to spend time seeking the xenogenics out. Opportunities like this were hard to come by. After a brief period of silent thought, Han Sen still turned down both offers. If he chose a side now, he would only end up offending the other. Han Sen wasn't worried about offending others, but in this case, it was unnecessary. Since Han Sen hadn't agreed, they still wouldn't be able to kill those mutant xenogenics by themselves. They would need Han Sen's help in the future, anyway. Perhaps he could receive more benefits like this later on. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber seemed to expect Han Sen to turn them down, so they didn't appear to be disappointed. They still spoke to Han Sen with glee and respect, hoping they could cooperate again in the near future. Why are you so nice to him? Do you think the destroyed need a king like him? Bar asked once Han Sen had left. Dia Robber was one of the few people that could make Bar listen. If Dia Robber wasn't there, he would have fought Han Sen. It wasn't that Bar didn't like Han Sen, he just enjoyed fighting powerful people. Dia Robber nodded with sincerity, and he said, yes, we really need someone like him. Seeing Bar fall silent, Dia Robber sighed and said, we need him because he is stronger than us. Sure, the deified members of our race are stronger than he is, but that matters little because they can't enter the core area. If they cannot come, then they cannot come. What's the big deal? Bar grunted in annoyance. Dia Robber smiled and said, there is no big deal. But if we want to kill deified core xenogenics in the core area, then we need him. Do you think our destroyed kings could escape a deified xenogenic the way Dollar did? If they didn't have an area power to restrict strength, an ordinary deified xenogenic couldn't kill me, Bar said. You are the best king we have, but hunting deified xenogenics with just you and I would be an impossible task. We might succeed, but we would sacrifice a lot. With Dollar's help, that can change. The success rate would be higher, and we wouldn't sacrifice as much. What is the harm in that? Dia Robber asked, shaking his head. Chapter 2408. Furnace. Almost word for word, Dragon 1 said the same thing to the Dragon Kings. Han Sen didn't know what they were planning, and neither did he want to know. He flew through space for around an hour before he found a lone core xenogenic flying through the darkness. That xenogenic looked very unusual. It hung against the empty background of space like a burning smithy's furnace. Its body looked to be made of steel, and its cogwheel-composed body was wrapped with countless chains. A fiery red core glowed on its top. Han Sen flew right up to the big furnace, but before he became within range, the furnace's opening shot a geyser of fire at him. It looked like a volcano erupting. The enormous wave of flame spread as it came forward, and in 1 second, a few dozen miles were covered in that raging blaze. Han Sen felt as if his body was going to melt. Without hesitation, he summoned the purple and red laser gun and sent his power into it. He fired it at the big furnace. The laser gun unleashed a beam of red and purple light. The purple and red light shot right through the fire area and struck the big furnace without even slowing down. Pang! The furnace's body was 10 meters wide. Han Sen's beam of light punched through the furnace, then spread out from the puncture wound to consume the entire creature. The core demon bug gun has a consuming power. Not bad at all. The only frustrating thing is that the consuming power works slowly, and the radius isn't as large as the original creature's consuming area. Han Sen quite liked his new gun. The big furnace heaved out fire as it turned to run, but it was full of holes after Han Sen riddled it with a few more shots. In the end, the creature exploded. The fire within the furnace went off like a firework as the creature detonated. Core xenogenic king hunted. Smithy furnace. Core xenogenic gene found. Han Sen flew around and grabbed the red claw that had fallen out of the creature. He placed the claw in his pocket and flew forward to find other things to slay. After flying for another half an hour or so, Han Sen found another one of those furnaces. He rushed over and blew the furnace up, receiving another core xenogenic gene for his trouble. This part of the core area seemed like a space dedicated to the furnaces. After 10 hours of soaring, Han Sen had managed to kill a total of 6 furnaces. Although none of them gave him a beast soul, the mere ability to harvest xenogenic genes was pleasing to Han Sen. At this rate, I will become very rich. Han Sen was very happy with the progress he had made thus far, and so he continued to fly forward. After another short while of travel, he found a place populated by many asteroids. He saw another flying furnace, too. As Han Sen looked closer, he noticed that this furnace was different from all the other furnaces he had thus far encountered. The other furnaces were around a dozen meters tall, and they were made of a featureless black steel. This furnace was only 3 or 4 meters tall, however. It was made of copper, and the core of the furnace and the fires inside were bronze. The weirdest thing about this one, though, was that there was a sword sticking out of it. That sword was almost wholly swallowed by the flames. It was very red, and something about it was particularly eye-catching. Is this another subspecies of the flying furnaces? There is a sword inside. This looks higher class than those black furnaces, but the power I sense from it doesn't seem to be much stronger. The other furnaces were kings of the 1st or 2nd tier, but this guy has an area that is at the 3rd or 4th tier at the most. Han Sen had come to kill xenogeniacs, so he didn't put any more thought into it. He pulled out his gun and fired more of his red and purple beams at the furnace. That furnace was sitting atop a giant asteroid. It was breathing, inhaling some sort of power from the universe. Every breath made the fire burn bright and hot. Han Sen's red and purple beam of light landed on the copper furnace, blowing a big chunk blown out of the creature. The copper furnace tumbled away from its position, bouncing off other asteroids as it went. The copper flame of the furnace also struck the asteroids, leaving behind trails of scorching fire. Han Sen was shocked. The core demon bug gun was a mutant king beast soul, but the shot was unable to cut all the way through the copper furnace. The beam of light had only dented the creature's surface, and the consuming powers weren't able to latch on. The copper furnace righted itself before long, and it looked very angry. It spat out a long geyser of fire, venting its rage like some flaming demon. Han Sen didn't feel sorry for the creature, though. He just fired his gun at it again. On the inside, he was thinking, I need to strike as quickly as I can. The body of this copper furnace is nothing weak, but if I shoot it a few more times, I should be able to break it. The purple and red beam flew toward the furnace again, but the furnace released a red light that intercepted the beam. It looked like the burning red light had come from the sword inside the furnace. Pang! 2 powers hit each other, and the collision produced a beautiful shower of sparks. Then, to Han Sen's surprise, sparks began to spill from the sword inside the furnace. The sword didn't break, though. The beam from the core demon bug gun was dispersed by the impact, and it spread harmlessly into the reaches of space. The sword inside the furnace made sizzling noises. The fire inside the copper furnace popped and crackled like it was talking to the sword. A copper-colored flame area covered the entire galaxy, wrapping over both Han Sen and the furnace. But Han Sen couldn't feel the heat. It was like the copper flame area was some sort of mirage. The copper flame area intensified, and the sword grew hotter and hotter. It turned a translucent gold, and strange symbols appeared across its length. Han Sen felt fear awaken inside him. He quickly raised and fired his gun a few more times. But the sword flew and danced, hitting every single projectile with its sword lights. The copper fire area was still present, and the sword continued to absorb it. The body of the golden sword became a green crystal, and it burned with a copper fire. It looked both pretty and disturbing. Han Sen frowned. The sword seemed so powerful. Powerful enough to frighten him. This is a strong xenogeniac. It is just 3rd or 4th tier, but its area power is boosting the sword inside the furnace to unbelievable levels. The sword's power is at least half deified, by this point. This is amazing. Han Sen was shocked, but he didn't want to back off now. He summoned Move Mountain Area, curious to see just how strong this special furnace xenogeniac really was. The crystal sword was burning with a copper fire. The sword groaned as it broke the sky. It was teleporting toward Han Sen's heart. Han Sen aimed a punch at the flying sword. His armor was imbued with Move Mountain Area, so his defense would be very strong. Han Sen didn't have to be scared of the power wielded by the sword. Pang! The tip of the sword thudded into Han Sen's fist. The sword carved a deep gash in the armored fist, and blood began to drip out. Chapter 2409, Sword from the Furnace, a very powerful sword. Han Sen lowered his head and stared at his fist. Despite being imbued with Move Mountain Area, the armor covering his fist had been sliced clean through. His fingers were bleeding. He was just thankful that the bones were undamaged. The sword from the furnace came to strike a second time, but this strike was going to be harder than the last one. The sword moved so fast that Han Sen could barely follow it with his eyes. Kacha! Han Sen grabbed the blade of the sword from the furnace, which drew more streams of blood from his hands. He kept gripping the blade, though. The sword from the furnace shook as if it was trying to move forward, but Han Sen held on tight and kept the blade still. The copper furnace's fire blazed higher. The fire area covered everything again. The sword from the furnace absorbed that fire, and the sword grew even more transparent. Its power increased, and it thrust toward Han Sen's heart again. The blade sliced deeper into Han Sen's hands. Blood spilled around the sharp edges of the sword, but even still, Han Sen refused to let go. He resettled his grip on the sword, tightening his hands as he tried to force back the sword from the furnace. The tip of the sword from the furnace almost touched Han Sen's chest. The green crystal blade looked like a venomous snake as it shook and writhed in Han Sen's hands. It was trying to strike at his heart, but its movements had been restricted. The copper furnace was rising, drawing in energy from the galaxy all around it as it went. The fire burned higher and hotter. The bronze fire area encompassed everything again. The sword from the furnace absorbed a fire area, and it received a godly boost of power. It unleashed a level of strength that was hard to imagine. It slid forward through Han Sen's hands, unstoppable. Kacha. The sword began slicing through the armor on Han Sen's chest. He kept trying to push the fierce blade back, but he couldn't. Blood was now pouring from Han Sen's hands, and it was only a matter of time before it started cutting into his finger bones. The blade had sunk 5 centimeters into Han Sen's chest at this point, and it was about to touch his heart. The copper furnace was dancing happily. The fire within it was doing a jig, and the flames took on the shape of a smiling emoji that stared right at Han Sen. "You are really strong, but this has got to stop," Han Sen said to the copper furnace, his hands still holding the blade. The sword from the furnace was very strong, but after those first few attacks, the scary power had moved into the Dongshuan armor. It wouldn't be as easy for the sword from the furnace to pierce through the Dongshuan armor now. Kacha. Han Sen summoned his strength and pushed against the sword from the furnace. His grip on the blade should have been tenuous at best, but no matter how much the sword tried to struggle, it couldn't break free from Han Sen's clasp. The copper furnace's fire blazed furiously again and released another fire area. The fire area wasn't dangerous by itself, but it buffed the sword from the furnace an alarming amount. Every time the fire area appeared, it made the sword from the furnace much stronger. And that buffing capability appeared to be limitless. Because the sword from the furnace grew stronger every time, that meant that the area effect was stackable. This stackable area was the first Han Sen had seen. Han Sen's eyes hardened as he grabbed the sword from the furnace. He pulled the sword out of his chest as the fire area suddenly disappeared. Aside from the small fire that still flickered within the copper furnace, there were no other sparks. Han Sen had been running his Dongshuan area at max power. It forced the copper furnace's universal self-cogwheel to stop, extinguishing the fire area. The copper furnace was shivering. The cogwheels inside the furnace were spinning very quickly, trying to draw enough energy from the space around it to fuel the fire area again. But no matter how fast they spun, the creature couldn't ignore its area power. It was like trying to strike a wet match. Unless the opponent was stronger than Han Sen, the Dongshuan area would force them to use their universal self-cogwheel. If they didn't, they would have no power inside the Dongshuan area. The copper furnace itself wasn't too strong. It was just a second or third tier king xenogenic. But its fire area, when used in concert with the sword from the furnace, had incredible power. After a few buffs, the sword from the furnace was at least as good as a half-deified being. This was the first time Han Sen had seen this type of xenogenic. The copper furnace wanted to spit out some more fire, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't even generate a plume of smoke. "It's my turn now." Holding the sword from the furnace in one hand, Han Sen lifted his core demon bug gun in the other. He fired at the copper furnace like a madman. Because of the move mountain area, Han Sen's movement speed was slow. There was no way that he could have attacked the copper furnace by hand at this point, but the core demon bug gun's firing speed was unchanged. Pang, 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 pang. The purple and red beam crashed into the copper furnace, and the creature was sent flying. The furnace collected dents all over its surface as it bounced through the asteroid field. Why is this guy so hard? Han Sen was stunned. He had used his core demon bug gun to shoot at it for ages. He covered the copper furnace with dents and dings, but he was unable to break it, and the consuming power couldn't latch onto his enemy. The copper furnace looked to be in bad shape, but it had only taken minor injuries. It hadn't sustained any serious harm. A third or fourth tier king xenogenic has such a weird area. And its body is so hard. This is very strange, Han Sen frowned, but Han Sen had come too far to let things go now. He kept using his core demon bug gun to shoot at the copper furnace, resolving to shoot the thing as much as he needed to in order to break it. Han Sen's precise shots continued nailing the furnace. The creature was still flying, but rather than trying to get away from Han Sen, it was coming closer. The furnace jerked forward like it was riding a roller coaster in space. The sword from the furnace kept struggling within Han Sen's hand, but it couldn't shake him loose. Pang! Finally, after Han Sen had been shooting for what seemed like forever, one side of the copper furnace took a little too much damage. The purple and red light blew a fist-sized hole in the surface. The hole wasn't large, but Han Sen felt instantly relieved. The size wasn't a problem. If he could pierce it, then he could destroy it. Han Sen planned to keep on firing, but the copper furnace began to make wheezing, crying sounds. The Dongshuan area was still locking down all the cogwheels in the nearby space, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't create any more fire areas. Suddenly, Han Sen heard a deafening metallic shriek. This sound wasn't coming from the copper furnace, though. Han Sen raised his head. He turned and saw a giant copper furnace coming toward him. It was as big as a planet, and thousands of swords circled it like a raging river. Every sword looked like the sword from the furnace in Han Sen's hand. They burned with a weird green fire that looked somehow crystalline. As far as Han Sen could see, the galaxy was covered in a stream of swords, and the world became a sea of flashing blades. Chapter 2410. Stream of Swords. The huge furnace's appearance caught Han Sen completely off guard. He quickly shoved as much power as possible into his Dongshuan area. It was impossible for him to completely stop the swords from the furnace in the fire area. This giant copper furnace was a genuine half-deified beast. It was probably only one small step away from being deified. It was almost stronger than Dragon 1. But, thankfully, it didn't have substance chains, so it couldn't be a real deified. The Dongshuan area couldn't completely seal power, but it still affected the universal cogwheels. It made the universal cogwheels spin slower, which led to a reduction in power. Plus, with the Move Mountain area, Han Sen wasn't really afraid of that stream of swords, though they did look very scary. Dong! Han Sen waved the sword from the furnace that was in his hand and knocked away a bunch of the raining swords that were coming dangerously close. But ultimately, the sword rain was too much to defend against, and each one of those swords wielded a frightening power. Each attack came with the strength of a half-deified creature. A blade hit Han Sen, cutting open the Dongshuan armor. Fortunately, Move Mountain area was able to absorb a lot of power from the attacks it had sustained. It was able to shrug off the attack of a half-deified being. The sword rain could leave deep scratches in the Dongshuan armor, but it couldn't pierce all the way through. Blade after blade slammed into the armor. It was like a flash flood. Each one kept left a scrape across the armor's surface. The strikes got dangerously close to Han Sen's flesh, and he almost yelled out in alarm. The waterfall of swords kept pounding Han Sen's body. Under such violent attacks, this king seemed just as threatening as a deified xenogeniac. While the deified bug Han Sen had fought was incredibly powerful, it didn't have any ranged attacks, so the kings with Han Sen still had a chance to run away. But beneath this sword rain that blanketed the sky, there was nowhere to run. No matter how strong a person's defenses were, getting continuously struck by that sword waterfall would eventually lead to him getting perforated. It was the same principle Han Sen had been counting on when he attacked the copper furnace. But this stream of attacks wasn't made up of water, it was composed of swords wielding half-deified power. If it was anyone else, with any different type of area power, they would have died within the first messy barrage of that stream of swords. Even their bones would have been crushed. Luckily, Han Sen had his Move Mountain area for protection. As all those sword streams came down on the Dongshuan armor, they provided an incredible buff to the armor's defensive properties. As long as the first few attacks didn't break the Move Mountain area, using the Dongshuan armor as the carrier made him invincible. The small copper furnace flew over to the big copper furnace. The mouth of the furnace kept spitting out fire as it made a pitiful whining noise. It seemed to be telling the big copper furnace of its woes. After the big copper furnace heard what it was told, it became enraged. It released a wave of green fire that looked like it could incinerate a planet. The fire area came down and covered the swords from the furnaces. The swords received the fire area's buff, and their powers rose to a terrifying level. Dragon 1 was flying through space. After Dia Robber left, he went around, following in the direction Han Sen had gone. He kept on the move, but he didn't see Han Sen. Han Sen had been traveling fast, clearly intending to kill as many xenogenics as possible. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber had talked for a while before going their separate ways. It made sense that Dragon 1 had yet to catch up with Han Sen. Moving forward more leads to the core furnace zone. The strongest core furnace is halfway to being deified. It doesn't have its own substance chain yet, but it is stronger than most half-deified beings. And there are scary swords inside that furnace. Many kings and half-deifieds have confronted it, but none of them have been able to kill it. I wonder why Dollar is headed there. Is he going to fight the core furnace alone? Dragon 1 looked forward and frowned. He was still traveling forward, but he suddenly glanced over his shoulder. He saw a shadow coming toward him. Dragon 1 watched it suspiciously, and when he saw the person clearly, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Dia Robber, what a coincidence. We meet again so soon. Dia Robber smiled and flew towards Dragon 1, stopping right before him. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked at each other. They were both smart, so they both knew what the other wanted. Dia Robber, if you quit now, we will leave Exquisite Mountain. It will belong to you and the other destroyed, Dragon 1 offered quietly. Dia Robber laughed. Dragon 1, give me Dollar. We do not want Exquisite Mountain. The dragon can keep it. It looks like we will have to employ our own tricks, Dragon 1 said with a feral grin. No matter what, Dollar will belong to the destroyed, Dia Robber responded coldly. Even if that is what you want, he might not go with you, Dragon 1 countered. Dia Robber started to say something, but then he noticed some green flames far in the distance. The light reflected off of clouds of dust that had risen from the turmoil, and countless swords could be seen flying against the dusty backdrop. Dollar went to the core furnaces. Dia Robber's face changed. Dragon 1 frowned. It seems that way. Dia Robber's face changed, but in the end, he laughed and looked at Dragon 1. He said, he really dares to go in there. Does he want to kill the core furnace? Not bad. Now we can gauge how strong he is. You will want to know as well, right? Dragon 1 had a wry smile. He and Dia Robber were thinking the same thing. They both wanted to use Dollar's powers to fight the core area's deified xenogenics. The core area's deified xenogenics were a very large prize. Because no deified could enter this place, claiming that prize was a very difficult process. Many different elites of varying races had attempted to bring down core deifieds, but they all had failed. Even the extreme king had to rally many half-deified people to pull off such a hunt. The dragon and the destroyed had achieved some modicum of success in the past, but they had to rally many half-deifieds in their attempts. That also meant they lost a lot of people in the battles, and when the benefits were split among those who remained, there was never much for each person. Nothing to compensate for the danger and losses incurred. Therefore, over the past few years, there hadn't been many chances to hunt deified xenogenics. The strength of deified xenogenics varied widely, and the weaker variety were generally targeted by hunters. Once those deified xenogenics were killed, only the strong deified xenogenics remained, and over time, those monsters became even stronger. Killing them was now a much harder endeavor than it had once been. Like the weird bug they recently encountered, it was a powerful deified xenogenic. Even if they gathered many half-deified elites, there'd be a very low chance of actually taking out that horrifying creature. Chapter 2411. Invincible defense. People like Han Sen, who could survive a conflict with a deified xenogenic, were really helpful when it came to taking down deified xenogenics. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 both knew the value of recruiting Dollar to their respective causes. Even a party of extreme king would be willing to hire Han Sen to fight for them. Kings wanted to hunt down deified creatures, and the extreme king could sometimes do that, but only if they found a weak deified. The stronger deified beings were too powerful for even the extreme king to handle. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 exchanged a glance, then flew towards the fire area at almost the same time. This looks very bad. The core furnace just triggered its third fire area. The swords from the furnace are strong enough to kill a half-deified elite now. When Dia Robber got a better view of the battlefield, he couldn't help but frown. The core furnace had remained alive while deified xenogenics were killed around it because its power and fire area were too scary. It wasn't like no one had tried to take it down before. A group of half-deifieds had worked together to attack the creature before, but their attempt failed beneath that sword rain. A few of the half-deified elites were even killed before they could escape. The large sword rain in the stacking fire area was a nightmare for the kings that challenged this beast. It wasn't something that could be overcome simply by assembling more people to go up against it. Dragon 1 nodded. The fire area has stacked 3 times. Not even our last generation Dragon 13, who has the strongest defense, would have been able to block this. And he was half deified. As they talked, they carefully kept themselves well outside of the fire area. They didn't dare enter. There were 3 fire area buffs and rivers of swords in front of them. If they went inside, they wouldn't be coming out alive. Plus, that core furnace was brewing its 4th fire area. But when they peered down through the haze of swords, their faces changed. Han Sen was wrapped in a blue glow, and rivers of swords were washing over his body from every angle. It was so scary that the 2 half-deifieds felt a little numb at the sight. Those scary sword streams slammed into Han Sen's body, but they couldn't break through the defense of his armor. Han Sen hung in the air as countless green crystal swords from the furnace came soaring down to strike him, then bounced off like they were made of cheap wood. Against Han Sen's armor, those scary swords that could kill half-deified beings were nothing more than raindrops. Boom! As they watched, the core furnace's cogwheels and chains moved, opening the furnace so it could absorb universal energies. Then the entrance port of the furnace spat out a volcano of green fire. The new fire area spread, then settled over the swords from the furnace. The swords from the furnace absorbed the fire area and crystallized further. Many of the swords now looked like green jewelry. They were glowing with light and fire, and each one of them looked like some mythic weapon of legend. The 4th fire area. Dia Robber's lips pressed into a thin line. Dragon 1 looked glum. 4 fire areas were now buffing the swords from the furnace. Each sword now wielded the power of a top half-deified being. Every one of them was equal to Dragon 1's power. There were many swords, and they swirled through space like some angry, crystalline hurricane. If that core furnace could go out into the Geno universe, it could wipe out many of the higher races. Its storm of swords was like an army of half-deified xenogenics. Of course, the core furnace had its downsides, as well. Every time it absorbed power from the universe, it shouldered the burden of casting another fire area. Each fire area it cast was a strain on its strength, so it couldn't continue stacking its area power forever. 4 fire area buffs were almost all the core furnace could endure. If the fire area continued to stack, the furnace itself might buckle and melt under the strain. If the furnace was unlucky enough to encounter a powerful deified xenogenic, the deified wouldn't let the fire area stack up that many times. The deified would just smash through the storm of swords and break the furnace in one hit. But right now, the furnace had managed to build up 4 layers of the fire area. The power it now wielded was truly frightening. It wasn't something a normal deified xenogenic could deal with. A flash flood of swords approached Han Sen, blanketing the space around him. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber's eyebrows rose. The pressure of the situation was getting to them, and they clenched their fists. Can Dollar survive this? Dragon 1 and Dia Robber stared at Han Sen, hovering alone in his blue area. Boom! The waterfall of swords came crashing down on Han Sen. They buried Han Sen under a seething mountain of green jade. The raging stream of swords kept coming down, and it felt like so much mass was converging that a black hole was about to form, right there in space. Sweat tricked down the foreheads of Dragon 1 and Dia Robber. If this kind of attack came at one of them, their bodies would be torn to shreds. It wasn't a matter of enduring it through force of will. It was an incredible power that had been designed for the sole purpose of killing enemies. It was impossible to endure unless the defender had more raw power than the attack. No amount of reinforcements or additional troops could overcome something like this. Water was very weak in small quantities, but when enough water gathered in one place, it could become a tsunami. Even tall buildings could be toppled by such forces of nature. The swords of the core furnace held that same awe-inspiring power. The impacts of the sword stream were so loud that Dragon 1 and Dia Robber could barely hear each other. Their eyes stared at the blue light in the middle of the sword stream. The blue light area had yet to be swallowed, and that meant Dollar was not yet dead. Surviving under such circumstances was nothing short of a miracle. Boom! The falling sword stream began to slow down, and Dragon 1 and Dia Robber could finally see Han Sen through the small gaps between the swords. Han Sen stood calmly in place. He was fearless, like some sort of god. He let those swords from the furnace collide with his armor, and he made no effort to block them. None of the swords could break through his defenses. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were both shocked and happy. What kind of area and armor power does Dollar have? He remained uninjured beneath the weight of those attacks. They could barely believe the strength of Han Sen's defenses, but it gave them hope. With such a powerful defense, stalling a deified xenogeniac might be possible. Chapter 2412. Fighting face-to-face move mountain area was practically invincible, but Han Sen felt as if he was going to reach the end of his tether soon. There was no problem with the way move mountain area functioned, but there was a limit to the amount of power that the Dongsquan armor could support. So much power was being funneled into the armor that it was starting to produce cracking sounds, like breaking glass. The Dongshuan armor was only on its first tier. Although it was the best when compared to others of the same level, that level was simply too low for this situation. The fact that it had endured this long was amazing. If Dongshuan armor can level up to its 9th tier and be reset, then the combination of move mountain area and the Dongshuan area will make fighting a deified xenogeniac face-to-face quite feasible, Han Sen thought to himself. Boom. As Han Sen was thinking, the core furnace was opening to absorb as much universal energy as it could. The furnace's fire flared up brightly. The furnace itself seemed to be changing under the heat. The copper had become semi-transparent, and it glowed with the wavering light of its flames. It looked both very weird and very beautiful. Fire spewed out of it as the 5th fire area poured forth. The greenish fireball became solid like water as it wrapped over the swords from the furnace. Many swords absorbed that 5th fire area power. The swords looked like perfect glass now. They moved like they had been possessed by sword, spirits, and dangerous shadows traveled behind them. 5 fire areas. This is very nearly a substance chain power. The core furnace is cheating. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were both in shock. Their bodies were trembling with intimidation from the sight of all those swords. They weren't scared for their own lives, of course, but the sight of all that power caused a gut reaction that neither of them had expected. Even from this distance, they could feel the dangerous heat of the coming attack. Luckily, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were top kings. These wisps of sword air would have already forced ordinary kings down onto their knees. Maybe after this fight, that core furnace will become deified, Dragon 1 murmured, his eyes locked on the furnace. Can Dollar withstand it? Dia Robber looked into space. The stream of swords was pointing at Han Sen. The cold sweat running off of the destroyed had soaked his clothing. Han Sen could see that the swords from the furnace were all aiming at him, but he wasn't afraid. He complimented them quietly, saying, "Such a powerful xenogeniac, what a shame." As he spoke to himself, Han Sen stretched out a hand. His thumb and middle finger came together, and a coin appeared between them. Han Sen couldn't move. Move mountain area's buffing had made the Dongshuan armor too heavy. In addition, the Dongshuan armor had reached max capacity. If it absorbed any more power, it was sure to blow up. So, now, Han Sen had to fight face to face. He had no choice. He has to fight. Upon seeing Han Sen's plan, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked unsettled. A first-tier king was going to fight the almost deified furnace. The likelihood of death was very high. They could see Han Sen's situation and hear his armor creaking. There were some small marks starting to appear across it. Clearly, it couldn't endure the suppression of that scary power for much longer. They thought Han Sen was fighting now because he had no other choice. A first-tier king should have had no chance at all against that enormous storm of swords. Han Sen didn't agree, though. The swords from the furnace were scary. Even Move Mountain area and his Dongshuan armor couldn't bear them. But the incredible power that had built up within his armor was something that Han Sen could now use. Come on, let the world know the power of collecting taxes. Han Sen growled under his breath. He held the coin tightly between his fingers. One buzz. The coin moaned, and the numbers upon its surface jumped up quickly. 1, 2, 10, 50, the numbers upon the coin blurred as they raced upward. The wave of swords gathered, preparing to head for Han Sen and his coin. Han Sen's coin had 2 skills, saving money and collecting taxes. Saving money could stack up his own power to attack. Collecting taxes came from Han Sen's coin Geno core. Rather than using Han Sen's own power, that skill depended on external powers. Within a certain radius, all creatures with power would sacrifice their own energy to fuel the skill. The stronger the creatures were, the more taxes were collected. Each and every sword from the furnace was wretchedly strong. They were half deified, almost fully deified. There were many of them, too. Every sword surrendered a small amount of power, and Han Sen collected their taxes. An unnerving amount of power gathered on Han Sen's single coin. That coin's power increased to such a level that Han Sen almost couldn't control it. When the furnace groaned, countless swords received their fire buff. That put them on the move. The stream of swords looked like a tsunami descending on Han Sen. Their power blanketed everything as if they were about to rip space itself apart. Dragon One and Dia Robber started to fall back. The stream of swords was too frightening. After that hit, the furnace was sure to become deified. Once that happened, they would have no hope of escaping. Ding! Han Sen finally fired his coin at the smithy furnace. It flew toward the furnace in a streak of gold light. That coin's power was beyond Han Sen's control, and he had no choice but to fire it. If he hadn't, it would have exploded and taken him with it. As the coin flew, the numbers continued to increase, gathering power from the area all around it. The coin's light, compared to the numerous sword lights, was tiny. Its tiny gleam was nothing outstanding. But when the swords from the furnace came into contact with the coin, they broke. They were as weak as soap bubbles, and the gold light continued toward the copper furnace. Dragon One and Dia Robber were falling back. They saw Han Sen fire his coin, but due to the heavy sword stream, they couldn't keep track of the small gold light. The scary stream of swords approached Han Sen's body, and the coin came into contact with the copper furnace. Then, it produced a crunchy metal noise. It wasn't loud, but it was oddly clear amidst the thunderous noise of the raucous swords. Dragon One and Dia Robber turned back to look, their eyes finding the giant furnace. They saw the coin planted on the furnace. Then, in the next second, the coin was actually inside the furnace. And then the construct was shrinking. Chapter 2413. Exploding Furnace. The furnace had become semi-transparent under the heat of its own flames. The coin hit the side of the furnace with so much force that it started to cave in on itself. A small hole formed in the surface, and the coin disappeared into that hole. It felt like time was standing still. Dragon One and Dia Robber didn't see the coin come out on the other side, so they assumed that the coin was still stuck to the furnace where it had originally landed. They doubted the coin would have enough power to penetrate the furnace. But then they froze in disbelief. The whole furnace was imploding. As if a black hole had formed at the center of the furnace, the whole thing collapsed in on itself. The huge furnace twisted into a small chunk of metal, and this minimizing process continued without stopping. It was like a soda can being crushed under someone's foot. The power inside the furnace continued to collapse its structure. The giant furnace grew smaller, and smaller, and smaller. Eventually, the furnace was no more than a point of light. Then it detonated like a supernova. The shockwave of the explosion rocked that section of space. Debris and destruction spread everywhere, far beyond what the eye could see. Dragon One and Dia Robber were sent flying away by that scary power. When Dragon One and Dia Robber gathered themselves enough to look around, they saw that the giant copper furnace had been reduced to nothing but cosmic dust. All of the swords from the furnace had cracked because their hosting entity had been annihilated. They created a chain of explosions, one after another. It was like watching a giant universe firework event. Han Sen still stood there unaffected. Dragon One and Dia Robber looked at each other. This hadn't just been a display of high defense. Dollar had completely annihilated a creature that was almost deified. That was a very powerful attack, to say the least. Even a top-class half-deified couldn't endure the stream of swords like he had just done. Scary. Dragon One and Dia Robber thought of the same thing at the same time. Mutant Xenogeniac King hunted. Core Smithy Furnace. Beast Soul gained. Han Sen was shocked. There had been no announcement of a xenogeniac gene being found. Now Han Sen understood the scariest part of the coin's power. It had even destroyed the xenogeniac gene inside the creature. That attack was the furnace's own. Power turned against it. The swords from the furnace were too powerful for it to withstand. Every power from the individual swords had been gathered together. Each one had probably reached deified level, and that was how Han Sen was able to defeat the furnace. Just as Han Sen was about to take a look at the beast soul the furnace had given him, he noticed something flashing far away. He looked closer, and he saw the small copper furnace running away. Han Sen stopped using his move mountain area and flew after it. The furnace wasn't a fast creature. It didn't fly quickly, and so Han Sen was able to catch up to it in no time. He pulled out his core demon bug gun to kill it. The small furnace stopped in its tracks, puffing its chimney to make the fire spin, spew, and spread. It gave off a string of crying noises. Han Sen thought it was prepping itself to fight. He held the core demon bug gun with a fixed aim, but he soon noticed the furnace wasn't unleashing its green fire at Han Sen. Instead, the fire twisted in the air to form a few words. "My king, spare me." Han Sen was shocked. He lowered the gun, taking his finger off the trigger. The small furnace, noticing that Han Sen hadn't attacked, spit out a few more green flames. It formed the shape of more words. "I am willing to become your slave. Holy sh*t. This guy is very smart," Han Sen thought in shock. The xenogenics he had seen so far in the core area weren't intelligent. Even the deified insect wasn't smart like an ordinary high-level creature. But the small furnace's intelligence was the same as a high-level creature's. "What can you do for me?" Han Sen asked, looking at the furnace. Han Sen didn't think he could take a core xenogenic into the Geno universe. Even if he accepted its services, it would have to remain in the core area. The furnace understood Han Sen, so it spat out more green fire to shape words. "I can give directions to my king, for I am familiar with this place." "Pa," Han Sen laughed. He thought the small furnace was very talented. "Wouldn't you hate me for killing your brethren?" Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow at the small furnace. That big furnace looked like some sort of parental figure to the small furnace. It would be risky to have a servant who hated him. The small furnace spat out more fire and said, "We are of the same kind, but there is no connecting bloodline. If that is the case, then I will permit you to live. Go ahead and lead the way, then. If you try anything funny, I'll kill you." Han Sen thought the small furnace was funny. He kind of liked the thing, so he couldn't bring himself to kill it. He would keep it around for now, and see whether or not it really wanted to give him good directions. If it really did want to serve him, then having a companion that knew about the core would be useful. In the future, he could avoid accidentally stepping into the territory of strong xenogenics. Having another mishap would be bad. "Do not worry, my king. I will lead the way. I will live for the king, and I will die for the king. I will spend my life in the service of the king." The small furnace spelled out. "Now I know you're full of sh*t. Lead me to where I can find xenogenics. Something I can kill that isn't so dangerous," Han Sen instructed firmly. "This way, my king." The small furnace led the way out into space. After the two disappeared, Dia Robber and Dragon 1 revealed themselves. They hadn't come out and greeted Han Sen before because he had been too scary. They had to think of a way they could motivate Han Sen to cooperate with them. He was so powerful, unless they provided a lot of incentive, Dollar wouldn't care for their offers. And the two of them were fighting each other, anyway. Before they could offer him a larger portion of the reward, though, they would have to consult with their own people. "Brother Dragon 1, I have a suggestion. I am wondering if you are interested in hearing it." Dia Robber looked at Dragon 1. "Cooperation?" Dragon 1 asked, looking at Dia Robber. "You had the same thought, brother." Dia Robber was surprised. Dragon 1 smiled. "It looks like we are a match for each other. We should go somewhere nice and discuss the details." "My thoughts exactly. After you, good sir." Dia Robber smiled. The furnace guided Han Sen forward. He was still suspicious about its help, but the small furnace didn't play any tricks. They went to a place with a small number of king xenogenics. They were creatures that Han Sen could kill easily. He managed to earn 20 xenogenic core genes in just a few days. He grew confident that he would find more xenogenics with the furnace than if he was to remain solo. Chapter 2414. God Battle Ruin. Miss Mirror sat in front of her computer. She looked at the information on the screen, locked in deep thought. All the documents pertained to Han Sen. It was everything that had been recorded of him since the fight when Kong Fei had snuffed out and relit a lantern. It informed her of everything he did, all the way up until he disguised himself as Bai Yi. The records of it were all there. Such a scary guy. These records make his life look like he's playing with cheat codes. He has done way too many unbelievable things. It is difficult to imagine that a leftover crystallizer, starting from scratch, achieved all that he has today. The investigation was very thorough. Miss Mirror had to admit that if she had been in the same situation as Han Sen, she wouldn't have been able to achieve half of what Han Sen had managed to. It is a shame that he isn't really Bai Yi. Otherwise, with his performance amongst the Extreme King, he might have become a legendary figure for us. Miss Mirror sighed. She turned off the computer and rubbed her temples. She had been tired for a while. The person who had her mirror spirit eye ring was disguising himself as a prince. It made things rather difficult for her. She couldn't tell King Bai about it, but neither could she lie to him. And King Bai wasn't an easy man to fool. Lying to him might lead her down a path she could never return from. Radio waves should be investigating Han Sen. If they start uncovering his secrets too quickly, things might go badly for me. And if I had Han Sen over, I'm afraid the mirror spirit eye won't be able to withstand the same dosage of damage again. Miss Mirror was beginning to develop a headache. Miss Mirror closed her eyes to think, but she couldn't figure out a solution that was perfect for her. A subordinate knocked at her door. Miss Mirror, the location of the 7568 God Battle Ruin has been confirmed. Give me the information. Miss Mirror sat up straight, looking like a lady again. The subordinate pushed open the door and set the documents down in front of her. Miss Mirror examined them for a while and frowned. She said, "Another race has been found. At Ruin 7568. Yes, my lady. Our people found a big excavation site, and some construction zones started up not too long ago," the subordinate explained. "Okay, that's all for now." Miss Mirror set the documents back down on the table. She closed her eyes and thought. A while later, she opened her eyes. She glanced over the pages again, then finally smiled. She said out loud, "Ruin 7568, if that is the one, perhaps I can convince my brother. I can take Han Sen there. This is an opportunity." For the first time in a while, things were going smoothly. Han Sen had the small furnace to show him the way, and he had collected many core xenogenic genes. Now, he was holding 4. He ate 2, and tossed the others to the furnace. It wasn't because Han Sen was a waster. It was just because he couldn't digest them. Even with Consume's help, he could only eat 2 a day. If he wanted to gain 100 king-class genes, it would take more than a month. Because the small furnace behaved well, Han Sen gave it a few core xenogenic genes whenever he could. The small furnace was always delighted to receive them. Swords from the furnace required core xenogenic genes for production, but core genes from different xenogenics could create different swords inside the furnace. No wonder that big furnace was so strong. All the swords it produced came from king xenogenic genes. I can't even guess how many king-class core xenogenics it managed to kill in its time. Too bad the xenogenic genes are melted down inside the furnace. If a furnace is destroyed, the swords are also destroyed. Otherwise, I'd have received enough xenogenic genes to last me many lives over, Han Sen thought with regret. The small furnace followed Han Sen and collected a few treats on the way. When Han Sen left the core area, it didn't run off. It waited for Han Sen to come back. A few days later, the small furnace was forging a few sword blanks. Han Sen thought this relaxed schedule would last for some time, but when Miss Mirror showed up, she destroyed his delusions of just enjoying life for a while. "Pack your stuff, you have a mission to go on," Miss Mirror said before taking a sip of tea. "What mission?" Han Sen asked with trepidation. Miss Mirror had asked him to pack, so that meant he was leaving King's Kingdom. "This is your father's handwriting. Is there a problem?" Miss Mirror asked, setting a note down on the table as she spoke. "Yes. Can I bring my subordinates with me?" Han Sen asked. "I suppose you can, but are you sure about taking them someplace dangerous?" Miss Mirror looked like she was smiling, but she wasn't. Han Sen knew Miss Mirror was referring to Bauer. She was warning Han Sen not to attempt an escape. He wouldn't have a chance to. "If I can, I would like to bring Bauer," Han Sen said, pretending not to know what she meant. "Sure, but I have already told you, this place is dangerous. If something happens, don't blame your auntie for not warning you," Miss Mirror said. "I will be responsible for this decision," Han Sen said tonelessly. "Good. Go and prepare. We will be leaving tonight." With that, Miss Mirror turned and promptly left Underwater Town. Han Sen called for Bauer. He left the Blood Kirin behind in Underwater Town to look after Lan Hexen, just in case she decided to stir up trouble. Han Sen wasn't planning an escape. The Extreme King were too powerful. Unless he had a reliable backup plan, he wouldn't flee. He couldn't go back to Planet Eclipse, either. He didn't want to drag Yisha into his problematic affairs. Han Sen wanted to bring Bauer because he didn't feel safe leaving her alone. Plus, he was used to having Bauer around. Whenever he was alone, it always felt like he was missing something. He asked the Blood Kirin to watch Lan Hexen. Lily begged Han Sen to take her with him, but he refused. Miss Mirror had said that the place was dangerous, and Han Sen didn't think she told him that just to scare him. He was bringing Bauer along because she could protect herself. Lily was just a duke. She would be unable to protect herself, and bringing her would be like handing her a death sentence. He brought Bauer to the rally point, knowing that they wouldn't be going alone. Many members of Spring Rain had already gathered. There were many kings and half-deifieds, and Han Sen even saw 2 fully deified warriors amongst them. What are they doing here? Han Sen wondered. This was enough combat power to annihilate a higher race. When the ship started to move, Miss Mirror didn't come looking for him. Han Sen had free time, so he practiced and consumed king-class genes. Han Sen started trying to push Jadeskin's self-universe cogwheel. He wanted to get Jadeskin up to king class. That progress would be much easier than leveling up the Dongshuan Sutra. It would only be a matter of time. The ship flew through many space teleportation points. When the ship arrived at their ultimate destination, Han Sen was shocked. He knew the place. Isn't this the xenogenic space that Ning Yu mentioned? Han Sen wondered. Chapter 2415. Stonefield. The xenogenic space was a very rocky landscape. The ships landed amidst an enormous field of stones, and the passengers of the ships made camp nearby. On Miss Mirror's orders, the Spring Rain members began digging into the stone field, unearthing even more rocks. Miss Mirror didn't instruct Han Sen to do anything, other than telling him to stay in camp. While he didn't have to do any digging, his ability to wander around as he wished was limited. Han Sen asked Miss Mirror what sort of place they had come to and what their mission was there, but she didn't answer him. She just told him that he would be safe as long as he stayed close, and he would be called for when the time came for him to work. This is the xenogenic space Ning Yu described. Ning Yu's little green sword came from one of the rocks that was found here. It looks like Miss Mirror's task here is the same as it was for the Hell. They want to excavate something out of all this stone, Han Sen thought to himself. He really wanted to join the others in the stone field, so he could examine the rocks. But Miss Mirror was very firm that he shouldn't leave camp, so joining the others was out of the question. Instead, Han Sen spent his time studying his geno arts and absorbing king-class xenogenic genes. On their second day in the xenogenic space, something occurred in the stone fields. A few Spring Rain members had to be carried back to camp. When Han Sen heard the commotion and came over to see, he found that the unfortunate individuals were turning into stone. Not long after, their entire bodies were fully petrified. They were just a bunch of statues. Miss Mirror and the 2 deified elites tried to stop the petrification process, but they could do nothing. None of their attempts even seemed to slow the transformation. After this, the work in the stone fields was brought to a halt. Although they were no longer digging, Miss Mirror showed no sign of wanting to leave. More ships arrived a few days later, bringing many different creatures to the camp. They were from a variety of different races, and all of them were marquises or dukes. They must have been brought there to become workers in the stone field. Ning Yu. As Han Sen watched the workers line up to register, he saw a pretty woman with pink armor. He recognized her as Ning Yu, and he felt his eyes widen. Han Sen was shocked, not because Ning Yu was now a woman. Han Sen knew that little factoid already. It wasn't strange that Ning Yu was actually there, either. Ning Yu would have been looking for a chance to come back, so he could find out what happened to his body. The Extreme King had recruited workers, so it was reasonable that Ning Yu had joined their ranks. Han Sen was simply surprised by what he wore. He had a little pink dress on, and he also had some pink earrings, rings, necklaces, and red flowers in his hair. He was like a pink lady, and he was genuinely pretty. If Han Sen hadn't seen Ning Yu before, he definitely wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Oh no, what is wrong with Ning Yu? Even if his body turned into the body of a woman, it doesn't mean he has to dress up as one, Han Sen thought to himself. The longer he watched Ning Yu, the more convinced he became that something was deeply wrong. How to talk to Ning Yu alone? Han Sen wanted to ask him what had happened, but he wasn't permitted to talk to the workers. Even if he could, everyone would be watching. There was nowhere they could discuss matters privately. Han Sen thought about it overnight, and the next day, he barged into Miss Mirror's office. Miss Mirror, you brought me here, and yet you aren't letting me do anything. You won't let me out, and you won't even let me go on the internet. What is this? Han Sen demanded. My lady, we couldn't stop the prince. He just barged in, the guards said tensely, trying to explain his sudden intrusion. You guys can leave, Miss Mirror said in a cool voice. Her pretty eyes didn't even glance their way. Instead, she kept her focus fixed on the documents she was reading. After the guards closed the door, Han Sen said, even if you don't want to let me out, at least allow me to do something. If I'm stuck at home all day again, I am going to go crazy. And Bauer is just a kid. She can't remain cooped up all day, either. You are the one who asked to bring her here. She is entirely your responsibility. Miss Mirror closed the file and looked at Han Sen. You will be given your task when the time comes. But for now, your job is just to wait patiently in camp. Fine, I can do that, but can you at least make nicer food? Plus, I want Bauer to have a maid to look after her. That isn't too much to ask, is it? Han Sen said, we are here to work. We aren't here on vacation. After a brief pause, Miss Mirror said, I will find you a maid. Now go home. That's better. Find a pretty one, though. It annoys me if the maid is ugly, Han Sen said. Are you looking for a maid, or are you looking for a woman? Miss Mirror asked sternly. I am Prince 16. Is there something wrong with having a woman to please me? Han Sen smiled. Prince 16. Miss Mirror shot Han Sen a flat look. Han Sen coughed. I wasn't going to do anything. I just want someone to look after my kid. But you won't let me go out, and I must make myself look like more of a prince. Any other concerns you would like to share? Miss Mirror asked, fixing Han Sen with another unnerving stare. No, Han Sen answered. If there is nothing more you require, then go home. I have work to attend to, Miss Mirror said in clear dismissal. Then I'll go now. Please be considerate when picking a maid for me, Han Sen said. Miss Mirror stared at him until he left the office. I wonder if Miss Mirror will just pick a worker. If she picks a worker, I think Ning Yu will have a high chance of being selected, Han Sen thought as he walked. It was all he could do, after all. If Miss Mirror didn't pick a worker, then Han Sen would have to find another way to get some alone time with his target. The next day, after Han Sen opened the door to take Bauer to the canteen to eat, he saw a pretty extreme king woman standing directly before him. My prince, Miss Mirror asked me to serve you. The woman bowed to Han Sen, but her face was expressionless. Not bad. What's your name? Han Sen smiled at the woman. He had been prepared for this possibility, so he wasn't disappointed. If Miss Mirror had picked any random person, Han Sen would have grown suspicious. Falling Leaf, the woman answered. Falling Leaf, huh, not bad, not bad. Miss Mirror didn't disappoint me. Come, let's go find something to eat. Han Sen squinted slightly, lifting a smiling Bauer up to sit on his shoulder. Then the trio made their way to the canteen. While they ate, Han Sen turned to Bauer's new maid. Falling Leaf, your mission is to take care of Bauer. Satisfy all her desires. You cannot make her cry. Do you understand? Sure, Falling Leaf answered, her voice smooth and emotionless. Han Sen had realized almost instantly that Falling Leaf wasn't an ordinary woman. She was very good at hiding her energy so that the average person would be unable to discern her level, but Han Sen had his Dongshuan area. There was no way that Falling Leaf could hide her king-class power from him. Although Han Sen couldn't tell how many tiers she had unlocked, she had definitely surpassed the first couple of tiers. Miss Mirror is very generous. Falling Leaf must be a ranking member in Spring Rain, Han Sen thought, as he tried to come up with a way to make her leave. If Han Sen made her leave himself, that would draw unwanted attention. It would also give Miss Mirror a clue to figuring out what he really wanted. So, Han Sen couldn't take action himself. Instead of making her stay with them uncomfortable, and he would need to treat her nicely. Bauer, however, when it comes to making people miserable, Bauer is a true artist, Han Sen thought, looking at his smiling daughter. Sister Falling Leaf, can you play a game with me? Bauer was holding a doll in front of Falling Leaf. Her big eyes made it look as if she was desperately begging. Of course I can, Falling Leaf replied, a smile softening her cold face. Falling Leaf was quite famous in Spring Rain. She was known as the icy femme fatale. Her calm, calculating mind made her an amazing assassin. When she worked, nothing could shake her up or throw her off her game. Her greatest fight took place on a deified-owned planet. She killed a half-deified elite, the son of a deified being, and they all backed off her. But facing a sweet little girl, even Falling Leaf's mood seemed a bit lighter. She seemed happier than when she faced Han Sen, at least. Falling Leaf didn't know Han Sen was a fake prince, but even believing that Han Sen was a real royal, she wasn't interested in him. She would hate the thought of dating a prince. If not for Miss Mirror's order, she wouldn't have accepted the mission that brought her here. She most certainly wouldn't have agreed to serve Han Sen. Han Sen watched Bauer play with Falling Leaf and felt some relief. He returned to his room to continue practicing. After many attempts to turn Jadeskin's self-universe cogwheel, he was finally beginning to understand how it worked. He only needed to hit a breaking point for it to reach king class. Jadeskin was different from the Dongshuan Sutra. Han Sen could actually see the Dongshuan Sutra's self-cogwheel and all the other universal cogwheels around it. But when he used Jadeskin, the universal cogwheels all appeared blurry. They weren't as clear as they were with the Dongshuan Sutra. So, Han Sen tried many different methods in the hope of turning the self-universe cogwheel. He had long since lost track of how many attempts he had made. The self-cogwheel refused to budge, however. He only needed enough power to connect with the self-cogwheel. Anyone could push universal cogwheels, and the number of cogwheels they could push all boiled down to how much strength they had. But ordinary kings couldn't actually see the universal cogwheels like Han Sen could. They could get a vague sense of what they needed to do, but they couldn't tell it was actually a cogwheel they were pushing. And although Han Sen had initially thought that the number of cogwheels someone had to push was directly related to their strength, that wasn't exactly true. There were some people who didn't push many universal cogwheels, but even so, they became very powerful. Many such people existed. The difficulty of reaching king class depended on the strength of the initial cogwheel. If the self-cogwheel was strong enough and you cast sufficient power, you could spin your self-cogwheel very quickly. In so doing, you could equal the power of people who spun many cogwheels just by spinning your single cogwheel at high velocity. Many kings with one area power could unleash more power than kings with many area powers. That was the theory. Jadeskin was a Geno art that was very simple in the way its power was used. The self-cogwheel didn't have to push many neighboring universal cogwheels, but that didn't mean the self-cogwheel was weak in itself. When Han Sen was ready to become king class, he started off with Dongshuan area. With Dongshuan area's help, pushing other self-cogwheels was easier. The ability allowed Han Sen to see the Jadeskin cogwheel. Jadeskin's self-cogwheel wasn't much smaller than the Dongshuan Sutra's self-cogwheel. After all, they were the self-cogwheels that were based on Han Sen's body, so there wouldn't be many differences between them. But the two cogwheels did look rather different. The Dongshuan Sutra's cogwheel was black, while Jadeskin's was some sort of translucent jade. It connected to 7 universal cogwheels. That number was fairly ordinary for an average king. Compared to the Dongshuan Sutra, that was a tiny number of connected cogs. But having a small number of connected cogs didn't mean that Jadeskin's power couldn't spread. The self-cogwheel would still spin very quickly. Under the Dongshuan area, Han Sen slowly cast his Jadeskin, then began shoving against his self-cogwheel to spin it. The progress was now much easier than it had been when he was pushing the Dongshuan Sutra's self-cogwheel. After all, Han Sen was king class now, so he had much more power that he could throw behind his efforts. Kacha, kacha, the translucent jade cogwheel slowly started to shift. As the self-cogwheel spun, a weird flower symbol appeared on its surface. The flower symbol spread like a growing crystal, slowly sliding over the self-cogwheel. As the cogwheel spun, the symbol swelled more and more. A short time later, it had completely covered the cogwheel. Jadeskin's self-cogwheel became an ice moon. Jadeskin's self-cogwheel pushed the other 7 universal cogwheels that connected to it. As it did, the symbol glided over those universal cogwheels too. Then it spread further. The icy, jade-looking area power spread through Han Sen, becoming a strange sealing area. But after spreading for a while, the power returned, heading back for Han Sen. His body absorbed all of the power. When the ice moon-like cogwheel spun, Han Sen's entire body crystallized, and he glowed like a crystal. He was like a god wrapped up in holy light. Boom! The cogwheel continued to spin as the universal core hall door opened. Han Sen's body was sucked into it. He entered the universal core hall. Han Sen didn't hesitate. He landed atop the cogwheels of the hall, and when the cogwheels moved, the hall's door opened. Han Sen exited the hall, finding himself in a new place inside the core area. This wasn't where he had been previously. Ordinarily, leaving the core area would set a spawn point for his return. He would be able to come back to the exact place he had previously left. But now that Han Sen was entering with his Jadeskin cogwheel, it had taken him to a different location than where he would spawn with his Dongshuan Sutra cogwheel. Does that mean I can go to different core areas with each skill? I just need to change the self-cogwheel to determine which place I access. Han Sen realized joyfully. Han Sen took a moment to look around, trying to place where he was within the core area. He wasn't in the mood to hunt core xenogenics at the moment. After he had confirmed his location, he just returned to camp. Han Sen walked out of his private room, then suddenly jerked to a stop. Falling Leaf and Bauer were staring each other down. Falling Leaf's face, meanwhile, was covered in paper. She was holding 2 cards, and she looked very serious. Bauer, on the other hand, was holding 1 card. She looked gravely at Falling Leaf's 2 cards. Which one should I choose? Bauer wondered, carefully considering the decision. She pointed her finger, wavering between the 2 cards in the other woman's hand. It looked as if she had to pick one out of the 2. When Han Sen saw them, he knew Bauer and Falling Leaf were playing Old Man. Old Man was very simple to play. One of the jokers was removed from a normal deck of playing cards, and then the deck was dealt to the players. Each player then removed all the pairs they could from their hand. Once their hands only contained the cards that couldn't be paired, they took turns choosing cards from one another's hands. If a player chose a card that they could pair with one of their own cards, the player could discard the pair. The winner was whoever got rid of the joker, which could not be paired, and discarded all of their cards. This was a game that Han Sen had played a lot with Bauer in the past. Because Han Sen was very good at this sort of prediction game, Bauer initially never won. But after they played for a while, he stopped winning so often. Before long, Han Sen felt as if he would never win another game. It took a lot of focus for him to play with Bauer, especially when he was doing his best to avoid losing. Eventually, he just stopped playing with Bauer entirely, which meant Bauer could never exact revenge on Han Sen for all the times he had beaten her. Bauer had been angry about that for quite some time, but Han Sen was very adamant about not playing with her. He never gave her the chance to exact revenge on him. It was a game that was highly based on luck, judgment, observation, and mind tricks. The Han family prided themselves on their skill with the game, but Han Sen was no longer sure if he had what it took to beat Bauer these days. Seeing Falling Leaf with a face full of paper, he could tell she had lost badly. Bauer's face was very clean, and there was not a single piece of paper on her. As Bauer's hand moved slowly back and forth between the 2 cards, Falling Leaf's face displayed no emotion. But her heart leapt in her chest with every movement of Bauer's hand. She really did feel awful. In the beginning, she had only agreed to play the game with Bauer to make the child happy. A game like this was too easy for a killer like her. She was excellent at reading people, and her prediction abilities were phenomenal, of course. But in all the time since they had begun playing, she hadn't won once. Falling Leaf was rapidly growing rather desperate, and she would have done anything to win at least once. Falling Leaf's eyes stared at the 2 cards in her hands. Whenever Bauer touched the Joker card, she felt good. When she pointed at the 7 of Hearts, she felt very worried. Maybe I'll pick this one, Bauer said. Her little hand reached for the Joker card. Falling Leaf's pulse quickened as Bauer's fingers brushed the Joker card. Take it. Take it. Falling Leaf was shouting madly in her heart, but she didn't allow her emotions to show on her face. Suddenly, Bauer stopped. She turned and grabbed the 7 of Hearts, and she smiled. I think I am going to take this one. A muscle in Falling Leaf's cheek twitched. Her fingers tightened on the 2 cards as Bauer tried to pull the 7 of Hearts loose. Falling Leaf wouldn't let it go. Seeing that the woman was refusing to let the card go, Bauer didn't know what to do. She let go of the 7 of Hearts and picked the Joker card. In that case, I will take this one. Falling Leaf was thrilled, and she released her claw-like grip on the cards. Bauer grabbed the Joker card and quickly said, "It is my turn." Bauer placed 2 cards in the deck and then brought out 2 cards of her own. Facing Falling Leaf, she said, "Okay, it is your turn to pick." Falling Leaf gritted her teeth and stared at the 2 cards. She focused intently, as if she could read something from the back of the cards. As the top killer in Spring Rain, Falling Leaf's powers of observation and judgment were the best. She could easily pick up on even the smallest difference. She had just taken the Joker card, so it was possible that some instinct deep within her would guide her to victory. But God only knew what material was used to create those cards. They were thin as paper, but she couldn't sense any trace that might identify the cards. She couldn't tell what was on the cards. Falling Leaf's eyes looked ready to pop out of her skull. She couldn't tell which one was the Joker card. Are you going to pick one or not? Bauer said with a yawn. What's the rush? Falling Leaf reached out her hand to pick the card that was on the left. She looked at Bauer, hoping to see some sort of clue in her eyes. If that's the one you want, Then just take it, Bauer said, her face bored. Falling Leaf, hearing Bauer say this, decided not to pick it. They had only been together for 2 hours, but in Falling Leaf's eyes, Bauer was no longer a small child. Trying to fool me, huh? It's not that easy. Falling Leaf raised her hand to take the card on the right. When she turned it around, though, she looked like she had been struck by lightning. It was a Joker card. Why do you not just believe people? You adults are all so complicated. I don't understand you. Bauer looked sorrowful as she shook her head. Falling Leaf's face twitched. She gnashed her teeth and said nothing. She placed the card down behind her and drew 2 more cards. She put them in front of Bauer and coldly said, "Your turn." I pick this one. Bauer reached out her hand and picked up the 7 of hearts from Falling Leaf's hands. Haha, I win again. Bauer threw down her pair of 7s. She grabbed a piece of paper and stuck it on Falling Leaf's face. We're playing again. Falling Leaf started to shuffle the deck. I'm not playing. You are too weak for me. Bauer looked very bored. Just one last time, Falling Leaf said slowly, enunciating the words. Her eyes looked ready to burst into flames. Han Sen almost laughed. Playing that game with Bauer was like a death wish. Bauer rolled her eyes, looking like she really had no interest in playing. She said, "We can play, but sticking paper on each other's faces is boring. Let us raise the stakes." Sure. What would you like to bet? Falling Leaf really wanted to win. She was Spring Rain's top killer. She couldn't allow herself to lose to a kid. She had to win. The loser has to go to the door and shout, "I am stupid," Bauer said after a moment of thought. That, Falling Leaf hesitated. She wasn't entirely sure she could defeat Bauer, and many Spring Rain elites were nearby. It would be embarrassing if she was heard. Never mind, then. This is lame, anyway. Bauer stood up and got ready to go. Fine, we will do as you say. Falling Leaf almost shouted as she touched Bauer's arm. She was desperate to defeat her. Han Sen couldn't watch. The game had ended before it even began. Not even a deified being could beat Bauer at this game. This was what the Han Sen family was best at. Endnote. When a person loses a round, they place a sticker on their face. This makes it obvious at a glance who is winning and who is losing. While Miss Mirror was speaking with 2 of the 4 Spring Rain Kings, whose names were Red Cloud and Night Wind, a sound erupted from Han Sen's place, interrupting their discussion. "I am stupid," someone screamed. The 3 of them swapped strange glances. The voice undeniably belonged to Falling Leaf, but they couldn't believe Falling Leaf would ever yell those words. Aside from Miss Mirror and the 4 kings of Spring Rain, Falling Leaf was known as one of Spring Rain's best. She was a very cruel woman, but she worked hard. She was proud, violent, and always ready for a fight. How could those words pass through the mouth of someone like that? Was that who it sounded like? Night Wind turned to Red Cloud and Miss Mirror with a confused expression. "We'll end things here for now. You 2 can go home." Miss Mirror frowned. She stood up and went to Han Sen's place. She wanted to see what Han Sen was up to. A woman like Falling Leaf wasn't someone who could be forced to say anything of the sort. She would rather die than make that sort of admission. If Han Sen had used some trick to fool Falling Leaf, Miss Mirror wouldn't ignore such a transgression. She had sent Falling Leaf to look after Han Sen, but she wouldn't stand for the woman being bullied. "Why are you here?" Han Sen asked with a pleasant smile when he answered the door and saw Miss Mirror. "What did you do to Falling Leaf?" Miss Mirror frowned. "What did I do to her? I haven't spoken much with her. She's been playing with Bauer all this time. Go and take a look, if you want to." Han Sen moved aside and gestured for her to enter. Miss Mirror didn't believe Han Sen. She walked through the entry and went into the living room. There she found Falling Leaf playing card games with Bauer. "Miss Mirror." Falling Leaf shot to her feet and bowed. "Are you okay?" Falling Leaf's forbidding face was covered in little stickers. The sight almost made Miss Mirror want to crack up in laughter. "I'm okay." Falling Leaf's face blushed deeply, but she didn't remove the pieces of paper stuck to her face. She was a killer, and killers always kept their word. She might have lost the game, but she wasn't going to disgrace the rules. "I'm glad to see you are okay." Miss Mirror looked at Han Sen and said in a hard voice, "Follow me." Han Sen shrugged and followed Miss Mirror into the garden. "You know Falling Leaf is one of my people. You should be careful how you choose to treat her." Miss Mirror settled herself into one of the garden chairs and looked at Han Sen as she spoke. Han Sen laughed. "I haven't done a single thing to her, and I wouldn't want to do anything to offend her, either. She is merely playing with Bauer. You can ask her if you don't believe me. It is good that you haven't mistreated her. I'm just warning you, though. Don't do anything that will make her or me unhappy, Miss Mirror said in a firm voice. Understood. Han Sen shrugged again. Give me your hand. Miss Mirror was looking at the ring Han Sen wore, and her request came with the glimmer of hesitation. Although Han Sen wasn't a bad fighter, he was too low level. Miss Mirror didn't think Han Sen, with his current power, could be of much assistance to her. But since she was there, she knew it would be a good idea to get to know him a little better. The mind and the heart were inseparably linked, so the best way to learn someone's personality was through their mind. It was a very accurate way of reading people. What are you doing? Han Sen asked as he extended his right hand in front of Miss Mirror. Are you playing dumb? Miss Mirror stared at Han Sen. Of course not. You should have just told me more clearly. Han Sen laughed and pulled back his right hand. He extended his left hand instead, the mirror spirit eye ring glinting on one of his fingers. Miss Mirror observed the mirror spirit eye ring, and a lump rose in her throat. Seeing the ring made her mind harken back to the man who had once worn it. That man had been smart and gentle. Even now, thinking of that man made her heart leap. Miss Mirror never regretted marrying that man. Choosing him had been the most precious experience in her entire life, but God hadn't allowed her to be by his side forever. Thinking of that man would have made any woman's heart jump, and then seeing the current master of the ring, Miss Mirror could only sigh. Although Han Sen was good, compared to that man, she thought he couldn't begin to compare. Miss Mirror reached out her hand and put her mirror spirit eye ring next to Han Sen's ring. Miss Mirror's face didn't possess supermodel-like beauty. She wasn't as hot as someone like Ji Yu Qingcheng, certainly. She was more like a well-dressed and mature lady. But Miss Mirror's hands were too pretty to criticize. Every finger was long and slender. Her skin was white like jade, and her nails glittered like crystals. Her hands were lovely and elegant. Han Sen had seen many pretty women in his time, but this was the first time he had ever seen such beautiful hands. Miss Mirror's hand came closer to Han Sen, and the mirror spirit eye ring reacted. The emerald ring began to glow. When those two eye-like gems touched each other, Han Sen and Miss Mirror both shivered. They felt a strange power generate in the mirror spirit eye rings, and then the power went into both of their bodies. The energy traveled up their arms and straight into their brains. Han Sen's body vibrated. He looked around, finding himself in a place where it was raining. The springtime rain was falling as if God himself was crying. But when those tears fell, they watered everything around him. The trees, the flowers, the grass, the chestnuts. The rain soaked into all of them, and the sadness held within the rain provided a source of infinite life force and hope. Han Sen had studied the 48 water minds of Destiny's Tower, and the spring rain mind was one of them. Miss Mirror's mind was spring rain, but it wasn't focused on the rain itself. Han Sen felt the way her emotions shifted and swayed within her mind. Suddenly, he really admired this woman. This mind was professional and enduring. It was like the strongest a deified being could achieve. No wonder her organization is called Spring Rain. This mind can only be felt. It isn't something that could be explained. Achieving this sort of mind is very difficult. Miss Mirror is a very complicated and even contradictory woman. I cannot judge her as I normally would another. As Han Sen observed and sensed the Spring Rain mind, he learned much from it. Miss Mirror's body shivered, too. She felt a mind inside her consciousness. But that mind wasn't too strong or surprising. It didn't impress her much. Miss Mirror didn't take Han Sen's mind seriously, as she had only touched their rings together so she could learn more about him. But when the presence of his mind began to expand, Miss Mirror was stunned. What Miss Mirror saw, in terms of Han Sen's mind, was something akin to a flower ready to open. The mere bud might not have been very impressive, but as she tried to understand, she peeled away the petals. But try as she might, she couldn't peel them all away. She couldn't get to the center of the flower, and that disturbed her. Miss Mirror hadn't thought Han Sen's mind was strong, and the unexpected depth of his consciousness struck her with confusion. It was as if she had received a mystery gift, and she had no idea who had delivered it or what it contained. After opening that special parcel, she only found another mystery box inside. She opened it, layer by layer, but there never seemed to be an end. It didn't matter if the gift deep inside the layers of the package was good or bad, opening a gift like this would make people angry. Luckily, Miss Mirror was a very patient person, so she didn't look annoyed. She peeled open Han Sen's mind, layer by layer. But after doing this for a while, she still hadn't found what lay at its center. Not even God had enough patience to keep searching endlessly like that. After Miss Mirror peeled away all those layers, her inability to find the center was too much. She didn't like feeling this way. I want to see what resides in your mind, Miss Mirror thought in determination. Gathering herself, she leaned the full weight of her deified mind atop Han Sen's mind to try to crack it open. Spring rain destroyed flowers. Han Sen's will was like the center of a flower that was being forced open. One by one, the petals fell. But when the place covered by the petals was finally revealed, she found that it was empty. It's only a shell, with nothing on the inside. Miss Mirror felt rather disappointed. Minds represented someone's personality and the way they felt things. Han Sen's mind was very strong on the outside, but its interior was hollow. Therefore, he couldn't be considered someone strong. Miss Mirror wanted to pull her mind back since she was done investigating, but suddenly, she couldn't. She had opened Han Sen's mind using brute force. A normal mind would have been shattered by such an act. There shouldn't have been left a trace of that mind left. But Miss Mirror could still detect Han Sen's mind with her own will. That was unexpected. The mind moved. Miss Mirror's eyes lowered, and she looked at all of the petals across the floor. Every petal was like a crystal. They were scattered across the floor, but they weren't damaged. The will that Miss Mirror had detected invaded one of the petals, and as it did, Miss Mirror's eyes widened. She had only wanted to peel away the petals to see what was on the inside. She hadn't bothered to look at the petals themselves. The mind entered the petal, and suddenly, that consciousness was like a rolling, storm-shaken sea. It was as wide as a sky and as deep as an ocean. The mind was so rich that Miss Mirror staggered under the detailed sensation of it. Miss Mirror bent and picked up another petal. The will was like a mountain crashing down. It was like a pillar that held up the sky, never moving. If she was a novel, this man would be a grand saga. A man could define himself as a broken, sick, elderly man on his deathbed, or as the warrior who threw himself into the thick of battle when he was young. People only focused on results. Wins and losses determined all, and rarely did people pay attention to what led up to those places. People often failed to see the desperation and difficult times men have to face frequently. Endurance and bravery abound in the hearts of men. Everyone fails sometimes, but real men get up and keep going despite their losses. No matter what environment they are in or what happens to their bodies, the only thing that can't be changed is the wants and desires of their hearts. They want victory, with the determination to win is greater than anything. Han Sen's will didn't have a core because real men have no end. Ambitions grew continually, stretching out beyond the reaches of space and time. Forward, forward, and forward again until their time of death. Han Sen wasn't looking to climb the highest mountains. He wanted to go further and higher. His ambitions had no end. Infinity went on forevermore. Miss Mirror didn't see the core of Han Sen's mind, but every petal was what Han Sen had experienced. There was anger, happiness, sadness, endurance, sensations of sea, and sky, and earth. Perhaps one single mind didn't make Han Sen better than Miss Mirror, but by observing all of those petals and understanding them, Miss Mirror couldn't help but feel awed. Suddenly, Miss Mirror raised her head. She realized she was trapped inside Han Sen's mind. His emotions were affecting her mood. "I cannot stay in a place that bothers my heart," Miss Mirror said with an implacable face. She summoned her spring rain mind, wanting to destroy the mirror where Han Sen had sent his will. She didn't want her own will to be affected. 10,000 petals were destroyed by her mind, but Miss Mirror soon found out that when the petals were destroyed, they fell to the ground like seeds. New flowers then opened. No matter how Miss Mirror's mind raged or how she tried to destroy Han Sen's will, the flowers grew. She couldn't destroy them, only spread them further. Why is this happening? Miss Mirror wondered, stupefied. She couldn't remain calm. She couldn't completely destroy Han Sen's mind. It was an impossible task. She was a deified elite. Her mind was one of the strongest in the whole of the Extreme King, and yet she couldn't deal with Han Sen, who just a meager king. She couldn't believe what was happening. Is his will really this strong? Miss Mirror examined at her will, where flowers were half opened. She looked at them strangely. Ding! Miss Mirror took a step back. She separated the two mirror spirit eye rings and looked right at Han Sen. Miss Mirror discovered that her mind was melting quickly into Han Sen's body. Seconds later, it was all gone. Even Miss Mirror could no longer feel it. The mirror spirit eye's mind that had been sent to Han Sen had been extinguished by him. Thank you, my lady. Han Sen opened his eyes and bowed before Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror's spring rain mind had allowed Han Sen to learn a lot, and he was very thankful for the opportunity. When Miss Mirror looked at Han Sen, her expression was inscrutable. She didn't say anything, and she merely departed. When she returned to her room, Miss Mirror used many methods to try to erase Han Sen's influence, but try as she might, she couldn't. It greatly annoyed Miss Mirror. Am I not as good as a mere king? Miss Mirror chewed her lip and tried to use her mind to erase the flowers that stood for Han Sen's mind. Her efforts were futile. Those mind flowers had taken a firm root inside her mind. No matter how she tried to destroy them, the roots remained. They could keep growing again and again. Flowers know the sea, half open and half hidden. Wildflowers kept burning, the wind blew, and the process started again. Miss Mirror's crew had been working in the stone fields for 5 days, and after that time passed, something weird happened. A worker dug up a rock that was the size of a mortar and pestle. A few words were engraved on the side of the rock. The 2 marquises that dug up the rock read the text, and all of a sudden, they became dukes. Miss Mirror went out to the stone field with Red Cloud and brought the rock back to camp. After their second day examining the rock, the deified Red Cloud was reduced to king class overnight. When Han Sen reached the control room, Miss Mirror, Red Cloud, and Night Wind were there staring at the rock through a monitor. The stone had been locked inside a warehouse. No one was allowed to physically approach the warehouse, though. Whenever any creature approached the stone, something strange would happen. A deified elite had suddenly been reduced to a king. That was something that had never happened before. Even Red Cloud didn't know what had happened to her. She hadn't been injured, and she hadn't felt anything invade her body. It was as if she had fallen asleep and gone back in time to a point before she had become deified. Although she still had a deified mind and senses, her physical power and prowess had dropped to king class. It was a very unusual phenomenon. Han Sen heard what had happened, and when he looked at Red Cloud, he examined her carefully. He could see that Red Cloud's life force had significantly lowered. When he had looked at her previously, the cloudy appearance that had shrouded her power was now gone. He could see her life force clearly now. She was only a king, and she was weaker than falling leaf. What do you think? Miss Mirror asked Han Sen, indicating the stone. Han Sen looked at the stone displayed on the monitor, and he noticed that it looked like any ordinary block of stone. It was black, and it was roughly the size and shape of a man standing on his feet. It was only a rough shape, though. There was no discernible face. The rough outline of limbs were connected to the body, so the stone was a single lump. It looked like something that might have been crudely hewn from a greater rock by primitive individuals with their primal tools. Han Sen knew it couldn't have been constructed, though. There was no evidence that it had been created by sentient beings. Even the symbols upon the stone man appeared to be naturally generated. They didn't look like carvings, at all. Han Sen observed it for a while, and he couldn't find anything unusual about it. He didn't know what any of the symbols upon it meant, either. He had never seen them before, and they weren't like the kinjis, which he could understand by instinct. I cannot tell you anything just by looking at the video, Han Sen answered. Do you want to go to the warehouse to take a look? Miss Mirror asked, glancing at Han Sen. If you guys can't determine anything about this stone, then I definitely won't be able to, Han Sen said quickly. He wasn't really interested in taking an unnecessary risk. Even a deified had been reduced to king class overnight. Han Sen didn't want to have his level lowered, especially since he had only just become king. Han Sen's answer surprised Miss Mirror. She was silent for a moment, then said, "This news has spread all across King's Kingdom. My brother told me to keep it here and figure out what it is exactly." That didn't surprise Han Sen. If they sent it back to the Extreme King without figuring out what it was or how to control it, the stone could end up draining the power of all the deified Extreme King. Han Sen found the thought to be rather funny. Night Wind said, "We don't know how effective this item is. We will have to use another creature to figure out the nature and effective radius of its ability." 16. Didn't you want to work? I will let you handle this, Miss Mirror said. Me? Han Sen was shocked. This was too dangerous of an endeavor, so he had no intention of trying it out himself. He would just pick some workers to go for him. It was surprising that Miss Mirror was actually letting Han Sen handle this, though. You have a problem with that? Miss Mirror inquired. Nope. What people should I use, though? Han Sen asked. Choose some workers to go. There are many of them, but you can only select a maximum of 10 dukes. You can have 10 marquises, too, Miss Mirror said. Sure, Han Sen agreed. Then it is settled. Get to work, and I will await your good news. Miss Mirror smiled. Don't worry, my lady. I will not disappoint you, Han Sen answered. When Han Sen left, Night Wind said, My lady, is it suitable for Prince 16 to be the one to handle this? If something happens to him, what will we say to the king? I can handle that. Now, Red Cloud has lost most of her power. You will have to be in charge of the stone field. Be careful, Miss Mirror said. Han Sen went to the stone field and selected a few people, including Ning Yu. Although it was only a test, who knew how dangerous it could turn out to be? Because Han Sen needed to confirm how effective the stone was, he would have to send people close to the stone. The closer someone was, the more danger they would be in. Han Sen planned to keep Ning Yu as far away from the stone as possible. Hopefully, he wouldn't be affected by the stone. If the furthest person was affected, then everyone in the base was already in range of the stone. In that case, it wouldn't matter who was or wasn't participating in the tests. Han Sen put together his operation swiftly. He split his 20 nobles into 10 pairs, 1 marquise and 1 duke per team. He instructed each team to stand at a different distance from the stone. The closest team to the stone was inside the warehouse. The other teams were outside the warehouse. He spaced the teams out at regular intervals, positioning Ning Yu far in the back. Then, all Han Sen needed to do was watch the changes unfold within the 10 teams. High-level members of Spring Rain observed the proceedings, making careful records of everything that happened. After a single night, something occurred to the team that was nearest the stone, but it was different from what had happened with Red Cloud. They didn't drop a level. Instead, they leveled up. The Marquise became a Duke, and the Duke became a King. It wasn't as much of a surprise as when Red Cloud was reduced to King class, but it was still shocking, all the same. Now everyone was curious if the stone could be used to level up beyond King. If they could use the stone to turn a King into a deified, that would be pretty wicked. Even if the stone couldn't level people up that far, bringing Dukes up to King class was exceptional. If he could use those powers safely, and there were no adverse side effects, Han Sen thought he could raise a King class army. That would be a force to be reckoned with. Han Sen didn't allow the 2 leveled up people to leave their position. They remained inside the warehouse, waiting for more changes to occur. By the 3rd day, no further changes were observed in the 2 people in the warehouse. The second team outside had been affected, though. Just like those of the first team, they had leveled up. Ever since that rock had been found, all the creatures that touched it leveled up once. Only Red Cloud had been knocked down a peg. Han Sen went to check out the 10 teams each and every day. He also had a chance to speak with Ning Yu. Han Sen found the experience to be chilling, though. Ning Yu was really girly. It wasn't just his body anymore, his personality had changed, too. Han Sen could scarcely believe that this was the Ning Yu he used to know. Ning Yu never used to be afraid of anything, but now he really was sensitive like a girl. I was affected by that sword. Han Sen would never forget Ning Yu's face when he said that. It was like a woman that had just been married, but her husband was killed immediately after. He looked so desperate and helpless, he was pitiful. Han Sen felt a chill. This was no longer funny. Ning Yu's mental endurance was almost as good as Han Sen's, but Ning Yu had been dramatically affected by the green sword. Han Sen didn't know what to do with the changes that were occurring. Ning Yu's body, his genes, and even his personality had undergone a shift. Han Sen couldn't believe that Ning Yu now dressed entirely in pink and his personality had suddenly become so very sensitive. He was very cowardly now, and he had lost all of his decisiveness. He didn't look like Ning Yu anymore. Han Sen even wondered if Ning Yu's soul had been taken by a woman. What is up with this xenogenic space? Why are there so many weird things going on? Han Sen frowned, and he subconsciously stepped farther away from the stone. He did not want to end up like Ning Yu. The excavation of the stone fields continued. It took another 7 or 8 days for something strange to happen again. Someone managed to dig up a big rock that was leaking blood and had a hand coming out of it. The hand managed to break free and kill a dozen workers. It didn't stop until Night Wind appeared and killed it. Han Sen's experiments were still going on, too. 4 groups had been affected thus far. They had all leveled up once, but only by 1 level. They didn't level up after that, and no one else had leveled down, either. Now that Han Sen could confirm the effective radius of the stone, he could mark out a danger zone around the warehouse. But he didn't call the 10 teams back in. They still remained in their places, continuing the test. For now, no one could be sure if the stone might begin acting differently. Either way, the experiment wasn't going to stop. Han Sen didn't enter the warehouse to look at the rock, but it seemed like the stone was benefiting everyone who got close to it. But after the one anomaly of what happened to Red Cloud, Han Sen wasn't going to risk being careless. Just like usual, Han Sen called the 10 teams over. After questioning them, he planned on going back to his room to eat with Bauer. But Falling Leaf informed Han Sen that Miss Mirror wanted to see him in her office. Miss Mirror has something important enough to call me in now. From what Han Sen could tell, the digging job was being shoved forward as fast as possible. And they kept encountering problems. Miss Mirror had gone to the stone fields on her own, so if she had come back seeking Han Sen, he surmised something must have happened. Han Sen went to Miss Mirror's office as he was instructed to. He knocked and entered. When he saw Miss Mirror, his greeting died on his lips. Miss Mirror had ended up like Red Cloud. She didn't have that scary, mysterious presence anymore. Her life force was weak. She was like a king now, that was certain. She was no longer deified. Yes, I have become king class. Miss Mirror looked calm, but Han Sen could still see the profound sadness behind her eyes. It looked like downgrading from being a deified being had been quite the gut punch for Miss Mirror. He respected the strength of her mind, but even a strong person like her would be shaken like this. Han Sen went silent. Then he looked at Miss Mirror and asked, "What can I do?" He knew Miss Mirror wouldn't ask him to come and see her for no reason. There were also limits to what she would tell a fake prince like him. Miss Mirror's eyes were steady. Reinforcements are on the way. It will take them 2 weeks to arrive, and we are losing control of what is happening here. It has escaped my grasp, and something even worse might soon occur. Han Sen's face looked glum. For a strong woman like Miss Mirror to make such a confession meant that things were really bad. It was almost unimaginable. Things must have been far worse than Han Sen himself expected. Why don't we just stop digging for now and leave this place? We can wait for backup to get here, Han Sen suggested quietly. Miss Mirror shook her head. It is too late. Before I left the stone field, we dug up another statue. Han Sen froze. A second statue like the one in the warehouse? He asked, staring at Miss Mirror. It was different. This time, it was a genuine statue. It has 1,000 eyes and hands, and each eye has 4 pupils. When Miss Mirror spoke of it, her breathing quickened. Her emotions were clearly still unstable. Because of that statue, you became king class? Han Sen asked. Miss Mirror nodded, and then she shook her head. Within half an hour after digging up the statue, I dropped from being deified. But Night Wind, who was inspecting the statue with me, was fine. The other workers were fine, too. So, I cannot confirm that I fell because of the statue. In that case, we really should move. We should abandon these efforts, stop excavation, and get out of here, Han Sen said. Miss Mirror shook her head. I told you, it is too late. Look at my eyes. What the hell happened to your eyes? Han Sen demanded. When he looked closer into Miss Mirror's eyes, what he saw shocked him. Miss Mirror once had beautiful eyes that looked like phoenixes. Her pupils had been black, but now they were red. And furthermore, the pupils were split in half. The 4 red pupils were a deeply unsettling sight. Are those pupils similar to the statues? Han Sen asked. Miss Mirror nodded. Everyone who saw the creature, including me and Night Wind, looked like this. If we stray too far from the statue, we'll act like addicts who need a fix. The further away from the statue we go, the stronger the feeling grows. Our desire to dig in the stone fields becomes irresistible. You have to keep digging to scratch that itch. The only way to satisfy the urge is to plow. It is the only thing that makes us feel better. Han Sen's face looked gloomy. Everything about this place was way too scary. Even deifieds were affected without knowing how or why. Han Sen couldn't ensure his own safety in that place. What can I do for you? Han Sen asked again. The situation was beyond everyone's control. He wasn't sure that he could be of any help. If he could have chosen, he would have left the xenogenic space. The further away he got, the better. Miss Mirror started to answer, but suddenly, the office's doors were banged open. Night Wind rushed in. Han Sen looked at Night Wind's eyes. His pupils had turned red, and he too had a case of the double trouble pupils. What happened? Miss Mirror asked, looking at Night Wind. "We unearthed stone doors in the stone field. They're huge, as if they lead to some giant, ancient city," Night Wind explained in a strained voice. 2422 Scarlet Eye. Night Wind's face was tight and worried, and he had also brought a video back with him. When that video was played, Han Sen understood Night Wind's expression. The beginning of the video showed a stone path, which must have been the road that had been dug up. Han Sen didn't know how they chose where to start digging, but it clearly wasn't a random decision. They had somehow figured out exactly where to start digging. The Hell had controlled large-scale dig sites. When Miss Mirror and her people arrived, they quickly reduced the scale of the operations. Now excavation was being conducted in 3 locations, and the one in the middle had to have been where they began. As the video went on, it revealed many complicated stone paths that branched off until the stone road opened up to reveal a large room. There, Han Sen found himself looking at the statue Miss Mirror had mentioned. It was 10 meters tall. It wasn't very big when compared to some of the statues Han Sen had seen before, but it was pitch black, and it had the same texture as the rocks around it. The statue featured a man sitting with his legs crossed. His arms were crossed, as well, making an X shape. The eyes of the man were just as Miss Mirror had described. There were 2 pupils in each, and they were red. Behind the statue were many arms and hands. They formed together to create the large shape of a torch. Every hand also featured a red eye with 2 pupils. Looking at the statue was disconcerting. It was like there was an endless tide of weird eyes were staring out of the screen. Han Sen was only looking at them through the video, but even so, he got goosebumps. A chill passed over Miss Mirror and Night Wind as well. The video didn't hang around the statue for long. It moved forward, revealing something that was even more surprising. Beyond the statue, the stone path vanished into a cave. It was a rough hole that looked like it had been dug by bare hand or claws. The walls of the stone tunnel were smeared here and there with blood. Claws and talons were carved into the surface of the tunnel. As the video progressed, more and more blood was revealed. The blood slowly took over every surface, turning the black cave red. The sight made Han Sen's stomach crawl. That cave couldn't have been dug by hand, right? Han Sen couldn't help but ask. Although the Extreme King didn't give much respect to the workers, they only hired people who were at least marquises. Those people were considered strong within their own races. Their weapons might not have been legendary treasures, but they should have been decent. Even if they didn't bring their own tools, the Extreme King would have provided them with xenogenic treasures. They wouldn't have had to use their hands to dig that tunnel. But based on the marks and scratches left behind, the tunnel was obviously the work of claws and hands. It hadn't been dug out with tools. Miss Mirror and Night Wind looked at the video with perplexed stares. They didn't answer Han Sen's question. Han Sen knew it was true even without their confirmation, though. He looked at the video for a bit longer, and he soon saw a dead marquise with the head of a cow. Instead of hands, there was only a twisted mass of gore at the end of the man's arms. Bits of bone protruded through the scraped flesh. Seeing this scene, Han Sen couldn't stop his imagination from replaying what had happened. The cow-headed man had dug frantically with his hands, injuring its fingers on the hard stone. And yet, it didn't stop. It kept on digging and digging with frenzied energy. Eventually, the man's hands had been ground to nubs. He had bled out and died. The video didn't stop there, and the grisly sight replayed itself over and over. Han Sen saw more and more dead bodies scattered throughout the cave. They were all in the same position. They leaned forward, pressing their destroyed hands against the walls. Some had shredded their palms, whereas others were missing entire arms. Despite having died, they still maintained their digging positions. Their faces looked very passionate as if they were excited about what they were doing, but amidst that passion, there was also the presence of fear. It was a terror that lay deep in their bones. Han Sen couldn't explain all the emotions he saw etched across those dead faces, but his stomach clenched and a cold sweat beaded across his back. The eyes of the dead workers were all open, exposing their dual red pupils. The stone path was no longer really a path. It was like a long grave dug out with blood. So many dukes and marquises had died up and down that stone path. And the further the path went, the worse the sights were. At the end of the video was a stone door. Just as Night Wind said, the double door looked like the entrance to a city. Both sides of the door were crimson, like they'd been made of solidified blood. There were also many semicircular marks across the door, scrapes left behind by fingernails. The door was 10 meters high, and because they had dug right up to the surface of the door, only rock surrounded the doorframe. It was impossible to see what was beyond those doors. But what lay before the door gave Han Sen chills. Many of the workers were stretched out before the door like people trying to escape from the demons of hell. Their dead arms were extended painfully in front of them, trying to reach some non-existent salvation. Their nails were broken and their bones were chipped. The blood on their hands had dyed the door, but none of them had been able to open the door. The workers had lasted so long, but they had all died before this door. Blood pooled around the bodies before the evil door. The door stood solid and unmoving, like the entrance to hell itself. Nightwind's face looked terrible. They are all dead, no one is left alive, and they had all gone insane by the end. They just kept digging and digging. Those rocks are hard, and they are incredibly difficult to dig, even with tools. When they used their fingers to dig, they began bleeding quite quickly. But when the blood touched the stone, it was almost as if the stone softened. They could dig it up, but it still hurt them. They kept digging until they bled out. Nightwind's voice trembled, even though he was a deified that had witnessed many life and death scenarios. What he had seen would give even him nightmares. This place is cursed. Han Sen felt sick. He had the urge to just grab Bauer and flee. Although they had the red bird with them, there was something that was simply wrong about this place. Even Miss Mirror, who was a strong deified, had been affected. There was every chance the red bird might not escape whatever power was doing these horrible things. Run. We must run. We cannot stay in this horrible place any longer, Han Sen decided. He was going to leave this place, no matter what. He would leave, even if Miss Mirror sought to stop him. Your eyes. Miss Mirror suddenly whispered in dread, looking at Han Sen's eyes. Fear filled her face. What happened to my eyes? Han Sen's heart jumped. He knew this was bad. With no hesitation, Han Sen waved his hand to cast a water mirror so he could look at himself. At that moment, Han Sen felt like fear had sunk deep into his bones. His black eyes had turned red, and furthermore, a fissure was running down the center of each pupil. The circular pupils became gourd-shaped, and they were slowly splitting in half. 2423 Contagion. I've been infected with whatever this is. Han Sen realized grimly, and a stark chill rolled through his body. He had no idea how or when he contracted this creepy condition. Until Miss Mirror pointed it out, he hadn't even realized that the strange power had managed to sneak into his body and infect his eyes. Miss Mirror and Nightwind stared at him in astonishment. Han Sen had never visited the stone path, nor had he looked at the statue with 1,000 eyes in person. But now, there was no denying that each of his eyes had 2 red pupils. That could only mean one thing: the power was contagious. If it really was contagious, then that meant it was game over for every person in their camp. Even the reinforcements heading their way would be at risk. Han Sen reacted instantly. He turned around and ran out of the office, then he grabbed the guard outside and peered deeply into the man's eyes. The guard was about to shake him loose, but Miss Mirror and Nightwind came out to stop him. His pupils haven't changed. Han Sen looked into the eyes of a few more guards. Their eyes were perfectly normal. The next second, Han Sen pulled out his phone and called Falling Leaf's number. It rang twice, and then Falling Leaf picked up the phone. She only answered the voice call, though, so there was no video. Falling Leaf, is Bauer nearby? Han Sen asked. Yes, Falling Leaf answered. Turn on your video chat, Han Sen said. Why? Falling Leaf asked without turning on the video. Just do what he told you to, Miss Mirror said. Okay, Falling Leaf answered. She turned on her video chat, and her image appeared on Han Sen's screen. Falling Leaf's hair was a bit messy, and her clothing was misbuttoned. Han Sen had no idea what she had been doing with Bauer all alone. But that wasn't important. Han Sen stared at her pupils and noticed they were normal. The colors were still the same, and there was only one pupil in each eye. Han Sen sagged a little in relief. Dad. Bauer was sitting on the sofa, holding a pair of dice in her hands. Her voice sounded so sweet as she called out to Han Sen. Bauer's eyes looked normal. That made him feel even safer. Bauer, stay in the room and play with Falling Leaf. Don't go anywhere, and wait for me there, okay? Sure, Dad. Bauer nodded. Han Sen turned his attention back to Falling Leaf. Falling Leaf, keep the door shut and don't go anywhere. Don't let anyone in, either, unless it is me. Falling Leaf didn't answer. She looked at Miss Mirror, who was still standing next to Han Sen. Do as he says, Miss Mirror said calmly. Sure. Falling Leaf nodded in agreement. Han Sen turned off the phone and spoke to Miss Mirror. Find someone with unchanged eyes. We need to conduct a test. Miss Mirror looked at Night Wind. Night Wind vanished without a word. A short time later, Night Wind reappeared in the office again, pushing two people in front of him. They were two of the workers that Han Sen had positioned within range of the stone statue. One of them was Ning Yu, and the other was the man he had been teamed with. Because Ning Yu had been farthest from the warehouse, he and his partner were the first people that Night Wind had run into. You stay here. Han Sen pushed Ning Yu out the door of the office and closed it. He pulled the Duke before the computer and restarted the video. He made sure that the Duke watched the entire thing. Han Sen, Miss Mirror, and Night Wind stared into the Duke's eyes. After the Duke saw the statue with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 arms, the man's pupils soon began to turn red. Seconds later, the color had deepened to a rich scarlet. Then the pupils started to split. In minutes, the Duke had red eyes just like Han Sen. Han Sen didn't need to say anything. They all understood what was happening. Merely looking at the videotape containing an image of that statue could infect them with whatever cursed power that structure contained. Han Sen opened the door and led Ning Yu inside the room. His eyes were still fine, and there were no new changes there. He was able to confirm that when Han Sen asked, "No matter how you see that statue, you will be infected by its power." Han Sen frowned. He used a few of his powers to explore his own eyes and figure out why they had changed, but there was nothing he could learn. As far as Han Sen could stretch his senses, the eyes felt normal. They didn't seem to be under the influence of any foreign power. Even the Dongshuan area couldn't determine what had happened to his eyes. It was like his eyes were the same as usual. But Han Sen could feel the same urges that Miss Mirror had described. He had a sudden impulse to head for the stone field. It was like an old smoker who hadn't smoked all day. He desperately wanted to go out and buy a pack. Luckily, Han Sen had a stable mind. He was able to resist the impulse. If his mind had been weak, he would have run into the fields already. The Duke screamed. His eyes turned red, and he started to gasp. He made an unnatural, swallowing sound, then turned to rush out of the office. Night Wind grabbed the Duke and pinned him to the ground. He used a substance chain to keep him locked in place. The Duke fought like mad as he tried to shake the substance chain loose. His entire body shook like a junkie in need of a fix. His tears and snot began to drip onto the floor. "What do we do?" Han Sen asked, looking at Miss Mirror and Night Wind. Things were going bad very quickly, and this wasn't something they could run away from. Complaining about the situation would be useless. They had to figure out a way to get free of this mess. Maybe our answers lie beyond those stone doors. We might have to go there to find a solution to our current problems, Night Wind said. Have you tried destroying the statue with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands? Han Sen asked. I have tried to break it, but I was unsuccessful. That statue is harder than the average black rock. Our powers cannot damage it, Night Wind said. It looks like the stone door is the only way for us to proceed, then. The urges are getting stronger, and even with our powerful wills, we won't last forever. We can't wait for the reinforcements to get here. Let's head to the doors while we still have control of ourselves. When Miss Mirror made the decision, she didn't sound hesitant. Her voice was firm and controlled. Sure, let's go to that stone door and take a look. Han Sen nodded. He wanted to see the 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes statue, too. They didn't have any evidence that the infection could spread person to person if the video wasn't involved, but at this point, who knew how the infection might be transmitted? If Bauer and Ning Yu caught whatever this was, that would be bad. Plus, Ning Yu was already infected with something. It had become hard to tell if he was a man or a woman, and his personality had changed radically as well. The Ning Yu that Han Sen had known was gone. Now that Miss Mirror had made her decision, she immediately took action. Han Sen, Night Wind, and that Duke followed her to the stone fields. Red Cloud had fallen to King Class, so they left her behind at the camp. She hadn't seen the statue yet, so for the moment, her eyes remained normal. Instead of coming with them and putting herself at risk, Miss Mirror instructed her to take charge of the camp while they were gone. 2424 Dugad City. The stone path was exactly the same as the video depicted. It was unremarkable in the beginning, and Han Sen and the others reached the statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. But Han Sen could clearly feel that the closer he got to the statue, the stronger the strange impulses became. When Han Sen laid his own eyes on the disturbing statue, the feeling was strong enough to make even him shake. As the countless eyes seemed to examine him, Han Sen felt as if a ghost was actually staring at him. The feeling was 100 times greater than what he felt when he had watched the video. It felt like an endless stream of ghosts was going to come right out of the hands to devour him. Han Sen activated his purple eye butterfly, hoping to view the secrets behind the statue. The purple pupil claimed Han Sen's eye, becoming 4 spinning petals. Han Sen took a deep breath and turned his gaze on the statue. At that moment, Han Sen felt like he was seeing a demon from hell itself. Before he got a good look at it, pain lanced through his right eye. A wet feeling slicked over his palms, as if his hands were covered in blood. Han Sen's face changed. He forced himself to continue looking at the statue, but then he realized that the sight was about to blind him. He jerked his gaze away, not daring to turn back toward the statue with his purple eye butterfly still activated. "Are you okay?" Miss Mirror and Night Wind looked at Han Sen. "I used a trick of the eyes to look at the statue, but it almost blinded me." Han Sen lowered his hands, which he had used to cover his face. His eyes were red and dripping with bloody tears. Luckily, Han Sen's blood was crystallized. Otherwise, he would have lost so much blood that he would have died. "Stop looking, and don't use your eye skill to examine it again. If my guess is correct, this statue is related to some sort of eye god. Its powers are directly linked to vision. If you use an eye skill to look at it, that's like asking for death," Night Wind said. Han Sen nodded and remained silent. He followed Miss Mirror down the path. After moving around the statue, they came to the stone cave that had been smeared with blood. It looked just as it had in the video, with more blood and gore appearing the farther they walked. Eventually, they found the door at the end of the cavern. The Duke that was bound by substance chains screamed again. He tried his hardest to rush to the stone door. If Night Wind hadn't held the Duke back, he would have smashed into the door hard enough to burst open his own skull. The stone door was shut tight, and they had no idea what lay beyond it. Han Sen didn't dare to use his purple eye butterfly again, though, so he had to inspect it with his own eyesight. The urge to go to the stone door had grown stronger, but luckily, the 3 of them had strong wills. They wouldn't lose control of themselves like the Duke. But the urges grew stronger as time went by, and it was only a matter of time until their wills snapped. It would take a god to hold back these impulses forever. The stone door had no lock or handle. It was shut tightly, almost seamlessly, and that was that. Countless dukes had tried to dig into it to no avail. The door had been impervious to their physical attacks. Night Wind and Miss Mirror swapped glances, and then Night Wind started to gather up power. They wanted to follow their original plan of forcing the stone door open. Han Sen stood next to Miss Mirror. His right eye was still red and swollen, and occasional sharp jabs of pain still radiated from it. Night Wind moved his substance chain, which hovered over the ground like a black sheet. Answering his call, it slipped into his hand and manifested as a black sword. When Han Sen saw the sword that Night Wind was holding, he noted that it gave him the same feeling as looking at an empty night sky. The powers it contained were unpredictable. Night Wind's eyes froze. The black sword in his hand struck the middle of the stone door, and the swirling darkness slammed against the door's surface like a dark horizon touching the ground. He struck the door repeatedly with the full force of his substance chain, but every time the darkness came in contact with the door, the darkness shattered like a crashing wave. All the while, the stone door refused to budge. Night Wind's power could incinerate an entire planet, but the door seemed unaffected. The rocks around were all broken by the dark blade, revealing the edges of the doorframe, but the door did not open. They could, however, now glimpse what surrounded the door beyond the doorframe. The door was set into a city tower. The city tower was built with black bricks. The bricks looked a lot like the black stone that was everywhere in the tunnel, but they were much harder. Even Night Wind's chain power could only leave scrapes across them. The scrapes he left behind looked like cat scratches. As the power of Night Wind's sword tore away more of the black rock surrounding the door, Han Sen saw 3 words engraved above the door. Han Sen recognized those 3 words. They were written in the common language of the universe. Do God City, Do God City. This is Do God City. Night Wind screamed. Even Miss Mirror looked dumbfounded. What is Do God City? Han Sen asked Night Wind. He had never heard of this place before. Night Wind's emotions had risen until he was almost hysterical. He lost all the composure a deified individual should have carried, but he didn't seem to notice. His eyes blazed as he stared at the 3 words above the door. The legends say that the ancient god had a powerful city in ancient times. That place was called Do God City. Because the people of the ancient god were born deified, they couldn't level up further. Those who went to Do God City, however, often had the opportunity to rise above the deified level. All this time, everyone thought it was just a legend. No one could confirm that Do God City actually existed. If this is the real Do God City of the ancient god, then that explains why so many weird things have happened to us. And perhaps there is a chance for us to become stronger here. Nightwind looked at the door very excitedly. He seemed to have forgotten the danger that they were in. Han Sen couldn't blame Nightwind for his elation, though. Even when Sacred had been in power, not many elites had been able to reach the last step. Even the horrendously powerful ancient water god hadn't been able to rise above his deified status. Instead, he ended up as blood rain that moisturized the world. For the vast majority of deified elites, going through the Geno Hall to become a god spirit had a practically microscopic chance of success. If Do God City was a method in which one could become a god spirit, that would be tempting for any deified. Deified elites were still just people, and they could get sick and die. They were not immortal. Even Sacred Leader had been searching for the key to immortality. It was natural for deified elites to want this. If Do God City can turn people into god spirits, then Ancient God wouldn't be one of the three most powerful races, Han Sen said with a frown. Miss Mirror looked at the three words and said, Do God City is just a legend. This city has the words Do God City written on it, but there's no proof that it's actually the city of our legends. If it was the real Do God City, why would it be buried here? We need to think about this. We need to be careful. 2425 Broken City, we can't get into the city. Talking about it is useless, Han Sen said, looking at the undamaged city door. Nightwind's power was strong, and it far exceeded Han Sen's capabilities. Han Sen didn't stand a chance of opening Do God City's door if Nightwind had failed, and Miss Mirror had fallen to King Class. They really didn't seem to have any options. Nightwind's heart jumped, his sword of darkness slashed again, but this time, he wasn't targeting the door itself. He turned his attention to the rocks all around, planning to dig out the entire tower that the door was set into. Han Sen and Miss Mirror stepped back and watched. Since the door was impassable, they couldn't think of any alternatives. Nightwind's plan was a desperate, last-ditch effort, not a well-thought-out strategy. The dark substance chains kept whipping into the black rocks, and the rocks were shattered and swept away. More and more sections of the tower were revealed. Han Sen didn't know how many floors the tower had once possessed, and that was because the tower had actually been cut in half. It looked like the whole building had been slashed by an enormous sword. The stone pillars in the front were all chopped off. The pillars fell smoothly from tall to short, as if it had been a very tidy cut. The stone pillars were thicker than a water tank. There were multiple lines of pillars, and each line contained a dozen of them. The three of them stared up at the broken tower with wide eyes. Nightwind wasn't one of the top deified in the universe, but he wasn't weak by any measurement. Attacks backed by his full deified power were only able to leave small scratches on the city's bricks. Cutting a single brick would be far beyond his abilities. With that in mind, it was difficult to imagine the sort of power that would have been required to cut clean through this entire tower. Even thinking about it was frightening. In the beginning, Han Sen wasn't very hopeful that they would be able to enter Do God City from above. Surely such a large and powerful city would have some sort of Bisema or restrictive power in place. This wasn't the sort of place that you could just climb over a wall to get into. But now, the tower was broken, and the restrictive properties of the place must have long been abandoned. That meant gaining access would be easier than Han Sen had imagined. The upper half of the city tower was missing. Nightwind slashed the rocks in various directions, but he couldn't find the other half of the tower. The bottom half of the tower was filled with rubble, and so Nightwind swung his dark substance chain. He moved the stones out of the way, clearing a path so the three of them could enter the tower. There was little to see in the half of the tower that remained. A statue had once stood in the tower, but the upper half had been sliced through and taken away with the top half of the tower. The part of the statue that remained appeared to be sitting, and its legs were crossed. The three of them couldn't tell what sort of statue it might have been originally. The shattered remnants of stone beasts lay scattered around the statue. They had fallen, breaking across the floor. Judging by where they now lay, it was clear that they had once stood guard on either side of the statue. It looks like a pretty savage battle was once fought here, but if that is true, how come we haven't found the corpses of the creatures that must have died here? Han Sen asked with a confused tone of voice. Maybe we have. We've dug up a few severed arms, remember? Those limbs were ridiculously dangerous. Even once they had been amputated, the arms still managed to kill many of our workers. That certainly shows how scary the people involved in this battle must have been. Even their limbs possess indestructible power, Night Wind said. Miss Mirror frowned. She looked toward Dugod City and said, if this is really Dugod City, then this must be the sacred place for the ancient god. Even the extreme king have believed that Dugod City was just a legend, not a real place that actually existed. The ancient god have protected this city very seriously. If other creatures wished to attack Dugod City, then the ancient god surely would have fought back. But I've never heard any stories of the ancient god having a battle on this scale. After pausing, Miss Mirror said, based on what we're seeing, this is a ruin of a god spirit's battleground, probably from the very first era. How did the ancient god claim it? The ancient god might have the word, God, in their title, but they are not actually gods. Maybe we're making assumptions about what happened here. This might not be the ruins of a god spirit's battleground, Night Wind said. Even if this isn't, a fight like this must have shocked the entire universe. There is no way no one knows about this. Miss Mirror shook her head. Han Sen thought and said, maybe Dugod City really did exist, and it was just a forbidden place that was sacred to the ancient god. But this city was already destroyed in the very first era. Maybe that is why no one has actually seen Dugod City. Maybe the ancient god themselves don't even know where to find it. That is possible. The ancient god and the very high are always so secretive and mysterious. Those two races already existed back in the sacred era, and they were already very powerful. But they were suppressed by sacred back then. They weren't as famous as they are right now. Miss Mirror nodded in thought. If Dugod City already existed in the era of the gods, and it was destroyed at some point afterward, does that mean there are secrets here that are associated with what it takes to become a god? Night Wind sounded very excited. Han Sen shook his head. Maybe not. For Dugod City to be destroyed like this, it probably means that the ancient god failed. Maybe the secret inside Dugod City was already stolen. This might just be an empty city. Now, Night Wind understood this line of reasoning, but he still held hopes of plundering Dugod City. He said, no way. There must be something inside this city. Otherwise, why are other powers trying to fight their way into the city? It's hard to say, Han Sen said quietly. In truth, Han Sen also thought that there was something inside Dugod City. But that item could be something very different from the secret to becoming a god. Perhaps some frightening people had survived the grand battle and were now deliberately luring people inside. Han Sen had a bad feeling about this place. They had found a stone that could turn a deified into a king, and a statue that had 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Whatever was inside this creepy place, it wouldn't be very nice. Let's head inside for now, Miss Mirror told Night Wind. Night Wind went back to breaking up and hauling out the rubble. The whole of Dugod City was buried under an avalanche of stone. Even the structures and streets were all buried by rock. If Night Wind and the others wanted to proceed, they would have to move the stones. Luckily, all the rocks in the city had already been reduced to shattered rubble. There weren't big chunks like what they had found outside the door. Because of that, they didn't need tools to break up the rocks into smaller chunks. They just had to haul out the shattered stones. With Night Wind's powers, moving mountains wouldn't have been difficult, so hauling away some rubble was really easy. He didn't dare use his power to remove all the rubble, though. He was afraid of breaking something valuable buried under the stone. Also, on the chance that something was still alive and sleeping within the city, he didn't want to wake it up. After the experiences that they'd had in recent days, even a deified elite like Night Wind would treat Dugod City with an appropriate level of respect. He wouldn't attempt anything stupid. Night Wind guided his dark substance chains, sliding aside rocks that were 12 meters wide. After going past the tower, they found themselves in a plaza. Night Wind kept digging, removing 100 meters of stone before coming to a stop. He stared at the place he had just dug up. 2426 Big Sword. Han Sen and Miss Mirror carefully followed Night Wind's gaze. Nearby, there was a big sword sticking partially out of the rubble. The sword's handle was 1 foot wide and 2 feet tall. They couldn't tell how long the blade was because the blade was plunged deep into the ground of the plaza. Only 80 centimeters of it could be seen. The sword was fairly rusty, and it was covered by a layer of gray film. A grim expression passed over Han Sen's face as he looked at the weapon. It gave off a powerful, murderous aura. The handle was shaped like a bamboo branch, and there was no actual handguard protecting it. The handle connected straight to the blade of the sword itself. It was double-edged, and there were strange symbols engraved down the center of the blade. They looked like snakes or vines or something. With so little of the blade visible, it was difficult to tell exactly what they were. Nightwind sensed something dangerous about this half-buried sword, which was why he had ceased digging. All he did was stare at it. Han Sen could feel the power simmering from the sword. It was like there were 1,000 angry spirits struggling, twisting, and screaming within its blade. But when he looked closer, he couldn't actually detect anything threatening about the weapon. It was huge, but other than that, it was ordinary and covered in rust. Nightwind lifted his sword of darkness again and approached the big sword slowly. He was so careful that it looked like he was walking towards some sort of terrifying, deified elite rather than a rusty sword plunged into the earth. Miss Mirror and Han Sen stood back. They were now king class. If Nightwind couldn't handle this threat, there was nothing they could do to even the odds. Nightwind had to force himself to take every step. This entire place was just too weird, and there was something ominous about the way the sword was plunged into the ground. It was entirely possible that the sword harbored some mysterious, frightening power, like the two statues they had encountered. But thankfully, when Nightwind reached the sword, the weapon didn't react to his presence. Nightwind didn't touch the sword. He used a night substance chain to remove the rocks behind the sword. He dug another path around the sword, and the sword remained in place. Nothing happened. Miss Mirror frowned and studied the sword. She seemed to be considering their options. It looks like the sword isn't going to attack. It might just be a weapon that they left behind. Nightwind looked at the sword, his eyes flashing. If it really was a weapon from the era of the gods, then perhaps it was some relic that exceeded the strength of a deified weapon. "My lady, should I try to pick it up?" Nightwind asked, looking at Miss Mirror. Although Miss Mirror was king class now, Nightwind still really respected her. He wasn't going to speak disrespectfully to her or talk down to her because of her level. Whatever power drew us here, it isn't this. Let's not move it. Continue digging a way forward, Miss Mirror said quietly. Han Sen's greedy personality usually drove him to take every piece of the treasure he could find, but in this place, not even he was willing to be careless. He agreed with what Miss Mirror said. It was best not to touch it for now. This place was cursed, so perhaps something fouler had yet to occur. But Nightwind disagreed. He thought for a moment and said, "If this is a weapon that was left behind during the battle between gods, perhaps it will help us search this city." There was some truth in Nightwind's words. If they could free the sword, they might be able to use it as a weapon. The sword must have been extremely powerful back in the day. If they could control the weapon, perhaps it could sort out many of the issues they had yet to face. For instance, the sword might be able to break the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. If they were able to do that, perhaps they could remove the red eye powers. If they could use the sword to remove their infection, then it wouldn't be necessary for them to keep exploring the city. Instead, they could merely wait until their reinforcements arrived. Miss Mirror was still a little hesitant. Whether they took the sword or not, both options had pros and cons. It was a gamble either way. Winning the bet would have fantastic rewards, but if they lost, it would make their situation even worse. Let's keep on going. Miss Mirror didn't allow Nightwind to touch the sword. If there was a gamble, they might be on the losing end. If they did not gamble, they would neither win nor lose. If the choice had been up to Han Sen, not even he would have tried his luck with that sword. It was far too risky, he believed. The most important reason he didn't want anything to do with the sword, though, was because of what had happened with Ning Yu and the little green sword. The green sword had been much smaller, and it had turned Ning Yu into someone who was neither a man nor a woman. If Han Sen grabbed that big sword, God only knew what might happen. Perhaps it would turn him into a eunuch. That was unthinkable. Although Ning Yu was really girly, at least he still had a penis. Nightwind didn't insist, though. It seemed as if he still acknowledged Miss Mirror's authority. Even though he held a different opinion, he didn't go against Miss Mirror's will. The three of them proceeded around the sword as Nightwind continued to remove the rubble from a path in front of them. As they went, Nightwind's excavation revealed many more gouges and deep slices that had been carved into the plaza. A sword mark was carved meters deep into the hard ground paved with black stone. The black rock was amazingly sturdy, but it had been cut open like tofu. Pieces of the broken stone had flown everywhere, so it was scary to imagine how strong the wielder of that power must have been. These sword marks can't have been made by the person who left behind the big sword, can they? I wonder who used it. As Han Sen observed the sword marks, he couldn't stop thinking about the buried sword. The woman dug up by the hell had only been deified like Night Wind. But when Night Wind's power struck the plaza, it barely left a scratch. Compared to the meters-deep clefts made by some ancient weapon, the difference was staggering. They were not on the same level. Miss Mirror and Night Wind were thinking along the same line, but they had already decided not to touch the sword. There was no reversing that decision now. Night Wind was leading them all forward when suddenly, a ding noise sounded. Night Wind's dark substance chains looked as if they had struck something, and they shattered into darkness. What did we find this time? Han Sen asked, moving to get a better view. The dark substance chains had broken against a stone wall, and despite hitting the wall with considerable force, the chains hadn't damaged it. The wall was covered with engravings, but since they could only see a small section of the wall, they couldn't tell what the engravings represented. Night Wind moved very fast as he cleared out the rubble around the wall. A short time later, the entire stone wall stood exposed before them. The wall looked like a floral screen, but it was much bigger than the average floral screen. It was 100 meters long and 3 meters high. Han Sen looked carefully at the carvings on the screen, and when he did, his face changed. Their eyes were drawn to the center of the screen. At first, they thought it was nothing, but when that section of the wall was viewed from the far left, the image resolved into something very strange. There were pictures of the wall, and to Han Sen's surprise, they all looked humanoid. The figures had hands, legs, and heads, just like humans. Oddly, though, they didn't have faces. Where there should have been noses, eyes, and mouths, there was empty space instead. They were blank and faceless men. Han Sen wasn't weirded out by the sight. After all, he had seen many kinds of weird creatures before, so a few carvings of faceless people wasn't enough to shake him up. The disturbing thing about the pictures was the scenes that they depicted. The 100-meter screen held 6 pictures. The first picture showed a broken city tower. In front of that tower stood a few men without faces. One of the faceless men was using a sword to attack the tower. That picture showed the backs of the faceless men. Their faces weren't visible, but when he thought about it some more and took it all in as a whole, Han Sen's gut clenched and goosebumps flared up across his skin. Oh, **T. These faceless people in the painting cannot be us, right? Han Sen stared at the first picture. He could only see the back of the faceless man who was cutting down the tower, but the scene reminded him strongly of when Night Wind had been clearing rocks from around the city tower. There were another 2 faceless men watching, and a 4th man was lying on the floor. That was obviously Han Sen, Miss Mirror, and the Duke they had brought with them. No matter how Han Sen looked at it, the picture seemed to represent their attempt to enter through the stone door. The people inside the carving were faceless and their figures weren't terribly distinct, which was the only thing keeping Han Sen from fully confirming that his theory was correct. Han Sen and Miss Mirror looked at each other, then turned their attention to the second picture. The carving still featured 4 faceless figures with their backs turned. Not far from the figures, a sword was lodged in the ground. Han Sen didn't think that this picture required much interpretation. It was clearly depicting the moment that they had discovered the gigantic, rusty sword that had been stabbed into the ground. But the third picture, without a doubt, was them standing in front of the screen. 3 faceless men were examining the drawing on the screen. Only 1 faceless man was lying on the ground, and it really did look just like them. Who's playing this trick? Come on out, Night Wind shouted. His sword of darkness slashed repeatedly at the screen. Obviously, unless the person who created the pictures on the screen was a prophet, there was no way those carvings could have been drawn before their arrival. The only possibility was that someone had imbued that screen with some sort of power, and when they arrived there, it generated the scenes that were visible across the carving. Night Wind's dark substance chain struck the screen and shattered again, leaving no trace of their attack on the screen's surface. The screen was as hard as a deified treasure. Don't waste your energy. Let's look at the rest of the picture for now, Miss Mirror said. Night Wind's attacks were useless. He lowered his hands and joined them in examining the carvings. Han Sen understood what Miss Mirror meant. The third picture represented their current situation in front of the screen, but there were another 3 pictures. If the carvings were already carved prior to their arrival, then those 3 pictures might predict what would happen next. If the pictures failed to predict what was to happen or if their predictions weren't accurate, it would prove that someone had been playing a trick on them. That would mean that the screen held no prophetic power, and they didn't have to be afraid of its contents. Han Sen looked at the fourth picture. The fourth picture still featured 4 faceless men, but they were now facing a tree. And this time, they didn't all have their backs turned. A faceless man lay on the floor, and 2 of the others had their backs turned, but the last faceless man was showing his faceless face. One of the faceless men with their backs turned clutched a sword. The sword was pierced through the faceless man that was facing the front of the picture. Blood ran down the blade. Is this predicting that we will kill each other? Han Sen wondered. Night Wind looked at the fourth picture and frowned. Miss Mirror had no reaction, and she merely moved on to look at the fifth carving. The fifth picture didn't contain 4 faceless men. There were only 3. One of them was lying on the ground, and the other 2 were in the process of strangling each other. From the picture, it seemed as if the faceless man on top was succeeding in suffocating the man below. That is rubbish, Night River grunted. This was a prediction that they would kill each other. Night Wind really thought someone had to be playing tricks on them, attempting to give them a scare. Again, Miss Mirror showed no reaction. She moved on to look at the final, 6th picture. The 6th picture was even weirder. There were only 2 faceless men left. One of them was on the ground, and the other knelt with their hands folded as if in prayer. In front of the praying man, there was a statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It looked just like the statue they had seen before upon the stone path. Something must still be alive here. It's changing the pictures to mess with us, Night Wind growled, giving the pictures a look of disdain. Han Sen knew why Night Wind was having such a strong reaction. He wasn't trying to point out how ridiculous the pictures were, he was just trying to prove his loyalty. Those 4 faceless men had no faces, and they couldn't be identified by their body shapes, either. It was impossible to tell who was who. But the faceless man who held a sword had clearly attacked the others, and the duke they had brought with them was clearly the man lying on the ground in all the pictures. Only one of the figures in the pictures used a sword. Night Wind also used a sword, and he was good at sword skills. The faceless man who held the sword had to be him, and that was why he was dying to prove his loyalty to Miss Mirror. If what happened in the pictures came true, no matter who Night Wind attacked, things would go very badly for him. He didn't know that Han Sen was a fake Prince 16. Killing Prince 16 or Miss Mirror, who was the king's right hand and sister, would have consequences that he didn't even want to consider. Deified beings were very strong, but compared to the combined might of the extreme king, a sole deified criminal was nothing. It doesn't matter if the person doing this is a god or a ghost. If he cannot come out, then that means he is scared of us. Night Wind, let's keep going, Miss Mirror said smoothly. Her pretty face was still serene. She didn't seem to care about the contents of the carving one bit. Han Sen wasn't very concerned about it, either. Just like Miss Mirror said, even if someone alive was actively altering the carvings, that person wasn't daring to attack them outright. Their unseen enemy had to be scared of something, and that made them feel a little safer. 2428 Sleeping Place. Night Wind obeyed the command and deployed his substance chains to clear the rubble behind the screen. The 3 of them hauled their junky duke along with them, moving around the screen and proceeding forward. Blood came from every orifice of the duke's body. He wasn't dead yet, but his prospects weren't looking good. That was especially true of his eyes. They had turned entirely red, and even the whites of his eyes had been consumed by the new color. Night Wind focused his attention on clearing the road ahead. After he cleared the path for some distance in front of them, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Miss Mirror and said, "Miss Mirror, should we change the direction of our travel?" "Why?" Miss Mirror asked Night Wind. Han Sen was curious about this, too. He had no clue why Night Wind had made this suggestion. Night Wind sighed and said, "The 3rd picture predicts that we will reach a tree. But comparing the height of the figures to the height of the tree in the picture, it suggests that the tree is very large. It would be 100 meters tall, at least. Moving a tree like that out of our path could be difficult." Han Sen understood Night Wind's rationale now. The 4th picture seemed to indicate that they'd encounter a tree, and that tree couldn't be moved. If they changed course ahead of time to avoid the tree, though, the prediction would be incorrect. If they avoided the tree successfully, that would suggest that it really had been someone messing with them. "Let's switch directions, then." Miss Mirror nodded. With Miss Mirror's approval, Night Wind changed direction and resumed digging. If someone was trying to trick them, it would be easy for that person to guess their course since they were digging in the direction that the power was drawing them. The source of that Power was their destination, after all. The mysterious trickster might have seen them, known where they would go, and then carved the pictures accordingly. If someone was rattled by those pictures, they would probably find some sense of security in following the road they had already intended to travel. And if they encountered that tree, they would be terrified. The trickster's plans would come together rather neatly in that case. Nightwind made this suggestion to keep that from happening. If the trickster tried to move the tree to intercept them, he was bound to leave behind some evidence of what he had done. The trickster's plan would fail. Nightwind moved quickly, digging at a very fast pace. After 10 minutes, they had followed Nightwind down a trench that was a few hundred meters long. But Nightwind suddenly came to a standstill. The rigidity in his back made it obvious that he had frozen mid-step, not just stopped for a breather. He stood there, staring ahead as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't even lower his raised arms. What happened? Han Sen followed Nightwind's gaze. He saw that Nightwind had cleared half of the rocks, and a small object was now peeking out of the rubble. When Han Sen saw what it was, his face paled as well. A twig was rising from the rocks, and several green leaves had sprouted from it. It looked like it belonged to a willow tree. How? Han Sen asked uncomfortably. He peered more closely at the twigs and leaves, and they looked like the ones in the picture. Nightwind silently used his dark substance chains to remove all the nearby rocks. More twigs appeared as the rubble was tossed away. A few minutes later, a mass of twigs and branches was showing the whole tree had been unearthed. It was exactly the same as it appeared in the picture. It was 100 meters tall, and it looked like a willow tree. The flexible branches hung low, and the tree was covered with countless green leaves. The three of them stared glumly up at the tree. They had changed course in a way that should have been unpredictable, but they had found the tree anyway. It was way too weird. Han Sen inspected the roots of the tree. It was nestled in a flower bed made of stone, and rich soil covered its roots. It doesn't look as if someone moved it here, Miss Mirror said while looking at the flower bed. Maybe there are many trees like this. If that is the case, then we were bound to encounter at least one of them. This plaza is probably walled with trees. We would have found one no matter where we chose to dig, Han Sen said after a moment of thought. Right, Nightwind replied seriously, and he moved his substance chains to dig elsewhere. He wanted to see if another tree could be found in a different direction. Stop digging, there will not be another one of these trees. Miss Mirror waved her hands to stop him. Nightwind wasn't going to question Miss Mirror, but he did look at her with confusion. He was waiting for her to explain that declaration. Miss Mirror looked at the tree and said, I think this is a requiem tree. A requiem tree. When Nightwind heard that, he paled slightly. He looked at the tree with an expression of disbelief. Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror and Nightwind with confusion. He had never heard of a requiem tree before. Miss Mirror knew what Han Sen was wondering, and before he had a chance to ask, she explained, when I visited the ancient god, I saw a requiem tree once. The ancient gods say that these requiem trees are where their people go for their final slumber. The legends say that the ancient god need to be buried next to them so that their souls can find eternal rest. If you've seen a tree like this amongst the ancient god, and now there is another one here, it doesn't sound like these. Things are terribly rare. Why would you say that there won't be another one of these trees around here somewhere? Han Sen asked, his brow furrowed. He was obviously missing something. I don't know how many requiem trees there are in the universe, but the one I saw before was only 2 feet tall, Miss Mirror said. The master of that requiem tree said they only grow to a height of about 3 feet, anyway. Then, they stop growing. If an ancient god dies and is buried beneath the requiem tree, it will absorb the ancient god's body. The tree will then grow 1 more foot, no more and no less. Do the math. If this tree has grown so high, how many ancient god bodies were here? Do you think there will be multiple trees that have reached this height? This is really a requiem tree. Han Sen stared up at the tree, suddenly seeing its prodigious height in a whole new light. Ancient water god's body had moisturized a few systems, bringing life to many planets and even making primitive races level up. If Miss Mirror was speaking the truth, then that requiem tree must have absorbed a few hundred ancient god bodies, at the least. It must have taken in an unbelievable amount of energy. It was hard to imagine how strong the tree must be. But Han Sen couldn't feel the appalling life force that should have been radiating from the tree. To him, it was little more than an ordinary plant. It is easy to determine whether or not it is a genuine requiem tree. If it is a requiem tree, the tree will have a requiem tree hole that holds ancient god powers. Miss Mirror walked around the tree, and it wasn't long before she came to a stop. She stared at one specific location on the trunk. Han Sen and Night Wind walked over to Miss Mirror. They followed Miss Mirror's gaze and found her looking at a tree hole that was the size of a man's fist. The interior of the hole was jet black, and Han Sen's eyesight wasn't good enough to pierce the gloom and see if anything was inside. That is it. This is a requiem tree hole. I can't tell if a requiem tree egg is there, though, Miss Mirror murmured to herself as she looked at the tree hole. 2429 Requiem tree egg, trees make babies. Is this requiem tree a xenogenic? Han Sen asked in confusion. Miss Mirror shook her head. I don't know if the requiem tree is a xenogenic, but it doesn't produce babies. The tree egg is essentially a collection of the tree's resin. The more energy a requiem tree takes in, the more resin it can produce. That resin gathers inside the tree hole to become an orb. It looks something like an ant egg. They are called tree eggs. I was told a story of a man who managed to get a requiem tree egg that was around the size of a fingernail. He was only a low-tier king, but he used the requiem tree egg's power to advance all the way to deified. Ever since then, requiem tree eggs have become the most sought-after treasure in the entire universe. But the ability of requiem tree eggs to help a king class being rise to deified is only of secondary importance. People are more interested in them because they can be used to help deified individuals ascend. Miss Mirror paused and went on to say, but considering the battle that happened here, I'm afraid the requiem tree egg inside the tree hole has already been taken away. Maybe it's still here. Let me see, Night Wind said. Then he launched himself into the air and flew up to the tree hole. He hovered right in front of it, putting his eyes right near the tree hole to peer inside. This tree hole is strange. I'm looking right into it, but I cannot see anything inside, Night Wind said to Miss Mirror. Requiem trees are resting trees for the ancient god. They have unusual powers, so not even deified elites can see what is inside the tree hole. Luckily, requiem tree holes aren't dangerous. Just put your hand inside, Miss Mirror said. Night Wind hesitated, but he did as he was instructed. Just in case, he shrouded his hand in night power that would defend against anything evil that might have taken up residence inside the tree hole. Then he placed his hand into the hole. She said the tree hole wasn't dangerous, but who knew if some toxic bug had decided to make its home there or something. This entire city felt cursed, and so by Night Wind's reasoning, bizarre toxic bugs weren't out of the question. Seeing Night Wind place his hand in the hole, Han Sen felt nervous on his behalf. If there was something weird inside the tree hole, and it pulled Night Wind inside, that would actually be kind of scary. But after Night Wind plunged his hand into the hole, a grin crossed his face. He shouted, "There is something in here. It is circular, and it feels like a stone. I don't know if it is a requiem tree egg, however. Touch it with your hand. If it is a requiem tree egg, your hand will smell like resin," Miss Mirror said. Night Wind touched the item and then pulled his hand out of the hole to sniff it. He didn't actually need to bring it up to his nose. Even at the bottom of the tree, Han Sen and Miss Mirror could smell that pleasant, grassy fragrance. Just the smell alone was enough to make Han Sen feel like his body was waking up after a long winter. He felt so relaxed, it was like his cells were coming alive. Not bad. That is the smell of a requiem tree egg. I can barely believe that the requiem tree egg is still there. Pull it out, Miss Mirror said. Night Wind immediately reached into the hole again to pull the tree egg out. But when he tried to draw his arms back out, they stopped abruptly. He couldn't seem to get the egg out. The egg is too big. I can't get it to fit through the hole, Night Wind said. He pulled out his sword of darkness to slash the tree hole in an attempt to widen it. But when the sword of darkness hit the bark of the tree, it only left a small white scratch mark behind. There wasn't the faintest semblance of a firm dent. Trying to cut it is useless. The requiem tree is the resting place of many members of the ancient god. Even a tiny requiem tree is impervious to most powers and gear, and this tree is enormous, Miss Mirror said. Can he not crack the egg into pieces and bring them out like that? Han Sen said, the egg will be harder than the requiem tree itself. How is he supposed to break it? Miss Mirror rolled her eyes at Han Sen. Then she turned to Night Wind again. How big is the tree egg? Very big, Night Wind said, his voice strangely distracted. How big is very big? Big like a brain, Han Sen asked with a laugh. A fingernail-sized requiem tree egg turned a king into a deified. If there was a brain-sized requiem tree egg, it would probably start a war that would consume the entire universe. If your brain is 1 meter across, Then yes, it is sized like your brain, Night Wind said quietly. Han Sen noticed that the man's eyes were very wide. What? That large? Han Sen asked hoarsely. His eyes almost popped out of his skull. He could scarcely believe how big that was. Are you sure that is a requiem tree egg and not something else? Miss Mirror asked with shock. Not even she could believe it. No one had ever heard of such a giant requiem tree egg before. Even small eggs were considered priceless relics among deified elites, but this, the thought of a 1-meter-long requiem tree egg was enough to make people's blood boil and their hearts leap in their chests. The power of something like that was beyond imagining. I don't know. You should confirm it yourself, Miss Mirror. Night Wind came down from the tree hole. He still looked somewhat shell-shocked as he spoke to Miss Mirror. It was weird to see such an expression on Night Wind's face. But when seeing a requiem egg such as that, even a deified was bound to have difficulty managing their excitement. A requiem tree egg could strengthen deifieds. A requiem tree egg the size of a plum could increase a deified's level by quite a bit. If a deified refined a tree egg of this magnitude, they could easily become a god spirit. Miss Mirror flew up to the tree hole. She put her hand in and began feeling around the tree hole. Seconds later, her jaw hung slack in wonder. It really is a requiem tree egg. I cannot believe that such a large egg exists. Miss Mirror finally said after 10 minutes of fiddling. Her expression said that she wasn't entirely sure how she should feel. It really is a requiem tree egg, Han Sen and Night Wind said together. Yes, and it is also circular. It is somewhere between 1 meter and 2 meters across. Miss Mirror couldn't help but sigh. It is a shame that the tree hole is only the size of a fist. If it was a small requiem tree egg, we could take it out. Now we know that there is a tree egg inside and that it is something that would change the universe as we know it. However, we don't have a way to remove it. Wait, maybe there's a way to get it out. Night Wind suddenly sounded exhilarated. What? You have a way to expand the tree hole? Han Sen looked at Night Wind. Miss Mirror looked at him as well, a single eyebrow raised. Instead of answering, Night Wind used his finger to point at the tree excitedly, and spoke, "Look over there." Han Sen and Miss Mirror followed his finger. A deep scar ran across one side of the tree. It was a 3-foot-long gash, and it was 3 fingers deep, at least. That is a sword mark. Han Sen's eyes brightened. The sword mark was old, and even though the tree had healed, there was a scar. But based on the angle of the scar, it looked as if it had been delivered by the big sword they had found earlier. If we can grab that sword, maybe we can use it to widen the tree hole and retrieve the requiem tree egg, Night Wind said, his eyes bright with anticipation. That might actually work. Maybe someone or something wants us to go back and retrieve that sword, Han Sen said. The entire scenario seemed a little too convenient, though. They had chosen to leave the sword behind on the road, despite what the pictures on the screen seemed to indicate. Now, they had been presented with a tantalizing prize that would force them to return and retrieve the sword after all. They seemed to be drifting slowly closer to the reality that the screen had predicted. I am willing to give it a try. I will go find the sword again and bring it back, Night Wind said to Miss Mirror. Go, but be careful, Miss Mirror said, her voice distracted and distant. Yes, I will get it done. Night Wind bowed, turned around, and walked away. After taking a few steps, Night Wind stopped. He looked at the Duke. He thought for a moment and then said to Miss Mirror, "My lady, this guy isn't going to make it. Why don't I put him out of his misery now?" Han Sen knew what the man meant. Night Wind was obviously still scared about the prophetic pictures they had seen on the screen. If he got rid of the Duke, however, there'd be one less faceless man. That would mean the prophecy could be proven wrong, and it was nothing more than an illusion. Miss Mirror nodded. Night Wind picked up the Duke and left. Is it wise to let him go? Han Sen asked, looking at Miss Mirror. Han Sen thought that Miss Mirror and Night Wind knew more than they were saying, but Miss Mirror hadn't tried to stop Night Wind from leaving. That confused Han Sen. Miss Mirror didn't move, and her voice was chilly. You think he would stay? If I forbade him from going? You mean, Night Wind will betray us for the requiem tree egg? Han Sen now understood what Miss Mirror was getting at. If she stopped Night Wind from getting the sword, and Night Wind wanted the requiem tree egg badly enough, what happened in the picture might actually come to pass. I don't know for certain if Night Wind will betray us, but when something as valuable as this egg lies in the balance, loyalties can be tested. The requiem tree egg is a treasure that is far too tempting, and there would be few consequences for breaking the rules right now. I have to be careful. Miss Mirror ended with a sigh. From what you know of Night Wind, if he really brings back the sword and claims the Requiem Tree Egg, do you think he'd go the extra mile and do something else? Han Sen asked. I honestly don't know. Miss Mirror shook her head, and then she said, so, we just need to be prepared. I hope that Nightwind doesn't decide to betray us, but if he does, we need a contingency in place that can keep us breathing. I'm no longer what I once was, remember. I am only king class. If we fight, I cannot hope to beat Nightwind. Our only chance of surviving is if you and I work together. Even if you and I work together, fighting a deified elite won't be easy. Han Sen shook his head. Miss Mirror brushed her fingers across her bangs, smiled, and said, even if 10 ordinary kings allied together, their collective power might not be enough to defeat Nightwind. But you and I are different. If we work together, even if we cannot beat him, we should be able to keep ourselves alive. I am with you, of course, my lady. Han Sen smiled. Although I have become king class, I still have the mind of a deified. And I understand Nightwind's power. I know all about Nightwind. I will just need you to do as I say. If he really tries to do something rash, we'll hold him back long enough that we can escape. Miss Mirror said, I will listen to you, my lady. Han Sen answered quickly, but he had a different plan in mind. Things had become complicated. The three of them each had their own plan. Although they all had individual goals, they knew that surviving in such a place would be difficult. But none of them could resist the temptation of the Requiem Tree Egg. Although Miss Mirror hadn't said anything about it, she obviously had her own thoughts about the Requiem Tree Egg. She just hadn't been obvious about it like Nightwind. Both of them went silent. Han Sen thought it wasn't a good idea to let the uncomfortable silence grow, so he started talking. Do you think Nightwind can safely retrieve that big sword? I don't know. Miss Mirror paused. It definitely seems like something is orchestrating this situation, trying to drive us to fight for the Requiem Tree Egg. Since this entity obviously seems to require the big sword, common sense should tell you that the sword is dangerous. But Nightwind went to retrieve it anyway, and he isn't stupid. Since he insisted on going, he might have an ulterior motive. Maybe. Miss Mirror didn't finish her thought, but the look on her face suggested that she was worried. Han Sen picked up where Miss Mirror had left off, and he said, maybe he isn't concerned about the future that the screen seemed to foretell. Miss Mirror didn't respond. It was like a silent agreement. Han Sen went on to say, if the prophecy is false, then Nightwind is fine with that. If the prophecy is true, then the person wielding the sword should be fine anyway. After all, whoever takes the sword in the prophecy will be the one who claims the egg and survives. The odds for survival are swinging wildly in Nightwind's favor, with how things currently stand. You and I cannot take him down if things go badly. Miss Mirror nodded. She agreed. But there is one thing I don't understand. How can Nightwind be sure that nothing will kill him when he grabs the sword? Han Sen asked Miss Mirror. Han Sen wasn't familiar with Nightwind, so he couldn't guess the answer with any confidence. Do not underestimate any deified being. Nightwind isn't the most powerful deified, but the simple fact that he reached the deified level still means a lot. Do not be misled by his apparent loyalty and service to me. It can put you on a slippery slope to a painful demise, Miss Mirror said, her voice hard. Han Sen shrugged. He did not say anything more. He looked back along the path behind them, hoping to see something. Nightwind should have already returned with the sword by now. If some sort of trap had been laid on or around the sword, he should have already triggered it. But the ruined city was still deathly quiet. There wasn't a single sound. They had no way of knowing if Nightwind had removed the sword or not yet. While Han Sen was thinking, a shadow appeared far down the path. It looked like Nightwind's. Indeed, when the figure drew closer, Han Sen could see that it was Nightwind returning. He had a big sword slung over his shoulder, which looked just like the one they had seen before. But contrary to their expectations, the sword was only 1 meter long. The tip was flat as if it had been snapped off. The sword was broken. That surprised Miss Mirror and Han Sen both, and they swapped curious glances with each other. 2431 Tree Egg comes out of the hole. Luckily, I was able to retrieve the sword. Nightwind stepped in front of Miss Mirror and bowed. He placed the sword down in front of her. The Duke was gone, so it seemed that Nightwind had gotten rid of the man. The sword was broken, Miss Mirror asked, looking directly at Nightwind. She didn't stoop to touch the sword. It seemed like a pointless question to ask, but there was a deeper meaning to her inquiry. Nightwind knew what she was asking. He immediately answered, when I pulled it out, it was broken already. And I couldn't find any pieces of the blade in the surrounding area, either. I tested what's left of the blade, and while I don't know what level it is, it could cut through the rubble like butter. Han Sen understood. Nightwind had answered 3 of Miss Mirror's questions. He wasn't the one to break the sword, and the sword hadn't broken recently. Furthermore, the sword power was still inside it. Let's see if we can use it to widen the hole in the tree, Miss Mirror instructed Nightwind, still not touching the sword herself. Han Sen knew why Miss Mirror didn't want to accept the sword. She still didn't know if Nightwind was going to betray her. If he really held traitorous intentions, he would reveal his true self and strike Miss Mirror down as soon as she took the sword. Miss Mirror didn't want to go against Nightwind just yet, so she didn't want to touch the sword. First, she wanted to see if Nightwind could cut the tree open. If he was unable to widen the hole, then the Requiem egg tree would remain beyond their reach. In that case, they would no longer have any reason to distrust each other, and they'd continue cooperating in order to remove their red-eye affliction. Nightwind was the strongest one there, so they would need his help. Let me see what I can do to free the egg, Nightwind said, and then he approached the opening in the Requiem tree. He lifted the sword and slashed toward the hole. The dark color of the blade spread, and Nightwind's dark substance chain struck the tree hole. The darkness broke and spilled everywhere. But when the blade of the broken sword slammed into the hole, it bit into the trunk of the tree, splitting the wood in a narrow gash. It works, Nightwind exulted. He pulled the broken sword free and then continued to strike the tree hole. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the fist-sized hole got bigger and bigger. Han Sen and Miss Mirror simply stood beneath the tree, watching. While the broken sword was capable of cutting the tree, the wood of the tree itself was still incredibly hard. Nightwind was making progress, but only a few centimeters were achieved with each strike. After slashing at the tree for half an hour, the hole had been expanded to the size of a frying pan's lid. The Requiem tree egg still wasn't visible through the hole, of course. We're almost there. Try to pull the egg out so that we can confirm that it's genuine, Miss Mirror said from down below. Nightwind slung the broken sword across his back. He put his hand inside and felt around until he got a firm grip on the egg. Then he pulled the egg out as far as it would go. Only the tip was showing, though, as the hole was too small to pull the egg out completely. From the part of it that was showing, the Requiem tree egg appeared to be transparent. It looked like amber, in that it was tinged with a bit of gold. It looked pretty. It gave off a fragrance that awakened Han Sen's senses, like his body was being rinsed clean by some holy liquid. It is a Requiem tree egg, Nightwind said with a grin. Miss Mirror looked odd. Han Sen had never seen a Requiem tree egg before, so he didn't know what it was supposed to look like, but that gold crystal was obviously some good stuff. Once they had confirmed the nature of the orb inside the tree, Nightwind let the egg fall back into the hole and went back to hacking at the tree trunk using the broken sword. Wood chips and shavings flew everywhere as the hole grew steadily larger. Han Sen and Miss Mirror looked at each other. They could see the greediness and awareness in each other's eyes. Such a giant Requiem tree egg was the rarest of treasures. They all wanted it for themselves, but Nightwind was too powerful. And Han Sen and Miss Mirror couldn't predict if Nightwind would betray them. In addition to being deified, he was now wielding that deadly broken sword. If he did decide to turn on them, Han Sen and Miss Mirror would be in a lot of danger. After another hour of hacking away at the tree hole was an entire meter wide. It seemed as if they'd be able to pull the tree egg out now. Nightwind swung the broken sword across his back. He leaned into the greatly expanded hole, using his hands to try to pull the egg out into the open. Nightwind applied steady pressure, and the egg began to slide steadily, if slowly, out of the hole. The giant Requiem tree egg was gold like amber, and the small section that had been revealed so far looked like the narrow end of a chicken's egg. All 3 of them froze as they stared not at the egg itself, but at what lay beneath the egg's transparent exterior. Within that small end of the gold egg, they could see a head. It looked like the head of someone who was either a human or one of the Extreme King. The head appeared to belong to an 18-year-old girl. Her eyes were closed peacefully, and her hair appeared to be gold, but they couldn't tell if that was just the tint of the tree egg or her natural color. Her eyelashes were long. In that serene pose, she looked like Sleeping Beauty from the fairy tale. Why does the Requiem tree egg have a creature inside it? Nightwind asked, looking at the tree egg with confusion. Miss Mirror looked at the tree egg, shook her head, and said, I don't know. I've never heard of such a giant Requiem tree egg. And I've never heard of there being life inside one of them. Is the Requiem tree a xenogenic? Can the Requiem tree breed and produce life? Han Sen asked, uncertainly. Maybe she accidentally entered the tree hole and died, and then her body was covered by resin. Maybe that is how she ended up like this, Nightwind mumbled thoughtfully to himself. Han Sen's eyes suddenly hardened. He gritted his teeth and said, now we have one more person. When Nightwind and Miss Mirror heard him, their brows furrowed. The prediction of the 6 pictures revealed 4 faceless men. They thought that they had changed things by getting rid of the Duke. When their numbers were reduced to 3, they thought they had trumped the prophecy. But now the tree egg had a human-like creature inside, and that brought their numbers back up to 4. The 3 of them looked at each other nervously. Nightwind gnashed his teeth. He wanted to push the tree egg back into the hole. But the tree egg suddenly shone with a golden light, and a wave of power tossed Nightwind away from the egg and the girl it contained. The egg shot out of the hole like a bullet, then fell to the ground where it rolled for a bit. Now that they could see the tree egg's full appearance, it was just as Miss Mirror had predicted. 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It was like a giant amber egg. A naked, 15-year-old girl lay inside that tree egg. Beneath the blonde hair that spread across her shoulders, they could see a tattoo covering her whole back. A 9-life cat, Han Sen thought the instant he saw the tattoo. His nostrils flared, and he barely kept himself from shouting the words. 2432 The prophecy comes true. This is rather ominous, Han Sen thought in his heart. He quickly reviewed the facts. There was a giant Requiem tree inside Du God City. The tree contained a giant Requiem egg, and there was a girl frozen within that egg, for some reason. The girl had a 9-life cat tattoo across her entire back. Han Sen's mind raced for an explanation, but he couldn't come up with one. The sight of a 9-life cat tattoo on a woman's back was familiar to Han Sen. This girl's tattoo looked the same as Zero's. It was exactly the same, in fact, and that was why Han Sen was so shocked. Is that girl inside the egg Zero's sister? But that doesn't make sense. Du God City fell a billion years ago. How long has Zero been alive? It doesn't seem as if the two of them could be related. But then, why would they have the same tattoo on their backs? Is it the same organization's branding? Blood Legion's symbol is the 9-life cat, but Blood Legion hasn't been around as long as Du God City, and their history doesn't reach back to the time before it fell. That godmn old cat, he must know all the answers I'm looking for. Han Sen was giving himself a headache trying to figure all this out. He wanted to lay his hands on that old cat and string it up. He wanted to torture the feline so that he could learn everything it knew. Kacha. A snapping sound suddenly came from the egg, pulling Han Sen out of his thoughts. A crack had formed across the golden egg. Is that girl still alive? Han Sen asked in amazement, slowly taking a single step back. Miss Mirror, Nightwind, and Han Sen all had the same reaction. After falling back a little ways, they stopped. They couldn't escape now. They hadn't found a cure for their red eyes, and they were sure to die if they chose to leave. But Han Sen was worried about something a little different. Although he also had red eyes that he couldn't get rid of, he was more afraid that the weird power might be contagious. He didn't want to risk infecting Bauer or Ning Yu. That was why he had come here. He wanted to find some way to remove the infectious power, and if this abandoned city didn't present any answers, he planned to try getting rid of the red eyes with his super god spirit body. Han Sen had no control over what was occurring, and he couldn't even tell if it was dangerous or not. He wanted to flee, but before he had time to turn and run, he heard a humming tone like the sound one might expect from a viola. The giant egg cracked like glass around the form of the blonde girl, then shattered completely. Seeing the scattered remains of the egg, Nightwind gnashed his teeth and dropped into a defensive crouch. His dark substance chains then shot out to collect all of the pieces of the egg. The egg had disintegrated and fallen to the ground, but the girl still hung in the air. Her body was curled up in fetal position, and an intriguing scent wafted from her. She smelled like the Requiem tree egg, but better. One moment Han Sen thought he could barely smell the scent, and the next moment it was almost overpowering. I don't care who or what you are, I have to kill you now. Dark substance chains circled and writhed around Nightwind's body, and he sent increasing amounts of power into the hand that wasn't holding the broken sword. After charging up his strike for a few seconds, he slashed at the girl. Nightwind had no choice. If he didn't go forward with this, the red-eye power would drive him insane. The only escape from this fate was to acquire more power. His sword of darkness tore through the air toward the sleeping girl. The girl's body looked as if it was shielded by some invisible power. When Nightwind's dark substance chains got within a foot of the girl, they shattered. His power couldn't reach her. Nightwind roared like thunder and prepared to slash with the broken sword instead. His dark substance chains were unable to damage the girl, so he poured all of his strength into the broken sword. Since the broken sword was able to damage the Requiem tree, he believed it should be able to harm the girl's seemingly delicate skin. The blade hissed through the air toward her, and it didn't explode like the dark substance chain. He slashed downwards, but the sword moved so slowly. It was like the sword was gradually slicing through some invisible substance. The sword descended toward the girl's throat. The blade was going to touch her skin. As this occurred, the girl's eyes moved beneath their eyelids. It seemed as if she was about to wake up. Her blonde hair silently waved and shimmered. To Nightwind's surprise, the girl's blonde hair rose and wrapped around the blade of the broken sword, stopping the weapon in an instant. Nightwind stared. The broken sword that could cut through the Requiem tree was unable to cut the girl's hair. Still gripping the broken sword by its handle, Nightwind used his substance chain in an attempt to pull the broken sword out of the entrapment of the girl's hair. He tugged at it a few times, but it didn't budge. The girl finally opened her eyes. She had gold irises. She looked expressionlessly at Nightwind. Either that, or she was simply looking forward and he happened to be in the way. Nightwind was a very decisive individual. When he was unable to pull the sword from her grasp, he abandoned the sword and turned to run. Han Sen and Miss Mirror had started running as soon as Nightwind attacked the girl. Speaking of running, Han Sen was the best at that. He ran faster than Miss Mirror, and that put him in front. Miss Mirror wasn't slow, but she was king class. She wouldn't be as fast as Nightwind anymore, either. Nightwind quick sped by her. Han Sen used his Dongshuan area, which allowed him to see everything. Nightwind didn't slow down. He was headed past Han Sen like he was teleporting. But with his expanded vision, Han Sen saw something hit Miss Mirror in her back. She tumbled to the ground with blood bubbling over her lips. And then, all of a sudden, the blonde girl was standing right next to Han Sen. Not even the Dongshuan area had warned him that she was coming. Poocha! Nightwind had been moving around Han Sen, and when the blonde girl appeared, he almost bumped into her. He raised his arms to defend himself, but it was too late. The blonde girl was holding the broken sword, and she thrust it into Nightwind's heart with an almost casual motion. Time stood still. Miss Mirror was on the ground. Han Sen was standing next to the blonde girl, and the blonde girl had stabbed the broken sword into Nightwind's chest. It was just like the fourth picture. Was it really a prophetic drawing? Han Sen wondered. The only thing he knew for sure was that he would be unable to escape the girl. Not even the deified Nightwind had stood a chance against her speed. Nightwind had been stabbed, and his face hadn't changed a bit. He did not have blood ooze from his chest, either. His body simply melted into the darkness and became formless. Then, he went to space. The blonde-haired girl was still holding the broken sword in its thrusting position. She did not blink, and she still looked incredibly cold. It was like she had no focus. But that broken sword's symbols had some golden flames on it. The broken sword was burning like a sun. It was shining with a scary, golden light. Arg! Nightwind had become one with the darkness. Not even the broken sword cut hurt him now, but he screamed when the sun-like gold light shined on him. His body was fading into the gold light that was like a sun. It only took a second to completely destroy his life force. Han Sen felt a chill. Nightwind was a deified elite, and he had been killed in moments. Miss Mirror was severely injured, and she wouldn't be getting back to her feet anytime soon. Blood continued to trickle past her lips, but luckily, her life force still seemed stable. She was wounded, but not dying. Han Sen turned around and looked at the blonde girl, and he noticed that she had turned around to look at him, too. They stared at each other, only a single step separating them. What the hell is happening right now? Han Sen wondered. His heart was pounding like it was about to jump out of his chest, and he considered teleporting to the sanctuaries immediately. This blonde girl had just executed a deified elite as easily as Han Sen might step on an insect. Attempting to fight her would be a death wish. Han Sen didn't want to die, so he didn't attempt to fight back or make any moves that the girl might interpret as aggression. But when Han Sen saw the girl's eyes, he resisted the urge to hop back to the sanctuaries. She didn't look murderous. Of course, that wasn't the most important reason that Han Sen was staying here rather than fleeing to the sanctuaries. He could already tell that the girl could strike with her sword much more quickly than Han Sen could use the Blood Pulse Sutra to open a portal. She could cut his head off before he even finished summoning power. So instead of running or fighting, both of them just stood there. Han Sen didn't move. He was afraid that any motion on his part might cause the blonde girl to attack. But the blonde girl just stood where she was, not attacking. She looked in Han Sen's direction, but her eyes didn't seem focused. It was hard to tell if she really was looking at him. Han Sen remained motionless as cold sweat beaded on his brow. The scary girl was as still as stone, and they had been staring at each other for 10 minutes. If they had been in a bar or pub, staring at a beautiful blonde girl for a prolonged amount of time would have been an enjoyable, relaxing thing for Han Sen. Instead, they were in an abandoned city in a cursed land, and Han Sen was anything but relaxed. Looking at a pretty girl was like looking at a beautiful painting. Han Sen didn't need to touch it to enjoy the experience. But right now, Han Sen had difficulty breathing under the pressure. Every second felt as long as a century. That girl was pretty indeed. She was like a blonde princess from a fairy tale, but no matter how attractive she was, thinking about how easily she had just killed a deified extreme king kept Han Sen from calming himself down. Who knew when she might suddenly decide to cut Han Sen in half with a single swing of her sword? You should move. Show me a sign. Are we fighting or seeking peace? Han Sen thought desperately. Sweat was running down his face now. He thought of a million ideas, but the girl was still just looking at him. Her eyes were dull, like she was badly dazed. Han Sen gritted his teeth. He gradually moved his foot, wanting to step away from her, wondering if he could walk off slowly without disturbing her. But he had only taken half a step when the blonde girl took one whole step toward Han Sen. She almost bumped into him. Han Sen immediately stopped, which made the girl stop, as well. Both of them were much closer now. Han Sen could almost feel the girl's breath, and he could smell her perfume again. Han Sen didn't move, and the girl didn't either. The two of them continued to stare at each other again. Oh, my God, what is happening here? Is this girl really a princess? Does she think I am so handsome that she doesn't want to kill me? Does she want to marry me instead? Just tell me if you want to marry me. Don't just stand there doing nothing. It's creepy. Han Sen thought, if this girl liked him, she should summon her courage and tell him. If she was in love with him, that was totally fine, it was better than killing him, anyway. If something didn't happen soon, the tension was going to make Han Sen explode. The girl clearly hadn't noticed how rigid and uncomfortable he was. Her eyes were still unfocused. When she stepped forward as he stepped away, it was probably a subconscious reaction. Han Sen didn't know what the girl would do once she woke up. If she had injured Miss Mirror and killed Night Wind without even being fully conscious, she must be pretty scary. Then Han Sen remembered something that made it seem even less likely that this would end well for him. The first 4 pictures on the screen had already come true. When Han Sen remembered the scene from the 5th picture, his heart began beating even faster. In the 5th picture, one faceless man had been lying on the ground, and 2 other faceless men appeared to be fighting. One of them was gripping the other's neck. Han Sen could guess that the faceless man on the ground represented Miss Mirror, which meant that the fighting faceless men were the girl and himself. If he fought someone with her power, there was no way he could win. Thinking of Miss Mirror, Han Sen glanced over at her. She was in a much better condition, and her wounds were healing quickly. But she lay on the ground, not attempting to get up or run away. Why isn't she running? Han Sen thought to himself. Then, he understood. She must have remembered the 5th picture, as well. If the 5th picture came true, she might be the safest by remaining on the ground. If she got up to run, perhaps she would end up as the one fighting. So evil, Han Sen thought. The girl still hadn't moved, but it did seem as if her eyes were starting to brighten. She was slowly starting to wake up. Han Sen kept thinking, if those pictures are true, then only 2 faceless men will exist by the 6th picture. One will be on the floor, and the other will be kneeling in prayer before the statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. I don't know if the one on the floor is dead or alive. If they are alive, then that means either Miss Mirror or I will survive. Only one of us will live, but that doesn't matter, Miss Mirror will be the one who dies. I will be the one who gets out. Han Sen was confident about this. He was very confident because he had the super god spirit body. He couldn't beat the girl, but he could use the short period of invincibility to return to the sanctuary. Han Sen continued to think, and Miss Mirror remained on the ground, waiting for some chance. The girl, meanwhile, was looking at Han Sen. None of them were moving. It was like time had stood still, and everything was silent. Life and awareness were flowing back into the girl's eyes. Only her eyes seemed to change, but somehow, they made her whole body seem different. She had moved like an emotionless killing machine when she first came out of the egg, but now she seemed like a real human. The girl blinked, and Han Sen's heart jumped in response. With this girl now awake, God only knew what she might do. After the girl blinked, she seemed to come back to herself fully. She saw Han Sen, and so she moved. She jumped to him and grabbed him by the neck. Han Sen felt something very powerful coming his way. His body leaned back reflexively, trying to get away from it. The blonde girl leapt on top of him. Miss Mirror didn't move as the girl jumped and wrapped her arms around Han Sen's neck, her weight slamming into his chest and taking him to the ground. They both became entangled, just as the fifth picture on the screen had shown. Han Sen had prepared himself for the inevitable fight, and as they fell, Han Sen's eyes started to turn white as he summoned his super god spirit body. Big brother, Warner has been waiting for you to come back. The blonde girl was riding Han Sen hard, and she now wore a beautiful smile. She clutched his face, lowered her head, and kissed Han Sen on the forehead. Han Sen was stunned. He didn't know what was going on, but the glowing white in his eyes started to recede. Han Sen was still trying to summon his super god spirit body, but it vanished after the girl kissed him. Something else disappeared, too. The blonde girl's golden light rapidly faded into nothing. The blonde hair that had shone like a sun was now like a fire that had been extinguished. It darkened until she had a full head of black hair. Even her golden pupils were now as dark as ink. I can finally be with Big Brother again. Warner pulled herself back upright, sitting on Han Sen's chest. She looked at Han Sen with her beautiful smile. That sweet and happy smile made Han Sen freeze. At that moment, she looked so incredibly innocent. The next second, her eyelids fluttered closed. She looked soft as she slumped down on Han Sen's chest, and a few seconds later, she lost consciousness. Hey, lady, you have it wrong. I'm not your big brother. Han Sen shifted the girl who referred to herself as Warner, sliding his arms under her as he climbed back to his feet. Her skin appeared smooth, and it was very soft. Han Sen could no longer feel her scary presence and power. Her life force had dropped to a tiny fraction of what it had been. Now she was as weak as a commoner in this universe, or perhaps even weaker. If Han Sen hadn't seen her transform with his own eyes, he never would have imagined that this black-haired girl was the blonde girl who had taken out the deified Night Wind in a single blow. Han Sen realized that the tattoo of the nine-life cat on her back was now gone. The skin of her back was smooth and white as if the tattoo had never existed in the first place. What is going on? Han Sen frowned. When he scanned the girl, he confirmed that she had passed out, but she was still alive. Her life force was so low that it was concerning, however. It was hard to imagine how she had been able to blast out the scary power she had used earlier. Lady, wake up. Han Sen pressed his finger to her lips to see if she really was in a coma or if she was just pretending instead. But he quickly pulled his finger back, startled. The girl Warner didn't wake up, and her pink skin was bleeding where Han Sen had pressed his finger, as if her skin was fragile and paper-thin. Han Sen hadn't even used strength. With the strength she had previously demonstrated, there should have been no way for Han Sen to leave a mark on her body, even if he used his full strength. But he had just slightly tapped her lips, and now the skin was broken and bleeding. She was no longer what she had been when she first woke up. What is this? What's going on with her? Han Sen looked at the girl weirdly. Miss Mirror eventually got back to her feet. She picked up the broken sword and tried to stab Lady Warner. Han Sen tightened his arms around the girl and dodged. Miss Mirror directed a hard stare at him. What are you doing? Now is the best time to kill her. If she wakes up and becomes that blonde B***tch again, we won't be able to kill her. Then we'll be the ones to die. Han Sen frowned and looked at the girl. He had thought about doing this, as well. He knew Miss Mirror was right. The girl's body was like that of an average person right now. A random strike could kill her. This really was their best chance. If she woke up and engaged her blondie mode, he and Miss Mirror would be unable to touch her. They might be in grave danger. In the sixth picture, there were only two faceless people. That meant one of them was gone. If they didn't kill the blonde girl now, that meant one of them would have to die. What happened next might be a conflict between Han Sen and Miss Mirror. Because of all these things, killing the girl really seemed like the best choice. It would certainly sort out many of their current troubles, and it could heighten their chances for survival. But Han Sen still hesitated. What Warner said to Han Sen before she fainted made him think. He didn't think he was actually Warner's big brother, but killing a girl who wasn't currently hostile and couldn't fight back was something Han Sen couldn't make himself do. And there was one thing that really did nag at him. His super god spirit body was supposed to be invincible, but the girl's power had been able to cancel its activation. He was really confused about what had happened there. His super god spirit power hadn't been destroyed, just pushed back. Han Sen could activate the super god spirit body again, but the girl had done something that he had never experienced before. He cared deeply about what it could mean. Miss Mirror knew what Han Sen was thinking. She lifted the sword and pointed it at the girl, saying, "Don't get fooled by what she said." She probably knew she couldn't last long, and that's why she said it. She wanted to give you a reason to keep her alive. Shouldn't you know that she isn't your real sister? She isn't my sister, but I can't do it. Han Sen took off his jacket and covered the girl's body. The girl could have killed him, but she hadn't. Han Sen knew that things were not as Miss Mirror was saying. "If you cannot do it, then I will do it." Miss Mirror growled, "I'm sorry, but there is something I would like to ask her." "Let's decide once she has woken up," Han Sen said as he held the girl. "You are a gentleman, but you seem to have forgotten what the sixth picture depicts." Miss Mirror laughed darkly. "I didn't forget, but you really don't think that can predict our future, do you?" Han Sen asked calmly. "I don't know if it can predict our future, but everything predicted by the prior pictures came true." "We have to be careful," Miss Mirror said. Han Sen knew Miss Mirror was correct. He sighed and said, "You should. Just go. Let me handle this. I will continue to explore. Even if the prophetic picture is correct, it doesn't say that whoever isn't in the picture ends up dead. You and I have exchanged minds. You know what my personality is like." Miss Mirror didn't move. She raised the sword and pointed it at the girl in Han Sen's arms. Han Sen knew Miss Mirror's personality well. She was ambitious, and that ambition compelled her to control every scenario. She wouldn't allow others to dictate what course her future would take. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the stone fields in the first place. She only had to send Han Sen, Night Wind, or even Red Cloud. "My lady, can't you see that we are walking right into that prophecy?" Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror. He had never believed in the prophecy anyway. 2435 person in the stone around the same time as the girl broke out of the egg, the human stone in the camp melted like ice. But instead of water, a substance that looked like blood emerged from the melting stone. The two guinea pigs inside the warehouse witnessed this happen, and they backed away from the stone with wide eyes. They screamed and turned to run, but when their mouths opened, they stopped mid-stride. Their eyes turned red, and a scary presence came out of them. More of that red blood oozed from the stone. It began to rise from the ground as a vapor, spreading to fill the surrounding air. All the members of Spring Rain and the workers that were nearby fell under the influence of that invisible power. They all leveled up, their power increasing so quickly that it almost seemed like they were cheating. They increased one level, and their genes grew stronger. All of the nearby kings became half-deified, and the half-deifieds actually downgraded to become measly dukes. The creatures that had already been affected by the stone didn't change again, but other than those few who had already been altered, there was only one anomaly, Ning Yu. He hadn't been affected in any capacity. His little green sword groaned, then flew up and landed in Ning Yu's hand. It shone green, bathing him in a protective light. In Han Sen's room, Bauer was still playing games with Falling Leaf. She looked up suddenly, and her face grew worried. She raised her hand and summoned a little gourd. The little gourd shone with a weird light of its own, covering herself, Falling Leaf, and the little red bird. "What are you doing?" Falling Leaf asked, having no idea what Bauer was actually doing. She saw the shining little gourd, but she didn't notice any of the other powers that were at play. "Nothing. Let's continue our card game," Bauer said with a blink. Falling Leaf made no comment, and they resumed their game. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the stone had completely melted. A white-haired man with white clothing had been revealed, sitting exactly where the stone had been. He looked pale, and he smelled musty and ancient. It was as if he had been sitting there forever, watching the days and the moons go by, and the stars themselves fall to darkness. Time must have moved like a river for him. It was like nothing in the world could leave a mark on him. The rise and fall of empires were mere moments to a man like this. He let out a sigh. The man opened his eyes, and then he spoke to himself, "After all these lifetimes, I just want to get drunk with you. Is there any point living in this world without you?" The white-haired man stood up and exited the warehouse. The infected creatures of the base, meanwhile, were in the midst of fighting each other. Their levels had increased or decreased, and their eyes had turned red. They became insane and bloodthirsty, trying to kill anyone they could reach. All kinds of powers were being used across the base. If the base hadn't been built out of the sturdy black rock, it would have been reduced to a ruin by now. The white-haired man walked through the various pitched battles, but none of the crazed people attacked him. No power dared to land on him. He slid through the base like a ghost, immaterial and untouchable. The man walked out of the base camp and turned his gray eyes up to look at the stars above. The buildings behind him began to collapse under the ferocity of the fights, and explosions of power bloomed like fireworks. But the man was wholly uninterested, and he continued talking to himself. "This world is so boring without you." The white-haired man looked at the base, and his eyes drifted toward Bauer's room. Then, his calm eyes suddenly looked shocked. Pang! Falling Leaf and Bauer were in the middle of playing card games. Suddenly, a booming noise shook the room, and the walls collapsed like the petals of a flower. But not a single piece of debris came near them. When Falling Leaf looked outside, her eyes opened wide. The entire base was little more than a ruin. Spring Rain members and workers were all mixed together, fighting and killing each other like they'd been possessed. Dead bodies and torn flesh were strewn about in pools of blood. "Are you guys crazy?" Falling Leaf shouted, but the crazed fighters paid no heed to her cry. They continued butchering each other in a frenzy. Amidst the killing, the white-haired man walked gracefully toward them. He moved effortlessly through the destruction, and the violence fell away from him like oil over water. Falling Leaf's heart leapt inside her chest. She flipped her hand and quickly brought out a dagger. She looked at the white-haired man and said firmly, "Stop. If you step closer, I'll kill you." The white-haired man behaved as if he hadn't heard her. He kept walking toward the room, peering at Bauer, who was atop the sofa. She gave 3 warnings, but the white-haired man didn't seem to hear her. Falling Leaf had no idea what was going on, but Miss Mirror had commanded that she look after Bauer and keep the girl safe, and that was exactly what Falling Leaf would do. She thrust her dagger at the white-haired man. Falling Leaf's entire person seemed to connect with the universe. For a moment she was extending her dagger in an attack, and that moment froze, hovering like an afterimage. Then the afterimage vanished, and the only thing left behind was the sinking feeling of watching yellow leaves fall in late autumn, withered and dying. That feeling of death flashed by the white-haired man, harmless. Falling Leaf was back where she had started as if nothing had happened. But Falling Leaf's pupils grew smaller. Her assassination skills were top-notch, and her full-power attacks were a threat to even deified elites. But this man had simply ignored her attack, and he was still headed for Bauer as if nothing had happened. How is that possible? Falling Leaf couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the white-haired man. Her chest constricted with sudden fear. She had no idea how the white-haired man might have broken her strongest attack. Although he didn't look strong, there was a cold feeling in her stomach. Merely looking at the man gave Falling Leaf the creeps. The man never looked at Falling Leaf, though. His attention was focused on Bauer. Bauer grabbed her little gourd. Her face looked very dire, and she stared at the man as if he was an enemy. Boom! The little red bird on Bauer's shoulder seemed to feel that it needed to intervene as well. It flew off of Bauer's shoulder, becoming a scary fire phoenix that hovered right beside the girl. It cried at the white-haired man in warning, but it didn't attack. It actually looked quite afraid of the white-haired man. Interesting. Is this a combination of a phoenix and a fish bird? To be able to do this is quite interesting. The white-haired man finally averted his gaze from Bauer to look at the little red bird, intrigued. Falling Leaf was frozen. She had thought the little red bird on Bauer's shoulder was a useless pet. But the scary presence it now exuded told her that it was actually a deified xenogeniac. The next second, an even scarier thing happened. The white-haired man simply reached out and grabbed the fire phoenix out of the air. The bird's fire vanished, and it didn't even have a chance to resist. It returned to being that little red bird in his hands, and it couldn't fly away. The white-haired man looked at the little red bird in his hand. It kept squirming, thrashing its wings as it tried to escape the grasp. He spoke to himself, saying, you really have phoenix and fish bird genes. And it is still so young. Who could do something like this? Bauer looked at the white-haired man. She blinked and said, "Are you going to bully a kid and her pet?" When the white-haired man heard Bauer, he turned to her and smiled. Raising his hand, he freed the little red bird. It flapped its wings and quickly hid behind Bauer, too afraid to reveal itself. "What is your name?" the white-haired man asked Bauer. "Bauer, Han Bauer," Bauer answered seriously. Aside from the times when she was with Han Sen and Ji Yanran, she was rarely so honest. "Not bad. Say hi to your father for me." The white-haired man nodded to Bauer, then turned to leave. "What is your name?" Bauer asked, looking at the white-haired man's back. "Tai Yi." The white-haired man didn't look back. He kept on walking. After a few steps, though, his body began to disappear into a ripple in space. "What are you doing?" Bauer asked. "Calling in a debt. It's time that I get back something that doesn't belong to them." The white-haired man's voice echoed through the cosmos, drifting from an increasing distance until it vanished entirely. Falling Leaf was left trembling. She had never seen someone use a teleportation skill while still sending back their voice. Even Qin Bai couldn't do something like that. As Falling Leaf recovered from her shock, someone cried out, calling for aid. "Help!" They turned around, and a girl wearing pink clothing was running through in the middle of the fight. She sprinted toward them, screaming and sobbing. A Duke xenogenic worker was chasing after her. It had no weapon, and it was reaching for the woman with its bare hands. Based on how she was moving, the woman seemed stronger than the Duke worker. But she also looked terrified, and she ran recklessly without the will or courage to look back. Bauer cocked her head curiously as Ning Yu approached. She remembered Ning Yu, and no matter how much she tried, she couldn't connect this Ning Yu with the powerful person she used to know. "Help me, Bauer, help me," Ning Yu pleaded, running forward like a dog with its tail between its legs. Falling Leaf was about to stop Ning Yu, but Bauer hastily told her. "Let him come." Ning Yu stumbled clumsily into the ruins of the room, and when she got there, she hid behind Bauer, still shaking. Too scary. "Save me, Bauer." "Ha, little Miss Ning Yu, you should be much stronger than that lame Duke. What are you afraid of?" Bauer laughed, looking at Ning Yu as if she was eyeing a fun new toy. Tremors still ran through Ning Yu's body. Her face looked pale. She really seemed to be rattled. Fighting is wrong. Murder is even more wrong. Plus, I am such a beautiful girl, ha." Bauer couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes smiled like a crescent moon, and she stroked Ning Yu's hair. Right, you are so right. Pretty and cute girls like us shouldn't be fighting. And killing. I know, right?" Ning Yu frantically nodded her agreement. She still looked to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Falling Leaf didn't agree at all. She swiftly used her dagger to cut the Duke's head off. "What happened? Why is this happening? Does this have something to do with that man?" Falling Leaf looked around. The killing was taking place everywhere, and she didn't seem to know where to look. More creatures were toward them. Falling Leaf warned them loudly to stay back, but they didn't listen to her words, and so she had to fight and cut them down. Han Sen and Miss Mirror were still having a standoff. Neither of them had yet made the first move. "Me or her? You can only pick one." Miss Mirror eyed Han Sen, her grip on the broken sword still tight. "Let's leave here together. This place is so scary, it will be safer if we go someplace with more people." Han Sen smiled. "Safety depends on what kind of partner you have. I don't want to haul a ticking time bomb around with me, not knowing if it will explode at any moment," Miss Mirror said. "Then how about you keep going on ahead by yourself, and I will turn back with the girl. Is that okay?" Han Sen said after a moment of thought. "No, do you want her to bring harm to my spring rain?" Miss Mirror frowned. "Then I will wait here with her and not go anywhere," Han Sen said. "No, if you cannot do it, then I will do it for you," Miss Mirror said. She swung her sword at the girl in Han Sen's arms. Miss Mirror had become king class, but her will and intelligence were still deified. Her slash appeared like a rainbow, not straight, but mysteriously curved. It made it very difficult to tell where the sword was headed. Han Sen's movements were also difficult to predict, but after a couple of attempts to evade the attack, he was still unable to dodge Miss Mirror's sword. He threw his palm out to intercept the broken sword. He touched its hilt, but not its blade. The broken sword could cut through a requiem tree, so it was far too sharp to counter directly. Han Sen wouldn't use his own weapon to block the blow. Even a deified treasure might be destroyed by the broken sword. But when his palm struck the hilt of the broken sword, a sharp pain seared through his chest. A wave of power sent him flying and made his ribs groan under the strain. He tasted blood in the back of his mouth. What's going on? Something injured my chest. Is this my own power? Han Sen thought to himself, but Miss Mirror's broken sword came slashing toward him again. Miss Mirror was proving why she had been such a powerful deified elite. Her sword skills far exceeded Han Sen's abilities, and she was still extremely strong. And her sword skills were uncanny. No matter how much Han Sen varied his movement patterns, he couldn't avoid the strike. It was kind of like a falsified sky attack, but this attack lacked causal powers. Pang! Han Sen had to reach out his hand to counter the attack. Like last time, his hand struck the hilt of the broken sword. Another impact thudded into his chest and sent him flying. Miss Mirror followed him like his own shadow. She kept trying to strike that girl that Han Sen held in his arms. Is this your mirror spirit body? Han Sen asked as he retreated. Yes, even as a king class, I can kill you easily. So don't test my patience, Miss Mirror said warningly. So your mirror spirit body can only return attacks that I deal. That's not very impressive, Han Sen said. Maybe it's not amazing, but it's enough to kill you, Miss Mirror declared. You're willing to kill me? Han Sen couldn't fall back anymore. He wouldn't be able to avoid the next attack, and he couldn't counterattack Miss Mirror or the broken sword. He turned around and used his body to shield the girl from the blade. Don't think that I won't kill you, Miss Mirror said with obvious annoyance, as she stopped her sword. 2437 Mirror Area, my lady is a princess of the Extreme King, and you are the king's sister. You are the leader of Spring Rain. Are you really going to believe in the truthfulness of this prophecy? Tell me the real reason you want to kill her, Han Sen said coolly as he eyed Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror didn't continue trying to attack him. She looked at Han Sen for a while before saying, prophecies can have very real power. Not many elites can actually predict the future, but there are some. Most notably, the very high are very skilled at prophecy. They are able to predict events in a similar manner to how the pictures on that screen seem to function. But that isn't the real reason that you want to kill her, Han Sen said, shaking his head. Miss Mirror didn't deny the accusation. Right now, her body is weak, so weak that any noble could kill her. But the powers that she displayed earlier were very strong. Even Night Wind, a deified elite of the Extreme King, was brought down in a single blow. This strangely fluctuating power reminds me of someone from an old legend. Who? Han Sen raised his eyebrow. Sacred Leader, Miss Mirror said slowly. How is that possible? Sacred Leader led so many powerful elites. If he had a weakness that was so obvious, I'm sure he would have died many times over, Han Sen replied skeptically. If Sacred Leader's body was that weak, he would have had great difficulty keeping himself alive, let alone ruling an empire. He commanded a multitude of people with incredible power. Such people would have discovered his weakness quite easily. There was no way Sacred Leader could have led Sacred for so long with such a blatant flaw. Of course, it is only a legend. Although Sacred Leader's body was sometimes weak, he was always wearing a magical set of armor. Even those closest to Sacred Leader never saw his face. Plus, he was extremely skilled with the powers of time and space. Ambushing or trapping him would have been impossible. I don't know exactly what it means, but this girl's power is very abnormal. Maybe she is somehow connected with Sacred Leader. Even if they aren't related, I must still take the precaution of killing her. I am not risking my life for her. Miss Mirror looked at Han Sen and went on to say, you should leave now, as this is your last chance. If you try to stop me, I will kill you. I won't let you escape if you oppose me here. Han Sen had questions he needed to ask the girl, many of which he desperately wanted to know the answers to. He didn't want her to die just yet. I am sorry, but I'd like for her to live, Han Sen murmured quietly. Miss Mirror said nothing. She merely slashed towards Han Sen, letting her actions speak for her. She had made a decision. And if Han Sen was going to stop her from killing the girl, she would no longer try to avoid injuring him. Based on the power in Miss Mirror's attack, it seemed that she was no longer playing around. And Han Sen knew it. He took this threat seriously. His purple eye butterfly kept spinning, analyzing Miss Mirror's sword skill. He could use his Dongshuan area to stop Miss Mirror's area and power, but that skill was part of his identity as Dollar. If Han Sen used it in this situation, then his identity would be exposed. He didn't want to have to do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Miss Mirror's sword skills were strangely unpredictable. They were not causal sword skills, but they were still hard to dodge. As he saw Miss Mirror coming, Han Sen moved again to avoid her blade. Han Sen's movement was fast. He was faster than Miss Mirror, but somehow, the broken sword still hit him and sliced into his arm. Han Sen had the undying original Water King body, so even if his body was cut open, he could heal immediately. Normal injuries wouldn't really hurt him. When he took a strike from that broken sword, however, his original Water King body wasn't healing. It looks like this broken sword might have been quite the infamous weapon. Even the original Water King body cannot stand against it. You better think about how much you really want to stop me. The next hit won't land on your arm, Miss Mirror promised, and then, she swung her sword. The sword arced like a rainbow, seeming to disappear mid-swing, like usual. I understand your sword skills. Han Sen moved, and Miss Mirror's attack hit nothing. Miss Mirror froze. She swung her sword at Han Sen again. Many sword rainbows came down, but Han Sen was like a butterfly. He fluttered back and forth, weaving between the sword rainbows. He was still holding the girl, though, and so he couldn't fight back. But he dodged each and every one of Miss Mirror's attacks. This must be a combination of your mirror area and your sword skills. Sword skills that go across the mirror world can't really be dodged. It flips the world, allowing an attack to travel through space that shouldn't exist. That keeps your opponents from discerning where a sword is coming from because they can't follow the blade along its path. It is a very powerful move, but it is useless against someone like me, Han Sen said, continuing to speak calmly as he dodged Miss Mirror's attacks. Miss Mirror finally forced herself to accept that Han Sen could see through her mirror sword skills. Continuing to attack would be pointless, so she lowered the sword. Can we actually talk now? Han Sen didn't want to fight with Miss Mirror. Doing that would lead them right into the prophesied scenario. Miss Mirror gently laughed. You think you have escaped my mirror sword skills? Have I not? Han Sen asked. If you insist on getting in my way, I will let you see the real mirror area, Miss Mirror said, before lifting the sword in her hand again. Han Sen knew Miss Mirror was an annoyingly powerful woman, so he hadn't let his guard down when she stopped attacking. I will use this sword to blind your left eye. Miss Mirror swung with the broken sword, but this time, no sword rainbows appeared, twisting sinuously through space itself. This power slammed into Han Sen with no warning. Pain shot through Han Sen's left eye like it had been stabbed by a needle. Blood squirted from it, then the eyeball exploded. Han Sen didn't even see how she had managed to get his eye. This attack will break your right eye, Miss Mirror said simply, then she slashed again with her broken sword. Han Sen focused, pushing his purple eye butterfly to the max. He still couldn't identify the power that was pushing the broken sword. A ripping sensation came from his right eye, as if it had been cut by a blade as well. It exploded like the left eye, and blood poured from the socket. Because of the broken sword's weird power, his eyes kept bleeding. The bleeding wasn't going to stop, and his blood wouldn't crystallize, either. Let go of that girl, or my next strike will kill you, Miss Mirror said in a hard tone. Han Sen was now blind, but that didn't affect what he could feel. He still looked incredibly calm as he said, I should have known this was the real mirror area. My eyes reflected you and your sword, so you could break my eyes using your mirror. Now that my eyes are destroyed, what else will reflect you and your sword? How are you going to kill me? Miss Mirror sighed. You are too young. You think that's all my mirror area can do? After that, Miss Mirror raised her hand, and an old mirror appeared next to her. It was as tall as she was. That old mirror was pointed at Han Sen, and it reflected Han Sen's image. Miss Mirror thrust her blade toward the mirror. The broken sword shoved through the mirror, but the mirror wasn't broken. Han Sen felt a surge of pain in his chest, and a bloody hole appeared not far from his sternum. What a powerful mirror area. Thank you for not killing me, my lady. Han Sen knew this sword Miss Mirror wielded could have penetrated his heart or sliced his head off. 2438 Jadescan area, I am giving you one last chance, Miss Mirror said, her voice as harsh as a winter wind. She didn't want to kill Han Sen. After all, he was the master of the Mirror Spirit Eye Ring. Killing him would deal a lot of damage to the Mirror Spirit Eye Ring, which would affect Miss Mirror herself very severely. But although she really didn't want to risk damaging the ring, she wanted to kill Lady Warner even more. If Han Sen refused to walk away, Then she needed to beat Han Sen badly enough that he was no longer in any condition to protect the girl. If the last picture is true, will it be me and Han Sen in front of that statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes? Miss Mirror wondered. My lady, you overestimate your mirror area's power. Twin trails of blood streaked over Han Sen's cheeks as he held Lady Warner. He looked very calm. Right, Miss Mirror snapped, looking a bit angry. She had never been this patient with anyone before. If another person had tested her temper like this, even if they were deified, she would have struck them down. She kept enduring Han Sen's stubbornness and rudeness, but he obviously didn't appreciate that she was going easy on him. It was very frustrating for Miss Mirror. She used her sword to slash at the mirror. Han Sen moved the moment Miss Mirror swung the broken sword. Her broken sword entered the mirror, but it couldn't hurt Han Sen this time. Your mirror area can assault my shadow within the mirror you create. Since that shadow is linked to my real body, you can hurt me. But that all depends on you being able to touch my shadow. My shadow in the mirror, however, moves with me. I can control it, allowing it to dodge your broken sword, Han Sen said. You are smart. You have learned much about my mirror area in such a short amount of time, Miss Mirror complimented him. Her face remained impassive. But even if you do know that, so what? The mirror world is the opposite of our world. You can control your shadow, but it won't move as naturally as your own body, because every move you make in this world will be reversed in the mirror. And on top of that, you have been blinded. You cannot see your shadow in the mirror, so how do you expect that you will be able to dodge me? Try to attack me again, and you will see for yourself how well I can still dodge. Han Sen's composed expression hadn't changed. Clearly, Miss Mirror wasn't fond of Han Sen's attitude. She slashed her sword in the direction of the mirror with one of her rainbows. The power of the attack headed for Han Sen's shadow in the mirror. Han Sen needed to control his movement, guiding his shadow around the incoming attack. Han Sen's shadow responded instantly to his every movement, but the reversal of the mirror made it very difficult to control. Normal people used mirrors to do their makeup or brush their hair. When performing a task that required a person to make extremely precise movements, people who weren't very experienced with working in mirrors would often make mistakes. Han Sen wasn't doing anything as simple as brushing his hair, though. He was using a mirror to fight for his life. Han Sen had to control his reflection to avoid Miss Mirror's scary attacks. It would be a difficult task at the best of times, and doing so while blinded and injured would be nearly impossible. But Miss Mirror, despite running her sword skills at full power, was failing to inflict any more damage on Han Sen's reflection. She couldn't land a single strike. How is he doing this? Miss Mirror wondered, her shock etched deep into her face. She knew how hard this had to be, especially since Han Sen had only just become a king. She would never have expected that Han Sen would be able to neutralize her sword skills. After all, she had the experience of a deified. She wasn't some ordinary king-class enemy to him. Now Han Sen could fight her face to face, and he could control the shadow in the mirror with unbelievable proficiency. She missed each and every attack. Through all of this, though, the most amazing thing was that Han Sen was blind. It was hard to imagine how strong his other senses must be to accomplish a feat such as this. Miss Mirror couldn't hurt his reflection, and so her sword stopped moving. My lady, it looks like you cannot hurt me, Han Sen said. Miss Mirror was no longer angry. She had underestimated Han Sen, who was a king. She never thought Han Sen would become an actual threat to her. But now, Han Sen's performance had revealed him as just that, an enemy who could rival her power. He wasn't just some random king she could slay on a whim. You are very strong. A leftover of the crystallizers is this capable. That is incredibly rare. If it was possible to avoid being your enemy, I would choose to do so, Miss Mirror said, looking at Han Sen with newfound respect. I don't want to be your enemy, either. Why don't we re-establish our bonds of cooperation and work to rid ourselves of the red-eye plague? Han Sen smiled. We will, of course. But she must die first, Miss Mirror said. The muscles in her jaw tightened, and a weird light shimmered. A scary mirror area appeared. Han Sen immediately realized he was now trapped in a mirror maze. Mirrors appeared everywhere he looked. Even the ground and the sky above were just mirror images. Han Sen's reflection was in every mirror, as if thousands of Han Sens were there. The mirrors reflected each other, creating reflections of Han Sen that stretched back into infinity. Han Sen's face changed. Since there were so many reflections, Miss Mirror could strike him with far greater ease now. Han Sen needed to stop her from hitting any one of those reflections. Defending himself had become a much more difficult task now, and it would be even harder to break the old mirrors now, too. He didn't know if those old mirrors could be broken, but even if they could break, the mirrors would only shatter and create countless more reflections in the shards. Han Sen would be in even more danger, then. Still confident that you can dodge my attacks? Miss Mirror asked as she hung in the center of the mirror area. Let's give it a try. Maybe I can make it work. Han Sen shrugged. You are so stubborn, Miss Mirror grunted. With a swing of the broken sword, sword rainbows came to life and went flying at Han Sen through the mirrors. There were too many reflections in the mirrors, and Miss Mirror continued to attack without pause or hesitation. Countless reflections would be involved in every single evasion that was required. Han Sen's heart leapt. He summoned Jadeskin and channeled as much power into it as he could. His body became icy jade. His mind opened, and his Jadeskin area appeared. His expression focused. Han Sen jumped, and all of his reflections avoided the incoming sword strike. At the same time, his Jadeskin area covered all of the old mirrors. Frost spread over the surface of every single mirror. That's useless. Your reflections in the ice are susceptible to my strikes, so I can still use them to kill you. Miss Mirror slashed towards one of the frozen-over mirrors. The ice won't work. It looks like this is it, then. Han Sen sighed. Han Sen withdrew his Jadeskin area, pulling it all back into his body. Miss Mirror's sword came for one of Han Sen's reflections again, but this time, Han Sen didn't dodge. Dong, dong, dong. Miss Mirror's sword struck all of Han Sen's reflections, but Han Sen just stood where he was. He wasn't bleeding, and not a single wound appeared across his body. It was like he was a jade statue, resolute and still. Not even dust will tarnish my Jadeskin, Miss Mirror. My body is my body. It is mine alone, and nothing in this world will change that. Even if you break all my reflections, you cannot hurt me. Han Sen held Lady Warner while he spoke, his voice frosty. Miss Mirror's rainbow powers kept swinging. They broke many of the reflections in the mirrors, but Han Sen's body remained completely undamaged. My lady, if you still had a deified body, it is safe to say that my Jadeskin wouldn't be able to endure your powerful sword strikes. But now, you aren't too different from me. You are a first-tier king-class opponent. Unless you strike me with the broken sword, hitting my reflections isn't going to hurt me, Han Sen said. So, what? It's actually quite relieving that I don't have to worry about striking you. I will just hit the woman instead. Even if you hide her behind you, you cannot protect her shadow from me, Miss Mirror pronounced as she raised her broken sword again. My lady, you must have heard what I just said, Han Sen said, as he suddenly looked at Miss Mirror. What? Miss Mirror asked. We are the same level as kings. Han Sen raised his fists. The ice jade around his fists became a god light and flashed toward Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror's heart jumped, and an old mirror formed in front of her. She wanted to reflect the Jadeskin god light back on its wielder, but the god light wasn't a simple attack power. It was a power for sealing. The icy light suddenly wrapped a binding seal around Miss Mirror and the old mirror, resolving into the shape of a giant ice cube. Miss Mirror, I'm going on ahead. If I can break the red eye power, I will come back for you. Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror's broken sword, but he decided not to take it with him. He simply resettled his arms a little more comfortably around Warner and headed back into the broken city. Even if the prophecy was true, it would be fulfilled by him and the girl now. Their current situation still aligned with the sixth picture of the mural they had discovered. But the broken city in front of them had yet to be cleared. The place was covered in broken stone and debris, and since Nightwind was no longer there to make a path for them, Han Sen had to do it. While carrying the girl, he broke the stones himself. He didn't have substance chains like Nightwind, so he was unable to clear a wide area. Instead, he broke a path just wide enough for him to slip through while still carrying the girl. He tried to travel as fast as he could. Han Sen felt as if the red eye power wasn't affecting him as much, which might or might not have been because his eyes were broken. He still felt the urge to move in a certain direction, but it wasn't that strong. He wasn't sure what sort of weapon that broken sword had been, but Han Sen's injured eyes weren't healing with Jadeskin's power. But Han Sen cared little about that. It didn't matter to him if he had eyes right now. He could take the time to heal when he got out of there. Han Sen hadn't been gone for long with the ice ceiling. Miss Mirror made a groaning noise. Cracks appeared across its surface, and a second later, the ice cube shattered. Miss Mirror was free. Miss Mirror looked in the direction that Han Sen had escaped. Her expression was conflicted, but a while later, she sighed. I hope he can break the red eye curse. Miss Mirror had realized something, and although she didn't want to think about it, she knew she had to. Unless she became deified again, it wouldn't be possible for her to defeat Han Sen at his current level. And so, if Han Sen couldn't find and destroy the source of the red eye curse, all was lost. Perhaps the prophecy would come true, too, and one of them would die. We might be the same level, but I can't compete with you. I hope when you are deified, you will have the courage to face me in the same way. Miss Mirror sat on a rock near the entrance to the cave leading into the city. She cast a Geno art to block the addiction-like draw of the red eye power, and she sat there awaiting Han Sen's result. Han Sen carried Lady Warner forward, breaking rocks as he went. He didn't encounter anything weird this time, but after 2 hours of travel, the rocks in front of him were becoming easier to move. When Han Sen moved the next pile of rubble out of his way, he realized that there was open air behind it. Han Sen stood before the entrance to a hall, and in that hall, there was a statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It looked exactly the same as the one they had seen previously, but this statue was 1,000 meters tall, far bigger than the one he had seen before. The moment Han Sen entered the hall, he could feel the statue staring at him. Han Sen's blinded eyes suddenly burned. The damage in his eyes began to repair itself, and in seconds, and he was able to see again. Even with no mirror, Han Sen could feel that his eyes were shining with red light. The 4 pupils in his eyes were now like 4 red suns. That feeling of addiction had suddenly grown by orders of magnitude. Han Sen felt like a moth drawn to a flame. He wanted nothing more than to go to that statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Han Sen's will was really strong, but even he was wavering under the draw of the statue. It was like the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes was his final home. He wanted so badly to go into it. Come, come, a demonic voice whispered from the statue. It was beckoning him over. Although Han Sen tried to control his will, his feet began stepping forward of their own volition. The call couldn't go unheeded, it seemed. He was slowly walking towards the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Boom! Without hesitation, Han Sen deployed his super god spirit body. A glowing light spread in his eyes. It smothered the red and made his entire eyes turn white. When Han Sen last used his super god spirit body, he had been interrupted by Warner before it could remove the red color from his eyes. But now that he had unleashed it, the red eyes were gone. The white light burned across Han Sen like a cleansing flame. Han Sen's body hung in the air, white and godlike. He looked down on that giant statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. There were red eyes on one of the statue's pairs of hands, and those hands moved with Han Sen's body. That eye on the statue was like a demon, tracing Han Sen's movements. But under the influence of his super god spirit mode, the power of the eyes didn't work on Han Sen. Han Sen gathered up his power to use super spank. He wanted to see if he could break the demon-looking eye upon the statue. But before Han Sen struck, he felt his super god spirit body's power begin to fade. It suddenly disappeared and returned to his Geno core. What is this? Han Sen was shocked. The power had begun to fade from his back, and that was where Lady Warner was. The super god spirit body's power disappeared. The power of the statue landed on Han Sen, and it suddenly turned his eyes back into those red ones. Once more, Han Sen felt like a moth drawn to a flame. It was stronger than last time, too. His body was pulled uncontrollably toward the statue. This is bad. Now that Warner has no power, why would my super god spirit body be affected by her? Han Sen was in shock. Warner was still in her comatose state, but Han Sen tossed her body away from him. She landed against the ground some distance away, but luckily, Han Sen had used some of his power to cushion her landing. Instead of slamming into the ground like a bag of rocks, Warner slid smoothly through the air and landed softly, almost silently, on the ground. Han Sen wanted to see if having some distance between himself and Warner would allow him to fully activate and maintain his super god spirit body. After tossing Warner aside, Han Sen redeployed his super god spirit body. White light surrounded him once again, glowing from his hair and eyes. His red eyes vanished in a sea of white, just like they had on his previous attempt. But this time, Han Sen managed to keep his super god spirit body going, and his power didn't fade. Was Wanner really causing my power to disappear? What's going on? How is it possible for her to affect my super god spirit body? Han Sen looked at Wanner with shock. He noticed that her own body was glowing with gold light. Her eyes and hair were turning gold. Han Sen didn't have time to worry about that at the moment, though. He just focused on using super spank. He threw his fist toward the eye on the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes to see if he could break it. But the moment Han Sen got close, a weird glow rose around the statue. The statue seemed to be gathering up a substance chain of red light, and then the light lashed out at Han Sen. Han Sen's super god spirit body ignored blood light coming for him. The blood light went straight through him like he didn't even exist. Like he was some sort of phantom. But Han Sen punched the statue's eye, releasing an explosion of force. The shockwave shoved Han Sen's body back, but the super spank strike was unable to destroy the eye. This is harder than that weird deified bug. Even the thought made Han Sen feel a cold dread. Part of him had expected this result, though. The confirmation simply disappointed him. He couldn't break the statue. That meant he couldn't unlock the secrets of the Red Eye power. But it also wouldn't affect him because he had the super god spirit body. But if anyone else was infected with the Red Eye condition, there was nothing he could do. Han Sen turned around and began walking away. He needed to leave the broken city, first and foremost. But then, the statue suddenly moved. Its enormous form suddenly stood fully erect, and it looked down on Han Sen with abject hatred. The entire hall shook as the statue rose to its full height. It is alive. Han Sen wasn't surprised. He jumped forward and tried to reach Wanner. But he then saw Wanner's body lift itself off the ground. Her hair and eyes had turned blonde, and she now looked exactly as she had appeared when Han Sen first saw her. Her eyes were open, but they were glazed and unfocused. The statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes stepped forward, sending one of its demon-like hands down to slap Han Sen. It paused above him, though, and it began to shine. The blonde-haired Wanner teleported in front of the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, hovering in the air directly in front of its face. She waved her hand and cut its head off. Boom! The giant stone head fell onto the floor of the hall, creating a good-sized crater where it slammed into the floor. Han Sen was frozen. Wanner had such a weak body, but after she turned golden, her power became truly frightening. Its magnitude was difficult to believe. This was completely different from what the sixth image of the mural had depicted, too. The sixth picture showed one person on the floor and another person praying to the complete statue. But while the head had been cut off, the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes did not fall. Its body began to writhe, and all of its 1,000 arms were moving. The red eye in each of its hands began to glow, and that hellish glow covered the hall from one end to the other. Countless red substance chains emerged and slithered toward Wanner's body. Wanner's power was incredible, but her body was solid and could therefore be injured. She didn't have the invincible features of Han Sen's super god spirit body. Countless substance chains tangled around Wanner's body, and a cruel grin suddenly played across the mouth of the statue head on the floor. It flew up and opened its mouth, trying to consume Wanner. Han Sen's heart leapt. He stepped forward to help Wanner, but the golden light coming from Wanner's body intensified, and the rest of the chains suddenly melted. She raised a single hand and pressed it against the statue's head, and then, the statue's head exploded like fireworks. The head was shattered, but the statue wasn't dead. It seemed to be quite shocked, though. It turned its giant body around to run away. Wanner's blonde-haired form flashed, and she reappeared beside the statue. She reached out and planted her hands firmly on the statue's body. Pang! The whole statue exploded. The giant body was reduced to a heap of rubble, and its arms lay scattered about. Too strong. Han Sen couldn't help but compliment her display of power. Strength like that could destroy almost anything. Even that powerful statue had been killed in scant moments. Most of the arms that fell to the floor of the hall were now broken, and the eyes that they held had been destroyed. Even those that hadn't been outright destroyed were bleeding profusely. They would die soon. The arms writhed on the floor in a sickening fashion, like deadly snakes. But one broken eyeball did shoot away from its attendant hand. It became a blood light as it tried to escape the hall. Han Sen stood next to the exit of the hall, and he watched that blood eye come. He used super spank to smack it. There was a loud squelching noise as he smacked it, and the jelly of the eyeball sprayed out as the thing fell to the floor. When the eyeball ruptured, the writhing pieces of the statue all stopped. It was like a heap of rubble now, and nothing more. Mutant deified xenogenic hunted. Blood-eye evil god. Mutant xenogenic gene found. Obtained blood-eye evil god beast soul. When Han Sen heard the announcement, he was shocked. He hadn't even realized what he was about to do when he struck the eyeball. He just didn't want it to escape. He hadn't thought there'd be a reward, especially a reward on such a scale. Before Han Sen had time to examine the blood-eye evil god's beast soul, the blonde-haired Wanner teleported over to him. Her golden eyes looked in Han Sen's direction, but they had so little focus that he couldn't tell if she was actually looking at him. Then Wanner's hand drifted forward to pat Han Sen on the head. This shocked Han Sen. He suddenly realized that when Wanner had grabbed his neck, she had wanted to kill him. But something else had happened instead. As Wanner's hand came from, an overwhelming sense of danger weighed on Han Sen's shoulders. The feeling was so strong it was almost suffocating. 2441 The screen is gone. Wanner struck too fast for Han Sen to dodge. His fast reflexes moved his head far enough back that she didn't strike him directly, but her fingertips still tore into his face. 3 deep gashes were torn into Han Sen's face. The clefts were so deep that his skull became visible through them. Han Sen was shocked. He was still in his super god spirit body mode, but Wanner's fingers had damaged him anyway. This was the first time something of the sort had ever happened. Luckily, he managed to dodge most of her attack. Otherwise, his entire head would have split open like a cut watermelon. Han Sen instinctually started to return to the sanctuaries. His super god spirit body couldn't block Wanner's power if she chose to attack him again, so he couldn't escape by traditional means if she wanted to fight him. But Wanner didn't attack him again. She stood where she was, unmoving. She looked at the blood on her fingers, which was Han Sen's blood. A little life came back to her eyes, and her golden power began to fade. Do we affect each other? Han Sen thought happily. He gritted his teeth and grabbed Wanner's arm. He examined her. As Wanner's body came closer to Han Sen, her gold color faded much faster. When he saw that Wanner wasn't resisting, Han Sen pulled her into his arms. When their bodies were in physical contact, Wanner's golden power vanished completely. Her eyes looked fully cognizant for the first time. Good brother, it's so nice to have you here, Wanner mumbled against Han Sen's chest. She was lying forward against him, and she slowly closed her eyes. After she spoke, Wanner's body went soft. Her consciousness drifted away as it had before. Han Sen frowned and looked at the girl in his arms. Her life force was weaker than it had been the previous time, when she was in a coma. Now, her life force was like that of a dying old woman. She no longer had the vitality of a teenage lady. Does this mean that using the golden power costs her the strength of her life force? Han Sen looked at the lady thoughtfully as a variety of emotions shifted across her expression. This girl was the only person Han Sen had ever encountered who could threaten him in his super god spirit body mode. It might have been a good idea to get rid of her, but there were so many unknowns about the girl. A lot of questions had been raised by her existence, and she did seem to harbor some sort of connection to Han Sen. He really needed to figure out what was going on here. As long as she is next to me, she can't make use of that scary power. So, I suppose I don't have to be too afraid. I need to figure out what she is before I do anything drastic. Han Sen sighed, set the girl down, and then looked across the hall. The hall had only been home to the statue, and Han Sen looked around for a while, but he didn't find anything useful there. And the materials that composed the hall were too tough to be broken through, so Han Sen couldn't search any further. Han Sen did find a piece of red crystal that was around the size of his hand, though. It was inside the remains of the red eyeball. He put it in his pocket, then went back the way he had come. Now that the statue has been destroyed, I wonder if the red eye condition is still in effect. Han Sen went back the way he had come to take a look. But when he reached the place that he had left Miss Mirror, he didn't see her there. Did she go back to camp? That really isn't her style. Han Sen frowned, then began walking a little faster. Even if the red eye power infecting Miss Mirror had vanished, she wouldn't simply go home. She would have stayed where she was and waited for Han Sen to return so she could grill him thoroughly over what had happened. Plus, the pieces of the shattered tree egg were still lying around. If Miss Mirror had decided to leave, she would have at least taken the pieces of the tree egg with her. They were a valuable treasure. It's good that she is gone, then. That means all of these tree egg shards are mine. Han Sen picked up a piece and started to put it away. As he did, he noticed how nice the chunk of egg smelled. But there didn't seem to be any life force within the pieces of egg. And furthermore, there was no semblance of power. This definitely wasn't what Han Sen had expected. No wonder Miss Mirror left these behind. They're already useless. Did Wanner absorb the powers of the tree egg while she was inside it? Han Sen guessed. He couldn't think of any other explanations. Han Sen kept walking back the way he had come. He didn't encounter any more trouble. Wanner was still in her coma, and her body was so weak that it looked like the final tether of her life would break at any second. Han Sen didn't know why the girl had been reduced to such a condition. If this continued, she wouldn't last long. Strangely, though, Han Sen found no evidence of the wall of pictures on his return trip. The wall seemed to have just vanished into thin air, without a trace. Han Sen continued walking back toward camp, and when the first statue came into view, he froze. Miss Mirror was lying in front of the statue, and a woman was kneeling beside her. The woman was praying to the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It was one of the 4 kings. It was Red Cloud. The scene before him was the same as the 6th picture depicted on the screen's mural. It gave Han Sen a chill. What is going on? Han Sen was confused. He looked at Red Cloud and Miss Mirror, unsure what was happening. Miss Mirror's presence was still there. She wasn't dead, but she seemed to be badly wounded as she lay on the ground. She obviously wasn't doing well. Red Cloud knelt before the statue like a sincere believer. Her eyes were closed and her hands were folded as she prayed. No way. Red Cloud never saw the statue. And didn't Miss Mirror tell her to watch over the base? Why is she here? Did the red eye power become contagious? That means Bauer and Ning Yu are in danger. Anxiety grew in the pit of Han Sen's stomach, and he started jogging forward. Before Han Sen reached the statue, Red Cloud opened her eyes. Her eyes were the color of blood, and they contained 2 pupils each. That was the look people had when they were stricken with the power of the Blood Eye Evil God. Upon seeing Han Sen, Red Cloud looked murderous. She picked up the broken sword, but instead of striking Han Sen, she turned and thrust the broken blade into Miss Mirror's chest. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he used his Jadescan area to freeze Red Cloud. Red Cloud was only king class, so she was unable to defeat Han Sen. The red eye powers were running through her too strongly for her to know what she was doing. She couldn't block Han Sen's power, and so she ended up frozen. Han Sen walked up to Miss Mirror. He crouched, looked at her, and smiled. Miss Mirror, why are you lying around at a time like this? Use your sword to break the statue, Miss Mirror said quietly through gritted teeth. Her eyes were still a deep red. Han Sen could feel that the statue still had that red eye power, but it wasn't as strong as the statue Wanner had destroyed earlier. It didn't make him want to run deep into the city. It just wanted him to go to the statue itself. Clearly, although the Blood Eye Evil God had been killed, this statue still had some of that Blood Eye Evil God power. Han Sen pulled the broken sword out of Red Cloud's hand and swung it across the face of the statue. A deep furrow was gouged into the statue's face, and blood started to leak from it. The statue didn't move, however. The statue wasn't as hard as Han Sen had expected, though. After a few more of those strikes, the stone statue's head fell off. The severed neck of the statue gushed blood, but it was just a statue. Where the blood came from, Han Sen had no idea. Strangely, once Han Sen cut off the head of the statue, it didn't behave like the Blood Eye Evil God had upon being decapitated. Instead of getting stronger or fighting back, it simply died. Han Sen examined the statue again to confirm what he thought he saw. The statue was dying. It dried up like a withered plant. It looked somewhat like a bergamot flower. The stalk and its flowers were dark red. The stone head that had been lopped off was the plant's largest blossom. It is a plant, Han Sen remarked in surprise. He didn't hear any killing announcement, which made him doubt that the plant was actually a creature. After the flower died, Miss Mirror's red eyes started to fade. It looked like the red eye powers were finally gone. Miss Mirror, however, was too injured to rejoice. She remained on the ground, unable to rise. Han Sen put an arm around her back and helped her sit up. What happened? Why is Red Cloud here? Why are you hurt? Miss Mirror opened her mouth but struggled to speak. Something happened back at base camp. We need to go back now. When Han Sen heard that, his face turned gray. Without asking any further questions, he simply picked up Miss Mirror. With her in one arm and Lady Wanner in the other, he sprinted back to the stone fields. When they reached what was left of the base, their hearts sank. What Han Sen saw sickened him. The base had become a ruin and been painted red with the blood and gore of its inhabitants. No one was left alive. Miss Mirror looked terrible. A third of Spring Rain's members had been brought there, and now they were all gone. Furthermore, one of the 4 kings was dead, and Red Cloud had been reduced to a king-class soldier. Miss Mirror had lost so much. Han Sen's face looked awfully glum, too. He feared Ning Yu and Bauer might have been killed in the carnage. Dad, Han Sen turned to begin searching through the rubble of the ruin, but all of a sudden, Bauer emerged over the top of one heap. It was like a mountaintop. She jumped onto Han Sen's chest and wrapped her small arms tightly around his neck. Bauer was okay, and as she clung to his neck, Ning Yu and Falling Leaf came over the rubble, too. Han Sen was so overjoyed that he dropped Miss Mirror to wrap his arms around Bauer. Arg! Miss Mirror was too injured to catch herself, and she hit the ground hard. She coughed up some blood and looked rather angered at being suddenly dropped. Miss Mirror. Falling Leaf ran over to pick Miss Mirror up. She imbued her superior with some of her healing powers. Don't bother, I am too injured for that. I won't heal quickly regardless, so just tell me what happened, Miss Mirror said abruptly, wiping some of the blood from her mouth. Falling Leaf told her everything that had transpired, but for some reason, she left out the part with the white-haired man and the conversation he had shared with Bauer. She also left out the bit regarding the little bird becoming a fiery phoenix. She only said that, after the white-haired man appeared, the people of the base went crazy. They all started killing each other until none of them remained. But for some reason, a few of them had been unaffected. They were able to escape amidst the chaos. That white-haired man, where did he come from? Miss Mirror asked with a frown. I don't know. When we first saw him, he was already walking around the base and everyone was going insane, Falling Leaf said with a shake of her head. Miss Mirror suddenly had a thought, and she turned her gaze back to Falling Leaf. That stone. Go and see if the stone is still there. We've already looked, Falling Leaf answered. The stone is gone. Miss Mirror sighed and said, go find Red Cloud and bring her back here. We will have to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Han Sen handed the broken sword to Falling Leaf. She went to the stone fields and brought the frozen Red Cloud back. Although the red eye power had vanished from the rest of them, Red Cloud was still crazed, and her eyes were still clouded with that shade of red. After she was released, she again tried to attack everyone around. Han Sen had to freeze her once more. When the reinforcements came, he was going to let them deal with it. As for Miss Mirror, Han Sen knew why she had been injured so badly. Han Sen had taken too long, and Miss Mirror had been reaching the limits of her ability to withstand the red eye power. Then the feelings of addiction had suddenly vanished. Miss Mirror thought Han Sen had sorted out the red eye problem, and so she felt relieved. But just as she was starting to relax, that addicted feeling washed over her again, and this time it was a few hundred times stronger. The attraction drew Miss Mirror back toward the original statue, and Miss Mirror could no longer resist it. Miss Mirror's mind was still quite clear, but her will was no longer strong enough to control the urge. When she approached the statue, she noticed that Red Cloud had come there, too. Miss Mirror was thrilled for a moment, as she thought Red Cloud might be able to use the broken sword to break the statue. But Red Cloud was crazy, and she attacked Miss Mirror as soon as she saw her. Miss Mirror couldn't control her own body well enough to fight Red Cloud, and so Red Cloud beat her to the brink of death. Miss Mirror had been left lying on the ground, struggling to remain conscious. What happened next chilled Miss Mirror's blood, though. Red Cloud bowed before the statue and began praying. From what Miss Mirror could understand, Red Cloud wanted to use her as some sort of offering. Han Sen had come in time, thank God. If he hadn't, Miss Mirror would have been killed. Han Sen thought this was very suspicious, too. He didn't fully understand what was going on. Han Sen kept Wanner close. If she was any distance at all from Han Sen, her eyes and hair would start to turn gold. The further away from him she was, the faster she would turn. Han Sen experimented with it a little. Wanner couldn't be 10 meters away from him. Otherwise, even in her coma-like state, her hair would turn gold. And when Wanner was within 10 meters of Han Sen, his ability to use his super god spirit power was greatly diminished. The power would begin to fade as soon as he summoned it. The closer to Wanner he was, the faster it faded. Clearly, the two of them had a dramatic effect on each other. Luckily, though, the effect only limited Han Sen's super god spirit body, his other powers remained intact. Han Sen asked Miss Mirror not to say anything about Wanner. Han Sen didn't think Miss Mirror would agree to his request, so it was a surprise for him when she actually assented. She did, however, have a condition of her own regarding the secret. What, you want me to be an offering? Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror with wide eyes. As far as the Extreme King are concerned, I brought you here to dig up the ruin of a god's battleground. By doing so, I wanted you to fade from the vision of the royal children, Miss Mirror said calmly. She was reclining on the bed where they had placed her. This is the only reason your pretense of being Prince 16 has lasted this long. But now, this catastrophe with the statues has killed all my people and left you alive. I don't think I will be able to buy you a lot of time. My brother will throw all his resources into investigating you, and you have nowhere to turn. The only thing we can do to keep you alive is to perform a sacrifice. Enter the holy temple to become a devotee. Once you gain the blessing of the Extreme King, your survival will be ensured. I'm going to the holy temple. What does that mean, exactly? Han Sen frowned. The holy temple is where the Extreme King makes sacrifices to their god. Every generation must have a sacrificed king. They offer themselves to the god and become a devotee. They serve the god inside the holy temple forever. After pausing, Miss Mirror said, only someone with the blood of the Extreme King can earn the blessing of the god. Therefore, a crystallizer shouldn't be capable of becoming a devotee. If you can, though, that will prove you really are Prince 16. At that point, no one will be able to dispel your lie. Even if someone was suspicious, not even Qin Bai could randomly waltz in and do whatever he pleased. No one would be able to investigate you. So I'd be practically sentenced to life in jail. Han Sen frowned. Which would you prefer, incarceration or death? Even if you left now, where would you go? Do you really think Yishar Kong Fei can protect you? Let me tell you this now. This universe is big, but if it is confirmed that you killed Prince 16, there is nowhere you can go to escape the wrath that will be set upon you. In order to survive, you would have to be stronger than the leagues of deifieds that belong to the Extreme King. And I will be one of them, Miss Mirror said emotionlessly. Even if I want to go to the Extreme King's holy temple, I don't have the blood of the Extreme King. How would I even gain the approval of this god? Han Sen said, it should be possible with the help of my mirror spirit eye ring. Plus, you do have the original Water King body that you got from Bai Yi. Getting the god's approval shouldn't be too difficult. Miss Mirror paused and said, furthermore, going to the holy temple isn't entirely like being sent to jail. While you may not be able to exit the temple, you can still visit the core area. With the resources you earn in the core area, you can definitely become half-deified. Miss Mirror then hesitated. After a while, she went on to say, also, there are benefits to becoming a devotee. Although you can never leave the holy temple, you will have the opportunity to bathe in the temple's god light. Your genes will be strengthened, and you will have an easier time becoming deified. Is this my only chance of surviving? Han Sen asked quietly. Unless you want a universe-wide APB issued by the Extreme King, yes. This is pretty much the only option. Once you become a devotee, the other royal children won't be hostile to you. And so, you'll have less trouble, Miss Mirror said. Even if I wanted to try entering the temple, what are they going to do? Han Sen pointed at Bauer and the unconscious Wanner, who were a little further away. The holy temple isn't a place just anyone can go. Even the royal children must meet certain qualifications before they can become devotees. I can help you get qualified, but in regards to them, they will have to stay on planet Water Zone. After pausing, Miss Mirror said, the best thing for them is to disappear. Otherwise, they may face scrutiny and fall under investigation themselves. Through them, things could unravel. Of course, if you insist on them staying, I can think of a way or two to help them. When Han Sen heard this, he frowned. Bauer and Ning Yu could go back to planet Eclipse. They had the little red bird to protect them, after all. But there was no way that Wanner could leave Han Sen. If she woke up, she'd become a blonde time bomb. Wanner's life force was super weak right now. If she went on a rampage again, she would die. Han Sen wanted to ask her many things, so he needed her alive until he could talk to her. Let me think about it. Han Sen knew Miss Mirror would continue trying to convince him, so he continued on to say, do you think the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes in Do God City and that prophetic screen are connected to the missing rock we first dug up? Han Sen had already gotten the full scoop on the white-haired man from Bauer and Ning Yu. But Bauer claimed she didn't know who he was. I don't know. Everything in Do God City is a mystery, and everything we find seems to tie back to yet another myth. My brother will probably send someone else here to continue excavation efforts. I believe answers will one day come, Miss Mirror said. Han Sen went silent. As a king, he was simply too weak. If he became deified, then he'd be qualified to fully explore Du God City. It was a very scary place, and he was just too weak to be there in his current state. Make a decision soon. You are running out of time, Miss Mirror said. Then, she stopped talking. She was trying to convince Han Sen not because Han Sen had the mirror spirit ring but because he had selected to let her live after their fight in the cave. He had the chance to kill her, but he showed her mercy. And on top of that, he saved her from Red Cloud. Otherwise, she never would have done all this for Han Sen. Helping Han Sen enter the Holy Temple as a devotee would break basically every law that her people had. Plus, she was the investigator Qin Bai had specifically chosen to examine Han Sen. Thanks. Han Sen walked over to Warner. He looked down at the girl, wondering what he should do with her. Going to the Holy Temple was clearly the safest choice, but that meant he would be giving up on the girl's secrets. Maybe Warner would wake up before backup arrived. Warner seemed too weak for that, though. Han Sen tried many different tricks and powers to reinforce her life force, or to get her to wake up, but nothing seemed to work. Han Sen didn't dare use more than a trickle of his power. He didn't want to accidentally kill Warner. Her body was too weak, so using any significant force on her could be deadly. This is giving me a headache. If I don't enter the Holy Temple, I'll have to go on the run. Then, it won't just be the Extreme King after me. Any race related to the Extreme King or seeking their favor will be hunting me. Escaping on my own will be way too hard, Han Sen thought with a frown. If Han Sen escaped, he wouldn't just be affecting himself. It would affect the lives of his friends on planet Eclipse, and it might even blow back on Yisha. If I was to leave, would you help me? Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror. I am an extreme king, Miss Mirror said icily. Han Sen laughed and asked, if I left now, would it affect Yisha? That is a question you should ask Yisha. It would be her decision. Miss Mirror's eyes flicked down. She seemed to know Han Sen's true decision. 2444 Universal APB Han Sen asked Miss Mirror to contact Yisha. He wouldn't use his own phone because, if he decided to run, all of his conversations after this day would be thoroughly examined. Han Sen explained his situation to Yisha completely, and Yisha listened intently. She didn't say a word until Han Sen finished telling her the entire story. When Yisha spoke, all she said were 4 words. Go to Sky Palace. Yisha then immediately hung up. With that, Han Sen was able to make up his mind. He handed the phone back to Miss Mirror, smiled, and said, thank you for taking care of me all this time, my lady. I hope we can meet again someday. I'm afraid that won't be possible, but if you die, I will light a candle in your honor, Miss Mirror said emotionlessly. If my death earns a lit candle from you, I will consider myself eternally blessed, Han Sen said. He looked at Miss Mirror and said, I actually still have one more request to make. I was hoping that my lady would take care of my blood Kirin. If you are willing to, you can use it for yourself. I will remember the kindness you have done me. That blood Kirin is quite an angry beast. I don't think it will follow the commands if another, Miss Mirror said. Controlling it isn't difficult. You just need to use this item to find him, and then he will listen to you. Han Sen brought something out for Miss Mirror. I guess I won't refuse the service of a half-deified. Miss Mirror accepted the item, looked at Han Sen, and asked, you really have made the decision to flee? You need to think about this carefully. Even if Sky Palace was willing to defy the Extreme King and take you in, your journey there would be a hellish one. You might not even get there alive. This is my life. I could go to the Holy Temple and survive, but I would spend my life in a prison. For someone like me, that existence would be worse than death. I would rather take a gamble that still leaves me a small chance of freedom, Han Sen said. Although his words weren't entirely honest, Han Sen was explaining one of his primary reasons for refusing to go to the Holy Temple. Then you should go. I hope you survive a few more days. If my guess is correct, reinforcements will arrive here in 40 hours. And I will have to report your situation to my supervisor. Miss Mirror didn't pretend that she would support Han Sen more than she really would just because she was weaker than him now. That just wasn't her personality. Goodbye, my lady. Please report that I'm going to Sky Palace. Han Sen bowed. He picked up the unconscious Warner and took Bauer with him as he departed. Seeing Han Sen flee the xenogenic space with Bauer, a strange expression crossed Falling Leaf's face. Miss Mirror, has he really chosen to depart the Extreme King? It is very surprising, but it doesn't surprise me that a brave man like him has made such a choice. Despite Miss Mirror's words, her face looked conflicted. Falling Leaf hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asked, "Can he escape this?" "No, he cannot," Miss Mirror answered with certainty, for that was what she believed. Han Sen was smart, but no matter how smart he was just a first-tier king. Even if he was deified, the furious hordes of Extreme King would still bring him down. It was only a matter of time. Yisha wanted Han Sen to go to Sky Palace because the sky had the backing of the very high. If they were willing to protect Han Sen, then the Extreme King wouldn't simply be able to enter Sky Palace and kill whomever they pleased. But Sky Palace might not protect Han Sen, and even if they agreed to take him in, the trip to get to Sky Palace would be very dangerous for him. After an hour, Miss Mirror called Qin Bai's phone. "Brother, I have confirmed that he is indeed Han Sen. He has fled the xenogenic space, and he is headed for Sky Palace." After he left the xenogenic space, Han Sen waved his hand and sent a white crystal flying out in front of him. It expanded until it became a giant white whale. It was a technological marvel of the ancient crystallizers. It was as powerful as a deified treasure, and it was Han Sen's primary hope of escaping his predicament. With the white whale, he would be able to travel through space for a long time without needing to stop on any other planets along the way. "Han Sen, are we really going to escape? We should go and reason with them. Perhaps they will forgive us." Ning Yu was going to cry. A man never looks back. Han Sen drove the white whale forward. He looked excited and wholly unafraid. "A man never looks back," Bauer repeated in excitement, pumping her fists. "I'm not a big man, I'm a small woman. Let me out, I will beg them for their forgiveness. They will forgive me because I am a pitiful woman." Ning Yu sobbed as she banged on the hatch. Then, she sat with her back to the door. She started to cry hopelessly. Her little green sword remained silently at her waist. Han Sen and Bauer ignored him. Ning Yu had been affected by that little green sword way too much. He had become a woman with remarkably fragile emotions. Han Sen didn't dare to get too close to Ning Yu or his little green sword. Han Sen was afraid of being affected by the little green sword and turning into what Ning Yu had become. He would rather die before that happened. "Bauer, my first officer, you take over the wheel." Han Sen stood up and allowed Bauer to take the command chair. "Yes, Daddy Captain." Bauer gladly sat down and accepted control of the white whale. Once he didn't have to pilot the whale, Han Sen turned his attention to a map of the galaxy. Going to Sky Palace would be very difficult. If they took the normal route to Sky Palace, their chances of arriving safely were practically zero. "It looks like the xianxia system is the only way we can go. If we do that, we can then head through the systems of chaos to get to Sky Palace," Han Sen muttered to himself as he stared intently at the galactic map. The route he proposed was the most dangerous path they could take, which also made it the safest, as far as the threat of the Extreme King was concerned. That was the only route the Extreme King didn't have total control over, but the systems of chaos were even dangerous for deified elites. When Han Sen first followed the Ice Blue Knights through the systems of chaos, he was a first-hand witness to how frighteningly scary that place could be. The xianxia system was a very dangerous system, as well. It was a giant xenogenic space, but it was different from ordinary xenogenic spaces. There were no stars, no seas, and no land. It was just an endless, foggy space that was choked by clouds. All sorts of tools were rendered useless there due to the magnetic storms that existed within the vapor. Ordinary ships were unable to travel through the xianxia system. Plus, that endless space of clouds was known to host many terrifying xenogenics. Many deified creatures lived all throughout xianxia system. For an ordinary deified, making the trip would be very difficult. But this was the reason Han Sen had chosen to journey through the xianxia system. The Extreme King wouldn't expect him to go that way. Overnight, Han Sen's name spread across the entire Geno universe. Before that day, not many creatures of the universe knew who Han Sen was. But when the Extreme King put out a universal APB for Han Sen, races all across the universe learned or remembered his name. Of course, what they remembered more than anything was the very high bounty on him. The reward being offered for Han Sen was enough to tempt any deified. 2445 Xianxia system, Mr. Qin, why are we not going to the White River system? We seem to be headed for xianxia system instead. An extreme king knight looked Bao Qin with confusion. The White River system is currently in turmoil. Interstellar pirates are everywhere there. It might seem easy for Han Sen to slip through the chaos, but it is a very populated place. Han Sen has a bold personality, so it most likely compelled him to go to the xianxia system, Bao Qin deduced tonelessly. But he is just a king. Xianxia system isn't a feasible route for someone of his level, the knight said after a moment of thought. Before he was exposed, no one would have believed he had the gall to disguise himself as a prince of the extreme king, Bao Qin responded, his eyes hard. Slow down. Bauer was pushing the white whale through the clouds at an insane speed. Although their transport could move very quickly, it was supposed to be a whale, not a fighter jet. Ning Yu was lying on the floor, clutching a chair while bawling her eyes out. Her face was covered in tears and snot. Han Sen peered out at the endless clouds, and he couldn't help but frown. Although he already knew that the xianxia system was dangerous, seeing the system with his own eyes had still taken him aback. Xianxia system's clouds extended in all directions like an ocean, making it hard for Han Sen to keep his sense of direction. The endless clouds were colorful, as if the white whale was surrounded by countless fluffy rainbows. The clouds were opaque enough that it was difficult to see beyond the closest layer. Now, Han Sen and his companions were traveling through blue clouds. They were endless, and they were scarier than the depths of the sea. In between the moving clouds, Han Sen could occasionally see cloud beasts dancing. Those crane-like cloud beasts were in flocks of several thousand. They flew together like a cloud of their own, all moving quickly in tandem. Inside the blue clouds, they would sometimes see the flash of magnetic storms. Typically, tools and gadgets were rendered useless by such storms. But fortunately, the big white whale of the crystallizers wasn't affected by powerful magnetic interference. The turbulence of the storms had no effect on the white whale, which was why Han Sen wasn't afraid to go through the xianxia system. The white whale was like a deified creature, but it had no life force. Because of that, it didn't send out a life force for others to sniff out. Ordinary xenogeniacs wouldn't attack it, and Han Sen had indeed seen many xenogeniacs along the way. But most of them completely ignored the white whale. Some of the meaner ones tried to attack the white whale, but they couldn't really damage the hull of the ship. Aside from the cloud beasts, they rarely saw other elites in the system. Even those of the higher races rarely came to hunt here. It was way too dangerous, and it was almost never worth the risk. Pang! As the white whale blazed along, an explosion sounded off to the side. The clouds rumbled and rolled, sort of like a tsunami. It felt as if some terrifying creatures were in the middle of a war somewhere in the fog. Han Sen told Bauer to go past whatever it was. After all, they were running for their lives, not going on a safari. It was best not to attract the attention of anything, and so they should focus on getting through the fog as fast as possible. But before Bauer turned the white whale, a few people flew out of the big clouds. Terror was written across their faces, and they appeared to be running for their lives. Their worries meant nothing to Han Sen. He didn't have time to worry about people who were running for their lives. But when he got close enough to see their faces, Han Sen jerked back in surprise. Amidst the shadows, there were two pretty women that looked like twins. One was Ji Yu Qingcheng, and the other was Elysian Moon. Han Sen couldn't just ignore them. He had Bauer drive the white whale over to Ji Yu Qingcheng. When the people saw the white whale heading toward them, they turned in another direction, trying desperately to get away from this new threat as well. But soon after, they saw the mouth of the white whale open. Someone emerged through the gap. Qingcheng, why are you here? Han Sen asked, looking at Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. Ji Yu Qingcheng saw Han Sen, and so she flew towards him with Elysian Moon. When the others saw that Ji Yu Qingcheng and Han Sen seemed to know each other, they looked relieved. They flew over to the white whale, as well. There are deified creatures ahead. We should leave this place, Ji Yu Qingcheng said to Han Sen after flying over there. Follow me. Han Sen led the way. He invited Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon into the white whale. The other people followed Ji Yu Qingcheng, entering the white whale as well. Seeing that Ji Yu Qingcheng knew them, Han Sen made no effort to stop their entry. This is a battleship, and it can sail through the xianxia system. This is so weird, said a 20-year-old man. He was one of the demon, and he had deep purple horns. He looked around the big white whale with great curiosity. Han Sen told Bauer to drive the white whale away from the deified creatures. Then he looked at the people who had followed Ji Qingcheng aboard and asked, "Who are they?" There were a dozen of them, and they were all from different races. They were mostly dukes and kings. Ji Qingcheng pointed at one of the young feather men. He hired Elysian Moon and me to protect him inside xianxia system. Han Sen looked at the feather man. The man seemed very young, and his life force wasn't that strong. He was a marquis or duke, at best. "My name is Qing Yu. Thank you for saving me. What is your name?" the feather man asked politely. Han Sen. Han Sen had no plans of hiding his identity. "You are the student of the newly deified Knife Queen. I have heard your name before," Fang Qingyu said, glancing curiously over Han Sen. Surprisingly, Fang Qingyu wasn't like the other feathers. All of the rest of the feathers hated Han Sen. When Han Sen saw that they had no reaction to his name, he figured that they hadn't heard that he was wanted by the Extreme King. It made sense. Equipment didn't work inside the xianxia system, so contacting the outside world would have been impossible. They didn't know what had happened out there. Han Sen looked outside and noticed there were no more crazy clouds. They must be far away from the deified xenogenic now. This place should be safe. "You can leave," Han Sen said, turning to Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu quietly responded, "Brother Han, I would like you to take me all the way through the xianxia system." "What would require in trade for such a request?" "Sorry, I'm not here to play games, and I'm not interested in a business deal. Please get off my ship," Han Sen said firmly. He was on the lam. He wasn't interested in spending any more time with these people. He had only saved them because Ji Qingcheng was there. "Brother Han, please consider it. Tell me how much you want, and I will gladly play you," Fang Qingyu said. "Sorry, I am a little busy. I cannot take you guys," Han Sen said. "Listen, buddy, you're going to end up embarrassing yourself." One of the destroyed stepped forward from behind Fang Qingyu. He glared at Han Sen as he spoke. Other dukes and kings slowly surrounded them, too. "What are you doing? Step back. Don't be rude to Brother Han," Fang Qingyu shouted, his face contorted in displeasure. But the other men didn't seem willing to stop. The destroyed leader laughed and said, "Mr. Fang, we are doing this for your own good. Our ride, Wind Cloud Bird, was consumed by that deified xenogenic. Without a ship, we cannot travel through the xianxia system. And now that there is a ship right here, we cannot deny that this is obviously the help of God. If you guys try this, then you are no better than pirates," Fang Qingyu said, not sounding happy at all. "Haha, Mr. Fang, you are right. We are pirates. Who else do you think would dare to escort you through a zone like the xianxia system?" The people swapped glances with each other and laughed. Once they were in the xianxia system, they had been planning to rob Fang Qingyu and kidnap Ji Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. They didn't have much luck, though. They entered the xianxia system, and mere minutes before they planned to execute their sordid little scheme, they encountered a deified xenogenic. "You guys," Fang Qingyu's face changed. He was too furious to say anything. With that revelation, the situation made a little more sense to Han Sen. It would have been unusual for normal mercenaries to agree to escort Fang Qingyu into such a dangerous place. Entering the xianxia system was way too risky. If someone was willing to go there, they were most likely interstellar pirates, or they were on the lam like Han Sen. "You're referring to us as, you guys. Haven't you heard of the pirate? We are true pirates, so if you know who I am, then show some respect. I only want money. If I don't get it," the destroyed king laughed threateningly as his sentence trailed off. Hearing the man's claim, Han Sen didn't know what to say. The guy was bluffing. The pirates were a powerful faction, and there were many of them. They robbed the amazingly rich and powerful, often entering high-race xenogenic spaces to attack their prey. They wouldn't behave like these guys, stealing from the weak in such a sneaky way. Many of the pirates started to approach Han Sen. Ji Qingcheng frowned and started to draw her sword, but Han Sen stopped her. Han Sen looked at the pirates and smiled. "It is good that you aren't leaving. We need people here. We need men that are willing to tidy, clean, and make food. If you want to stay here, you may remain to do such things." When the pirates heard that, they laughed until their eyes watered. The demon man looked extra cocky, and he said, "The rebate and Knife Queen might be famous, but we don't care. Plus, you are only Knife Queen's student. How dare you propose that we become your deckhands? Stop talking to him. As it is his wish, we'll flip the offer around and make him the one who does the washing, cleaning, and cooking for us," one of the pirates said. They were fearless. They had seen the battleship from one end to the other. The ship was host to Han Sen, a little girl, and a very frightened woman. Aside from them, there was only a little red bird. "Let me do it," the demon man said with a smile. He unleashed his area. He went over to Han Sen while saying, "Do you want to get out, or do you want me to help you? If you want me to help, you will." Before he could finish, Han Sen punched the man in the face. DMNU. The demon man suddenly looked terrifying. He lifted his fist and threw a punch at Han Sen that was imbued with sky demon powers. Very few demons could make use of those powers, and the few that could were mostly of a pure demon blood lineage. The fact that the demon could make use of sky demon powers surprised Han Sen. But the sky demon powers, even at full charge, was useless against Han Sen. That demon man was stunned when Han Sen's fist collided with his own. He had put all of his power into that strike, and Han Sen had blocked it. The demon man had shock written all over his face. His entire body stopped moving, and then a block of ice encased him. The other pirates were shocked, too. The demon man wasn't a top king, but his sky demon power was nothing to trifle with. Han Sen had blocked that sky demon power and froze him in a single punch. That surprised them all. Many of the pirates pulled out their knives. Han Sen's hands closed into fists, and then he rushed into them. He threw punches that wrecked each of their king areas and their powers. He froze the pirates one by one, leaving them standing on the deck, motionless and confused. The pirates were dumbfounded. They were just a group of outlaws who weren't really connected to the pirate. And they had never witnessed a king with such impressive strength. "Don't. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll kill her." The destroyed king had the quickest reaction. Upon seeing all his men frozen, he stumbled back toward Bauer and put a knife to her neck. Han Sen had already frozen all the other pirates. When he turned to see the frightened, destroyed king holding a knife to Bauer's throat, he laughed and didn't approach. The destroyed king looked at his men in disbelief. The demon and two others had been kings, but Han Sen had dealt with them as easily as he had the dukes. They had all been frozen by Han Sen's punches. The entire group only lasted a few seconds. Han Sen grinned at the destroyed king. He didn't come any closer. "Don't take another step. If you do, what happens then is on you." The destroyed king's heart began to pound as Han Sen gazed at him. The destroyed pulled Bauer closer to himself, wanting to retreat with her as a hostage. For now, all he wanted was to leave. The further away he could get, the better. "Uncle," said a very young voice from the destroyed king's arms. When he lowered his head, he found that it was the little girl he was using as a hostage. The little girl had a knife to her neck, but she didn't look scared like most little girls would, however. She smiled at him, looking so happy. She even started to laugh. "Stop laughing." The destroyed king shouted angrily at the little girl, feeling insulted. Before he could come up with another threat, though, the destroyed king's eyes widened in surprise and terror. The little red bird upon the girl's shoulder jumped into the air, and red flames began to spread from its flapping wings. It was like a volcano erupting. Under the incredible heat, the destroyed king-class knife suddenly melted into molten juice. But the fire in the bird's eyes didn't lessen. In fact, the bird seemed to grow even more enraged. The pirates all stood in a line, still chilled and shivering. They stood meekly before Bauer, listening attentively as she scolded them. "From now on, you guys are the deckhands of the White Whale. You'll be a cleaner, and you, a servant." Bauer gave them jobs, and the pirates all nodded as they were given assignments. They had been tamed, and none of them dared to refuse to do as they were told. Their eyes sometimes wandered to the little red bird sitting atop Bauer's shoulder, and the sight of it would send another involuntary shiver through them. 10 minutes before, the little bird had burned a 6th-tier destroyed king to nothing more than charcoal. There was too little of him left to even be considered cooked meat. "Brother Fang, you should really leave now. Following me will only put you in more danger," Han Sen said to Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu shook his head. "Brother Han, the xianxia system isn't a place a marquis can make a living. How long do you think I could survive out there?" After that, Fang Qingyu pulled something out of his pocket. He set it down in front of Han Sen. With a slight smile, he said, "Brother Han, do you remember this?" After Han Sen got a good look at what Fang Qingyu was holding, he was confused. He didn't recognize the item. The item looked like a common, 3x3, 6-sided Rubik's Cube. 9 squares occupied each face. But unlike a normal Rubik's Cube, Each square on this cube contained a strange image. Each image was like a small painting of a place that Han Sen had never been before. Some of them showed starscapes, whereas others showed mountains and rivers. Others simply showed off rooms or palatial halls. When Fang Qingyu looked at Han Sen's face, he realized that Han Sen didn't recognize it. He smiled and said, "This is the Wanji Rubik's Cube. It is a xenogenic treasure from the Thousand Treasures. Everyone who has a Wanji Rubik's Cube can contact others with a Wanji Rubik's Cube. You can even use video. To simplify this for you, the Wanji Rubik's Cube is like a phone. But it is a xenogenic treasure, so you don't need a signal. You can communicate through space without being affected by magnetic storms. This is a powerful tool. If you have a treasure like this, you can ask your family or friends to come pick you up, right?" Han Sen said. Fang Qingyu smiled wryly. "Brother Han, I'm not showing this to you so that I can leave. I am a member of the Thousand Treasures Alliance. Although the Alliance isn't considered a part of the Thousand Treasures race, we have the same level of authority as the Thousand Treasures. My Wanji Rubik's Cube can connect to other members of the Thousand Treasures. They can see everything I see." "What does that mean?" Han Sen frowned. Fang Qingyu quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand me, Brother Han. The Wanji Rubik's Cubes need to be activated for others to see my image. Right now, it is not open and so no one will know anything about what is going on here." After pausing, Fang Qingyu went on to say, "Your battleship is incredible, it can even travel through the xianxia system unimpeded. The Thousand Treasures want every treasure, including rare items in dangerous places like the xianxia system. There are so many items in this system that most people couldn't tell what is valuable and what isn't, but with the Wanji Rubik's Cube, we could send images back to the Thousand Treasures. They could identify what is worth taking and what isn't. If they see something that they want, they will pay a high price for the items you bring back to them." Han Sen smiled and said, "Brother Fang, I'm afraid you don't know my situation. I know you are Knife Queen's student." Fang Qingyu looked at Han Sen with a modicum of confusion. Han Sen waved his hand to interrupt him. He smiled and said, "You can use your Wanji Rubik's Cube to contact your Thousand Treasures friends, and perhaps, they might let you know a thing or two about me, as well." Fang Qingyu looked confused, and so he turned on his Wanji Rubik's Cube. In one of the squares, another member of the Thousand Treasures appeared. Fang Qingyu spoke to him, and his expression became increasingly apprehensive as the conversation went on. When the conversation was over, Fang Qingyu turned and stared toward Han Sen for a long moment. A while later, he muttered, "Brother Han, are you not afraid that I will expose your location?" "What is there to be afraid of? The Extreme King must already be in the xianxia system by now, so it doesn't really matter," Han Sen said with a shrug. "Now you should understand why I don't want to bring you along. I cannot do the things you want me to, like stopping and collecting treasures along the way." Fang Qingyu's eyes brightened as he looked at Han Sen. "If that is true, you should definitely take me with you." "Why?" Han Sen asked in surprise. "Brother Han, I know you only want me off the ship so I don't get pulled into this," which was a kind thought. "Also, I'm carrying a Wanji Rubik's Cube. You probably think that if I go with you, I might expose your location, and the Extreme King might have an easier time following you," Fang Qingyu said. "I'm glad that you understand," Han Sen said. Fang Qingyu shook his head. "But I also think you are wrong." "How so?" Han Sen looked at Fang Qingyu with interest. "My presence might expose information about your escape, but that sort of exposure isn't necessarily a bad thing," Fang Qingyu said seriously. There was no humor in his expression. "What does that mean? I really don't understand," Han Sen replied. Fang Qingyu set the Wanji Rubik's Cube in front of Han Sen. "You can take the Wanji Rubik's Cube, and you can decide whether you want to turn it on or off. Or you could just throw me off the ship. But I must tell you that if you allow me to stay, I will expose your location with the Wanji Rubik's Cube. And I will take loads of photos." "Fang Qingyu, are you tired of living? Others might be afraid of the Thousand Treasures, but do you think a guy who disguised himself as a prince of the Extreme King would care about the life of some snot-nosed Thousand Treasures member?" Elysian Moon snorted in derision. "Keep talking." Han Sen remained focused on Fang Qingyu, and he didn't seem upset. "Calm down, Elysian Moon. What I have said makes sense. I'm not selling Brother Han out." Fang Qingyu paused. He looked at Han Sen and said, "Brother Han, you are escaping to Sky Palace, yes?" "Yes," Han Sen answered immediately. He had never planned to hide the fact that Sky Palace was his destination. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Miss Mirror know where he was going. In fact, he wanted everyone to know he was going to Sky Palace. If I'm understanding the situation correctly, Brother Han, you are going through the xianxia system to reach the systems of chaos in order to get to Sky Palace. Fang Qingyu asked. That is correct, Han Sen nodded. In that case, you should let me film this. And do it in HD quality. Fang Qingyu sounded really excited. Chapter 2448 Location confirmed. Talk me through your idea, Han Sen said to Fang Qingyu. He was beginning to think that this young man was a very interesting person. The path you have selected isn't bad. You have taken a road that the Extreme King have no control over. Plus, you have a pretty amazing ship in the shape of a big whale. It is a fair assessment that the Extreme King won't catch up to you very quickly. But the road you have selected is also very dangerous. Even if the Extreme King don't catch you, your path is full of risks. Both the xianxia system and the systems of chaos have innumerable dangers, many of which are impossible to predict or anticipate. And the Extreme King have 3 teams of knights in the systems of chaos. They will probably be your greatest opposition. But, if I send them a video of you at the proper time, we might actually be able to put them to use. Fang Qingyu's excitement took on a mischievous edge. A giant black beetle soared through the clouds, and upon the back of the black beetle rested a stone castle. Many Extreme King were moving about the castle as they fulfilled their various duties. Mr. Bao Chen, Mr. Bao Chen, an old member of the Extreme King raced over to the floating garden, where Bao Chen was drinking tea. Old butler, what's the rush? Bao Chen asked the butler, taking a sip of tea and putting down the cup. The old butler looked very excited. He stepped over to Bao Chen's chair and said, "We found him. We have found where Han Sen is." "Oh, where is he?" Bao Chen jerked his head up in surprise. The investigators themselves hadn't brought him this news, so he wasn't sure how the butler had received word. Here, the old butler brought out a Wanji Rubik's Cube. He set it in front of Bao Chen and pressed one of the squares to show the video. A boat appeared, traveling through a sea of blue clouds. A man sat on the small boat, appearing relaxed and comfortable as he paged through a book. At the front of the boat, a line of creatures were using their power to pull the ship forward. The creatures were from a dozen different races, and there was even a demon amongst them. They were like huskies pulling a sleigh as they struggled to drag the boat forward. If they slowed down for a second, the man atop the boat would wave his hand and whip the creatures. The blows broke their armor and flesh, and they screamed with every strike. The man, meanwhile, never even looked up from his book. One of the creatures pulling the boat, a feather man, was covered in wounds. It looked as if he had received numerous beatings. His head was lowered, but he had secretly activated the Rubik's Cube. He looked very angry. "Save me. If anyone can get me out of here, I will give them all the treasure I have in the 1,000 Treasures Alliance." "No, I will give 70%, said the man's voice. Bao Chen stared at the Rubik's Cube on the table in front of him. What is going on? Bao Chen looked at the man on the boat, and then realized it was Han Sen, the very man they were after. The old butler was almost vibrating with excitement. The feather man pulling the boat is Fang Qingyu. He is a member of the 1,000 Treasures Alliance. He hired a group to help him explore the xianxia system. While there, his group encountered Han Sen. Han Sen captured them and set them all to pulling his boat. He appears to be trying to escape the xianxia system. Fang Qingyu is a feather, but Han Sen doesn't know he is a member of the 1,000 Treasures Alliance. Fang Qingyu has a Wanji Rubik's Cube that he's using to send out a call for help, hoping that someone will rescue him. The old butler sounded so excited. Now that Fang Qingyu is sending messages through the Wanji Rubik's Cube, we know where Han Sen is. All we must do is give chase. Who is this Fang Qingyu? Bao Chen asked the old butler. Rather than seeming happy, his face had turned down into a frown. The old butler quickly said, I have checked. Fang Qingyu is a feather, but he is an orphan. He was taken in by an elder of the 1,000 Treasures Alliance. He has nothing to do with the feathers, and he has nothing to do with Han Sen. That elder from the 1,000 Treasures Alliance has already sent people to the xianxia system in order to save him. Good. Bao Chen nodded. He looked at the video on the Wanji Rubik's Cube. Can you tell where he is within the xianxia system? The old butler laughed. The blue sea clouds. There are hundreds of them across the xianxia system, but the clouds in different areas all have unique identifying aspects. Judging from the information we've gleaned from the video and the direction the boat appears to be proceeding, we have deduced they are located in sea cloud number 75. We're in purple sea cloud number 86, which isn't too far from Han Sen's position. Keep an eye on them, and turn us to an intercept course, Bao Qin said. Yes, Han Sen can't outrun us this time, no matter what, the old butler said. Then he sent the order to turn the giant black beetle toward Han Sen. As they began traveling through clouds that Han Sen had already passed through, the old butler frowned. Weird, when they went through here, they must have left some trace of their passage, even if it was only a single hair. Why can I not sense anything? Did we go the wrong way? Bao Qin smiled and said, if we found obvious evidence of their passage, then we'd know that we weren't on Han Sen's trail. He's too good to leave behind obvious signs of his presence. Go faster, we must be going the right way. Yes, the old butler answered, and the black beetle accelerated. They didn't discover any signs of Han Sen's presence, but based on the video of Fang Qingyu's Wanji Rubik's Cube, they knew they were headed in the right direction. Han Sen's little boat wasn't moving nearly as fast as the black beetle. By the old butler's estimation, they would catch up to Han Sen in another 18 hours. At that moment, they glanced at the video on the Wanji Rubik's Cube and saw that Han Sen's boat was coming to a stop. A group of cloud beasts appeared in front of the boat, then turned aggressively and attacked. Chaos ensued. Fang Qingyu was trying to fight off the xenogeniacs. He couldn't use the Wanji Rubik's Cube at the same time, so the video was switched off. Oh no, it is a bunch of high-level cloud beasts. A few of them are king-class cloud apes. If Fang Qingyu is killed, we'll lose track of Han Sen, the old butler said, looking glum. Go full speed, find them before they finish fighting the cloud beasts, Bao Qin commanded, his face grim. Chapter 2449 Demon Spiri. The giant black beetle flew at high speed toward the last location shown in the video. When they arrived, they found many cloud beasts in the midst of battle. But because they were surrounded by so many clouds, they could only catch occasional glimpses of the battleground. Bao Qin ordered the black beetle to be brought to a stop, then turned back to the old butler. Let's not get too close to the battleground. Before we enter, we should send someone in to scout. Before the old butler could agree, a huge white whale appeared out of the clouds and headed straight toward them. Following the white whale was a group of cloud beasts. They seemed very angry. Ready yourselves to fight, Bao Qin shouted, frowning as the white whale approached. The black beetle's extreme king knights quickly assembled into battle formations. The big white whale approached at high speed, but instead of ramming the black beetle as they expected, the whale dove and went right under their ship. Bao Qin and the extreme king knights wondered why the white whale had decided to simply pass them by, but they didn't have much time to think about it. The cloud beasts that had been chasing the whale surged over them in a wave. A king-class group of giant cloud dragons were flying behind the cloud beasts, but even they seemed weak and unthreatening compared to what followed. The giant cloud dragons were hitched to a rainbow-colored carriage made of cloud stone. Despite their incredible power and ferocity, the cloud dragons were being used as mere beasts of burden. It's the sea demon's carriage. We have to get out of here. Bao Qin's face paled slightly, and his words were rushed. But it was already too late. The sea beasts were upon them, and the giant cloud dragons dragging the stone carriage arrived before the black beetle. The white whale had vanished at some point, and the giant black beetle was now surrounded by monsters of the clouds. The extreme king knights engaged the cloud beasts in combat. Good job, everyone, Han Sen said to Fang Qingyu and the others as he admired the extreme king, who were now fighting the cloud beasts. It is our honor to work for the captain and the little captain, one of the pirates said, bowing deeply. An ingratiating smile covered his face. The captain and the little captain are the smartest people in the whole universe. Those extreme king aren't even fit to lick your boots. The captain is so handsome. The little captain is so beautiful. You both hold the universe in your hands, and every decision you make is a turning point in history. Long live the big captain and small captain. Long live the big captain and small captain. Han Sen looked at all the pirates who were gushing praises for him and Bauer, and he couldn't help but admit that it felt pretty good. Bauer was loving it. No wonder everyone wants to become a tyrant with an evil right-hand man. This is great, Han Sen thought happily. Luckily, Han Sen hadn't deluded himself into thinking that this was actually his idea. Fang Qingyu had come up with the plan, and Han Sen was only reaping the advantages of its employment. It was just as Fang Qingyu had said. The xianxia system was way too dangerous, and getting through it safely might have been little more than wishful thinking. They hadn't been planning to encounter the scary cloud dragons, after all. Han Sen didn't dare to fight the cloud dragons. He piloted the white whale away from them as he tried to escape. Then, he allowed Fang Qingyu to create a scenario that would draw in the Extreme King search party. Once the Extreme King arrived, they had earned the ire of the monsters within minutes. The cloud dragons weren't happy to have intruders in their territory. Han Sen didn't know what the stone carriage behind the cloud dragons was, but after Fang Qingyu used the Wanji Rubik's Cube to contact his Thousand Treasures stepfather, they learned that it was the legendary Sea Demon carriage. If not for the Thousand Treasures, Han Sen might not have fled from the carriage in time. It would have certainly been a nasty fight. That Thousand Treasures elder used the Rubik's Cube to tell Han Sen that the Sea Demon carriage was the most mysterious and scary xenogenics in the xianxia system. The legend said that the giant cloud dragons pulled the xianxia system's leader in that carriage. Not many people had ever glimpsed what was inside that carriage, though. When the Sea Demon carriage opened, anyone who saw it usually died shortly thereafter. The white whale hovered some distance from the battlefield. They hid amidst the clouds, and Fang Qingyu looked very excited. He filmed the fight between the Extreme King and the cloud beasts intently, streaming the video to his Thousand Treasures stepfather. Fang Qingyu took special care to capture the Sea Demon carriage on video. He would never miss an opportunity to film that. He wanted the chance to film the being inside the Sea Demon car. He wanted a first-hand account of this fight. That information might be the most valuable thing he had ever possessed. Of course, it wasn't just the information that would fetch a high price. The video itself would be worth a lot. Fang Qingyu's stepfather had already started working on it. The Thousand Treasures was the best organization in the universe when it came to making money, and a video like that would be a money-making machine. The video would require some editing before it was released, though. Han Sen really admired the business acumen of the Thousand Treasures. Plus, with Fang Qingyu remaining in constant contact with his stepfather, the Thousand Treasures could give them information about any creatures they encountered in the xianxia system. Han Sen could avoid many potential dangers and pitfalls, and they wouldn't have to go up against a creature that might be too much for them. They could even detour around areas with a particularly high death toll. "It's out," Fang Qingyu shouted very excitedly. Han Sen looked back to the battleground. The cloud dragons were cringing away from the open door of the carriage, and after a few long seconds, something stepped through the open door. All eyes were drawn to the newly emerged monster. Han Sen had never seen a living creature like it before. Its body was like a black cloud, with a black demonic form standing somewhere in the middle. It was impossible to see exactly what the creature looked like, but it possessed a dark humanoid shape. But the being seemed to have a shadowy tail, and its hair was like fire. A pair of eyes could be seen through the dark cloud, burning with a red and purple flame. Only its disturbing eyes could be seen clearly, as everything else about its form was murky and indistinct. Bao Qin stood atop the castle, watching the scary creature emerge from the stone carriage. "Demon spirit, we of the Extreme King have never offended you. We were pursuing someone else along this path, but that scary creature didn't answer." Its eyes glowed evilly, and it threw a punch toward Bao Qin. Boom! Han Sen and the others didn't see the punch land, but they could see the enormous black beetle explode under the force of the shockwave. Blood rained everywhere, dyeing the blue cloud scarlet around it. Some Extreme King Knights hadn't been able to get clear of the black beetle, and so the hit destroyed their King Knight bodies. They disintegrated, becoming a part of that red mist. Bao Qin hung in the air, and the ghostly demon spirit teleported directly in front of him. "It has started." Han Sen's eyes brightened with anticipation. There was going to be a deified fight. If the two fighters ended up badly injured, he could take advantage of the situation and claim them both. 2450 Blood-Eye Evil God Beast Soul. Han Sen watched the battle in the hopes of finding an opportunity to score some easy kills, but something soon happened that made him rethink his plans. Music wafted into Han Sen's ears. Upon hearing the first note, Han Sen's mind seemed to buzz, like the vibration that would be left behind if someone struck him on the head with a hammer. Han Sen only found the sensation to be slightly uncomfortable, but the Duke-class pirates began to fall over, coughing up blood as they curled into fetal position. They clawed at their ears, screaming in agony. They were bleeding from all 7 of their holes. "Oh, no, a deified Extreme King has used a sonic attack. The white whale is tough, but it is weak against sonic attacks. We have to go." Han Sen turned the white whale and piloted it far away. The white whale was just a piece of technology, so it couldn't adapt to everything that was thrown at it. Fang Qingyu was the weakest person on board, and so he was doing far worse than all the others. Luckily, Han Sen released a king area that subdued most of the acoustic effect. If he hadn't done that, the sonic powers would have liquefied Fang Qingyu's brain. The white whale traveled through the clouds at full speed. After tens of thousands of miles, the effectiveness of the sonic powers started to subside. But Han Sen's crew still suffered from the scary shockwaves of the battle. After what had just happened, Han Sen was no longer interested in trying to kill the fighters once they were injured. He just wanted to leave the area, and that was that. Don't go. If you leave now, we won't film the fight. And if we don't film the fight, everything we've invested will be wasted. I have to go back and keep filming. Fang Qingyu shouted at Han Sen, as soon as he was feeling better. You're crazier than I am. You're willing to die for money. Han Sen looked at Fang Qingyu with utter shock. This man really did care about money above all else. The Thousand Treasures Alliance cannot invest in a venture that loses money. I have to go back, Fang Qingyu said with obvious difficulty. Seeing that Fang Qingyu wasn't kidding, Ji Qingcheng said, it won't matter how much money you make if you're dead, will it? Fang Qingyu shook his head with a wry smile. You guys don't understand. This isn't only about me. My team invested a lot into this. If you don't follow the plan we made, I won't be the only one getting screwed, my whole team will be. They invested all their money into this. That means they will all go bankrupt, and that might result in them all committing suicide. Give me your Wanji Rubik's code, and I will film it for you, Han Sen said after a moment. Han Sen hadn't wanted to leave so abruptly, either, but Bauer, Ning Yu, and Ji Qingcheng were all on board the ship. He didn't want to put their lives at risk. If he went back there alone, there wouldn't be as much to worry about. I don't know if, Fang Qingyu was shocked. It'll be fine. Han Sen took the Wanji Rubik's cube out of Fang Qingyu's hands. Then, he spoke to Bauer. Bauer, take them farther away. I will catch up. After that, he took the Wanji Rubik's cube and exited the white whale. He headed straight back for the battlefield. With Bauer guiding them away and the little red bird protecting them, they should be able to survive an encounter with even a deified xenogeniac. Han Sen wasn't too worried about their safety. And in regards to Han Sen himself, he knew he would be able to survive, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone back alone. The clouds were rumbling. The music sounded eerie and demonic. Under the force of the sonic power, a big blue cloud was roiling and rolling away like an ocean wave. Many xenogeniacs and cloud beasts, which commonly lived inside such clouds, were all scrambling away as they fled desperately for their lives. But some of the smaller cloud beasts and xenogeniacs didn't have enough time to escape. They were killed by the sonic sounds. They died before they could leave the clouds, and their corpses were tossed along with the rolling clouds like flotsam caught by the tide. Han Sen used his Dongshuan area and Jadeskin. He summoned all of his strength to fight back that sonic power. But even still, he could barely withstand it as he drew near to the battlefield. He felt like his head was going to get ripped open by that soul piano note. Han Sen's heart leapt in his chest, and he summoned a beast soul. It was an eyeball-shaped beast soul with a red pupil. It was the deified class Blood-Eye Evil God beast soul Han Sen had managed to retrieve from Du God City. The Blood-Eye Evil God's body was the eyeball Han Sen had managed to kill as it tried to escape. The statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes had merely some sort of host or shell that the creature inhabited. Mutant deified class beast soul Blood-Eye Evil God. I typed the beast soul flew into Han Sen's left eye. It grew incredibly thin and formed itself into a half sphere, then it fitted itself onto Han Sen's left eyeball like a contact lens. Han Sen's left eye was veiled in red. His entire eyeball gleamed crimson, and a bloody light seemed to swirl within the orb. The purple eye butterfly's power lay in its ability to analyze and rewind the history of an object. The power of the Blood-Eye Evil God beast soul was different. As the bloody color deepened within Han Sen's left eye, the red light of his pupil seemed to swirl restlessly. Suddenly, the red light poured out of Han Sen's eye. The blood light wrapped around Han Sen's entire body, turning him into a bloody shadow. His face was no longer visible, and he seemed more like an unsettling absence than anything tangible. But his entire body, or what could be seen of it, was blood red. When Han Sen became this blood shadow, everything in his vision changed. Han Sen saw a giant cloud dragon flying far away. He could see the creature's eyes, and he saw himself reflected in those eyes. The next second, Han Sen's heart jumped. He leapt into those eyes. Han Sen found himself hiding somewhere within the creature's vision, as if he had slipped behind the reflective surface of the cloud dragon's eyes. Han Sen would be safe and invisible inside that space unless the eye's reflective surface was broken. That was the only way someone could hurt him now. Han Sen hid within the giant cloud dragon's eye, and he turned, realizing that he could see what the dragon saw, as well. When this giant cloud dragon's eyes met those of another dragon, Han Sen moved. He traveled into the eyes of the second dragon. This movement was similar to jumping from mirror to mirror. He didn't have teleportation abilities, but he couldn't be attacked. And furthermore, no one could see his body. It was like Han Sen could look into a mirror, then trade places with his own reflection. Han Sen's entire body could teleport into the eyes of whoever he saw. Rather than just assuming their vision, he was actually physically transporting himself. But when Han Sen moved into the eyes of another being, the creature's pupils would turn blood red. It was an obvious indicator of his presence, and it would be easy for others to spot where he was. After doing a few more jumps, a giant cloud dragon's eyes turned to meet Bao Qin's eyes. Han Sen immediately teleported into the deified Extreme King's eyes. Han Sen's vision became Bao Qin's vision. Being in the man's eyes allowed Han Sen to see what he saw. I jumped straight into a deified elite's eyes. Han Sen was ecstatic. Not even a deified elite could stop the powers of the Blood-Eye Evil God Beast Soul. This surprised him quite a bit. Chapter 2451. First-person perspective. Taking out the Wanji Rubik's Cube, he used it in accordance with the instructions given to him by Fang Qingyu. He made contact with Fang Qingyu's stepfather and streamed the video over to him. Treasure Identifier Elder, Mr. Qingyu's signal is off. What do we do? The video we have is about to run out, and every station is waiting for more. If there is no more content, we won't earn a penny. Our money will be gone, and we will have to pay fines for breaking the contract. Cold sweat was gathering on Kevin's forehead. Looking like an ant being held over boiling water, he looked over to the Treasure Identifier Elder. This plan was secret. They couldn't reveal the content. They signed a contract with different media platforms of the various high races, purchasing airtime for their video footage. Those media sources had rigid requirements for the content they put out, however. If the Thousand Treasures group couldn't put out the content in time, they were going to lose money. The Treasure Identifier Elder's phone was ringing constantly. There was no need for him to look at it, because he already knew that it was his business partners that were calling. The plan had failed. He would lose his savings, which was an acceptable loss, but there were many other people that were going to go bankrupt with him. And that wasn't even what he was worried about the most. Qingyu must know how important it is to keep the video running, but the communication has come to an end. Is he? The Treasure Identifier Elder's face was shifting through a variety of emotions. Suddenly, the Wanji Rubik's Cube lit up. A new video was being streamed from Fang Qingyu's Rubik's Cube. There he is, and there's the fight. Quick, record all of this footage and get it processed immediately. Kevin was so excited that he was screaming the instructions. This video is, how is he filming from that perspective? The Treasure Identifier Elder stared at the video with wide eyes. The video showed the fight with the demon spirit, but it seemed to be filmed from a first-person perspective. It was like the person filming was the same person who was fighting the demon spirit. Every detail was crystal clear. Normal people couldn't have made any sense of the raw footage. To them, it would only have looked like blurring shapes and blinding flashes of light. The video stream of the Wanji Rubik's Cube was recorded by special equipment, and the Thousand Treasures team edited it carefully before releasing it through their media sources. They slowed it down by an order of magnitude, otherwise, most people wouldn't have had any idea what was going on. Only someone like the Treasure Identifier Elder himself could watch the raw footage and understand what was actually happening. That Han Sen has bad luck. He hid inside the xianxia system and kidnapped a few people to pull his boat. Then, he met a guy with a Wanji Rubik's Cube. Now, the Extreme King knows where he is, and he won't be able to escape. They ran into a group of cloud beasts. Why did the video shut off? It's back now. What the hell? The Extreme King are fighting the cloud beasts. Holy sh*t. That's the Sea Demon car. The Sea Demon car is opening. Oh, d*mn, why is it gone? All the media channels were playing the videos the Treasure Identifier Elder was producing, all at the same time. The display drew the attention of many viewers. Because equipment inside the xianxia system was usually affected by the magnetic storms, most films that came from the system were basically unwatchable. Capturing the sea demon car on film would be even more difficult. Every race was drawn by this new showcase, and viewership figures skyrocketed. Many different races populated the Geno universe, and most races had at least a billion members. Some of the bigger races had tens of billions. The viewership figures ascended to a frightening sum in a very short amount of time. But the moment that the sea demon car opened, the video went dark. All of the viewers watching became furious at the tease, and it made them want to smash their viewing devices. Because the video had been cut off before, though, they hoped it would come back and they could continue to watch. But then, some words appeared on the blank screen. This content is now only accessible on a paid channel. Please enter the paid channel to view the secrets of the sea demon car and the fate of the Extreme King. This is being streamed live from a massive battle in the xianxia system. And this program is brought to you by the Hammer. Use the xenogenic treasures of the Hammer to live a good life. Mother *C King Hammer. Those money-hungry *stards, everyone across the Geno universe was upset about being baited into purchasing a paid channel, but still, many nobles accepted it. They paid to watch the video and immediately switched to the new channel. They didn't want to miss a single second of the action. This was the first time the sea demon car had been shown in such clarity and detail. Many people would have spent vast amounts of money for any scrap of information they could find on the elusive xenogenic, but now they only had to spend a small amount for an entire video focused on the creature. It was worth it. It was way too worth it. Real elites couldn't care less about the cost of a single inexpensive video. Even ordinary people could afford to watch. The paid channel cost about as much as a pack of cigarettes. When they entered the paid mode, they saw the demon spirit exit the sea demon car. Then the creature blew up the Black Beetle ship and engaged Bao Qin directly. Holy *T. The demon spirit is strong. Overwhelming. It is scary. So that's what the creature inside the sea demon car looks like. It isn't very physically large, but it's still quite scary to watch. What's going on? This perspective makes it look like someone is filming and fighting the demon spirit at the same time. Is Bao Qin filming this? It must be Bao Qin. Who else could film from such a perspective? Are the Extreme King in some sort of economic crisis? He is a deified elite of the Extreme King, and he needs to earn money by streaming. And he added some Mother *C King sponsor and advert. How desperately do they want to earn money? Don't say that. It isn't easy to become a deified elite. While they are strong, they still require resources. Conversations about the video raged everywhere, and most people seemed to be complaining about Bao Qin's behavior. The Extreme King themselves were quite shocked, and they weren't sure about what was going on, either. They didn't know why Bao Qin would stream this video of a battle and allow the media of all the different races to broadcast it. A first-person perspective fight was incredibly exciting for viewers. Their blood boiled as they watched. This was a deified fight, which wasn't something that usually allowed spectators. If they had been anywhere near this fight in real life, they would have run away. They wouldn't have the guts to stay and watch two godly beings fight. And even if they were ballsy enough to stay and watch, they wouldn't have been able to see much anyway. These videos had been edited by professionals, allowing ordinary people to understand what was going on. It also let them see just how powerful deified beings could be. Han Sen was watching the fight through Bao Qin's eyes. And to him, it looked even crazier. The demon spirit was like dust on the wind. Its body was very light, and even Bao Qin's eyes and speed could barely keep track of the xenogenic. Bao Qin struck repeatedly, but he only hit the places where the demon spirit had just been. If not for the harp in Bao Qin's hand, he would have already been killed by the demon spirit's fist. Luckily for him, his harp was able to weaken the demon spirit's speed and power. Chapter 2452. Sea Demon Car. Bao Qin's long fingers strummed the harp in his hands, and the notes he played were like waves of substance chains. They spread out through the clouds, and the sea of blue clouds moved and vibrated with the rhythm of the harp's music. The clouds weren't the only things responding to the music, either. Every substance, including sets of armor, weaponry, and xenogenic treasures, began to physically twist and warp under the spell of the harp's song. They became as limp as cooked noodles, waving along with the melody of the harp. The large bodies of the giant cloud dragons were deformed by the music, and with every new, twisting note, more of their bones shattered. Before long, the great dragons had been reduced to boneless meat sticks. The sight made Han Sen's scalp prickle. He didn't know what sort of sonic substance chain power Bao Qin was wielding, but it was crushing every single thing in sight. It was way too scary. Even with that power, Bao Qin was far from having the upper hand. That black form of the demon spirit kept flashing between the sonic forces. Han Sen couldn't see what sort of area it had employed, but the creature's powers seemed to be protecting it against Bao Qin's deforming power. However, Bao Qin's attacks were slowly reducing the demon spirit's speed and power. The demon spirit's eyes were like those of a ghost, and they stared unblinkingly at Bao Qin. Bao Qin met the gaze of the demon spirit many times, but Han Sen didn't dare use his new beast soul to jump into the demon spirit's eyes. Han Sen didn't know how strong the Blood-Eye Evil God's power truly was, and he didn't know what sort of powers were able to restrict it. That demon spirit had demonstrated frightening abilities so far, and so Han Sen gave up on the idea of entering its eyes. As the fight went on, Han Sen quickly realized something depressing: Bao Qin wasn't the demon spirit's equal. The monster was slowly boxing him in. Bao Qin made many attempts to escape, but try as he might, he couldn't shake off the demon spirit. The situation was growing increasingly dangerous for the Extreme King. Han Sen was hoping that Bao Qin and the demon spirit would end up injuring each other equally, so that Han Sen could swoop in and finish them both. But it had become evident that there was too much of a power gap between the two fighters. Bao Qin didn't stand a chance of even injuring the demon spirit. If Bao Qin was killed, the protection that his eyes offered Han Sen would be destroyed. Han Sen would have to make a getaway. When that happened, the demon spirit would probably target him. Even if Han Sen wanted to make an escape now, his opportunities to do so had mostly disappeared. All the cloud beast xenogeniacs had either died or run away. Bao Qin wasn't going to be meeting the eyes of another creature anytime soon, and so Han Sen couldn't escape using his Blood-Eye Evil God Beast Soul. That Beast Soul could only interact with the eyes of others. It didn't have mirror powers like the ones that Miss Mirror used. If Han Sen wanted to escape unseen, he needed his host to make eye contact with another. Pang! The demon spirit landed a blow across Bao Qin's chest, tearing his armor. The godly muscles of Bao Qin's jade-like chest were shredded, and blood welled within the wound. But the godly blood didn't spill out. The blood became black, smoky dust that rose like steam. It billowed up into a small, rather unsettling cloud. Seeing the smoky, dust-like god blood, the demon spirit licked its lips hungrily and teleported over to Bao Qin. Ding! One of the strings of Bao Qin's harp broke, and a new burst of blood turned into smoke and opened like a flower amidst the clouds. Bao Qin isn't going to survive this, Han Sen made his decision. He turned off the Wanji Rubik's Cube, and when the injured Bao Qin met the gaze of the demon spirit, he jumped into the demon spirit's eyes. Please let this work, Han Sen prayed desperately. The eyes of the demon spirit were like the soulless eyes of a shark. They were red like fire. They looked rather transparent. Han Sen didn't know if the Blood-Eye Evil God Beast Soul could find refuge within them. In the next second, Han Sen realized that his vision had indeed changed. When he realized that he was looking directly at the injured Bao Qin, happiness and relief flooded through him. He knew he was now residing inside the eyes of the demon spirit. Looking out from the demon spirit's eyes was different than Han Sen had initially imagined it would be. Because the demon's eyes were so red, Han Sen had thought that looking through them would provide a view that was tinted and murky. But instead, the view from the demon's eyes was actually entirely black and white. Everything Han Sen could see was a blur of various shades of gray. It took Han Sen only a moment to realize that his eyes couldn't keep up with the eyes of the demon spirit. He used his purple eye butterfly to lessen the disparity between his vision and the demon spirits, and the images before him quickly resolved. Unless he had the purple eye butterfly active, it was like looking out of a high-speed train with an extremely narrow field of view. Everything he saw on the outside zoomed by at incredible speed, and objects became blurry and difficult to make out. With the purple eye butterfly, though, Han Sen could see everything. The demon spirit hovered in front of Bao Qin. Every string on the man's harp was broken, and the demon spirit's ghost-like hands then went through the harp to pierce right into Bao Qin's chest. The smoke from Bao Qin's deified blood was spreading. Bao Qin gritted his teeth, and his body released a very bright light. The man's fingers reached for the stringless harp. Then, some invisible strings appeared beneath his fingers. Every string released a weird sonic power that tore through space to create a giant space vortex. The vortex pulled in the nearby clouds, and then it began to pull on the demon spirit and Bao Qin himself. In order to resist the force of the vortex, the demon spirit had to teleport away. Bao Qin's body, on the other hand, was sucked into the space vortex. After a short amount of time, the space vortex disappeared. The demon spirit grunted coldly. It turned around and returned to its sea demon car. The giant cloud dragons were all dead, so the carriage was simply hanging in place. The demon spirit waved its hand, and the cloud sea began to roll. The clouds became tornadoes that drew in and consumed even more clouds. Soon, the tornadoes transformed into new cloud dragons that flew over to the sea demon car. Han Sen was frozen. The powers and techniques of this demon spirit were crazy. It was difficult for Han Sen to comprehend the power it must have taken to summon so many cloud dragons so quickly. I cannot let him find me. Even blinding him wouldn't be enough to let me escape successfully, Han Sen believed. The demon spirit was back inside the sea demon car. The carriage turned and headed for the deep sea of the clouds. The xenogeniacs and cloud beasts all around were now dead. All that remained was the carriage that the demon spirit traveled in. The sea demon car had remained undamaged through the entire fight. Han Sen couldn't imagine what material it must have been made of. Han Sen wanted to use the eyes of the cloud dragons to leave, but the cloud dragons didn't dare to look directly at the demon spirit. The demon spirit didn't look at them, either, and so Han Sen couldn't find the opportunity he needed. There is no need to worry. As long as the demon spirit doesn't notice me, he will eventually look into the eyes of another creature. Sooner or later, I will be able to escape. As the demon spirit continued to remain oblivious to Han Sen's presence, Han Sen finally began to relax. Inside the stone carriage, the demon spirit stared forward without closing its eyes. Perhaps the creature's eyes simply couldn't be closed. As he looked through the eyes of the demon spirit, Han Sen could see the interior of the stone carriage. Words were written across the stone walls. Because the demon spirit's vision was completely black and white, Han Sen couldn't tell what the true colors of the words were. Most things that Han Sen looked at were represented by gray tones. The words had been written in a tiny script, and each letter was no bigger than a fly. But when Han Sen looked closer, he realized that the words were all ancient and strong. It was like there was an infinite, amazing universe residing within them. Chapter 2453. The words engraved in the car. Han Sen was happy. He assumed it was some high-class Geno art, but it was written in the common language of the universe. Since it was written in a language he knew, it would be easy for him to remember. But when he looked a little closer, he realized the words weren't a Geno art. In fact, their content was confusing, almost nonsensical. Han Sen couldn't see where the writing began. The writing seemed to run across multiple walls of the carriage, but because the demon spirit was turning his head, Han Sen could only see the wall that was directly in front of him. Getting my wish by using your love. I'm so sorry. I could then make the wish again, to bring love back to life, but I would accept grand suffering. That is the reason I turned into a demon, and I was unable to continue with the relationship. I want to end this life, but it is very difficult. Han Sen read it all out, stopping when he reached the end of what he could see. Did the person who wrote this down make a wish to a god, then regret that wish? Who is the person making wishes? I cannot believe he tried to make a wish twice. Normal people only make one wish and suffer as a result, but this guy made two wishes. A wish to become a demon. Is the demon spirit the one who wrote this? Han Sen was confused. It was almost unthinkable, but based on what Han Sen knew, it seemed most likely that the demon spirit had been the one who wrote on the walls. Who else could have written something on the interior of the sea demon car? It's a shame I cannot see the full contents. If I could, I would be able to understand the cause and the consequences. If this demon spirit really is the person that the text mentions, then he must have been someone awesome before he became the demon that he is today. As Han Sen kept thinking to himself, the demon spirit's vision moved. The demon spirit glanced to his left, and Han Sen followed its gaze. There was something carved on that wall as well, but the demon spirit's vision didn't linger on the words. It looked away quickly, and Han Sen didn't have time to read the words. When the demon spirit turned in a different direction, though, Han Sen made out the image of a woman. The picture was very simple. It was only a few lines, but it was enough to draw out the figure of a long-haired woman. There was no face, but the figure alone was enough to let Han Sen know that she had been beautiful. The demon spirit looked upon the image of the woman carved into the stone. He slowly reached out and touched the stone, but his hands were like dust. When he touched the stone, his fingers spread out like smoke. The demon spirit continued to reach for the woman's image, but every time he touched it, his hand disappeared in a puff of dust. And when he pulled his hands away from the stone tablet, his dust-scattered hands coalesced again. For some reason, Han Sen felt a knot form in his throat. The scene moved him more than he had expected. The demon spirit reached out many times, trying in vain to brush his fingers over the picture, but he eventually gave up. Instead, he just stared at the picture of the woman on the stone wall. He spaced out looking at it. Han Sen could see there were a few small words next to that picture of a woman. When he focused, he could read what was written. I will not age for 300 million years, but even so, I will never be able to touch your face again. As Han Sen read that line of words, the sickening feeling sank deeper and deeper in his stomach. He wasn't a fan of tragedies. But just seeing those words allowed him to understand what sort of tragedy he was looking at. The demon spirit tipped his head to the side so he could just stare at the woman's picture. He didn't move, and time flowed by unnoticed. At least an hour passed in this motionless state, and the sea demon car continued to more steadily forward the whole time, pulled by the giant cloud dragons that the demon spirit had summoned from the clouds. Even if Han Sen wanted to escape, there was no way he could right now. He had no choice but to wait. Fortunately, I sent the little red bird with Bauer. If the little red bird was trapped here with me, Bauer would be in danger, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen didn't know when the demon spirit would exit the sea demon car again. Han Sen noticed that nothing he did in the demon spirit's eyes seemed to draw its attention. So, he summoned Wanner, who he had placed inside Destiny's tower. Wanner had been in a coma all this time, and she hadn't woken up. Han Sen couldn't hold her in his arms all day every day, and so, he had placed her inside Destiny's tower. Han Sen's Sea of Soul hosted Destiny's tower, and Wanner hadn't turned blonde the entire time she was inside. If I cannot find a chance to escape, I might need Wanner's power. Han Sen checked her status, and he noticed that she had recovered somewhat. Although her body was still rather weak, it wasn't abhorrently faint like it had been. There was no chance of her suddenly giving up the ghost. It really was the blonde hair mode that brought her so close to death. She recovers as long as her hair stays black, but she's healing so slowly. If this keeps going, who knows how long it might take for her to return to normal again. Han Sen tried to send his power into her, but it didn't seem to work. He could put his power into Wanner's body, but her body didn't absorb the energy. It was like pouring water into a cup full of holes. No matter how much power he put in, it would just leak out. There was nothing he could do, so he put Wanner back inside Destiny's tower. He used the Wanji Rubik's Cube to contact the treasure identifier elder. When the video transmission stopped for the final time, it hadn't affected the treasure identifier elder too much. They had already earned the money they needed to. Their profits might not have been maximized, but their earnings were still substantial. Many creatures had wanted the video to keep going, but the treasure identifier elder had no more footage, so they had stopped the stream. When Han Sen contacted the treasure identifier elder again, the treasure identifier elder was alone in his room. When the old man saw that it wasn't Fang Qingyu contacting him via the Wanji Rubik's Cube, he frowned and asked, "Where is Qingyu?" "Don't worry, treasure identifier elder. Qingyu is fine, but I was separated from him. Is there a way for me to contact him and the others?" This was why Han Sen was contacting the treasure identifier elder. The Wanji Rubik's Cube is an important possession of the 1,000 treasures. Only elder members are allowed to have them. Qingyu's Wanji Rubik's Cube is mine, and he only has one. If you have the Wanji Rubik's Cube, there is no way to contact them while they remain in the xianxia system. The treasure identifier elder paused and asked, "Do you know where they are? I can send people to the xianxia system to extract them." Han Sen didn't say anything. If he had been with Fang Qingyu, he would have given their location to the treasure identifier elder. But Bauer and the others were with him, and Han Sen didn't trust this man with their safety. The treasure identifier elder was smart. He knew what Han Sen was worried about. After a moment of thought, he said, "Actually, even if we went out to find them, I doubt that we could. The Extreme King elites and many others wish to capture you and haul you back to the Extreme King. They should be in the xianxia system already. It is too late for a traditional search and rescue party. If you want your friends and Qingyu to be saved, there is one other way." Chapter 2454. Small island in the clouds, you're saying that I should use the Wanji Rubik's Cube to leak my location. Han Sen immediately understood what the treasure identifier elder was implying. The treasure identifier elder nodded and said, yes. The Extreme King have come looking for you, not your companions. If you keep letting them know where you are, they won't have any reason to conduct a general search that might endanger Qing Yu and the others. I'll think about it. Han Sen turned off the Wanji Rubik's Cube. What would be the point of using the Rubik's Cube now? He was inside the eyes of the spirit demon. If he began streaming video, people would only see the interior of the stone carriage. That wouldn't be very helpful for anyone. Han Sen needed to wait for a moment when a video stream would tell the Extreme King exactly where he was. Only then would it be worth turning the Rubik's Cube back on. I really hope that the demon spirit is planning to leave the sea demon car soon. If he decides to stay in here for a few hundred years, that will be bad, Han Sen thought morosely. Luckily, Han Sen's worries didn't jinx his situation. Despite the time he spent envisioning the worst-case scenario, it didn't come to pass. After another half-day of travel, the sea demon car came to a stop. The spirit demon finally turned its eyes away from the wall of the carriage. The creature pushed the door open and slid out. He's finally out. Han Sen was filled with happiness, but when he saw what was outside the carriage, he froze. Before he entered the xianxia system, Han Sen had done a lot of research about the place. He had learned that the system was filled with clouds and fog, but no planets were known to exist within it. But as the demon spirit moved out of the carriage, Han Sen saw a giant island hanging in the clouds. The clouds surrounding them were pure white now, unlike the blue clouds that Han Sen had seen last. These fluffy white clouds looked like they belonged in an ordinary sky. The demon spirit dropped onto the grass of the island. The fresh green grass turned to dust the moment that the demon spirit touched it. The dust rose and danced around the feet of the spirit demon, like ashes rising from a disturbed grave. When he fought, the demon spirit moved so quickly that it looked like he was teleporting. In this place, though, he walked forward as slowly as a normal person would, heading for a mountain at the center of the island. The small mountain wasn't high, probably only reaching 400 meters at its peak. Han Sen could have jumped over such a small mountain in a single leap. The demon spirit could probably have done the same with only a thought. But instead, the demon spirit was walking up the mountain, step by step. He moved patiently, almost methodically. What is he trying to do? Han Sen wondered curiously. Although he wanted to flee, there were no creatures whose eyes he could jump into. The island was covered in grass and dotted with strange flowers, but there were no creatures to be seen. The demon spirit left the sea demon car behind without so much as a backward glance at the cloud dragons. Because of that, Han Sen couldn't even escape by jumping into the eyes of a cloud dragon. Since he couldn't run, Han Sen spent his time trying to guess what the demon spirit would do on the mountain. He had too little information to come up with any truly plausible theories, though. When the demon spirit reached the mountain's peak, Han Sen realized that the mountaintop was flat. It was about the size of a basketball court, and there was a building standing at its center. The building had 2 floors, and it appeared to have been constructed out of a beautiful variety of wood. The building was surrounded by ornately fenced gardens. The gardens were full of greenery, but they weren't beautiful or well kept. They were quite ugly, and only the walls that enclosed them were nice. A wooden gate provided an opening in the fence. As they approached the gate, Han Sen saw a plank of wood stuck in the earth. 3 words were written down on it: "No Love House." No Love House. What does that mean? Han Sen wondered. The demon spirit drifted to a stop just outside the fence. The wooden door wasn't locked, but he seemed to have decided against going into the yard. He stood outside the fence, looking toward the window on the 2nd floor. Han Sen thought the demon spirit might do something interesting, but he just stood there for about an hour. He didn't move an inch. "Purple Fight, what are you doing here? I don't want to see you," said a woman's voice from the 2nd floor. Her tone was hard and distant. The demon spirit stayed where he was. He didn't move, and his eyes remained locked on the 2nd floor window. The woman inside the wooden house pushed open the window and looked at the demon spirit angrily. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Either grant me that wish or just kill me." Han Sen, hearing the name Purple Fight, thought it sounded very familiar. After he searched his memory, he placed the name. His eyes and mouth opened wide in shock. "This name is like a clap of thunder in my ear. One of the 10 generals of Sacred was the invincible General Purple Fight." Han Sen had spent a lot of time researching sacred. After his fight with the purple-eye butterfly, he carefully researched each of the 10 generals. Ultimately, however, he wasn't able to learn much about them. But from the little information he had gathered, this general purple fight had struck him as being quite impressive. He was invincible even when fighting alone, which earned him the nickname, the Invincible Solo. The name perfectly captured how frightening General Purple Fight was. There was a legend that said before Purple Fight became a general, he was an enemy of Sacred Leader. At one point, Sacred Leader himself lost in a one-on-one fight against Purple Fight. That was why Purple Fight earned the title Invincible Solo. After that, Sacred Leader used some sort of trick to beat Purple Fight and claim ownership over him. Purple Fight became the strongest of Sacred's 10 generals. As this demon spirit General Purple Fight, Han Sen found it hard to believe. Out of the 10 generals, General Ghost Bone was the best when it came to leading armies, and Purple Eye Butterfly was the leader of intelligence gathering. But when it came to fighting alone, Purple Fight was the greatest. In a one-on-one deathmatch, the leaders of the 3 highest races of the universe couldn't defeat him. The demon spirit saw the woman looking down on him, but he didn't say a word. He merely returned her gaze. Han Sen hesitated. He didn't know if he should stay in the demon spirit's eyes or make the jump into the woman's eyes. The woman continued to send a string of blistering invectives and insults toward Purple Fight. But the demon spirit merely looked at her without moving. He didn't react to her words, and it was almost as if he wasn't getting scolded at all. That made Han Sen wonder if the demon spirit wasn't actually the Purple Fight the woman mentioned. When that woman grew tired of yelling, the demon spirit brought out an item. It appeared in the demon spirit's shadowy hand out of nowhere, and he carried it to the gate. He didn't touch the wood or the fence. When Han Sen saw the item that the demon spirit had set on the ground, his eyes brightened. It was a book. The book was made of stone, and there were 7 words written upon the cover: Shocking World Record of the Extreme King. Holy sh*t. That is the Extreme King's exclusive Geno art. How did the demon spirit get a hold of it? Right, he must have gotten it from Bao Qin. Bao Qin must have had it somewhere on his person when he fought the demon spirit, Han Sen thought. When the woman saw the shocking world record of the Extreme King, she looked even more distraught. She screamed, "Purple Fight, what is the point of you bringing me all the Geno arts in the world? They are meaningless to me. Either kill me or let me go." Han Sen was hesitant. He didn't know if he should stay in the demon spirit's eyes or jump to the eyes of this woman. From what the woman had said, he could guess that she had been imprisoned in this house by the demon spirit. If Han Sen leapt into her eyes, even if she never discovered his presence, there was a chance he might never leave that place. But if he stayed inside the eyes of the demon spirit, who knew how long he would have to remain inside the sea demon car? Twiddling his thumbs in the sea demon car for a few hundred years would be a pretty miserable fate. The woman should be easier to deal with than the demon spirit. Even if I'm discovered, it won't be as difficult to escape. Han Sen could feel that the demon spirit was on the precipice of leaving. Putting away his hesitation, Han Sen reflected himself into the eyes of the woman before the demon spirit had a chance to break eye contact. With the woman's curses still echoing around him, the demon spirit walked back down the hill away from the house. As he watched the demon spirits receding back, Han Sen felt rather glum. Finally, back to normal. With the woman's vision, Han Sen could finally see colors again. It was a relief to have normal vision after being stuck in the monochromatic eyes of the demon spirit. When the woman saw that the demon spirit had finally left, she stopped swearing. Then, she turned away from the window. The woman glanced around, and as she did, Han Sen followed her gaze. The interior of the house was packed with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were all lined with books. The woman's eyes moved too quickly, however, which kept Han Sen from being able to read the titles on the books. The woman walked downstairs and left the house. Despite her earlier anger, the woman walked over to the book that the demon spirit had left on the grass and picked it up. When she returned to the house, the woman threw the shocking world record of the Extreme King on the floor. She stomped on it many times, discharging some of her leftover anger. A while later, the woman picked up the shocking world record of the Extreme King. She used a cloth to clean it, then placed it on a bookshelf. The woman grew restless after that. She stood up and moved back to that same bookshelf, repositioning the shocking world record slightly. Does this woman have OCD? Han Sen thought that the woman was a bit weird. There were no other creatures on this mountain, only this one woman living alone in a wooden house. Han Sen wanted to escape her eyes, but it appeared as if doing so would be impossible. I don't know what this woman is capable of. If her power is average, I can just wait until I'm sure that the demon spirit is gone. Then I can race out of her eyes to make an escape. In preparation for that eventuality, Han Sen paid careful attention to the woman. The woman was definitely strange. When she was done fiddling with the book, she went to sit at the window and peer outside. Han Sen realized that the clouds outside the island weren't white anymore. They were light yellow like butter. Han Sen was happy. He brought out his Wanji Rubik's Cube and filmed what could be seen from the window. He then sent it to the treasure identifier elder. Didn't you want to capture me and claim the bounty on my head? Come and try it, Han Sen said to the Rubik's Cube after he made the film. After the treasure identifier elder received the footage from Han Sen, he edited the clip and began streaming it. Han Sen didn't know what effect this play might have, but for now, it was all he could do. Thankfully, the wooden house didn't have any mirrors or swords. Otherwise, if she looked into a mirror and noticed that her left eye was red, she'd realize there was a problem. The woman sat in front of the window for a long time. Han Sen didn't know what she was thinking about, and he was starting to believe that she'd never move again. But after a while, the woman finally moved. The woman sighed deeply. She stood up and moved toward a desk. The desk was laden with stacks of books and documents. There were no tools that required electricity, but perhaps that was due to the magnetic storms that plagued the xianxia system. Electric instruments probably wouldn't work here anyway. The woman's room was organized with the same fastidious attention to detail as the rest of the house. The items on the table were arranged tidily, and her books and notebooks were all lined up perfectly. All the pens were in the pen cup. The woman had serious OCD issues. When she sat down in front of the desk, she picked up the top notebook. She opened the notebook and flipped to an empty page. After a moment of thought, the woman wrote something down on the empty book. She assembled words, numbers, and symbols into a variety of formulas that Han Sen was unable to comprehend. Han Sen didn't know what the woman was doing. The woman wrote with repeated breaks for thought. Before long, she picked up a book from the bookshelf. She flipped through it quickly, apparently trying to find something specific. Phenomenon. Isn't that the Geno art that is similar to Sky Palace's textless book? Han Sen thought in surprise. Phenomenon was a secret skill of Sky Palace, as well. What happened next surprised Han Sen even more. The woman kept pulling down and perusing different books, and those books were of the top Geno arts exclusive to a variety of different races. Many of them were guarded with the utmost secrecy. Han Sen saw the destroyed's Geno art 3 bodies in one destroyed Chaos Godlight and the Dragons of Illbreaker Dragon presence. Many other famous Geno arts that were known across the Geno universe were there, as well. There were also many names that Han Sen had never even heard before. Who is this woman, and why does she have so many secret Geno arts here? Surely the spirit demon didn't steal them all just for her, right? That should be impossible. Those races wouldn't hand out their secrets for free. How many elites would really bring their secret Geno arts to Tianxia's system just to get mugged? Han Sen couldn't make sense of the situation. But as he watched, Han Sen soon realized what she was doing. She was obviously researching the Geno arts. Because he didn't know what she was writing, though, he couldn't understand the research she was doing. It was like when normal people made use of computer software. Although people might use a program every single day, if they saw a coder working on that same program, they wouldn't have a clue what they were seeing. Unless Han Sen could see the Geno arts she was researching, he wouldn't have a single clue to figure out what he was seeing. The symbols and formulas weren't enough for him to tell what she was working on. No, this won't work. If I keep it complete, no creature will be able to reach the required fitness level. Lowering the fitness requirements will dismantle the skill, so that would be useless. How do I keep it complete and also lower the fitness requirements for practice? The woman mumbled to herself. She was putting an almost painful level of focus into the problem, but she couldn't seem to come up with any solutions. She grappled with the problem for a while longer, but she still couldn't figure it out. She walked over to the bookshelf, pulled down the shocking world record, and began reading through it. The shocking world record of the Extreme King. In the beginning of the Extreme King, the sky and ground welcomed this race, the woman said, reading the prologue in a smooth voice. She broke off, and a scornful chuckle rolled out of her throat. Very presumptuous. He was just a slave of sacred leader, so how dare he say that? It seems as if this woman is connected to the sacred leader somehow. It also looks like the Extreme King's alpha once belonged to Sacred, maybe as a low-level servant. Han Sen thought in surprise. The woman continued to read the shocking world record, and after a while, she started to look annoyed. I thought this would be something special, but it's just a half*SSED version of Sacred Leader's blood spirit body. And this guy has the nerve to call it a king body. Very funny. Han Sen's eyes widened even further. No way. The Extreme King's king bodies were invented by the Sacred Leader. The woman looked at the book in her hands with distaste, but she continued to read it all the way through. As her eyes moved along the pages, Han Sen read the entirety of the shocking world record with her. Although this manuscript wasn't the original copy, it still had the exact same contents as the original shocking world record. It was a very powerful and multifaceted Geno art. It had everything a person could want in it. If a member of the Extreme King had a king body of their own, they could find a skill to learn within the shocking world record. This slave stole my Geno world speech. He was kind of smart, honestly. He combined the Geno world speech with a blood spirit body. But the Geno world speech and the blood spirit body were each only half finished. No matter how they are combined, they won't reach the final stage. The woman had lost her interest in the shocking world record of the Extreme King. She placed it back on the shelf. Han Sen was frozen, and he thought, this woman doesn't look too old, but she speaks as if she was alive in Sacred Leader's day. Is such a thing possible? How has she survived for such a long time? Can't blame the slave, the woman said with a sigh. He couldn't bring himself up to the super gene level. Even the Sacred Leader and I failed continually, and he was just a slave with a slightly abnormal amount of intelligence. His achievements were respectable, all things considered. She proceeded to sit down on a chair. Han Sen's heart shook. What the hell, is the super gene she mentioned related to the sanctuaries somehow? The woman glanced through her notebook in boredom. She closed it and put it back. Then she sighed again. There are no clues to follow. I can't figure out why the story of genes can't be practiced, but lowering the practice requirements will make it impossible to generate a super gene. What am I supposed to do? Han Sen's throat had tightened into a knot, and he wanted to scream. The story of genes. She's researching the story of genes. Who is this woman? Maybe the Sacred Leader was correct. It's simply impossible to determine the faults in some Geno arts. We need to find a way for creatures, genes to evolve more quickly. If we can hasten the speed at which genes evolve, but in that case, why would we need the story of genes? That way won't work. The woman shook her head tiredly. Han Sen's heart was like a sea tossed by a violent storm. It was full of scary waves and rattling winds. If what the woman said was true, she might have been the person who actually created the story of genes. She might have had a direct connection to the Sacred Leader, and maybe she even knew him personally. Han Sen wanted to run far away from this terrifying woman, but he wanted to find out her secrets even more. But he couldn't tell what level the woman might have been. If Han Sen could, he would have liked to tie the woman up and interrogate her until he had extracted every last bit of info she had to give. But considering that the woman might have hailed from the same era as the Sacred Leader, he shoved that thought away before it led him into doing something rash. There were too many unknowns here, but the bits and pieces he was putting together told him that if he challenged this woman, he could be in grave danger. If she had conducted research alongside Sacred Leader and considered the Extreme King as little more than servants, her power had to be substantial. Perhaps she wasn't as strong as Purple Fight, but there was a high chance of her being a top-class deified. Han Sen wasn't confident that he could take on someone like that. If he revealed himself, he might be the one getting interrogated. Han Sen had to be patient. If the woman continued to talk to herself, she might reveal more secrets out loud. But she didn't talk to herself every day. Sometimes, she wouldn't say a single word, but whenever the demon spirit paid a visit, she seemed to blow a fuse. After screaming and cursing at the demon spirit until he left, she would talk to herself for the rest of the day while she cooled off. But she didn't voice any more secrets. The woman spent most of her time researching the story of genes. She used any Geno art she was able to get her hands on to test and modify it. She tried many different methods, but none of them seemed to stick. As the woman worked in her notebook, Han Sen could see the story of genes. After a brief examination, he confirmed that it was truly the same Geno art that he possessed. There were some differences, though. Because this woman's The Story of Genes had some modifications, Some parts of the Geno art were more advanced than Han Sen's version. But there weren't many differences. Clearly, the story of genes had been completed a long time ago. But since practicing the story of genes in its original form was simply unfeasible, modifications had been required. In addition to the original version, the woman had experimented with hundreds of altered variants of the Geno art. The woman had made each version unique in some way, hoping to find a new form of the Geno art that was superior to the original. None of the attempts succeeded, though. All the variants were, at the end of the day, failed experiments. Han Sen himself had practiced the story of genes. When he first started attempting to use the Geno art, his fitness level had been far too low to actually practice the skill. But with the help of the black crystal armor, he was eventually able to perform the story of genes. Han Sen had spoken to Professor Bai Yishan about the Geno art. No ordinary being could practice with the story of genes because the fitness requirements were too dizzying to comprehend. The only way it could be learned, supposedly, was to have a body as perfect as a god's. Normal people had flaws in their bodies, and even minuscule flaws would make the Geno art unlearnable. Han Sen watched the woman conduct research every day. Although she wasn't making any progress, Han Sen started to gain a much deeper understanding of the story of genes. There were many things he had never fully understood in the past, but now, they had become clear. While Han Sen was enjoying his newfound knowledge, the woman walked out of the wooden house. She went to a pool in the garden. She crouched down, and it appeared as if she was going to take a sip of the water. But when she saw her reflection, she froze. Oh no, Han Sen got a shock suddenly. The woman looked into her reflection in the pool. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. She can see me. Han Sen knew this was very bad, but he had already considered this eventuality. If the being Han Sen inhabited was close to a reflective surface, Han Sen knew his presence would be exposed sooner or later. So, he didn't panic. When the woman saw the strange appearance of her eye, she didn't panic, either. She smiled and said, "Interesting. You dared to use an eye trick on someone like me. You are brave." After that, the woman released a burning golden light in her eyes. It started in her pupils and spread across her irises, slowly fighting back the red and transforming it into gold. Han Sen's chest tightened. He didn't know what sort of power that woman had employed, but after the gold light consumed her eyes, the woman put away her power. As soon as she released her power, the gold color extinguished and the red reappeared. "Huh, my golden eye didn't work. This is tricky," the woman said with a pleased smile. The color of her eye changed again. This time, a deep black swept over her irises. The black rolled over the entirety of her eyeballs, overwhelming the red. Once her eyes had fallen completely into darkness, the woman stopped feeding power into the technique she had used. Once again, as soon as she released the technique, the red returned to her eyes. Darkness eye didn't work either. Fascinating. The woman proceeded to try many different eye talents as she attempted to expunge Han Sen, but they only succeeded in making his vision go funny. Nothing seemed to affect the power of the blood eye evil god beast soul, though. Han Sen was delighted with the performance of his beast soul. So this is the power of a mutant deified beast soul. Even this woman cannot do anything against me. How interesting. The woman was now smiling widely. Rather than being upset at her repeated failures, she looked thrilled. After that, the woman didn't use any more eye skills. She raised her fingertips and gathered up some sort of light. Wisps of spiritual light rose from her fingertips, turning into a mirror that hovered before her face. The mirror hung before the woman's eye, but there was no human reflection inside it. A weird light swirled around the surface of the silver mirror, and eventually, it turned a deep red color and began to coil in tighter and tighter swirls. In moments, the red color had changed to depict the face of the Blood Eye Evil God. Ah, it is Blood Eye Evil God. No wonder my eye skills didn't work. When the woman saw the image of Blood Eye Evil God, she smiled in sudden understanding. She raised her finger and pressed it to her forehead just above her eyes. More spiritual light went into her. The woman's eyes shattered like glass. The shadowy space that Han Sen inhabited collapsed, and he was forced to come out. He fell onto the ground and immediately tried to leap away from the house. What's this? That isn't Blood Eye Evil God, the woman murmured in surprise. Her eyes healed immediately, and her hands never stopped moving. She raised one hand, and a crystal ball flew toward Han Sen to trap him. Han Sen moved to evade the crystal ball, but the woman shifted the position of her hand and cast a few lights that struck Han Sen with pinpoint precision. Han Sen's body became much heavier, and his speed dropped drastically. A deep ache sank into his back, and he felt as if he had ejaculated prematurely and then become impotent. He was suddenly struck with the pain of a woman's period, and his eyesight became blurry. Pain and nausea swept through him. God only knew how many Geno arts the woman had cast to give him such a wretched series of debilitations. Han Sen used his Jadescan area, which transformed his body into jade like ice. The woman's debilitating Geno arts no longer worked on Han Sen, allowing him to dodge the second crystal attack. Then, he leapt out the window. The woman's face looked like the face of a cat in pursuit of a mouse. It was as if she had made a fascinating discovery. She ran out of the wooden house, too. Han Sen wanted to fly away and escape the island, but as soon as he moved, he saw the crystal ball racing toward him. Han Sen evaded it, but the crystal ball exploded. It transformed into a giant crystal net that covered the entire island. Han Sen had nowhere to run. Han Sen's fingers wriggled like mad, casting sword silks as he attempted to lift the net of crystal. He kept the net from falling on him, and his mind raced to find a way out of this predicament. After a few of her attacks, though, Han Sen noticed that the woman wasn't as strong as he initially believed her to be. She had the power of a king-class being at the most, he wagered. But she possessed such a variety of Geno arts that she could do almost anything. She had an infinite supply of surprises up her sleeve, that was for sure. When she saw that her crystal net could entrap Han Sen, the woman changed her approach. Her fingers became like blades, and she used all sorts of Geno arts to attack. Han Sen had a hard time dealing with her. Han Sen had encountered many powerful opponents in his time, and some of them had learned many skills, but this woman could use literally anything. She could fuse a dozen skills into a single attack. He had never seen anything like this before. Her attack might start out as fire powers, but when they got close to Han Sen, they might transform into gold or water powers. An attack might rage toward him, but then become as soft as a kiss when it landed. Her fingers, palms, knives, and swords didn't allow Han Sen a moment to breathe. This wasn't a fight, it was like the woman was conducting an artistic performance of many tricks. Han Sen fought to defend himself, but he couldn't win. And with the crystal net in place over the island, Han Sen knew that he couldn't escape. The woman looked shocked, too, though. Han Sen's attacks were very familiar to her in some ways, but they were also quite different than she expected. Sky Palace's textless book isn't completely the same, but it is just, and the breaking power is not the same. Fascinating, the woman was captivated by Han Sen's skills. The woman knew too many Geno arts. Han Sen used skills that he thought would take advantage of the woman's weaknesses. But she always used another unexpected Geno art to escape every crisis, and Han Sen found himself fighting for his life instead. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I came here purely by happenstance. I mean you no harm, so please forgive me," Han Sen pleaded, as he continued to fight. "Use a few more Geno arts. I have seen these before," the woman commanded, not actually responding to Han Sen's plight. Han Sen knew many Geno arts, but he didn't think that this situation called for them. Instead, he stuck with skills that he knew could counter her attacks. The woman, seeing that Han Sen was only using a few skills to break all of her Geno arts, looked profoundly annoyed. Down. The woman waved her hand, and the crystal net snapped Han Sen's sword silks and fell toward him. Many substance chains now writhed within the crystal net. "She's deified." Han Sen realized that the woman had been playing with him. She hadn't used her real powers up until now. Han Sen had the strong urge to use his super god spirit power to escape the falling net, but ultimately, he chose not to. Instead, he allowed himself to be captured by the crystal net. "Who are you? How are you using abilities that should belong only to the blood-eye evil god?" The woman asked Han Sen, who was now trapped on the ground like a fish in a net. "I am Prince 16 of the Extreme King. My name is Bai Yi. I gained the blood evil eye powers by accident." Before Han Sen could finish, the woman's face hardened. She tightened the crystal net that snared him, dragging Han Sen up into the air. "How dare you lie to me? You are a crystallizer that has disguised themselves as one of the Extreme King. Blood evil eye is blood eye evil god's Geno art. It should be impossible to wield unless you have the blood eye evil god's genes. Do you think I'm stupid?" the woman demanded. She gestured furiously at Han Sen. A substance chain appeared, and it lashed Han Sen. The whip cut so deeply into Han Sen's flesh that bone was visible through the wound. "If you already knew I was a crystallizer, Why didn't you just say so? Han Sen thought, grinding his teeth. Out loud, he said, I'm a crystallizer, but I'm a mixed breed. My body has a little of the extreme king's blood in it, and I also have some of the blood-eye evil god's blood, whoosh. Before Han Sen could finish, the woman lashed him again. Her eyes looked like they were trying to bore holes into Han Sen. Mixed, my *SS. Is being a crystallizer not good enough for you? Why would you submit yourself to that slave race? And blood-eye evil god's blood. Tell me, how did that work out? The woman was so angry that she kept whipping Han Sen's body. Han Sen swore to himself that he would never provoke another female researcher. Her temper was really bad. But Han Sen realized something. When he saw how angry the woman had become because he pretended to be an extreme king, he hastily said, Lady, you are a crystallizer too, yes? Do you know Left Crazy? Left Crazy and I are best friends. You know Left Crazy. The woman was both surprised and confused, and both emotions showed clearly on her face. I know him, and we are very close. I learned a Geno art from him, Han Sen said hurriedly when he confirmed that Left Crazy's name carried some weight with this woman. The woman wasn't interested in what Han Sen was saying, though. She looked at him with disdain. Left Crazy is too nice. You are a crystallizer. Even if you were his enemy, he would still be willing to teach you if you were willing to learn. Learning Geno arts from him doesn't mean that you're actually close to him. Although she said that, the woman still relented and put away her crystal net. She freed Han Sen from his bindings. What is your name, lady? Do you know Left Crazy, as well? Han Sen asked the woman as he stood up and brushed the dust off of himself. The woman really was a crystallizer, which surprised Han Sen. According to what Han Sen had learned thus far, the crystallizers appeared sometime after Sacred had been destroyed. The crystallizers never had a deified in their ranks, either. That woman had conducted research alongside Sacred Leader, though. That must have meant she was a powerful figure in the era of Sacred's reign. The woman ignored Han Sen's inquiry. She looked at him and said, You are of the crystallizer blood, but how are your body's genes able to evolve so fast? My genes are fast, Han Sen asked, feigning ignorance. The woman looked at Han Sen with a frown. She said to herself, This shouldn't be. My crystallizers finished their tests as a failure. Their fitness was weak, and only their intelligence was at a passable level. How could this one have evolved so fast? When Han Sen heard that, he was surprised. He looked at the woman and asked, You created the crystallizers? The woman shook her head. Not exactly. The crystallizers already existed, but I used Sacred's resources to modify the genes of the crystallizers. I sped up the progress of their evolution. It was not much of a success, but it worked out better than I had expected. Their fitness and evolution progress were bad, but they were very intelligent. They made perfect assistants for my work. And Left Crazy was one of them. After that, the woman walked back toward the wooden house. Because the woman had stopped threatening Han Sen, he no longer wanted to leave. He wanted to learn as many secrets as he could, straight from this horse's mouth. Based on the woman's story, it was clear she had once been a prestigious person in Sacred. She must have been the head of a research department or something like that. She must have known a lot. That means you created the story of genes? Han Sen asked as he reached the door. Half of it. Sacred Leader and I built the story of genes together, but it failed. The woman looked at Han Sen and went on to say, Left Crazy showed you the story of genes. Han Sen nodded, but he didn't tell her that he practiced the story of genes. If she found out that he had studied the story of genes, he was worried that she might decide she needed to dissect him and analyze the pieces. Stop there, the woman said sternly as Han Sen was about to step into the house. You stand outside. Don't track dirt into my house, the woman continued, sending a cold glance toward Han Sen. Han Sen knew that the woman meant no harm. She was just a very hygienic woman with a bad case of OCD. He didn't mind her brusqueness. He stood outside the door and said, What did you do during your time researching the story of genes with Sacred Leader? I have heard that it is related to Super Gene. The woman went into the house and grabbed a shovel. She came out and started to fix the ground where Han Sen had disturbed the grass while fighting. You, start floating. Don't touch anything here, the woman said. She then sprayed Han Sen with a perfume. Han Sen made himself float as the woman commanded. He wanted to learn about the relationship between the story of genes and Super Gene, and also their relation to the sanctuaries. The woman kept cleaning where Han Sen had walked, and she said, We researched the story of genes so that creatures could learn to use super gene. Did Left Crazy not teach you that? No, he only told me that the requirements of the story of genes hadn't been fulfilled, and thus, there were limits to what he could investigate. Han Sen kept trying to get her to tell him more. The woman really didn't mind the bean spilling, so she went on to say, I cannot believe Left Crazy is still researching the story of genes. He was right, though. There are requirements for the story of genes that were never fulfilled. Even now, it is a failed research project. What is super gene? What is super gene used for? Han Sen asked, trying not to let his voice betray how badly he wanted this answer. The woman looked at Han Sen with an odd expression. As she stared, she asked, do you believe God exists? Why am I being asked this crappy question again? Han Sen wondered, annoyed. This was a question he couldn't care less about answering. Han Sen sighed and said, I've met a couple of guys who called themselves gods. But I don't know if they were real gods. Those gods you met, did they claim to be able to fulfill your wishes? The woman squinted at Han Sen. Han Sen's heart jumped. He had gotten to the crux of the issue already, and so he quickly answered, yes. Chapter 2459. The possibility of killing a god. The woman quirked her lips into a smile. Running her hand through her hair, she said, becoming super gene means killing these guys who call themselves God. Why are you trying to do that? Han Sen was shocked. He knew how scary those beings were. But luckily, they couldn't directly attack the beings of the universe. Their powers were much stronger than any creature within the Geno universe. Not even deified beings could be compared to them. The woman and sacred leader had wanted to kill these self-proclaimed gods. And Han Sen shared their insane desire. He just wasn't strong enough right now, so he didn't know how he would eventually bring the gods down. Because of this, Han Sen had no plans to kill a god just yet. When he had been inside Destiny's Tower of the Extreme King, he had only seen the statue of a god. If the black crystal armor hadn't helped him, he would have been incapable of defeating the thing. He couldn't imagine how scary things might have been if he faced a real god. I don't know why Sacred Leader was pursuing this goal, but I know I had my reasons. The woman obviously not wanting to share her actual reason. Having a super gene can allow a person to kill those gods? Han Sen asked. According to my research, yes. That is correct. The woman nodded, speaking with certainty. But then the woman shook her head, smiling wryly. But our research still failed. We discovered a method that could turn a body into a super gene, but there was no creature in this universe that could use this method. It was like we were holding a candle, and we knew we could light it, but we didn't have a single match to do so. We were so close to dispelling the darkness, but we couldn't. That was the difficulty we faced. The thing that we lacked to complete the story of genes seemed like an insurmountable barrier. It made all of our efforts seem fairly pointless. Is the story of genes that difficult to practice? There really wasn't anyone across the entire universe who could use it. Han Sen asked in confusion. After all, he had already learned the story of genes. The woman thought for a moment, then said, this problem is very complicated, and explaining it fully would take some time. Let me use an analogy instead. A horse needs to eat plants for energy, so it can stay alive and run. However, a car requires fuel in order to operate. You cannot give the horse fuel, and you cannot give the car grass. This description isn't perfect, but it sort of gets across what I mean. The story of genes has many requirements, and there is no creature in the universe that can satisfy every one of them. You cannot lack in any department. Han Sen pretended to understand, but he actually rather confused. He started to ask another question, but he just didn't know how to explain what he didn't understand. Who are those people that call themselves gods? Why can only those with a super gene kill them? Han Sen returned the conversation to the initial question. That question is also complicated. To put it simply, these gods are creatures, but they exist in a different way than we do. It's like the difference between corporeal life forms and spirits. But the reality is more complicated, especially when one tries to understand how they interact with our universe. The woman paused, and then she went on to say, and you asked why those with a super gene can kill those who claim to be gods. It all began with a test conducted by the sacred leader. What test? Han Sen asked. The woman didn't answer Han Sen. She stood up and said, okay, the garden's clean now. Don't you dare make this place dirty again. If you do, I'll turn you into a pig. Han Sen still hung in the air, not daring to touch the ground. He was worried she really would do what she claimed. Considering the woman's power, she probably had a stronger gene-altering skill than Burning Lamp Alpha did. You still haven't told me what sort of test the sacred leader conducted, Han Sen said to the woman as he hovered in the air. The woman turned around and looked at Han Sen. Why do I have to tell you? Han Sen didn't know how to respond. She had no connection to him, and she didn't owe him anything. There really was no reason for her to tell him. Pang. While Han Sen's mind raced for an answer, the woman returned to the house and slammed the door. Should I tell this woman I have practiced the story of genes? If I tell her, I might learn more secrets from her. But she also might catch me and use me as some sort of lab rat. That would be bad. Han Sen found it to be quite the dilemma, and he was torn on what to do. The woman had said Han Sen wasn't allowed to touch her stuff. Han Sen didn't want to upset her cleanliness and OCD, so he flew over the fence and landed on the ground outside. He sat there, looking up at the yellow clouds. He pulled out the Wanji Rubik's Cube and sent a video to the Treasure Identifier Elder. When the Treasure Identifier Elder had played Han Sen last video, it had drawn the focus of all the other races. That light yellow clouds became the focus of many elites. When this new video came out, many factions were able to confirm Han Sen's location based on the changes in the cloud patterns. But because the demon spirit was probably close by, no one dared to go. The Extreme King wasn't very concerned about it, though. Bao Qin had retreated after he was injured, but the Extreme King had hurriedly sent out more deified elites to prowl through the xianxia system. Han Sen sat on the island for hours, trying to decide whether or not he should tell the woman that he had practiced the story of genes. Suddenly, the sea of clouds rumbled. Many giant cloud dragons came roaring out of the veil, pulling the sea demon car to the island. The demon spirit is here. Han Sen was shocked, and he hastily decided to run. The woman hadn't killed him, but that didn't mean that the demon spirit would spare him. You come in, said the woman. He looked up to see her head poking out a window. Han Sen answered by running into the garden. Feet. The woman frowned. Han Sen quickly jumped into the air. He flew through the garden, then floated into the house, being careful not to touch anything. He hung in the center of the building, as far away from all of the house's contents as he could get. Don't say anything, and don't make a noise, the woman advised him with a frown. Han Sen nodded but made no further answer. Good boy, the woman smiled, pleased with Han Sen's performance. Just like the previous 2 times that Han Sen had seen, the demon spirit stood outside the fence and stared up at the window. The woman ignored him for half the day, becoming grumpier with every second that passed. In the end, she couldn't help but open the window and shout at him. When the woman grew tired of yelling and subsided into silence, the demon spirit left. It was as if he had come there just so the woman could shout at him. Whatever was going on between the two of them, they obviously had a lot of history. Han Sen was curious about the relationship between the woman and the demon spirit, but he knew it would be best not to ask the woman just yet. He could see the anger and scorn still etched deeply into her face. Do you want to know who that is? The woman asked. She turned around, her intense eyes landing on Han Sen like physical weights. No, Han Sen shook his head without thinking. He felt fear when she asked him, and he knew nothing good would come from that particular answer. The woman was shocked, but she laughed. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she examined Han Sen. Do you want to know what sort of test Sacred Leader conducted? Han Sen looked at the woman, his expression carefully veiled. He wanted to know, but the woman obviously wanted something in return. He would need to know what she wanted before he agreed to some sort of bargain. The woman smiled at him. I will tell you, but you will have to help me with something first. Do it, and I will explain everything. You are so strong. If there's something that you can't do yourself, how will I be able to accomplish it? Han Sen asked hesitantly. The woman smiled and said, Don't worry, the task isn't dangerous. I simply can't leave this island, so I need your help to get it done. Han Sen remained silent, but he didn't think this would be a trivial task. The woman paused, then pointed in a particular direction. Once you leave this island, keep going that way. Before long, you will see some light. You must follow that light. Then, you will find an island that is identical to this one. That island doesn't have a wooden house on it, though. You must go and cut off the top of that mountain, just like this. That is all you have to do. Is there a creature over there or something? Han Sen asked. The woman shook her head. No, but you must remember one thing. Once you see the light, you cannot speak. As long as you don't talk, you should be fine. If you say anything, even if it is just a single word, you will be dead. What is the light? Han Sen asked. I don't know what it is, but it is still up to you if you want to go or not. I won't force you to go if you don't want to, the woman said. Then, she turned away from Han Sen and carried on with her research. Can I see those Geno arts? Han Sen pointed to the books lined up on the shelves. They were the best Geno arts of all the races. Even if Han Sen didn't practice them, it would be useful for him to be able to remember them all. If you are willing to go, you can read as much as you like. Okay, you can leave my house now, the woman said, without raising her head. Han Sen flew out the window, and he landed outside the yard. The woman was way too clean, and she had a serious case of OCD. If Han Sen wasn't working for her, she would never agree to let him touch her things. Han Sen decided to go to the place the woman had described to him. The woman had nothing to gain by hiding any dangers in the task. If Han Sen died halfway through the task, then sending him would have been pointless. Even if it is dangerous, I can only suppose the danger will arise after completing the mission. Han Sen knew that the woman probably wanted him to free her from her prison. Han Sen turned and looked back through the window. I'm willing to go, but first, can you tell me what kind of test the sacred leader conducted? Han Sen asked. I will tell you when you get back, the woman's voice responded from someplace inside the wooden house. I'm afraid that when I get back, you will not be here, Han Sen said. The woman went silent for a while, and Han Sen wasn't sure what that meant. When he was just about to say something more, something flew out the window. Han Sen caught the item, and he noticed it was a stone book. He tried to open it, but it seemed to have been sealed by some sort of power. Everything you need to know is within that book. When you have finished what I've asked you to do, the locks on that book will be removed. Now, it is again up to you to decide if you want to go or not, the woman said. Han Sen looked at the stone book. He wasn't sure if what the woman was saying was true, but he was out of options. He had no choice but to believe her. Otherwise, he'd never know the truth. DMN. Still holding the stone book, Han Sen gnashed his teeth and asked, in the legends, Sacred had a xenogenic space called the sanctuaries. Do you know that place? That is the place Sacred Leader researched the immortal spirits. I've never been there myself, though. So, I don't know, the woman said. The fact that the woman didn't know about the sanctuaries was quite disappointing to Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to know the answers to a few more questions, but the woman said, I will not answer any more questions of yours if you aren't going. You have to tell me what the light looks like, Han Sen said. You will know it when you see it, the woman said coldly. Han Sen shrugged and then flew in the direction that the woman had told him to go. As he was surrounded by the yellow clouds, there was a limit to how much Han Sen could see. So, he made use of his Dongshuan area to try to detect nearby objects and energies. There was nothing notable about the direction in which he was flying. As far as he could tell, there were just more clouds. One thing that might have been different from other places within the xianxia system, however, was the distinct lack of xenogenics. Han Sen continued flying in the direction the woman had instructed him to go, and he didn't deviate. And lo and behold, after 3 or 4 hours, he saw a light ahead. The light was like the sun in the twilight hours. It was a deep red, and it looked like a big lantern on the horizon. Just as the woman said, he knew it when he saw it. When Han Sen found the light, it was as if the light had found him, too. It flew over towards Han Sen, enveloping him in its glow. Han Sen remembered what the woman said, and he didn't make a peep. The light spun around him for a while but eventually lost interest. A few minutes later, it flew away. Han Sen felt some modicum of relief. He caught up to the light, though, and he followed it from behind. The light was pretty slow, but it also drifted back and forth. It didn't stick to a fixed trajectory or direction. It went left, right, forward, and back. Han Sen was confused, but he still followed it. Luckily, the wandering light didn't seem to be leading him into danger. As he flew, he still didn't notice any nearby xenogenics. After following the light for half a day, he suddenly saw a giant shadow ahead. When he peered at it a little more intently, he noticed that the shadow was actually another island. That made him happy. When Han Sen got a bit closer, he noticed that the island was indeed the same as the woman's island. Even all the plant life was identical. The light went to the island and settled down upon the grass like it was sleeping. Han Sen came down to the island, as well. As he came close, the heavy gravity dragged him down to the surface. He certainly couldn't fly on this version of the island. That mattered little to Han Sen, though. He walked towards the mountain at the island's center, and it wasn't long before he came before its foothills. There were some stone stairs carved into the familiar rocks, and so Han Sen walked all the way up them. There was no wooden house or garden on the small peak. A weird black symbol was carved into the side of the peak. He couldn't tell what it was. Han Sen guessed that might have been the restriction of the island. If he destroyed it, then the woman might be freed. Han Sen had no reason to hesitate. The Geno universe was messy enough, and the woman was just one of the many beings that lived there. It didn't matter if she was good or bad. Han Sen pulled out his ghost teeth knife and used it to swipe the mountaintop. He wanted to cut through it. But when the teeth power hit the mountain, that symbol glowed with a deep light. The teeth power vanished. The blade of the ghost teeth knife still struck the mountain, however, carving a mark across the stone. Han Sen slashed a few more times, and aside from the physical strikes of the weapon, no other powers could damage the stone. The symbol carved into the mountain seemed to just consume any powers that came against it. If I have to keep slashing and slashing like this, how long is this going to take? Han Sen thought gloomily. He tried to cut through the symbol on the mountain first to see if he could remove it. But when he tried to strike the symbol, it seemed to sink down into the stone, rather than remaining on the surface. He couldn't tell how deep it might have sunk beneath the surface. Han Sen didn't know what to do, so he just kept striking the peak of the mountain. Luckily, no dangerous creatures had appeared to harass him. Despite all the loud noises ringing from the stone mountain, no hidden xenogeniacs were waking up from their slumber to come and see the commotion. The light was still resting on the grass, too. It didn't seem to care what Han Sen did. Han Sen kept digging, and before long, he became really sweaty. He felt like a senile old man as he hacked away at the side of the mountain. Luckily, the peak was pretty small. Han Sen guessed it might take another 2 days for him to cut all the way through it. After digging for 10 hours straight, Han Sen's hard work had opened the peak a little. Nothing happened, though, which reinforced Han Sen's feeling of security. Dong! Han Sen struck again. But when he raised his knife, he saw that blood was leaking from the stone where his knife had just landed. What? Why is the mountain bleeding? Han Sen's heart jumped. He took a step back and fell into a defensive position himself. Han Sen didn't like the fact that the mountain was bleeding, especially after his time in Dugad City. That place had made him afraid of bleeding rocks. Han Sen wasn't afraid of having a real fight, but he was unsettled by tricky monsters that messed with people's heads. Ning Yu's little green sword had come from a bleeding rock. Han Sen still wouldn't dare go close to that terrible thing. As he watched the blood trickle from the rock, Han Sen's scalp felt numb. He wasn't frightened, exactly, but he felt very uncomfortable. Han Sen waited a while, and he noted that only a small volume of blood had trickled out. And no other weird things seemed to be happening. He waved his hand and brushed the blood away from the wall to look at the knife mark. What he saw next chilled him. In the deepest part of the knife mark, Han Sen could see flesh. He didn't know what creature this might have been, but he had cut a wound into it that was a few centimeters long. The blood had been coming out of that wound. Han Sen looked at the wound that had now stopped bleeding, his lips pressed into a tight, bloodless line. He didn't know what the creature inside the mountain was. If it had been dead, it shouldn't have been bleeding. If it was alive, how could that be? It had been buried under an entire mountain. Just the mere thought of that was scary. The wound he had cut into the creature was the only place that Han Sen could see its flesh. He hesitated a bit, but he eventually decided to resume digging. He had already come this far, so he couldn't just give up now. That wasn't his style. Even if the creature was still alive, that didn't matter to him. If it couldn't get out of a mountain, it couldn't have been too horrifyingly strong. Han Sen used his knife to keep digging around the flesh. If he could dig away the rocks that covered it, he might be able to get a better view of the creature. Han Sen dug for a while more, and slowly, the excavation site expanded. Eventually, he uncovered a scrap of yellow cloth. The body part Han Sen had wounded was actually a leg. Han Sen could tell that the leg belonged to a woman. The pants certainly appeared girly. Han Sen frowned, and he kept on digging. More and more parts of the being were starting to be revealed, and soon, Han Sen was able to confirm that it was indeed a woman. He carved carefully into the rock, revealing the woman's white feet. She was wearing yellow pants, and she had very long legs. Her upper body was still inside the mountain, so he couldn't yet tell what she looked like. But he couldn't detect a life force from her body. She was like a corpse. But when Han Sen checked out the wound on her leg again, the cut appeared to have closed. And earlier, she had been bleeding. At this point, Han Sen had no idea if the woman was alive or dead. Han Sen had a sudden and disturbing thought. He used all his strength to dig away the rest of the mountain. More and more parts of the woman became visible. When Han Sen dug her head out and got a look at her face, his eyes opened wide. This woman looked exactly the same as the woman in the wooden house. Even a twin wouldn't look this similar. What's going on? Why is this woman buried here? If this woman is alive, then who is that woman in the wooden house? Han Sen shivered as he thought of all this. But when Han Sen removed the last of the rock that had held the woman in place, she showed no sign of moving. It really did look like she was dead. She wasn't breathing, and she had no heartbeat. But when he glanced at her face, she looked more at peace than anything. She looked as if she was softly asleep. Han Sen examined the woman, but she didn't look sick. She just didn't seem to have a life force. Han Sen placed his power into her, but that quickly proved pointless. He couldn't kickstart her life force. The locks on the stone book were still present, as well. So, Han Sen set the woman aside and resumed digging. Han Sen dug steadily through the stone, and it was only a matter of time before he broke through. His hands were getting pretty sore, and he could hardly hold his knife anymore. Xianxia King is far better suited for this sort of work. With his power, and him yelling, "Alu alu alu," it would get done much faster, Han Sen thought as he continued digging. Han Sen. Suddenly, Han Sen heard someone call his name. He was about to answer, but when he opened his mouth, his face paled slightly. He quickly closed it. The woman told him that if he spoke a word, he would die. There was no one here, anyway, so who could have possibly called him? Is it the body of the woman? Still keeping his jaw firmly shut, Han Sen turned around to observe that woman's body. When he was halfway through his turn, he froze. The woman's body had vanished. Han Sen. The voice called out Han Sen's name again. This time, it was right next to his ear, too. He even felt a soft wind tickle his cheek. Han Sen didn't speak. He quickly turned around and activated his area. Han Sen caught his breath. The woman was standing not too far behind Han Sen, and she was smiling. Her life force was very strong now, and as far as he could tell, it was identical to that of the woman in the wooden house. He could barely believe that this was the body that had been lying on the ground only moments before. What? We parted ways such a short time ago, and you've already forgotten me? The woman smiled. Han Sen opened his mouth to ask if the woman before him was a human or a ghost, but then he remembered that the other woman had told him that under no circumstances should he speak. He still didn't understand what was up with this other woman, but he didn't talk. He simply looked at her. The woman laughed and said, "You are being careful. I told you that you couldn't talk when you were in the presence of the light, but now that I'm free, you can go ahead and speak." Han Sen still didn't say a word. He just stared at the woman, stunned by how similar the two were. Aside from wearing different clothes, they looked precisely the same. Han Sen really wanted to ask her what was going on, but he didn't dare speak. He thought about it some more, and he decided to write down some words with his ghost teeth knife. "Why are you here? You are being very careful." The woman chuckled darkly. "This is my real body. It was trapped here. What you met earlier was just a doll with my spirit inside it. How else do you think I have managed to live so long? Not many beings from the era of sacred are still alive. Anyone that has survived this long is most likely making use of forbidden skills." Han Sen carved more words into the ground. "You suppressed your body here." The woman lifted her lips. "I didn't want to hurt myself, so why would I bind myself here? Someone else did this to me, and so my real body was trapped here. But because of that suppression, my body didn't age. It still looks the same as it did back then. Why didn't you find anyone else to dig up your body before me?" Han Sen asked by carving more words. "Are you done yet? If you don't want to go, that's fine. But I'm leaving," the woman said. She proceeded to walk down the mountain, ignoring Han Sen. Han Sen had almost broken through the entire mountaintop, but the woman was descending quickly from the mountain. She obviously intended to leave the island. He didn't know if he should finish digging or chase after her. Han Sen gritted his teeth and ignored the woman who was leaving the island. He continued digging into the mountain. That woman walked toward the light, and when she reached out to it, the light flew into her hands. Grabbing that light, the woman moved away from the island. Han Sen was shocked. The light had brought him here, and if the woman left with the light, Han Sen didn't know if he would still be able to leave. Han Sen wasn't a saint, and he wasn't close to the woman in the wooden house. He wouldn't give his life up for her. Gritting his teeth, Han Sen went after the departing woman. Han Sen shook his head but didn't speak. He looked at the woman's hand, and he saw that she was still holding the light she had stolen. Han Sen moved a bit closer, and he noticed that the light was actually a red lantern. The woman held the red lantern before her as she traveled through the clouds. She was wearing yellow clothing, but her feet were bare. With the red light shining across her as she flew, she looked very weird. Han Sen followed her from behind, but still, he didn't speak. The woman clutched the lantern, continuing to move forward. She was moving much more smoothly than Han Sen. But just as Han Sen was wondering if the woman knew where they were going, something bright appeared in front of him. They moved out of the clouds and approached an island. Since he couldn't see the peak, Han Sen didn't know which island he was seeing. So, he didn't speak. The woman made her way up the mountain, and Han Sen followed her silently. When they were halfway up, Han Sen could feel that the mountain would have no peak. He felt as if there would be a wooden house and a garden. Are we really back here? Han Sen thought to himself. He walked all the way to the mountaintop and confirmed his suspicion. The woman walked into the garden, heading for the wooden house. Han Sen followed the woman into the house. Han Sen thought something was amiss. The woman in the wooden house loved to clean, and she had a severe case of OCD. He wasn't allowed to walk in her garden, let alone her house. But Han Sen had followed this woman all the way into the wooden house. She hadn't said a word, and that made Han Sen suspicious. Is she really not that woman? Is this a fake version of the island, then? Han Sen frowned as he looked around the wooden house. From the first floor to the second floor, there was no one else except for the woman holding the lantern. Han Sen picked up a pen and wrote on a piece of paper. Where is your clone doll? He watched her intently to see what her reaction might suggest. Han Sen didn't really need an answer to this question, but he wanted to see her reaction to him messing with her things. The woman looked at the paper and said, my real self is free. So, my clone is now gone. That sounds untrue, Han Sen thought. The woman hadn't been bothered by Han Sen's use of her pen and paper. That made him really suspicious. Han Sen looked at the stone book and found that it was still locked tightly shut. He hesitated to do so, but he held the book out in front of her. He wrote on the paper, can you take a look at this book and help me break these bindings? Why would I want to help you? The woman asked with a raised eyebrow. She didn't accept the book. Han Sen now knew that this version of the woman was fake. The woman had personally given him the stone book. If this woman wearing yellow clothes was real, she would have recognized this book, and she wouldn't have said something like that. What to do? Han Sen frowned. He knew that this woman was fake, but the wooden house was the same. Han Sen wasn't sure how to proceed. Han Sen didn't really care who this woman was. Real or fake, it didn't matter to him. But he didn't want to just leave things like this. There were secrets right in front of his nose, and yet he couldn't uncover them. As Han Sen tried to figure out what to do, he suddenly heard the roar of a big dragon. A giant purple dragon soared through the sky above the island. Atop the giant dragon was a man from the Extreme King. Chapter 2463, World Print, this is really the place. The dragon was too big to land on the island, so it circled overhead. The Extreme King man stood atop the head of the dragon, peering down at the island. Han Sen was shocked, and he thought to himself, the Extreme King have gotten here so quickly. Han Sen didn't recognize this Extreme King man, but he immediately identified the giant dragon beneath the man's feet. Han Sen had never seen it before, but he knew its name. It was the famous Extreme Purple Demon Dragon. It was deified, and it was a mount for the king's brother Meng Lai. Meng Lai was Qin Bai's biological brother, and he had become deified a long time ago. He was one of the top 10 elites of the Extreme King. If even the likes of Meng Lai had come to the xianxia system to hunt down Han Sen, that showed just how much they wanted him dead. But Han Sen couldn't blame the Extreme King. The king's son had been murdered. If Han Sen didn't pay for what he had done, then the dignity and pride of the Extreme King and Qin Bai would be forever tarnished. Han Sen, I know you are here. Do you want to come out by your own volition, or do you want me to come down there and drag you out? Meng Lai boomed from the air, staring down at the wooden house. Han Sen's heart began to pound. He knew the Extreme King would come after he sent the video, but he hadn't thought they would arrive so quickly. Han Sen had expected the demon spirit to be nearby when the Extreme King arrived, so they would have to deal with him before they could focus on Han Sen. But in a surprising turn of events, the demon spirit had yet to appear. Two deifieds have come looking for you. It seems as if you're in over your head. The woman looked at Han Sen with interest. Before Han Sen could answer, the extreme purple demon dragon beneath Meng Lai gathered up a sphere of dragon power. It turned itself into a being of purple fire. It was going to smite the island and turn it to ash. The woman's face hardened, and the light of the red lantern she was holding grew brighter. The red light covered the whole island, intercepting the purple fireball. The dragon's attack was unable to penetrate the light. The purple fire burned fiercely and the red light wavered, but it still managed to shield the island from the power of the fire. The purple fire was incredibly wild, but it couldn't make it past the shield. The extreme purple demon dragon became incredibly angry. It spat out more of that purple fire, but try as it might, it couldn't displace the red light. The woman was unshaken. She raised her lantern and put her hand inside it. When she pulled her hand back out of it, Han Sen saw there was a little flame flickering atop her fingers. The woman flicked it at the extreme purple demon dragon that hovered in the sky. That small flame shot upward, rising until it hit the dragon. Boom! Han Sen watched what looked like a nuclear bomb going off. The giant body of the extreme purple demon dragon was engulfed by a bright red sea of fire. The monster was transformed into a big, burning fireball. It squealed in pain, and its wings flapped madly as it tried to put out the fire that was ravaging it. But the more it flapped, the more the fire burned. Han Sen was frozen. As a fire-aligned deified xenogeniac, the extreme purple demon dragon should have been able to eat fire for breakfast. Instead, it was burning in intense pain. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying that tiny flame must have been. The woman stood as calmly as if nothing spectacular had happened. She continued to hold the big red lantern, and she stood in front of the window, looking up at the extreme purple demon dragon and Meng Lai. Suddenly, Han Sen saw Meng Lai roll up his sleeves. Then it was like the man turned into a black hole. The red fire on the extreme purple demon dragon was sucked into that black hole, and it all disappeared. There wasn't even a whiff of smoke remaining. Meng Lai is very powerful, Han Sen thought to himself. Who are you? Why are you protecting a fugitive like Han Sen? Meng Lai stood atop the head of the extreme purple demon dragon's head, looking down at the woman near the window. He frowned. This is my house, the woman said simply. You cannot just come here and attempt to burn it down, killing as you please. Meng Lai looked at the woman in the same way. Han Sen has a deep grudge with the Extreme King. The Extreme King will make him pay with his blood. If you would grant me access to your abode, we will greatly appreciate it. And what if I don't? The woman wasn't pleased by Meng Lai's tone. Meng Lai had asked her to stay out of the way, but it had sounded more like a command. There was no room for maneuvering or negotiation. Then I will forge my own path. The Extreme King are here now, and no one can stop me, Meng Lai said imperiously. Hearing Meng Lai say that, Han Sen almost burst out laughing. The Extreme King had enough power to suppress many races. And all of the top 10 deifieds of the Extreme King were a serious threat. But Meng Lai had just condescended to the wrong person. This woman had come from the era of the sacred leader. The Extreme King's alpha had been merely a servant to a woman like this, once upon a time. And now, an heir of the Extreme King was talking down to her in such a manner. Han Sen knew what she was going to do, just judging from the man's disrespectful tone of voice. The Extreme King must be really powerful. I am keen to see how you, a scion of the Extreme King, will build a path that cuts right through me, the woman said, her voice dripping with contempt. Meng Lai frowned. The Extreme King were one of the most famous races in the universe, and they had been for a very long time. Furthermore, Meng Lai was the brother of the king. Aside from those of the very high or the ancient god, no one ever dared to speak to them in such a way. HMPH. Meng Lai flipped his hands out and started to push toward the island. The hand became a big print that suddenly covered the whole shield. A hellish god light burned from the print. It turned into an old word that read, King, and it was infused with powers for crushing the sky and the ground. The clouds of the xianxia system shook because of that word. The clouds nearby were all rolling, and space was tearing and coming undone under the force of the large print. The whole area had become a dangerous maelstrom of destructive power. In Han Sen's eyes, it was like the whole world was being flattened by that unstoppable word. The island was going to get crushed like an egg. You stole the world print, and now you have the gall to show it off here. The woman looked up with disdain. She raised her hands, and a small print appeared on her fingers. She threw it at the big print that was coming down toward the island. The small print and the big print collided. Weird symbols flashed across the smaller print. Han Sen couldn't tell what the symbols meant, but the sight of them was disconcerting. It was like the universe's destiny now resided in that little print. Boom! The small print hit the big print. Then, the scary big print shattered. It couldn't repel the small print. How is that possible? Meng Lai's face changed. His king print could suppress the sky and earth, and no race should have been able to stop it. But now, a much smaller print had been able to crush it. It was a sight that beggared belief. Han Sen had used his purple eye butterfly to observe the conflict. The woman's small print had a similar structure to the big print, but the smaller variant's power was much denser. They looked roughly the same, but when they ran into each other, it was like refined steel going up against baked clay. The world-shocking king print shattered. It couldn't compare to the woman's world print. Chapter 2464, Gold Soldier King Body. The small print broke the world-shocking king print. And after that, it continued on its course towards Meng Lai. The print didn't become any bigger, but it did seem like the world was becoming smaller instead, shrinking under the twisted power of the print. The influence of the print seemed to spread over everything around them. Meng Lai's jaw tightened. Several gold substance chains flew from his body, assembling themselves into a big hand that was poised to strike back against the little print. But the big hand broke when it came into contact with that print. All the substance chains snapped, too. It was impossible to repel the power of that small print. Seeing that the little print was about to suppress him, Meng Lai shouted. Golden light burst from him. His body turned gold as his muscles expanded, and his armor buckled and broke as his body grew too large for it to contain. In the next second, Meng Lai's hand gripped the extreme purple demon dragon's head. The gold of his body affected the extreme purple demon dragon, and the dragon began turning gold as well. Meng Lai roared. He was holding the extreme purple demon dragon up. He lifted it, like a dancing ant holding up an elephant. Meng Lai heaved the dragon toward the small world print that was headed his way, and when the dragon left his hands, it became a draconic lance. It struck the small world print, and it managed to knock the small world print away. Han Sen was shocked by this, and he wondered, what kind of power is this? A deified xenogenic turned into a lance. The woman looked at Meng Lai in surprise. The weapon part of Geno world speech used in conjunction with bloodline spirit body metal element. They can be combined. It looks like these slaves have something decent in them, after all. What are you talking about? This is my extreme king's golden soldier king body. Geno world speech. You are full of crap, Meng Lai snarled. Then he swung the gold dragon lance at the woman. The gold dragon lance was burning with purple dragon fire. The dragon lance's metal slid forward, ripping the fabric of space as it appeared in front of the woman. The woman looked at the gold dragon lance with interest. She summoned a small world print in front of her to block the gold dragon lance. The print was small, but as far as the lance was concerned, the print might as well have been as big as a planet. No matter how scary the lance's dragon fire was, it was drawn magnetically to the print. The attack couldn't go past the woman's shield. Meng Lai kept his grip on the heart of the gold dragon. He continued to roar and sprint forward with the gold dragon lance, thrusting it into the little world print. The lance's dragon firepower kept being driven into the small print spell. Get lost. When Meng Lai roared, the gold dragon lance finally pierced through the small print. It exploded, and then space cracked. The gold dragon lance roared with Meng Lai, and it shot forward toward the woman's eyebrow. The woman looked shocked, and she didn't move. The raging dragon fire of the gold lance punched a hole straight through her skull. But her body simply exploded. And then, the body of another woman appeared behind Meng Lai. Moon doppelganger and teleportation. Han Sen was frozen by the sight. This was the first time he had seen another person fight like this. The woman's moon doppelganger was a little different from Han Sen's, but it was based on the same concept. However, the woman's moon doppelganger was clearer, and her teleportation didn't cause a ripple in space. It wasn't like when Han Sen used his dragon wings and gathered up power. The woman's enemies would have no warning that she was about to teleport. Not until she appeared behind them, at least. What a scary woman. If I could teleport like that, I would have a much higher chance of success when fighting. Strong enemies. It had been a long time since Han Sen had made use of break space flash with his dragon wings. It was still teleportation, but its range was too short and it took too long to cast. It wasn't suitable for king-class fights. After all, the dragon wings were a mutant Marquis xenogenic gene. It couldn't keep up with the needs of a king-class battle. Meng Lai reacted quickly. He flipped the gold dragon lance, and the lance fire was like a roaring gold dragon as it headed for the woman behind him. Pang! The woman's body broke again, but she appeared next to Meng Lai, muttering to herself, I underestimated this race of slaves. This gold soldier king body is quite interesting. Meng Lai's eyes were on fire. He couldn't bear listening to her. He looked like some deranged demon god as he swung the gold dragon lance. Anything the lance touched was incinerated by the fire it carried. The sea of clouds was vaporized, and substance chains of gold dragon fire roared across the sky. These deified elites are too strong. Meng Lai is forcing another deified creature to be his weapon. He's wielding it like any other weapon. And the woman is practically fighting two deified elites. Han Sen felt lust rise inside him as he watched the display of power. If he could gain that power and a group of deified creatures at his disposal, no one could defeat him. Against the rampaging gold dragon lance, the woman could only use clones and her ability of teleportation to fight. But Han Sen could still tell that the woman had some extra tricks up her sleeve. She wasn't trying to escape. More than anything, it looked as if she was admiring his gold soldier king body. Meng Lai noticed this, too. In his fury, he sped up his attacks even more. The substance chains were like dragon fire chewing up the sky in the daytime. He wanted to grind the woman into dust. But his efforts were futile. The woman's teleportation capabilities were so good, it was like she had a frameshift drive installed. She shifted positions so fast that it seemed like she was everywhere at once. It didn't matter how strong Meng Lai was because he couldn't touch a single hair upon her head. Meng Lai was unable to touch the woman. His eyes opened wide, and he began thrusting the gold dragon lance toward the island. The lance fire became a roaring gold dragon that came for the island. It looked like one bite was all it would take to devour the entire island. The lantern was still on the island, and it was glowing red. It protected the island, but the red light couldn't withstand the lance's power forever. The lance's fire broke the red light, and the dragon fire covered the sky and the earth. Han Sen suddenly felt very anxious. This was the power of two deified beings doing battle. Perhaps the island could withstand it, but Han Sen and the wooden house wouldn't be able to. The wooden house held many Geno arts, too, and they were at risk of being destroyed. Han Sen wasn't overly concerned about them, though. Having a bunch of great Geno arts would be useless if he died. He turned around and started to leave the house, but the dragon fire suddenly disappeared. He raised his head. The gold dragon lance had stopped moving. It was hanging over the island, and the woman's bare, pale feet rested lightly atop the weapon. Nice timing. Meng Lai had been unable to hit the woman, and so he had decided to strike the island instead. Now that the woman was where he wished her to be, the gold substance chains danced. The gold dragon lance was imbued with gold fire. It roared like a giant dragon, and it prepared to lash out at her. Gold soldier king body, huh? Now I understand. The woman still stood upon the lance. She smiled faintly. As the lance's gold dragon fire exploded, a white light surrounded her feet. The light was contagious, and it infected the gold dragon lance. The gold dragon lance changed color, transforming into a white metal dragon lance. Pang! The woman's bare feet stood firmly upon the lance, and then, the white dragon lance exploded with a dragon light. It blasted Meng Lai, and he let go of the weapon. The white dragon lance flew away from him, then spun and landed in the woman's hands. Impossible. How do you have the gold soldier king body? Meng Lai stared at the woman who was holding the dragon lance. It was like he had seen a ghost. The woman held the white dragon lance loosely in one hand. She swung it almost casually, sending it to strike Meng Lai. The dragon fire of the lance was just like the fire Meng Lai himself had been employing. Meng Lai's face paled. He didn't dare fight the wrathful power of that dragon lance. He stumbled back and cast some gold substance chains, creating a gold shield in front of himself. But the power of that dragon lance was too scary. It pierced right through the shield, and it was headed for Meng Lai. Han Sen wasn't surprised that the woman could use these abilities, though. He had heard about this before when he saw the woman read the shocking world record of the Extreme King. The Extreme King had stolen her Geno world speech and combined portions of it with the blood pulse spirit body. Even the Extreme King's basic shocking world record had been stolen from the woman. It was not weird that she was able to employ the Gold Soldier King body. But the proficiency with which the woman wielded the extreme purple demon dragon was intimidating. Meng Lai was considered quite strong among the deified elites, but upon meeting a monster like this woman, he lost his cool. After losing his lance, he stopped fighting. When he found a chance to flee, he took it. He didn't dare to continue fighting the woman. He wasn't going to get the extreme purple demon dragon back, either. Why did you let him run? Han Sen asked quickly when he saw that the woman hadn't stopped Meng Lai from escaping. As soon as the words left his mouth, he clamped his jaw shut. He had been watching the fight so intently, he had forgotten about the fact that he wasn't supposed to be talking. But nothing bad happened after Han Sen spoke. The woman landed in the garden, and she said smoothly, "My body has just been freed, and I'm still very weak. If he kept fighting, I doubt I would have been able to kill him." "So, this is you in a weak state." Han Sen was frozen. "Weird. I spoke out loud, and yet nothing has happened. Is this the real woman? Why didn't she recognize the stone book? And what happened to her OCD?" Han Sen looked at the woman. Try as he might, he couldn't determine if she was real or fake. There was something else Han Sen was wondering about, too. The fight had been conducted on a mind-blowing scale, and Han Sen was still feeling the aftershocks. But despite that, the demon spirit hadn't appeared. Why didn't it show up? The woman returned to the wooden house and placed a crystal shield over it. Han Sen had seen the woman use this skill several times, but as he watched her use it now, he realized that he had underestimated its utility. The crystal shield enveloped the wooden house, and then it became smaller. The wooden house shrank, as well. A few seconds later, the crystal had become an egg-sized ball resting in the woman's hand. The wooden house was inside it, safe and sound. "Let's go," the woman said, lifting her lantern and speaking to Han Sen. She turned to leave the island. Such a ruckus, why didn't the demon spirit show up? Han Sen asked casually as he followed the woman. "I am free. He won't dare show himself to me now," the woman said flatly. Han Sen couldn't be certain if she was telling the truth, so he asked her directly, "Why were you freed so easily? Was this the first time you asked someone to help you?" The woman's hands moved, and the dragon lance turned into a white dragon boat. She sat on the dragon boat and said, "You think Two World Mountain can be accessed by just anyone? I don't know how you gained access, but if other people could do what you did, I would have been released long ago. You don't know how I got here." Han Sen looked at the woman strangely. The woman smiled and said, "Is that odd? Two World Mountain is between two worlds. Although the other woman was my clone, I was unable to interact with her while I was bound. I don't have her memories. And when I was freed, she should have become a doll whose strings were cut. I cannot recollect her memories. How did you know it was me who saved you, then?" As soon as Han Sen asked that, he realized that the question was stupid. The woman still answered, "If it wasn't for my clone, how would you have known that you needed to follow my two-world lantern? And how would you have known not to talk on the two-world path? You really would have died, otherwise. The two-world mountain restrictions had broken, which was what allowed you and the Extreme King Bai to gain access to Two-World Mountain." Han Sen eyed the woman, trying to see if she was telling the truth. Her story did sound rather plausible. He went silent for a while, and then he brought out the stone book. "Your clone said that if I saved her, the bindings of this stone book would be broken. Why is it still closed, then?" The woman looked at the stone book and said, "The book has a world print, so it wouldn't open automatically. Even if the book was destroyed, no one could open it. No one aside from me, that is. Then, can you open it?" Han Sen didn't understand what she was saying, but if she knew how to unlock the book, then that would be great. Without speaking, the woman casually cast a small world print. A stamp appeared on the stone book's cover. A mysterious symbol glowed briefly, and then the stone book's invisible power was broken. The book could now be opened. Han Sen couldn't wait to open the stone book. The words inside the book jumped around as if they were alive. They looked like fairies, and they flew towards the woman's forehead. They all vanished into her eyebrows. When the woman saw the fairy-like symbols, she appeared surprised. And then, she understood. She sat upon the boat, allowing all the words to flow into her forehead. Oh, sh*t. I have been tricked. Han Sen suddenly understood. After the stone book's words all flew out, the stone book crumbled into sand that slipped through Han Sen's fingers. The woman absorbed all the words and then smiled at Han Sen. Thank you for bringing me my clone's memories. You want to know what test the sacred leader conducted, right? Han Sen nodded. The stone book hadn't contained his answer, it was filled with the memories of the clone. The woman was sitting at the front of the boat. She put a hand under her chin and looked up to the sky. The sacred leader was very powerful, but his lifespan was quite short. He would only live a few hundred years. It couldn't be compared to those that could live for 10,000 years, a million years, or even a billion years. He tried his hardest to find a way to live forever, even forcing himself through multiple rebirths. But eventually, he still reached his life's end. Trying to stay alive, the sacred leader conducted many tests. Then one day, a man who called himself God came to sacred leader. Sacred leader made a wish. Han Sen looked at the woman with shock. The woman shook her head. No, sacred leader was a very self-confident person. If he wanted to achieve immortality, he would find it by himself. He wouldn't make a wish to another creature. Han Sen didn't speak. He listened to the woman, hanging on every word. After so long spent searching, he was finally touching the center of this mystery. The woman sighed and said, Sacred leader didn't want to make a wish. Instead, he wanted to kill God. But no matter what power he tried to use, he couldn't damage God. He couldn't even ruffle that being's clothing. You can't imagine how shocked sacred leader was. He ruled practically the entire universe, and yet, he couldn't deal a speck of damage to this creature claiming to be God. But this self-proclaimed God was also restricted by some sort of power. He couldn't kill sacred leader either. But after that encounter, sacred leader poured all his strength into finding out what sort of creature that God was. Many things happened, and in the end, sacred leader did manage to kill one. What? Sacred leader killed a god? Han Sen asked, his voice going hoarse as his throat tightened. The woman shook her head. It wasn't really a god. It was more of a statue. It was like a statue that was controlled by God. Han Sen thought about that god inside Destiny's tower. It was a statue, more of a representation than an actual god like King Zhen. After destroying the statue, sacred leader conducted some tests. He discovered, to his shock, that his lifespan had increased when he absorbed some power from the statue. Sacred leader became incredibly excited. And he thought, if killing a statue of God added that much to my lifespan, what would happen if I killed a real one? The woman smiled, and so sacred leader continued researching how he might kill God. But after his statue was destroyed, that God hated him and wanted him dead. Sacred leader was unable to kill God, but God was also unable to kill sacred leader. They were fighting indirectly, so to speak. When the time came for sacred leader to actually battle God, all of us were incredibly excited. And yet, at the same time, that began the period of our greatest suffering. Saying this, the woman sighed. Not all the members of Sacred shared sacred leader's vision. When he fought with God, sacred leader's family, friends, subordinates, and even spouses, all betrayed him for God. And they put sacred leader in a difficult position. Sacred leader's research of the story of genes was at a dead end. No one could practice the story of genes, so there was no super gene that could threaten God. And by then, sacred leader's lifespan had come to an end. And then God destroyed sacred and killed sacred leader? Han Sen asked. The woman shook her head. I don't know. Before that happened, I was already entombed in Two World Mountain. By that time, sacred leader had lost everyone. Sacred was unable to hold itself together, so its collapse was only a matter of time. When Han Sen heard this, he sighed. Sacred leader was so strong, but not even he could defeat God. That isn't quite accurate, but, at the very least, he let us know that God can be resisted, the woman said. Right, so, why were you sealed inside Two World Mountain? Han Sen actually wanted to ask if she had also been tempted by God and made a wish, but he quickly decided not to. The woman's face changed. With a stony face, she said, That's none of your business. I've paid my debt in full now. I've told you everything, so you can leave. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought, this woman was encased in the stone of Two World Mountain. It must have something to do with the demon spirit. That woman carved into the sea demon car has to be her. Han Sen had these ideas rattling in his head, but he didn't try to confirm them. He told her, I have known you for so long, but I don't know your name. The woman looked at Han Sen. What are you hanging around for? Get lost. There was nothing Han Sen could say to that, so he left the dragon boat. When he turned around to look at the woman, the dragon boat had soared into space and disappeared. Where she went, he had no idea. Even in sacred leaders, people were already fighting against these things claiming to be God. But it does seem as if God wins every time. Han Sen closed his eyes and continued to think, when sacred was destroyed, did sacred leader die? The sanctuaries were a place for the sacred leader to research immortal spirits. The crystallizers later adopted the realm. Why didn't any other races take over the sanctuaries? Why were the crystallizers the only ones who could? Did the crystallizers know the secrets of the sanctuaries? Maybe. The woman said that the crystallizers were tests and that they were very smart. They must have known a few of sacred secrets, for sure. Han Sen thought about this, and then, his eyes brightened. That should mean that the crystallizers continued sacred leader's research. But what exactly was it that the sacred leader researched? Spirits, beast souls, xenogenics. The crystallizers didn't seem to know exactly what they were doing. Their bodies were too weak, so they probably wanted to use the sanctuaries to make their bodies stronger. But sacred leader's research couldn't have been for such a simple purpose. I have learned so much. I now know the beginning and the end of the story. All I am missing are some of the details regarding the middle. And I also know more about the story of genes now, so that should come in handy for my practice. Han Sen felt a lot of relief, and he thought he was close to getting all the answers he needed. Han Sen looked around until he figured out where he was, and then he started heading back to the White Whale. He had to get back to Bauer. Han Sen soon realized the xianxia system was way too big. Sticking to one direction was nearly impossible, and there were clouds everywhere he looked. He couldn't even see where he was going. While he was trying to decide which way to head, he saw the shape of a few shadows. Several king-class people were flying through the clouds. Bar. Han Sen was shocked when he saw this shadow. It was Bar, but Bar wasn't with Dia Robber this time. There were people of many different races with him. Han Sen. When Bar saw Han Sen, he looked ecstatic. Everyone sped up to reach Han Sen. Seeing their faces, Han Sen immediately knew they were coming after him. There was a 90% chance they were after him for the Extreme King's bounty. Han Sen hesitated. He activated his Wanji Rubik's Cube and connected his video stream with the treasure identifier Elder. Han Sen, I have been looking for you for so long. Bar rushed towards Han Sen, pulled out his knife, and slashed. Although Bar was a hybrid of the destroyed, his talents were scarier than most of the full-blooded destroyed. On top of that, he was practically immortal. As long as his cells were not completely eradicated, he could be reborn through his remaining genes. And each time his body was obliterated, he came back stronger. He was sort of like a cockroach that never died. Bar had already killed many half-deified people who were stronger than him on paper. Han Sen had battled him once before, but he was unable to finish the maniac off. After the treasure identifier Elder received the video, the stream was distributed across all media stations. He played the video for all to see. It wasn't a live stream, though. It had been modified by treasure identifier Elder and his team before it was played across all the broadcasting networks. There was a bit of a delay so it could be processed, but most people considered it a live stream. Anyway, considering the content that the 1,000 Treasures had delivered with their two most recent broadcasts, most of the broadcasting networks gave the treasure identifier Elder airtime immediately. There had been amazing viewership numbers for the past two broadcasts, so this video didn't need to go through the normal approval process. In moments, the broadcast was playing on screens throughout the Geno universe. Tago Geno Fluid, it makes you strong like the Tago. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first broadcasting station in the xianxia system. Here is the video of Han Sen's capture. The show that was on air suddenly stopped. Many people were angry, but when they saw what was playing now, their eyes widened and locked on the screen. Isn't that Bar from the Destroyed? And Shadow from the Storm? And look, there is Thunder from Thundersnake. They've surrounded Han Sen. He deserves it. He was streaming with the Wanji Rubik's Cube when he fled. He deserves to die. Bar is going up to him, so powerful. No wonder Bar is so famous. The power in his strikes can destroy small planets. What do you know? That's called the Destroyed God Light. If you get caught in a beam of that light, you or any other creature would just die. You guys don't know sh*t. The Destroyed God Light isn't Bar's strongest move. The amazing thing about Bar is his immortal body. He can't be killed. Even if Han Sen does defeat Bar, Bar won't stop coming. Plus, other elites are there as well. Han Sen won't get away today. Everyone was watching and discussing the content. Bar was the most famous member of the hunting party, but the other kings were very good too. Especially Shadow and Thunder. They belonged to some of the less famous higher races. Still, as individuals, they weren't weak. They could easily compete with the best geniuses of most races. Plus, Shadow and Thunder were half deified. That was one step greater than Bar, so in terms of power, they exceeded him. While everyone watched this, Bar's bone knife suddenly lunged towards Han Sen's head. A scary destroyed knife light shot forward to strike Han Sen. Han Sen jerked to the side, dodging the thrust of the bone knife and throwing a punch into Bar's chest. Good hit, Bar shouted. He then threw his left fist collide with Han Sen's. Pang! Two fists struck each other, releasing a powerful shockwave. The clouds rose and washed away, as if they had transformed into a tsunami. Han Sen didn't budge, but Bar was sent flying. When he came to a stop 10 meters away, his face changed. Some sort of ice was spreading over his fist, and it moved up his arms to cover his entire body. Bar opened his mouth to shout, but his body became a block of ice before he had the chance. Inside the ice, Bar was in that angry, roaring position. He could make no noise, though. Han Sen shot past Bar, not even sparing a glance at his frozen opponents. He went after the other kings. Shadow, who was of the storm race, came at Han Sen first. Her body was like a typhoon as she surged toward Han Sen. He couldn't even make out her body within the chaos. A scary storm was coming for Han Sen's body. The wind of that storm was like a flurry of sharp weapons that could shred the fabric of space. Han Sen's body was cut to pieces within seconds. Is that all it took to bring Han Sen down? Shadow emerged from her artificial typhoon, and after seeing Han Sen's body in bloody bits, she laughed darkly. The next second, though, Shadow froze. Han Sen's shattered body disappeared into thin air. Shadow knew that was bad, but the realization came too late. Han Sen's face appeared in front of her, and he threw a punch into her belly. Pang! The punch that slammed into Shadow's stomach sent her soaring through the air. Although she had the protection of wind, she was still frozen solid by Han Sen's ice. Before her descent was complete, she was an ice sculpture. Thunder's jaw went slack when he saw what had happened, but he didn't slow his approach. When he got close enough to Han Sen, he used his king area. Thunder and lightning boomed and struck in the immediate proximity, covering all corners of the area. Han Sen was suddenly surrounded by a furious storm, and his body was drowning amidst the thunder. Pure attacking areas were the easiest to deal with, but they were also the hardest to deal with. Pure physical attacks were easy enough if you could block them, but if they were used against someone who was weak to their element, they could be extremely deadly. There was no middle ground against something like this. Inside the radius of that area, there was nowhere to run. Han Sen could only use his own body to fight back what came his way. That thunder area isn't the strongest I've seen, but Thunder himself is half deified. Han Sen, on the other hand, has only just become a king. He can't have moved beyond the first or second tiers. Han Sen won't last long within an area that powerful, a king said, as he watched the video. After he said that, though, a hole was torn straight through the thunder area. Han Sen came out from that ocean of electricity with lightning snapping and crackling all around him. It didn't touch his body. Han Sen was holding a spike of lightning. He ran in front of Thunder and tried to stab him with the spike. Thunder was holding a spiral of electricity. He lifted the bolt of pure lightning to collide with Han Sen. But when the lightning touched Han Sen, it looked as if the lightning itself had actually been electrified. He almost dropped the lightning spiral. Pang! Han Sen's left hand punched Thunder in the chest. Thunder was immediately sent flying. His body quickly became another icy statue like the others. In minutes, Bar, Shadow, and Thunder, three king elites had been frozen stiff by Han Sen. They were all shocked. The two other kings who had come after Han Sen were shocked, as well. They were 8th or 9th tier kings. They weren't as talented as Bar, or half deified like Shadow and Thunder. If those three powerful people had already been frozen by Han Sen, they wouldn't dare compound their mistake by trying to fight Han Sen themselves. They turned around to run, but it was too late. Han Sen flashed by them. Both of the areas emitted by those kings were broken, and they were turned into ice statues just like Bar and the others. While it might have taken some time to describe, in reality, the fight was over in moments. Han Sen managed to freeze 2 half-deifieds and 3 kings in a few steps. Am I seeing this right? Thunder and Shadow, both of whom were half-deified, were frozen. Bar is still frozen, too. Are crystallizers really this strong? This is too cool. One punch, one person. He beat 2 half-deified people and 3 kings. No wonder he was able to murder a prince of the extreme king. Since when have the bodies of crystallizers evolved with such speed? Weren't the crystallizers heavily reliant on technology? It doesn't seem like a pure, cold power, though. If it was so simple, Bar and Thunder wouldn't be completely sealed in the way they are. The whole universe was shocked by what Han Sen had done. Sealing 5 powerful kings in mere moments was an impressive feat. No one had seen that coming. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. I've got to get better myself, Lin Feng said, upon seeing Han Sen's fight on his phone. His eyes were sparkling as he walked toward a xenogeniac-infested mountain. Wang Yuhang had a Gana woman in his arms at the time, and he was enjoying himself with scrumptious foods and fine wines. Back during the Geno Scroll fights, he had bet all his money on Dollar being victorious. That gamble had an enormous payoff, so now he was able to afford many of the things he wanted. That really pisses me off. Out of all of us, why is Han Sen the only one who's so famous? No, I need to do a live stream of myself. I want the rednecks of this Geno universe to see how great I am by comparison, Wang Yuhang said, as he watched Han Sen seal Bar and 4 other people. The girls around him were also watching Han Sen's fight, screaming in glee with every new attack. It soured Wang Yuhang's mood even further. Not bad, he's almost entered my league. If he keeps on working hard, he might reach 30% of my power, Xie Qing said. He was wearing dark sunglasses, and he had a bottle of beer in his hand. He was focused on flying his expensive aircraft, but he also had a pen and paper next to him. As he flew, a person's image suddenly appeared on the ship's monitor. It was a worker from the Thousand Treasures Alliance. After seeing Xie Qing, he smiled and said, "Boss Xie Qing, did you finish your 3rd comic yet? The whole universe is waiting for the threequel to your overbearing president Love Lu saga." Arg, hey, Arg, what are you? Oh, the signal is bad. Arg, magnetic storm, oh no, Xie Qing said. Then he slammed his phone closed. What kind of artist would hit a deadline and hand their work in on time? Xie Qing took a sip of his drink and returned to watching Han Sen fight. In the Extreme King, a ghost-like body was emerging from an empty mountain. It walked into the underworld, traveled through King's Kingdom, and headed for the xianxia system. I don't care if you are Bai Yi or Han Sen. I'm going to beat you this time, Bai Wuchang said to himself excitedly as he traversed the depths of space. After Han Sen froze Bar and the other 4, he intended to steal any good items they were carrying. A wave of unease washed through him, though. The smile left his face, and he hurled the Wanji Rubik's Cube away from him. The moment Han Sen threw the Wanji Rubik's Cube, a needle-like blade materialized from the image display of the Wanji Rubik's Cube. The thin blade flew right past Han Sen's cheek. A black shadow followed that blade coming from the Wanji Rubik's Cube. A person grabbed the Wanji Rubik's Cube and gave Han Sen a toothy grin. "Who are you?" Han Sen asked the weird creature that had emerged from the Wanji Rubik's Cube. A frown furrowed his brow. The creature had the body of a human but the head of a sheep. Bat-like wings spread from his back. He had scales, and their black color glistened. "I'm Shadow Ghost," the weird creature said, playing with the Wanji Rubik's Cube as he spoke. The Wanji Rubik's Cube was still active, and many of the viewers froze in their seats when they heard Shadow Ghost's name. Shadow Ghost came from the pirates. Although he was only half deified, his name struck fear into the hearts of many. Even many deified elites were wary of this being. Shadow Ghost came from a rare race, but his talents were deadly enough to strike fear into many people of the higher races. As long as a video was being filmed in a real place, Shadow Ghost could enter that video and travel to wherever it was being filmed. That was what he did when he came out of the recording Wanji Rubik's Cube. But that wasn't the scariest thing about him. Once Shadow Ghost entered a video, he could reveal himself at any time without warning. Imagine talking to your good friend or flirting with your lover, and then suddenly, a sword came out of the video chat and skewered you. Not many people could react to the threat swiftly enough to save themselves. God only knew how many kings or half-deifieds had been killed in such a way by Shadow Ghost. Many people were never even aware of how they died. It was pretty hard to prevent. Shadow Ghost is onto him. Han Sen is in danger. No way. How did Han Sen react so quickly earlier? He was holding his Wanji Rubik's Cube close to his body, but he still somehow avoided Shadow Ghost's sneak attack. Yeah, Han Sen just froze 5 powerful enemies. After that, he should have been relaxed and off guard. But he actually avoided the strike. Did he dodge out of instinct, or did he somehow know what was coming? Either way, it's pretty scary. Shadow Ghost spun the Wanji Rubik's Cube in his palm as he stared at Han Sen. He chuckled grimly. There's no grudge between us, and no one has directly hired me to kill you. However, the bounty being offered by the Extreme King is far too tempting. Today, I will have to trouble myself to kill you. Han Sen had never heard of Shadow Ghost, so he didn't know who he was. But seeing him emerge from the video of the Wanji Rubik's Cube, Han Sen knew what sort of powers he had. You were unable to kill me earlier. What makes you think you can take me on now? Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow. You think that was all the power I have? Let me show you my real shadow area. After that, Shadow Ghost pulled out another camera with his free hand. There was a loud clicking noise as the camera flashed. Han Sen tried to dodge, but he didn't know where the power was coming from, so he had no idea which direction to move in. After the flash, Han Sen's body simply disappeared. The Shadow Ghost camera displayed an image of Han Sen. But in the picture, Han Sen was able to move and talk. It was like a laptop. The flash had made Han Sen feel as if things were all dreamy, and that he was drifting in space. Everything around him was gray, and there was a shadow in front of him that he could barely see. That shadow was Shadow Ghost. Han Sen, look where you are. Shadow Ghost raised the Wanji Rubik's Cube that was in his hand. The stream from the Rubik's Cube was still running. Han Sen could see the video, which showed him caught in the screen of Shadow Ghost's camera. Han Sen's heart leapt at the sight, and so he quickly tried to fly out of the camera's frame. He kept an eye on the Rubik's Cube stream as he flew, but he soon realized that no matter what direction he flew, there would be no escape from that place. The video stream showed that he was always dead center of the camera's screen. It is useless. In my shadow area, you are just an image. And if I rip this image, your body will be torn just like it, Shadow Ghost boasted. Then he damaged a corner of the image that showed a bit of Han Sen's hair. The moment the image of Han Sen's hair was damaged, Han Sen's actual hair was given a trim. He didn't know how it had happened, but there was nothing he could do to prevent it. The people that were watching the stream felt a chill. They knew Shadow Ghost could enter virtual images, but they didn't know he had a power like this. Everyone felt a chill. If Shadow Ghost trapped them in a picture, killing them would be as simple as damaging a camera. Some of the deified elites who were watching the video nodded in approval. They were impressed with Shadow Ghost's might. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Another creepy smile crossed Shadow Ghost's face. You're worth more alive. I'm going to take you with me to the Extreme King. You might be my best chance of becoming deified. Han Sen was looking at Shadow Ghost, who was outside the image, with an expressionless face. He said, do you really think you can capture me this way? Shadow Ghost replied with confidence, saying, my area has no limiting range. Furthermore, you are just a king. Even if you were deified, you couldn't escape the boundaries of my area. Really? Han Sen said. His left eye then flashed with a red light, and his body turned into a red shadow. Where is he? Shadow Ghost's face changed. Han Sen had disappeared from the picture. Where is he? The people who were watching the stream were shocked, too. They hadn't seen how Han Sen had managed to get out of the picture's frame. Arg! Shadow Ghost's sudden scream drew everyone's attention back to him. One of Shadow Ghost's eyes was bleeding. It seemed as if some scary power had penetrated his eye and sent a jolt of pain straight to his brain. Han Sen was standing behind Shadow Ghost. His Thunder God spike was dripping with blood. Next time you want to kill me, don't talk so much crap. Han Sen swung the Thunder God spike, flicking away the blood. He took the Wanji Rubik's Cube and flew away without looking back. Shadow Ghost's body fell through the emptiness of space. It appeared like he had been killed. Every noble watching the video stared in mute silence. Shadow Ghost was a nightmarish enemy, but he had been one-hit killed. The viewers were having difficulty wrapping their heads around the idea. Most of the kings, dukes, and nobles were unable to discern just how Han Sen had managed to kill Shadow Ghost, though. That was what scared the audience the most. Someone who had just become a king had managed to kill a half-deified warrior as quickly as they might kill a chicken or a cow. It was hard to believe. The video stream suddenly went black. The spectacle was over. Many of the viewers were still reeling from the shock, though. They hadn't yet figured out how to react. Han Sen turned off the Wanji Rubik's Cube and flew forward. He wanted to take a look at the items Shadow Ghost and Bar had been carrying, but he didn't have time. A scary presence was coming this way. Han Sen could sense that if it wasn't a deified elite coming for him, then it was a very terrifying half-deified being. It was most likely someone that he couldn't compete with on his own. Of course, not long after Han Sen flew away, a shadow appeared where Han Sen had been. That person looked at the dead Shadow Ghost and the frozen Bar. He waved his hand, bringing out a sword light. He used it to break Han Sen's ice, freeing Bar and the others. Once Bar and Thunder were freed, they caught sight of the new man and began to tremble. Lando, Shadow, from the race of the storm, screamed. He looked frightened. "Were you guys fighting Han Sen?" The person called Lando asked, his voice stern. "Yes," Shadow answered. He was very scared of Lando, but he still answered truthfully. After hearing Shadow's answer, Lando chased after Han Sen, his body moving so fast that the space around him seemed to groan. "I can't believe Lando is here. No matter how strong Han Sen is, that is one opponent that he won't be able to escape." Thunder finished his statement with a very long sigh. The traitor that the dragons hate the most. The inverse dragon Lando might not be deified, but he has killed enough of them. And they were deified dragons, of all things. A guy like him can't be dealt with by a king. Shadow's mood had mellowed somewhat. There are many elites in this universe, and there are many half-deified elites. But the scariest half-deified in existence has to be Lando, Thunder said. After a moment of thought, he went on to say, although the half-deifieds of the Extreme King are powerful, this guy could fight an entire generation of them. If I had to pick an enemy, I would prefer to choose a half-deified of the Extreme King over Lando. Lando is just too evil. Even Bar looked shaken. He wasn't scared of anything, and he would go anywhere. But aside from deified elites, there were two people he feared, the inverse dragon Lando. And xianxia of Sky Palace. If it was anyone else, he'd chase them down to the ends of the universe. Either that or he'd kill the person right where they were. But after seeing Lando, Bar had yet to say a single word. He just watched Lando go after Han Sen. He didn't dare follow. Han Sen is dead, Bar said to himself. Then, he flew out of the xianxia system. He no longer planned to chase Han Sen. Han Sen flew through the clouds at full speed. He kept changing direction, and he erased his scent and trail as he fled. But still, he couldn't shake the entity chasing him from behind. Han Sen could also feel that whatever was pursuing him was gaining. The gap between them was closing. When Han Sen finally reached the edge of the purple clouds, he saw someone emerge from the clouds behind it. The being was coming his way, and it was coming fast. "One of the dragon," Han Sen murmured. The man's dragon horns were particularly large, but he didn't have wings. He looked like a dragon hybrid. Han Sen was unable to shake the dragon's pursuit, so he stopped running. Lando came to a stop directly in front of Han Sen. Instead of striking, he just looked at Han Sen and asked, "You are the Han Sen that the Extreme King want? Would you believe me if I said no?" Han Sen smiled. Lando nodded. "Then come with me." "I could certainly come with you, but could you at least give me a reason that I should follow you?" Han Sen said without moving. Lando laughed. "I'm Lando. That should be reason enough." "You are Lando." Han Sen was shocked to hear this name. Because the factions of the Geno universe were so competitive, many people had been bribed by their enemies to betray their race. Some would become proper traitors, whereas others would merely become spies who carried information. Lando was the most famous traitor in the past few decades. When others became traitors, they usually just sold classified information. But Lando had the gall to cut off the head of his master, who was a deified dragon. He gave it to the ruler of the destroyed, who used it as a chair. Inverse Dragon Lando's name was known across the universe. When dragon culture was discussed, his name always came up. His actions were a shameful stain on the honor of the dragons. The dragons had wanted to kill Lando for a long time, but Lando might have been the greatest half-deified to ever exist. And he always worked with extreme caution. The king of the destroyed protected him, as well. So far, the dragons hadn't been able to touch him. Knowing this story, Han Sen looked at Lando's back. The man had no draconic wings. Lando was a pure dragon, but when he killed his teacher, the dying man had managed to tear off his dragon wings. They had never grown back. "Will you come with me now?" Lando asked in a gravelly voice. I'm not sure if I believe all the legends about you, but no matter who you are or how strong you are, I have to test your mettle for myself, Han Sen said. Right, if I was you, I wouldn't believe the stories about me, either. It's a shame that the Extreme King want you alive. If they didn't, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, Lando said. And then, he moved. He tried to grab Han Sen by his head. Han Sen didn't retreat. He sent his full power into Jedeskin. His body became like ice, and he threw his own palm against the hand that Lando had extended. The dragon's clutching fingers tore through the fabric of space, but Han Sen and Lando's hands were both bounced backward. Jedeskin's ice power hadn't been able to seal Lando. All dragons had a high resistance to every element, and of course, Lando was no exception to this rule. The next second, their fists collided once more. The bodies of the two had become deadly weapons. Their fingers, palms, fists, arms, elbows, legs, and knees moved too fast to track. Neither of them would take a step back. Rather than releasing their power, the fighters exchanged blows of raw physical power. Even that was enough to strain and stretch the fabric of space. Gotcha. The bones in Han Sen's fingers were unable to withstand that next scary hit. They broke. Han Sen's eyes widened. His Jedeskin made his body very strong, and although it was only at the first tier, his body was as sturdy as a half-deified's. Lando, however, had been able to break his fingers with a random punch. That was a disturbing amount of power. Lando's fists kept coming without reprieve. His eyes were perfectly calm as he unleashed his attacks, but his fists flew like a raging fire. Every punch took Han Sen's full attention. Han Sen's Jedeskin let out a groaning sound. His arm bones cracked under the next hit, and still, Lando did not relent. The dragon wasn't attacking Han Sen's weak spots, though. He was making sure to only strike Han Sen's arms and legs. Is this guy going to break all my limbs to drag me back alive? Han Sen looked at Lando's face, and he became certain that he had guessed correctly. FCKU, you're so cruel. Han Sen knew that his Jedeskin was too low level. If he had an 8th or 9th tier Jedeskin, he might have been able to fight against Lando. But right now, he was too weak. If this continued, Lando would completely shatter his arms and legs. The bodies of the dragons are so scary, but their true talent lies in using Avilbreaker powers, right? Lando is so strong, perhaps the tales are true. Han Sen's chest was growing tight with tension. He used movement abilities to fight with Lando. Guys like Lando, who favored raw aggression and violence, usually didn't develop a very sophisticated movement set. Lando had a very powerful body and amazing strength, and he could usually beat his enemies outright. He wouldn't have to study his enemies before engaging them in combat. But when Han Sen started to use his movement abilities, he noticed that they didn't benefit him much against Lando. It turned out that Lando could also move pretty well, and in that high-speed magical fight, Han Sen didn't have a single advantage. He had to fight Lando on even footing. After a few more hits, his arms felt as if they were about to break. Pang! Lando's fists came down on Han Sen's arms like hammers. His jade-covered arms had sustained too much damage, and cracks spread across them. When the final blow landed, they were completely broken. Lando's unstoppable fists flew forward to clobber Han Sen's chest. Han Sen's chest exploded like water, but the splashing water drew itself back together and reformed. His wounds recovered very quickly. The original Water King body wasn't as strong as Jedeskin, but its recovery speed was much better. It was quite useful, after all. Lando didn't keep attacking. He looked at Han Sen and said, "You either come with me now, or I turn you into a cripple. You live up to your reputation, Lando, but that doesn't mean I want to go home with you," Han Sen blinked and said. "How about this? Your body is so strong, yes. If you can withstand 3 of my blows without falling, I will stop fighting and let you take me back. Even if people come to save me, I will not run." Sure, Lando agreed to the proposition without a second thought. "You're a very determined man." Han Sen gave him a thumbs up. "Go ahead, then," Lando said coldly. "My 3 hits require some time to prepare, but in the meantime, I can't deal with your constant attacks. We have a deal. If you fight me before I finish my 3 attacks, then you lose," Han Sen said. "Strike," Lando said in an emotionless voice. His face was wholly unmoving. "That means you are agreeing. Take my first hit." "Then," Han Sen said. Then, he gathered up power in his fist. Jedeskin was running at full power, and he used the yin-yang blast method to strike Lando's chest. Lando remained where he was. He didn't dodge, and he didn't run. He allowed Han Sen's punch to fall on his chest. The punch was silent, but Han Sen had woven his scary ice-sealing power with the yin force. It drilled right into Lando's chest to freeze his organs. 2 more hits, Lando said, plumes of icy air flowing over his lips. He behaved as if nothing had happened at all. This guy is really scary, but I have only unlocked the first tier of Jadeskin. If I was also half deified, he wouldn't be acting so cocky. Han Sen took 2 steps back and frowned. After pausing, Han Sen had an idea. He gathered up power in his fist once more. But this time, he didn't punch Lando once. He cast a continuous punch, but the power was unleashed at an extremely slow speed. It was as if it was crawling like a snail. All of a sudden, Han Sen cast countless punches. The power of each punch was like a wave, and as they swept forward, they gathered together to become a terrifying force. As Han Sen kept attacking, the waves built up. The scary powers were multiplied. It was like a tsunami was now headed for Lando. The sea of clouds all around was shoved out of the way by Han Sen's waves. They created a large vacuum zone. The scary power coming for Lando was like the wind blowing through the galaxy. Lando's muscles tightened up. The muscles in his body were moaning with the groans of the dragon. He didn't attempt to avoid it. He simply endured the power unleashed by Han Sen, power that had been multiplied several times. Pang! Han Sen's power came down on Lando's body, annihilating his armor. That multiplied force of the attack was mind-blowing. Lando's king-class armor was turned to dust, and the remaining fragments were scattered everywhere. They glittered around him like a cloud of tiny stars. But when the scary power came crashing against Lando's muscles, the blood vessels were highlighted so well that they looked like tattoos. The shockwave-like attack struck Lando's muscles, and the attack crumbled. Lando's body remained uninjured. What a powerful body! Han Sen looked at Lando in shock. Although Han Sen hadn't expected to defeat Lando with that hit, he expected it to send the man staggering back. He didn't even twitch, though. That made Han Sen feel afraid. You only have 1 strike remaining. Lando's body was completely naked. His strong chest was emblazoned with a tattoo of a dragon. His face was impassive as he spoke. Han Sen went silent for a bit, and then he pulled out his Thunder God Spike. In that case, it's time to bring out the big guns. I hope you don't blame me later for what's about to happen. The Thunder God Spike wasn't a very destructive tool, but its paralytic power was difficult to withstand. Even a deified being would feel a blow from this weapon. No matter how strong Lando was, he couldn't be any stronger than a deified. Thinking of all this, Han Sen placed his power into the Thunder God Spike. Power crackled across the Thunder God Spike, bursting into waving colors like the northern lights. You really aren't going to dodge this thing? Han Sen asked, lifting the Thunder God Spike and looking at Lando. Lando didn't respond, but there was an obvious, albeit unspoken desire for Han Sen to just hurry up and get on with things. Han Sen was fine with that. He lifted his Thunder God Spike, aiming it to strike Lando in the head. He knew he would be unable to crack the man's head open, but the sheer amount of power that the spike could deliver should be enough to make Lando move. Pang! The lightning crackling all around the Thunder God Spike connected with the side of Lando's head, and the streaks of silver power went straight into his skull. Lando's head jerked back. Han Sen was so happy about this, and he thought this was sure to be the one. But Lando only moved his head. His entire body didn't move. Silver light streaked over Lando's head, and white smoke streamed from his hair, but he didn't seem to react to the hit. He straightened his neck out, and while lightning still flashed across the Thunder God Spike, it didn't seem to bother him. Han Sen was frozen. He couldn't summon words to speak. His body was strong too, but even he couldn't have endured the hit he had just dished out. Lando's complete lack of reaction was stunning. Lando used his fingers to touch the Thunder God Spike. He pushed it aside and said, "My body is already destroyed. There is no sensation within me. Pain, numbness, and dizziness don't exist in my body. The numbing effect brought on by lightning is ineffective against someone like me. All that did was give me a tiny buzz of electricity." "I see. No wonder the Thunder God Spike didn't work on you," Han Sen said with a wry smile. "Let's go." Lando turned around to leave. Han Sen hesitated a moment, but he did follow. He had no plans to escape. "You plan to keep your promise?" Lando looked at Han Sen. "Not really, but I knew trying to escape from you would be futile." Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. "You are an honest man," Lando said with surprise. Han Sen didn't say anything, but inside, he thought to himself, I can't even tell which direction we are headed. I don't even know where Bauer is. Running around the xianxia system won't solve anything. There must be many people like Lando after me. It's best to follow him now. If I run into any trouble up ahead, he will protect me. This isn't a bad idea for the time being. Han Sen followed Lando. Since the dragon noticed that Han Sen didn't seem likely to run off, he didn't tie Han Sen up. They flew through the clouds in a direction that Han Sen decided to call up, and after a while, they saw a group of people in front of them. Lando. The people screamed upon seeing Lando. And when they saw Han Sen, they were even more shocked. Lando, why are you with Han Sen? The king class leader asked Lando. Lando ignored him and kept flying. The king's face reddened with the snub, but he didn't complain to Lando. The people that were in Lando's way all backed off. They formed a path for him, with not one person trying to stand in his way. They knew better than that. But Han Sen wasn't so lucky. He tried to follow Lando, but the people circled around him, blocking his way forward. They clearly intended to take Han Sen down together. Lando, why are you going so fast? Come and deal with these guys. They're starting to annoy me, Han Sen said with disdain. The people had been preparing to beat Han Sen up, but when they heard him say this, they seemed shocked. They glanced between Han Sen and Lando. Han Sen had just spoken as if Lando was his subordinate. Don't get in his way. Lando commanded without even turning his head. For the first time, Han Sen started to realize how much fear Lando inspired in the people of the Geno universe. The moment he spoke, all the others backed away from Han Sen. Han Sen just flew by 100 kings. They all just watched him go, not doing anything to him. What should we do? Why is Han Sen with Lando? One of the kings asked their leader with confusion. No matter how strong Lando is he stronger than a true deified? With all the people that have come to the xianxia system, there must be someone who is stronger than Lando. If we release this nugget of news, we might be able to take advantage of the ruckus. The leader laughed darkly. Chapter 2472, Dark Area. Han Sen followed Lando through the sea of clouds. They encountered many elites who had come in search of Han Sen, but whenever those elites saw Lando, they gave him a wide berth. No one would dare to go against Lando, especially face to face. But Han Sen could still feel the weight of many eyes resting on him. And that sensation gradually increased as time went by. Technological gadgets were of no use in the xianxia system, but that didn't mean that the various bounty hunters had no way of tracking him. Many people with eyes and video powers, especially the kings with such talents, could watch Lando and Han Sen from tens of thousands of miles away. Lando simply flew forward, but he eventually came to a sudden stop. Han Sen could sense something odd ahead of them. As he looked forward, some shadows started to emerge from behind the green clouds. The figures all looked the same. Butterfly wings adorned with luscious patterns spread from their backs. Their bald heads each had 2 antennae dangling from them, and their bodies were clad in a black bug armor. There were 6 of these people. They flapped their wings and flew over to Lando. Han Sen observed the 6 of them, but he couldn't distinguish one from another. They all looked the same, and in their identical armor, they looked like sextuplets. Han Sen wasn't foolish enough to underestimate them based on their odd appearance, however. They were all 8th or 9th tier kings. Some of them might have even been half deified. It was made obvious that they were uniquely powerful by the way they dared to stand in front of Lando. Ordinary kings wouldn't dare bar his path. Lando, please do a favor for the 6 brothers. We would appreciate it, said the strange man leading them. Who are you guys? Lando asked lazily, not raising his eyes. You, the strange man in front hissed in anger. Fine, Lando. We were going to show respect to the king of the destroyed, but if you really have a death wish, the Butterfly Fairy 6 kings can help you fulfill it. After that, the 6 strange people flapped their wings and flew toward Lando. You find a safe place and sit tight. Wait for me there a little, Lando said calmly. Han Sen heard the order, and so he flew far away from that portion of the sea of clouds. The Butterfly Fairy 6 kings watched Han Sen leave, but they didn't give chase because Lando was watching them. So, they decided to surround Lando and deal with him before going after Han Sen. Han Sen kept flying without looking back. The Butterfly Fairy 6 kings used an area, and the butterfly wings on their backs glowed with 6 different colors. When the 6 areas and 6 colors came together across them all, it became a 6-color area. It locked Lando within its radius. Pang! Lando punched the 6-color area, but his blow had no effect. Han Sen was shocked as he glanced over his shoulder. All 6 of the butterfly fairies were half deified, there was no longer any doubt about that. Now that the 6 of them had combined their areas into one, the potency of their individual areas must have multiplied by that number, as well. If Lando's power wasn't enough to break that area, it was no wonder they had dared to threaten him to capture Han Sen for themselves. From afar, Han Sen heard one of the butterfly fairies say, "Lando, it doesn't matter how strong you are, you have fallen into our butterfly fairy 6 King's 6 fairy area. It will stop you from moving in any direction." Lando ignored their words and just started throwing punches around himself. The 6 fairy area trembled a little, but it didn't buckle and break. Upon seeing the situation, Han Sen turned and flew even faster. He was thinking to himself, it looks like Lando might not be able to kill those guys for some time. This is the perfect chance for me to escape. Wait for you, I'm too smart to sit around and wait for you to recapture me. Ignoring the situation behind him, Han Sen focused on trying to escape. He wanted to get as far away from Lando as possible. He had followed Lando for long enough to grasp where he was in the system. Although he could not determine exactly where Bauer was, he had a rough idea of which direction she had probably headed. Han Sen didn't head straight in Bauer's direction, though. He took the scenic route and went a long way around. He wanted to shake the beings that he knew were lurking in the clouds, watching his every move. But despite traveling so fast and so far, Han Sen wasn't stopped by anyone. He switched directions a few times as he made his escape, but still, no one tried to stop him. Weird. Why is no one coming after me? Han Sen wondered to himself. Then he finally figured it out. The people watching him were still scared of Lando. Because of that, they weren't going to capture Han Sen until he had escaped far enough from Lando. Upon this realization, Han Sen stopped trying to throw off his tails. Heading in a straight line, he sped up to leave Lando's region. Of course, when Han Sen had gotten a fair distance from Lando, there were some creatures that just couldn't resist the temptation of jumping out to ambush him. There were a few dozen kings that hailed from several different races. They were a very disorganized and eclectic group. None of them thought that they could defeat Han Sen individually, so they had formed a temporary alliance. Han Sen looked at them, and he noticed they weren't the same kings he encountered earlier. The group of kings from earlier were just a few yahoos. They just had numbers around 100 and nothing else. There were only 20 or 30 people in this group. 3 of them were half-deified, and it seemed as if they were the leaders of the temporary alliance. Han Sen, you should just surrender yourself. Don't make us hurt you, one of the half-deified leaders said to Han Sen. Han Sen didn't say a word. Instead, he replied by sending a quick punch toward them. He was thinking to himself, who do you think you are? FC King Lando, you're afraid you might hurt me. First, you need to have what it takes to hurt me. Seeing Han Sen move, the half-deified suddenly shouted, "Boss, there you go." Han Sen felt weird. He didn't know what the guy meant. He stopped moving and looked at another half-deified. This half-deified looked like a black tiger. He heard the call and roared, unleashing a black area. It looked to be attuned with the element of water. Han Sen wasn't afraid of a water element area due to the fact he had the original Water King body. He could use the water to his advantage. The water wouldn't hurt him. Before Han Sen's punch reached the half-deified's face, the black area settled around him. The other 30 kings used their own areas, as well. They had all kinds of areas, but when they overlapped the black tiger's area, the black area consumed them. The black area grew darker, and it suddenly made Han Sen feel as if he had fallen into an endless pit. He reached out with his hands, but he could no longer see his fingers. Not a water area. Han Sen was surprised. The dark area consumed the areas of the other kings, and then, it became a giant black object that looked like an egg. When the black tiger gathered up its power, that black object shrank, growing smaller and smaller. The darkness within it became thicker and thicker, however. The darkness started to feel like a liquid as it pressed against Han Sen. His body could move through it, but when the darkness became deeper, something started to resist his motion. It was like he was inside cement that was becoming solid. Soon after, his body was stuck and he could no longer move. Under the black tiger's area power, a 3-meter-tall, egg-like object formed and trapped Han Sen. Han Sen tried to deploy his Jideskin and break the black area, but he noticed that the darkness encasing him was as solid as it was terrifying. He couldn't move at all. What is this area? Han Sen felt strange, but he wasn't worried. The area seemed to consume the areas of others to empower its own, but it didn't actually deal any damage. All it seemed to do was trap him in the dark. If Han Sen really wanted to leave, he could use his super god spirit body to flee from the darkness. No matter how solid that darkness was, it couldn't bind him permanently. What's wrong, Han Sen? Not so cocky now. The kings all laughed loudly in unison. The dark area might have been solid, but it wasn't insulated against sound. Han Sen could hear what they were saying clearly. This area isn't bad. What is its name? Han Sen asked. The kings heard his question, and the half-deified that Han Sen conversed with earlier said, "This is Big Sky King's Black Big Sky King area. It has consumed 20 of our king area powers to trap you inside. And it doesn't just work on you, either. Even if Lando was here, we'd have shut him in there with you. If that was true, why didn't you try to capture me when Lando was around?" Han Sen asked with amusement. "We didn't want to offend the ruler of the destroyed," the king answered. "We don't need to talk to him. Let's take him to the extreme king so we can collect the bounty," another half-deified said, cutting off the conversation. Han Sen felt the darkness start to move. He knew that the kings were moving through the xianxia system, pulling the dark area along with them. Han Sen tried to use the Dongshuan area to get a better view of the dark area. He noticed that the substances composing the dark area were tightly woven, almost like a substance chain. This is a very powerful area. It is showing the signs of creating a substance chain. Maybe this black tiger is on the verge of becoming deified, Han Sen thought to himself. The black area absorbed the areas of others to become very hard. Han Sen used super spank, but he still couldn't break it. He decided to take a bit of a break. He was going to recover his energy before giving it another try. The kings were very excited. They pulled the egg-like area toward the edge of the xianxia system. But not long after, Han Sen heard a scream from outside his prison. That scream was the half-deified who had conversed with Han Sen earlier. After that scream, Han Sen heard something that sounded like space ripping. And then, everything grew quiet. Han Sen kept listening, but he couldn't hear any other sounds. Aside from that initial scream, there was no other sound to be heard. It was as if all the kings and half-deified people had suddenly run for the hills. Weird. Even if they saw an enemy, they should have said something. Why was there only one scream and then silence? Were they all killed before they could make a sound? Han Sen thought to himself. Gotcha. As Han Sen was considering what might have happened, he suddenly heard a sound like rocks breaking. Then, a beam of light broke through the darkness that surrounded him. The giant egg cracked, and a webwork of light spread across its surface. It eventually shattered completely, freeing Han Sen. What Han Sen saw next shocked him, though. Lando was hovering there, looking at him calmly. Han Sen coughed awkwardly into his hand. "I was afraid you would be unable to beat the butterfly fairy 6 kings, so I may have run farther than I should have. I was caught by these people and brought to where you are now." Han Sen had wanted to be taken by those people because he hoped they would take him farther away from Lando. But it seemed as if that plan hadn't worked out the way he'd hoped. "Let's go." Lando said nothing more. He turned around and started to fly away. Han Sen fell into place behind Lando again, but as they flew, he thought to himself, how was he able to find me so quickly? Even if he was able to defeat the butterfly fairy 6 kings with ease, I intentionally took a route that would have been difficult to follow. And this xianxia system is pretty much a maze. How was he able to tell where I was in such a short amount of time? Han Sen knew that he was missing something important. He immediately used the Dongshuan aura to check his body. It wasn't long before he felt something out of place in one of his fingers. The skin on his fingers was fine, but on a bone in one of the fingers in his left hand, there was a tadpole-shaped mark. That mark was tiny, and it didn't even release any power. Han Sen hadn't even noticed its presence until that moment. If he hadn't grown suspicious and used the Dongshuan aura to scan his body, he wouldn't have found that weird, gray symbol on one of his bones. Han Sen remembered that Lando had struck and cracked a few of his fingers. The mark must have been placed during that strike. That's why he feels so safe without physically binding me. It's because he already has a tracker on me. Something about the idea of being tracked everywhere he went made Han Sen deeply uncomfortable. But that gray mark wouldn't stop Han Sen. It was easy to remove, too. All he had to do was use his super god spirit body. But Han Sen didn't do anything about it just yet. He kept cool and pretended as if the mark had gone undiscovered. He continued to follow Lando. Lando, did you kill those butterfly fairy 6 kings? Han Sen asked, flying up next to Lando. Lando said quietly, I'm not a butcher. I don't kill when it isn't necessary. What about your master, then? You must have had a reason to kill him, Han Sen inquired. Emotion flashed over Lando's face, but it soon returned to normal. With that same cold tone of voice, he said, that is none of your business. Say something that is my business, then. Why are you taking me to the Extreme King? I didn't think someone like you would care about a reward, Han Sen said. There's a sword. Lando seemed like a nice person to chat with. He didn't sound like the teacher-slaying murderer the legend spoke of. Han Sen had imagined the man would be difficult to talk to, but that wasn't the case. What sword could be worth that much? If you want a weapon, I can give you a deified weapon. You'll find me easier to trade with than the Extreme King. Han Sen wanted to learn more. I only want that sword, Lando said as he moved forward. He didn't turn to look at Han Sen. A sword that you have to trade a life for must be very special. Why don't you tell me what is so special about this sword? Han Sen said with curiosity. Lando didn't respond. It was obvious he had no intention of telling Han Sen anything else about this sword that he wanted so badly. Han Sen started to say something else, but he suddenly heard the sound of something stampeding toward them through the clouds. It sounded like 1,000 horses running all at once. He raised his head and saw a group of unicorns burst through the clouds. They looked like an endless sea of white. All emotion left Lando's face. He spoke to Han Sen, saying, protect yourself. Now Han Sen knew another reason that Lando hadn't tied him up. Lando knew that the way back to the Extreme King wouldn't be safe. If he had to hold on to Han Sen in a fight, it would be too much trouble. Letting Han Sen run off on his own would allow Lando to focus his attention on whoever was attacking them. You're very calculating, but you've underestimated me. I am Han Sen. You think a mere tracking mark can beat me? Han Sen laughed sinisterly, but he didn't stick around to gloat. He ran off in the opposite direction. It wasn't long into his escape attempt that he saw a group of gold unicorns coming at him from another cloud. They were everywhere, and there were as many of these gold ones as there were white unicorns the other way. OSH*T. Why are there so many xenogeniacs? Han Sen drew his knife and ran straight into the unicorn herd. The sword lights flashed. Blood was everywhere. He immediately killed a few unicorns. Xenogeniac Duke hunted. Xenogeniac Gene found. They really are xenogeniacs. Han Sen kept pushing through the enormous herd of unicorns, massacring them as he went. His ghost teeth knife cut them down like a scythe through a wheat field. But he wasn't harvesting wheat. He was harvesting lives. The unicorns didn't relent. Han Sen kept slicing and dicing, and blood splashed all around him. He killed countless unicorns in no time at all. Han Sen suddenly heard a long scream. A glowing unicorn stepped through the herd. It was twice as large as the ordinary gold unicorns, and its horn was pure gold as well. It was thundering toward Han Sen, and its body seemed to strain the space around it as it ran. Han Sen slashed at the unicorn's horn. The blade and the horn collided with a metallic shriek. Han Sen bounced away a few hundred meters before coming to a stop. Before Han Sen restabilized, he saw another unicorn coming for him. This next one was black, and it radiated a terrifying amount of power. It was no weaker than the enormous gold unicorn. Han Sen sent a punch toward the black unicorn. The ice light landed on the black unicorn, but the creature shone with a black light. It was as if a shield manifested, blooming from the tip of the creature's horn. It was shaped like a spindle. The ice light, when it touched down on the shield, was ricocheted away. It had been completely unable to pierce the fusiform area the creature had created. Pang! The black unicorn smashed into Han Sen's body, breaking him in two. He turned into dust, but then his real body reappeared on the other side of the field of battle. As he turned, he saw another large unicorn coming for him. This one was a stark white. OSH*T. Why are the white unicorns coming for me, as well? Isn't Lando over there? He began to wonder if Lando had played a trick on him. But when he looked closer, he saw Lando engaged in combat with a rainbow-colored unicorn. The rainbow-colored unicorn was emitting a rainbow-colored god light, but as he watched the light shimmer and warp reality around it, he knew that it was a deified unicorn. How unlucky am I to encounter this deified xenogeniac? Han Sen felt depressed. Even Lando wouldn't be able to handle a deified xenogenic. It seemed as if the situation was going from bad to worse. Since the rest of the unicorns couldn't get anywhere close to the fight between Lando and the deified unicorn, they came for Han Sen instead. Han Sen had already encountered 4 half-deified unicorns, and now there was an entire ocean of lesser unicorns coming after him. If Han Sen stayed to fight, he'd wear his hand down to nubs even if the unicorns lined up so he could kill them one by one. When a red unicorn also began running toward him, Han Sen had an idea. His left eye flashed with red. He turned into a bloody shadow and hopped into the red unicorn's eyes. Losing their target in the blink of an eye left all the unicorns shocked and confused. They looked around, trying to find Han Sen, but none of them could figure out where he had gone. Han Sen didn't stop in the eye of the red unicorn, though. He immediately teleported into the eye of another unicorn. He kept bouncing through the herd of unicorns, never staying in any particular host for more than a second. Although 4 of the unicorns were half-deified, Han Sen wasn't really scared of them. What unsettled him was the strange timing of the unicorns' arrival. Han Sen felt like there were larger forces at work here, forces that he hadn't yet identified. He kept moving through the unicorn herd, flickering between the eyes of the beasts. By doing this, he was able to inch his way to the edge of the battleground. He kept watch over the unicorns as he moved, trying to discern what had inspired their sudden attack, but he still hadn't noticed anything out of place. Did I overthink this? I guess their attack was a good thing, all in all. At least this way, I can escape Lando. He's still trying to fight that deified unicorn and all the rest. I don't think he'll make it. Even if he does make it out, he won't be able to catch me again, Han Sen thought. By this time, he had made it to the edge of the unicorn horde. He came out of the eye of the furthest one and tried to fly away unnoticed. Pang! Han Sen felt as if he had run face first into a steel board. He reeled back, his nose weeping blood. What is this? Han Sen looked forward but he couldn't see anything. He reached out his hand to touch whatever he had crashed into, and he realized it was some sort of invisible shield. There's something wrong here. Han Sen touched the invisible shield. His body flew up a few hundred miles, but his hands kept in contact with the shield. There was no end to it. Han Sen traveled another 1,000 miles, but there was no sign that the invisible shield would end anytime soon. He had no idea how far it went. What is this? Who is doing this? Han Sen was shocked. If that shield covered the entire battleground, then that meant there had to be an additional deified being who was pulling strings in this battle. Only someone of that level could create a shield so strong and large. Han Sen opened his Dongshuan aura and used the purple butterfly in his right eye to see if he could discern more about the invisible shield. He immediately saw that the thing prohibiting his passage was an invisible substance chain wall. He looked ahead and saw that the wall surrounded the entire area. There was no end to it. There really is a deified elite behind all this. Han Sen took a deep breath. He didn't understand why the deified elite hadn't revealed itself and fought. He only knew that the deified had locked down the battleground, and now, Han Sen couldn't escape. Suddenly, Han Sen's left finger grew hot. A beam of gray light emerged from his finger, glowing from the symbol painted onto one of his metacarpals. The mark seemed to fade away from his finger, and the gray light formed the image of Lando in front of him. Stop running. This place has been locked down by a deified elite. We need to kill every xenogeniac here. Otherwise, we die, said the mark that had turned into the shadow of Lando. Why? Han Sen frowned. There is no why. We simply aren't strong enough to have any other options. I may not like this, but someone is using us as chess pieces right now. Lando's shadow slowly disappeared. It seemed as if the power was extinguished. Lando had placed the mark on Han Sen to keep him on a leash, but now he had simply torn the mark off. That told Han Sen how serious of a situation they were in. Lando wasn't bluffing. Han Sen had only been hovering there for a short time when the horde of unicorns found him again. They rushed toward him in a crazed mass. Han Sen didn't use his blood-eye evil god power this time. Instead, he drew his ghost teeth knife and thunder god spike. With them in hand, he plunged into the field of battle. In a few seconds, he slew 12 unicorns. Xenogeniac Duke hunted. White unicorn. Xenogeniac Gene found. Obtained white unicorn beast soul. After killing a few more unicorns, Han Sen received this beast soul announcement. Han Sen took a quick glance into his sea of soul and noticed that it was a Mount Beast soul. He could use it to travel, but it wouldn't fight. In this situation, using a mount would be pointless. There were too many other unicorns about. Maneuverability was incredibly important right now, and using a mount would be too cumbersome. The unicorns came in 7 different colors. The colors he had seen thus far included black, white, purple, red, gold, blue, and green. The unicorns of each color were divided into ordinary dukes, kings, and half-deifieds. Each color possessed different area powers. Just like the demon bug Qin Bai that Han Sen used to use, the unicorns' powers could be overlapped and increased. But while Han Sen's old shield was a purely defensive Bai, and the areas of the unicorns could also be used to attack, Han Sen had to deal with the group of unicorns and fight 7 unicorn kings at the same time. It was a very chaotic fight. There were simply too many unicorns. Although Han Sen was able to avoid engaging directly with the unicorn kings, he had his hands full just killing the lesser unicorns. The blood that flowed in his wake was like a river. Han Sen's hands soon grew tired. FCK, what is going on? Han Sen looked over to Lando, who was still fighting that deified unicorn. Han Sen was so far away that he couldn't see their battle clearly, though. All he could see was the shifting light of 7 colors. He knew the deified unicorn had the upper hand. Lando was having a hard time dealing with the creature's attacks. I hope the legends about him are true, and he can actually take down a deified xenogeniac. If those tales aren't true, I don't think he will last very long. Han Sen gritted his teeth. While Han Sen and Lando fought, a giant turtle hovered above the clouds. That giant turtle was carrying a pavilion upon its back. A dragon man and a deified of the destroyed were drinking tea together. Behind the dragon man was a female dragon servant holding a Wanji Rubik's Cube. It was filming Han Sen and Lando's battle. Every person in the Geno universe was watching the tremendous fight unfold. Closa, it doesn't look like you are going to win. The dragon man sipped tea and smiled at the destroyed. Winning or losing, it's all the same to me. If I lose, you can have Lando and Han Sen. I won't get in the way of that. But if you lose, you won't betray our terms, will you, Dragon 1? Closa's 6 eyes looked at the dragon man while he spoke. We dragon always keep our promises. If Lando and Han Sen can kill all of these unicorns and survive, the dragon will leave the xianxia system and cease all involvement in this matter, Dragon 1 said firmly. Although the dragon man was being referred to as Dragon 1, he wasn't the same Dragon 1 that Han Sen had seen before. This was the Dragon 1 of a previous generation. In that case, let's wait for the result. Closa grabbed his cup of tea and had a sip. He looked rather relaxed. Dragon 1 could see that Closa didn't appear worried. He smiled and asked, "You aren't afraid of Lando being killed by that deified unicorn? If that happens, what will you tell the king of the destroyed? He is just a servant. If he joins the extreme king, he knows he might sacrifice his ties to the destroyed," Closa said slowly. His face didn't move a muscle. After that, Closa's expression became interested. He looked at Dragon 1 and said, "I'm afraid this is the dragon's best chance at capturing Lando. If you fail, how will you explain that to the king of the dragons? Lando has to die. You really think he can defeat a deified being all alone?" Dragon 1 shot back, his tone dripping with derision. Han Sen is still there. Closa laughed. He's just a first-tier king. It doesn't matter how experienced he might be, he's no more than a strong ant, Dragon 1 growled. Closa didn't say anything more. He looked at the dragon servant holding the Wanji Rubik's Cube and said, "I can't believe that someone as strong and smart as you has decided to use the live stream of the Thousand Treasures Alliance to his advantage. No matter the resource, I can find ways to make use of it," Dragon 1 said with a chilly smile. All the creatures in the Geno universe were watching this stream if they had the time. But the video that Dragon 1 was streaming wasn't as polished as the previous videos that had come from the Treasure Identifier Elder. He didn't have a professional team to handle the video, so he just played it straight to the broadcasting networks, one as things happened. There was no editing or cleanup. So, many creatures were unable to see that Lando was actually fighting a deified unicorn. They could only see a video of flashing lights. It was like the lights you'd see at the end of the world. In Han Sen's fight, high-level kings and dukes were able to make out a bit more. So, most of the kings, dukes, and nobles tuned into Han Sen's battle. Some powerful elites focused on Lando in his fight against the deified unicorn. They knew that Lando's performance would determine whether both he and Han Sen lived or died. But they also wanted to know more about just how strong Lando truly was. Although Lando had once killed a deified elite, most elites believed there had to be more to the tale. After all, Lando's teacher wasn't just an ordinary deified, and the way that Lando slew his teacher indicated that they were missing information. This is too scary, that Han Sen is surrounded by kings and half-deifieds, and yet he hasn't lost his advantage. He has killed so many unicorns. He's even managed to bring down 2 king unicorns. What impressive power. It's a shame, really. If he hadn't been reckless enough to kill an extreme king prince, he could have become famous across the entire universe. I think that xianxia has the most cause to be upset about what has happened. Han Sen's genes aren't stable, and yet she actually brought him all the way up to king class. I can't imagine how many resources and how much effort was spent on him to get that done. But now, it's all gone. We don't even know if what Han Sen has done will affect her. Xianxia is smart. When Han Sen received Kong Fei's deified feather, many normal elites wanted to adopt him. But xianxia was the one that took him in and brought him up to king class. No one expected Han Sen to become this strong when he reached king. I bet those other elites really regret it now. What would they be regretting? No matter how strong he is, he's just a king. Not even a deified could get out of a predicament like this, let alone a king. Killing. Crazy killing. Han Sen didn't know how many unicorns he had killed so far, but after dealing out so much death, it seemed that a hazy red film had formed over his vision. Kacha. The head of a king-class black unicorn was hewn open by Han Sen. As blood poured out of the severed head, Han Sen rammed a hand into it and pulled out a crystal. He put it in his mouth. It was the king-class unicorn's xenogenic gene. Han Sen immediately swallowed and refined it. The gene filled up his king-class genes and restored his energy. After having to kill so many enemies, he had lost a lot of his strength. He couldn't use his Dongshuan armor to recover his power quickly, so he absorbed power from space itself. But even then, it wasn't enough to sustain him in a fight like this. Instead, Han Sen used Consume to quickly refine the king-class gene. The power kept Han Sen in the game. He would have collapsed by now if he hadn't done this. The whole cloudscape of the xianxia system had been painted in blood. The unicorns had no fear of death, and that was especially true of the 7 unicorn kings. All of them wielded god lights, and the rainbow area they produced was causing Han Sen a lot of trouble. Because Han Sen had the blood-eye evil god beast soul, he could transport himself into the eyes of one of the unicorns if he found himself in danger. If he hadn't done that every now and again, he would have already been skewered by the 7 unicorn kings. Han Sen had tried jumping into the eyes of the 7 unicorn kings. He wanted to attack them from inside their eyes, to see if he could kill them from within. But the eyes of the 7 unicorn kings were special. The eyes of each unicorn king were a different color, and it was impossible to see their pupils, irises, or even the whites of their eyes. Something about their multicolored eyes kept them from reflecting Han Sen's image. So, he couldn't use his blood-eye evil god beast soul on them. 7 half-deifieds were now attacking him. An ordinary king would have long since been killed by their rainbow-colored power. Han Sen depended on the blood-eye evil god beast soul, and that was how he was able to last so long without being hurt. After Han Sen consumed another king-class gene, he suddenly had a weird announcement play in his head. King-class genes have reached 100. Battle body area is ready for evolution. Han Sen grinned. He had absorbed many king-class genes before, and after absorbing those last few, his collected sum had now reached 100. It was just as he had expected, too. 100 king-class genes could increase the tier of his area by 1. Without any hesitation, Han Sen chose to level up his Jadescan area. He couldn't use his Dongshuan area unless he was using Dollar's identity, so Jadescan had become his primary power. Han Sen used the genes to level up his Jadescan area, and when he did, a cool feeling flowed through his flesh and bones. It was like his body was a dried-up riverbed, and water was suddenly flowing through it once more. After the modification of his genes, his cells started to change, making Han Sen's body glow. He looked perfect, like some newborn deity. The fight had exhausted Han Sen, but now, he was in his best shape. No, he was doing better than he was in his best shape. Pang! An icy light-covered ghost teeth knife. It came down on the head of one king unicorn, and it cut the 3rd-tier king in its area in half. Han Sen began murdering everything around him. It was like he was in a herd of sheep. When his knife light flashed, many unicorns died in an instant. He increased his area level during a fight. All of the race elites were frozen. If a fighter increased their king area, their personal strength actually decreased briefly during the process. Leveling up an area modified one's genes to spark an evolution of one's cells. The body was slightly weakened while this change was underway, and although it was nothing life-threatening, it was best to choose a safe and secure location while undergoing such a process. Accidents were best avoided. The idea of fighting while leveling up an area at the same time was simply ridiculous. The evolution of Han Sen's area had happened too fast. Most of the changes happened within seconds. Evolving at that rate wasn't rare in the Geno universe, but it usually only happened with primitive creatures. The genes of a primitive creature had unknown possibilities, and under the influence of an exterior force, they could evolve quickly. The higher the level of the creature was, the more solid their genes were. It became harder to evolve, so the speed of every evolution was slower. Han Sen was already king class, and he moved up an entire tier in just a second. To the elites who were watching the video stream, it seemed unbelievable. Maybe it's because his genes aren't stable. There are way too many possibilities, and that is why he evolved so fast, many of the king class people thought. Regardless, they couldn't avert their gazes from Han Sen. Jadeskin had achieved its second-tier area. Han Sen's body's power and speed were increased, but it still wouldn't be enough for him to beat that 7-colored unicorn. Pang! Han Sen was fighting like mad. A crack appeared in the sky, and it was coming his way. Pang! A huge number of unicorn bodies were suddenly torn apart by that crack in the fabric of space. Han Sen avoided its power, but then someone fell from that rent in space. Lando. Han Sen was shocked. Lando had apparently created the crack. Lando's dragon tattoo was flashing. There was a bloody hole in it, and the hole went all the way through Lando, revealing the clouds that floated behind him. Seeing Lando like this, Han Sen realized that things were going very badly. Lando couldn't keep fighting that deified unicorn, and now there was a gaping hole in his body. If Lando was killed, then the deified unicorn's next target would be Han Sen. How could he not be scared? Lando, are you okay? Han Sen shouted at Lando, but he didn't dare go closer to the man. The deified rainbow unicorn was coming. It looked as if it had just teleported through the fabric of the universe to land on Lando. The dragon tattoo on Lando's body flashed. His hair was a bloody mess. His body suddenly jerked to the side and dodged the rainbow laser attack of the deified unicorn. But his chest was still bleeding from the hole. It wasn't healing. Lando looked calm and composed, but Han Sen could tell that his power was waning. It was still impressive that a half-deified had done battle with a deified creature for so long, though. But if he died, Han Sen would be left to face the deified unicorn alone. That would be extremely dangerous. Try to live. Use everything you have to live. Lando was floating in the air. His eyes didn't look frightened, and he didn't look at the bloody hole in his chest. He just went on pretending it didn't exist. Han Sen then remembered Lando mentioning that his body had been destroyed and he could no longer feel pain. The dragon's groan rolled across the sky, and blood showered down like rain. Lando was fighting the deified unicorn once more, but all Han Sen could see was the countless droplets of blood in the sky. They landed on the clouds and soaked into them. It was obviously Lando's dragon blood. This is pretty bad. We have to find a way to escape this place. Han Sen had tried to get out many times, but his power wasn't enough to break the substance chains that formed their invisible prison. He would have to use his super god spirit body, otherwise, he had no chance of escaping. Why are there no other xenogenics or races watching us? If anyone was beyond this invisible shield, I could use my eyes to just teleport outside. Han Sen was depressed. He kept looking around, but he couldn't see a single creature. Han Sen guessed that someone had locked the place down on purpose. Otherwise, something would surely have come to watch the fight. What kind of people want us dead so badly? Han Sen shouted, turning his face up to the sky. He hoped to get some useful information from Lando. No one wants you dead. We are just fighting bulls in an arena, Lando's voice echoed back. He was shockingly calm. It was as if, in addition to being unable to feel pain, he could no longer muster emotions. Han Sen understood what Lando meant immediately. They had become contestants in a sport. They weren't matadors trying to baiting bulls while onlookers cheered, they were dogs fighting in a ring. The reason that the scary deifieds hadn't personally killed them was simple: the deifieds were enjoying the fight itself. Whether Han Sen and Lando lived or died, someone would still be entertained. Their desperation to survive kept them fighting, but after realizing what was going on, Han Sen wasn't optimistic about his odds of surviving this. He wasn't optimistic at all. No one wanted to be a dog that stubbornly continued to fight a losing battle. But he had no choice. He was like a puppet on strings. That powerless feeling made Han Sen's chest made it feel like he was being crushed. Pang! In the clouds, another crack had been torn in space. Lando had just been sent flying. His body was covered in blood, and there were wounds all over him. But even so, he was still fighting. It didn't look as if he was going to give up. Lando's eyes were clear and focused. Han Sen could practically feel his desire. It was like he was saying, "You don't like this? Then use your power to defeat them." Boom. Lando had blood all over him, but he still gathered himself and charged back toward the deified unicorn. It looked as if he was going to fight until the last drop of blood was depleted. Lando would never give up. Lando's emotions were mirrored in Han Sen's heart, as well. This powerless feeling made him recall everything he had been through in his life. He had so many questions. His brain was full of things he needed to have explained. But no one else could. He was looking for answers all alone. Han Sen knew no one was going to give him answers, and that was because he was too weak. Like his father, Han Yufei, he had chosen to suffer everything alone to keep his wife and children protected. And he hadn't divulged his past to anyone, not even Han Sen. And that was because Han Sen was a kid with no power. Telling Han Sen would have been useless. It would only put a greater weight upon his shoulders. A father didn't want his kids to suffer or bear a weight they were never supposed to endure. People other than Han Sen's father had different motives for withholding information. Rather than trying to protect Han Sen, they simply thought he was weak. What was the point in giving secrets to someone who was weak? It wouldn't help them at all, and it might only lead to trouble. But Han Sen had to explore these questions because when it was dark and quiet, they ran endlessly through his mind, looping over and over again. He might hate the feeling of being powerless, but there was nothing he could do about it. Weak, not respected, without the authority to choose his destiny. That was all because he wasn't strong enough. The feelings on Lando's face were also deep inside Han Sen's heart. This was why Han Sen wanted so desperately to be strong. He craved those answers. This debt, I want those FCKERS to pay me back. Han Sen gnashed his teeth as the blood inside his body boiled. The killing continued, and the 7 unicorn kings couldn't suppress Han Sen any longer. He killed countless unicorns, and they screamed at Han Sen in rage. They must have really hated him. Suddenly, Han Sen saw rainbow lights pouring down from the sky. Many of the unicorn kings tried to use their areas to shield themselves from the light. The unicorns left exposed to the light suddenly caught on fire. The light even reached those 7 unicorn kings, and they burned under the radiance. Their bodies started to fade. Oh no, Han Sen thought. He saw the black unicorn scream to the sky. A vacillating area of darkness had formed outside the creature's body. Suddenly, it was coming for Han Sen. It now moved so much faster than it had before, so much faster than Han Sen was capable of moving. Han Sen wanted to use his blood-eye evil god beast soul, but it was too late. He lifted his ghost teeth knife and thunder god spike. He positioned them in front of his chest to block the incoming strike of the black unicorn. Pang! Han Sen's body shot away like an iron ball being fired from a cannon. Blood filled his mouth, and he heaved it out in a long spray. His chest felt as if it had exploded. When the deified unicorn's power had buffed the unicorn kings, the black unicorn's speed and power had increased. Han Sen's second-tier Jadeskin wasn't enough to fight it. Before Han Sen's body came to a stop, 2 white lights blazed from the white unicorn king's eyes. They broke Han Sen's body. Han Sen's body exploded like water, but he quickly recoalesced. Han Sen's body regained its familiar features once again, but Han Sen's face looked very pale. He had his original Water King body to save his life, but he was still injured. Now that the Unicorn Kings had been buffed up by the deified unicorn, Han Sen was no longer a match for them. The deified unicorn's buff is so scary. If he did that to me, how powerful might I become? Han Sen's face cycled through expressions. Now the purple and gold unicorn kings were coming Han Sen's way. Their scary area powers created fusiform shields. The different colored shields had different powers. The next second, the purple and gold unicorn kings hit Han Sen, crushing his body. The moon doppelganger exploded. Han Sen's true self appeared on the other side. Without hesitating, Han Sen turned into a blood shadow and fired himself into the eyes of a Duke-class unicorn. Pang! Han Sen had only just entered the eyes of that Duke-class unicorn when a red light fell on the unicorn, bursting the creature's head into bloody chunks. Han Sen didn't stop, he teleported into another Duke unicorn's eye. Pang! The result was exactly the same. That Duke-class unicorn's skull was broken again, but this time, it was via a black light. Han Sen kept trying to move around with his eye powers, but he was discovered every time. Without an ounce of hesitation, the Unicorn Kings merrily killed the unicorns Han Sen fled into. 7 Unicorn Kings whinnied into the sky, and many of the other unicorns turned around to run away. Clearly, they understood Han Sen's eye skill, and they weren't going to give him a chance to use it anymore. Seeing all this, many dukes and nobles sighed. It is game over for Han Sen and Lando. Ordinary people often sympathized with an underdog. Han Sen and Lando were the best of their level, but now people were sympathizing with them. Lando was already injured, so it didn't look as if he would last much longer. Han Sen's eye skills had been his best chance of survival at this point. If he couldn't use those eye skills, his end wouldn't be any prettier than Lando's. Closa, the table is set. Your expectations of that traitor were too high, it appears. Dragon 1 sipped tea from his teacup and smiled coldly. It isn't the end just yet. It's still difficult to determine who the winner will be. Closa continued to smile. What, does that traitor still have a few tricks up his sleeve? Dragon 1 frowned as he looked at Lando, who was still in battle. Who knows? It's difficult to say, isn't it? Closa said in a mysterious tone of voice. Pang! Another big explosion rocked the battle. Lando was sent flying away again. By this point, his injuries were very dire. There were 3 bloody holes in his chest, plus countless wounds and scrapes across his body. He was bleeding all over, and his body was beginning to run out of blood to spill. His injuries were so serious that any other half-deified would be immobilized by the pain. In their agony, they'd literally scream themselves to death. But Lando still moved as if he didn't have any pain. He just looked a bit pale. The rainbow unicorn was coming for him again. Its eyes were like pieces of glass that reflected the entire universe. The rainbow light was headed for Lando again. In its eyes, it looked as if it held the very essence of life and death. Lando's body danced in the sky, but he no longer had the strength to dodge the attacks that came his way. The scary rainbow light was going to perforate his head. Everyone thought this was the moment Lando would be killed. No matter how strong the body of a dragon might be, it couldn't be revived if the head was annihilated. Only a very few of the dragon could ever be fully reborn. Lando suddenly groaned like a dragon. But when Han Sen looked at him a little closer, he could see that the groan didn't actually come from Lando's mouth. It came from his back. The purple draconic tattoo on Lando's back had started moving. It grew, spreading to cover his entire back. It glowed with a purple light. Purple air hissed out of the dragon tattoo, making it appear as if the dragon tattoo was a living entity. Lando was in the air. He threw his fist in a punch toward the rainbow light. The purple dragon tattoo shone on his back, and the purple air wrapped around his arm in a shroud. It was like the spine of a dragon was wrapped around that launched fist. A purple dragon came out of the fist and hit the unicorn's rainbow light. The 2 powers hit each other inside the clouds, and suddenly, a hole was torn right through space. A giant black hole appeared there and started sucking everything inside. But there was no explosion. Huh, isn't that the demon hell dragon tattoo from Dragon 2? Why would it be on the traitor? Dragon 1 stared at the purple tattoo on Lando's back. The demon hell dragon tattoo has very special powers. The legends say it comes from Dragon 2 of the prior generation. The same Dragon 2 who was Lando's master. Dragon 2 created it in the hope of challenging Dragon 1. It was a shame he was beheaded by his student before he could use it, Closa said with a smile. It looks like the demon hell dragon tattoo wasn't destroyed. That traitor took it for himself. Very good, very good. Instead of being shocked, Dragon 1 was actually happy. He looked at the demon hell dragon tattoo with excitement. The last generation's Dragon 2 wanted to obtain Dragon 1's seat. He used his deified body as a base and refined his blood into a tattoo that became known as the demon hell dragon tattoo. It was quite the treasure. Not many dragons knew about that treasure. And no second dragon wanted to try it because it was too painful. Using his own body and his dragon blood to create the demon hell dragon tattoo meant that Dragon 2 put himself into a smithy's furnace to be forged. That pain wasn't something that just anyone could endure. It was like taking a trip to hell, where you would have to endure endless torture. That was why it was called Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo. Dragon 2 of the prior generation suffered for 10,000 years to create this treasure that was called the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo. He had planned to use it to rise within the dragon ranks. When that Dragon 2 died, the other dragons thought the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo was destroyed. After all, the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo was created by Dragon 2. It was a part of his body. But no one thought the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo had actually ended up on Lando's body. Not only that, but he could apparently control it. Seeing the power of the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo, it was obviously something that had reached deified status. It could create substance chains. Lando himself hadn't yet become deified, but already he could make the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo manifest in an incredibly powerful way. If he became deified and was able to use the full power of the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo, the power he could unleash would be even scarier. You knew Lando had the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo? Dragon 1 asked, looking at Cloza. How was Lando able to kill his teacher if he had the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo? Are you so naive that you think a half-deified can easily slay a deified? Cloza asked, his voice grating. Dragon 1 wasn't angry. He laughed and said, good. Today I will claim the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo, too. Then, the grudge will be over. What? Despite being a dragon, you have no confidence in what the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo can achieve. Cloza licked his lips as he spoke. That tattoo is strong, but Uncle Dragon 2 had only created the prototype. It isn't entirely finished, and you're underestimating the power of the xianxia unicorns. They aren't just ordinary deified creatures, Dragon 1 said with certainty. Worry suddenly passed over Cloza's face. He looked at the deified unicorn and Lando. Han Sen was getting chased by the unicorn kings. The herd of unicorns was fleeing as fast as they could, so he couldn't use his eye ability to escape. He frowned. The gold unicorn king pursued Han Sen relentlessly. The beast clearly wanted to end him. You won't treat me with any respect unless I show my teeth, huh? Han Sen thought angrily. He gathered up all the power he had, then he lifted the Thunder God spike and thrust it toward the gold unicorn's fusiform area. Dong! The area and the Thunder God spike clashed against each other, unleashing a scary fountain of sparks. The impact ripped the fabric of space. Han Sen felt as if his arms were about to be shaken loose, and his entire body was pushed back by the force of that fearsome power. Han Sen held tightly to the Thunder God spike. His Judescan power was running at max capacity, but it still wasn't enough to repel the gold unicorn's power. Han Sen used all the might he could muster, and it felt like he was pulling power all the way from his toenails. The blood pulse sutra was boiling inside Han Sen's body, and his blood roared through his veins like a runaway train. Boom! Suddenly, a force shook Han Sen from the inside out. He could sense an invisible cogwheel in front of him. His body was the center of the cogwheel, the big red cogwheel. The blood pulse sutra is going to become king class. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't expected the blood pulse sutra to level up without an enormous amount of conscious effort on Han Sen's part. The blood pulse sutra's self-cogwheel started to spin. It did so in unison with other cogwheels of the universe. Because Han Sen's body was in motion, he couldn't open the Universal Core Hall's door. But after the Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel moved, Han Sen noticed something strange. The other self-cogwheels that Han Sen had spun could push the Universal cogwheels around them. Judescan's cogwheel could push 7, and the Dongshuan Sutra's cogwheel could push many. The Blood Pulse Sutra, though, couldn't push any of the nearby Universal cogwheels. Somehow, though, Han Sen still sensed that many Universal cogwheels were connected to it. Han Sen didn't understand what was going on, and he had no idea what the area power of the Blood Pulse Sutra might be. When he activated his mutant blood area, no actual area powers were emitted. And yet, his fitness increased a lot. Fighting the Unicorn Kings wasn't all that difficult for him now, and he was now moving quickly enough to evade their attacks. Pang! Han Sen spun the Thunder God spike in his hand and jabbed it into the gold unicorn's area. Then Han Sen leapt up, dodging another unicorn's laser light. Lando's Demon Hell Dragon tattoo was getting brighter. The scary purple dragon air rising from the tattoo was condensing into substance chains. It became a giant purple dragon upon Lando's body. The xianxia unicorn's face looked grim. The rainbow colors in its eyes flashed repeatedly, as if the universe was dying and being reborn inside them. Lando roared, and a giant purple dragon shook everything around them. It looked as if he was going to swallow the entire world. The light in the xianxia unicorn's eyes deepened, combining until all the colors had mixed into a uniform gray. The gray light shot out, heading for the raging purple dragon. When the gray light and giant purple dragon collided, the whole world seemed to go quiet. The powers collided in near silence, and for a moment, nothing seemed to happen. A small vortex appeared between them, then began to expand, growing until it was exerting a powerful drag on everything in sight. It was like space itself was falling into an abyss. Han Sen and the Unicorn Kings were still engaged in battle when Han Sen felt the vortex pulling him toward Lando and the xianxia unicorn. And Han Sen wasn't the only one affected. The Unicorn Kings, the fleeing unicorn herd, and even the clouds around them were all being sucked into the vortex. Once they fell inside, they vanished. Han Sen cast his own powers, but he couldn't fight off that force of suction that was dragging him in. Not even a half-deified king unicorn could escape it, so the chances of Han Sen escaping it were nil. Seeing that he was about to be sucked into the dark swirl, Han Sen prepared to return to the sanctuary. Just before he activated his power, though, he felt someone grab his arm and pull him back from the abyss. Han Sen raised his head and saw that it was Lando who had grabbed him. Pang! Han Sen heard the sound of something breaking. Under the tremendous power of the vortex, the invisible walls composed of substance chains started to crumble. The walls shattered like glass and began to fall into the abyss. Go! Lando shouted. The arm that was holding Han Sen swung as Lando hurled Han Sen away from the vortex. In the next second, Han Sen found himself thousands of miles away, and he was still flying. As he flew back, Han Sen heard a distant shout. The gray light inside the xianxia unicorn looked like a laser that could destroy the whole universe. It was being fired at Lando again. A dragon roar shook space itself, and Lando's whole body became a giant purple dragon that struck the gray light. Han Sen watched as the gray light pierced straight through the giant dragon body. The huge form suddenly dissolved into purple smoke. Lando's body was sent flying, still trailing streamers of that smoke. His body was twitching spasmodically. He was dying. Han Sen was shocked. He thought Lando had thrown him away because the man believed he could defeat the xianxia unicorn. But now, it seemed as if that wasn't the case. Why is he doing this? He doesn't seem like the sort of guy who would care about the lives of others. Why would he save me moments before losing? Han Sen kept thinking about it, but he was unable to understand. Why should I care? He has nothing to do with me, anyway. Han Sen summoned his power and added to the force of Lando's throw, boosting himself away from there. Lando's body was floating amidst the clouds. The light of the demon hell dragon tattoo grew faint. It required a life force to remain active. Lando's life force was fading. He couldn't support the demon hell dragon tattoo any longer, and the tattoo fell from his body. In the end, I still couldn't attain that last step. Lando could see the xianxia unicorn coming for him. He could see the unicorn's eyes glowing gray. A powerful gray beam came from its eyes. Lando looked so calm, though, and it was as if he didn't care whether he lived or died. It was as if he wouldn't feel any pain, and he wouldn't. He quietly closed his eyes, peacefully waiting for that final moment to come. To him, death would be a sweet relief. Pang! The gray beam broke the sky, but it didn't break Lando's body. Something tightened around Lando's arms. Someone had suddenly pulled him away. The gray beam went right by his body and into the sky, missing him entirely. The power roared past him, an incredible display of strength. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.